It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. He walks the earth, the little man. You look at him and say, what can he do? But then comes war and barbarism threatens his own home, and suddenly the little man towers over the earth, a figure of vengeance. This, too, tonight is a story of vengeance. But before we begin, Bob Stevenson wants to ask you a question.
Does day's end find you so worn out and all in that you can't enjoy the evening? Are you so jittery and underweight and under par that you're losing out in your work and in your fun? Well, maybe you simply need more vitamin B and iron than you're getting from your food. And if so, try ironized yeast tablets. These amazing little tablets are a two-way tonic. They give you both vitamin B and iron. They've been of truly remarkable help to thousands who simply needed more of these substances, helped these weak, weary folks gain glorious new pep and strength, and 5, 10, even more pounds of good new flesh, often in just a few weeks. Remember the name, ironized yeast tablets. And now,
Lights out, everybody.
You've got 10 minutes with him, Counselor.
I know. Well, Rogan, I understand you wanted to see me.
Sit down, Counselor.
Well, I'm very busy, you understand?
Sit down.
Yes. What's on your mind? There's always a chance, you know. The jury's been out 3 hours.
The devil with the jury. Get me a knife.
Huh?
Get me a knife.
A knife? Are you insane?
A knife. Get me one.
But why? You've got a chance. My final summation, the jury might deadlock. Yes, deadlock.
Shut up and listen to me.
Well?
When the jury comes in, he'll be there, sure.
He?
Mark Street.
Oh, him.
You still don't believe.
Oh, but I do. I definitely believe that an individual by that name does exist.
Exist? He killed my wife.
But the evidence...
He killed my wife, you hear me? He killed my wife.
Yes, I know.
No, you listen to me. You listen or I'll make you listen. The high-sounding legal words. All the time you won't believe the word I told you. Killed her. He killed her. I killed her. Swellest thing that ever came into a man's life.
Now, Mac, I want you to know...
Let me get it out of me. Marie was my wife. She was helping me and loving me. Guy come along who couldn't stand her being happy. He took a look at Marie, and in that rat mind, he must have said to himself, okay, beautiful, I'm going to get you. How and when, I don't know, but someday, beautiful, someday. That's what he said. And that's what he did.
What?
One night he came over. Sure, he got to be my friend. He came over, and when Marie told him I was working late down at the plant, he said he'd wait for me. Business. Business of hell.
What?
Oh, how can I tell you? I can only think it in my head and remember it in my head. I hear her. I hear her, don't you? Fighting against him, fighting.
I don't hear anything.
Fighting. She must have clawed at his eyes. And that knife in his hand. He stabbed her once. And again, and the third time. When I got home, she had strength to whisper just 2 words. His name. And then she was dead. Me, so I'd take the rat me that loved her, Mark Street. He did it. You hear me, Mark Street?
But no trace of the man...
He'll come back, I tell you. He'll come back now to hear that jury speak its piece. He'll come back, I know he will. That'll be my chance to get him. Get me that knife.
But, Mac...
A knife, I got to have it. He'll be there. I can give it to him once, twice, 3 times the way he did to her in his face and his neck and his dirty heart. Dead the way she's dead, his blood wiping out what he did to her. A knife. Get me a knife.
Order! courtroom. The bailiff will clear the courtroom unless order is immediately restored.
You got it.
Now, Mac, everything's going to be all right.
The knife, where is it?
You certainly didn't think I'd really... Well, I mean a man in my
You
position.
didn't bring it?
Be sensible, Mac. How could I? Your wild story about revenge against a man nobody knows...
Double-crossing.
Mac, jury's coming in.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached the verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
You will read the verdict.
We, the jury, find the defendant is charged in the indictment guilty of murder in the first degree.
The prisoner will rise and face the court.
He's talking to you, Mac.
What?
The prisoner will rise.
Judge, get up, Rogan.
Mark Street. You're here, I know it.
Mac Rogan, have you anything to say before sentence is passed upon you?
I see him.
Rogan, what's the matter?
Mark Street, he's here, here! Mark Street! You're here, I see you! I'll get you now! Mark Street, I've got to get him and kill him! He framed me! He killed him! Wait, you're here, I saw him! Mark Street, listen to me! I'll get you! I tell you, I'll get you like you got her! 3 times! Once across your face and once through the neck! Once through your heart! I'll get you, Mark Street, I swear, I'll get you! I'm asking you as a particular favor to me, Rogan, to behave yourself. Yeah. Now, every man in this cell block is a condemned man. Disturbances just make it harder for everyone concerned. I ain't gonna be with you long, Warden. There's 2 weeks yet, my boy. I'm not going out that way. Oh. Escape, eh? I'm just telling you not to count too much on springing that trap. Don't try it, Rogan. No man's ever escaped from the death house in this penitentiary. And no man ever will. Yeah. Well, this is it, Rogan.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Oh, hello, Rico. Oh, guard, open the cell door. In here, Rogan.
What's the matter, Warden? Your hotel getting crowded, so you gotta give me a roommate?
Now behave yourselves, men. I don't want any trouble.
Sure, Warden. We don't make any trouble.
I hope not. See you later.
Warden's like a school teacher. Huh, Rogan?
How do you know my name?
Yeah, there ain't much going on around here Rico Bartelli don't know.
Yeah?
Yeah. What do you want to know?
How do you get out of here?
Well, there's 2 ways. One through that door where you just came in with the warden, and the other through that green door down there at the other end. That's a funny door. It only opens up one way.
You're not gonna hang me.
A lot of guys say that, but they feed the worms just the same.
I'm getting out of here.
Hell, it's easy just to talk.
I gotta get out.
Why?
To kill.
You crazy? Well, never mind. To me, it don't make no difference just so long as you help me. I told you Rico Bartelli knows lots of things. Well, listen to this. I know a way to crack this place.
You're just talking.
A guy in my spot don't just talk, my friend. Me, I ain't got time for talk.
Yeah?
They think they're gonna hang me 3 days from now.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why when I say something, I mean it. For you, too. If you got the guts.
I'm listening.
Look, every day, 4 o'clock, they'll let me and you out in the room down there that they call an exercise room. We're supposed to walk up and down and get exercise so we'll feel good when they stretch our neck. Only you and me in the exercise room for 10 minutes. No guards. They figure it's all right. Because the room ain't got nothing in it, no window. And the guard locks it up from the outside.
Then how do you expect...
I'm trying to tell you. In the room, there's nothing. Bare walls. Bare floor. And in the floor, there's one iron saw lead leading down to the saw that runs under this place to the river.
Marie?
Sure. You do like I say, and Marie will see you pretty quick.
This water, how deep is it?
Well,
No. Doesn't make any difference. I can swim in it.
Yeah, not in this water, my friend.
Why not? How far is it from where we can get in the sewer to the river?
A mile.
I can swim a dozen
Yeah,
miles.
not in this water.
Why not? Tell me why not.
Hey, you guys, pipe down.
Okay, screw. We're going to sleep.
Tell me. Why not?
Because, my friend, after the pipe that's under the exercise room goes a little way, it joins the main pipe.
Well?
And on the main saw, there's no room for swimming. The pipe's filled to the top with water.
I'll swim it anyway.
And breathe what? The water?
I gotta get out.
Sure, you've said that before. But you ain't going to get out if you don't listen to Rico. I tell you, the water in the sewer's up to the top. Maybe half or 1 inch clear air up on top. Not enough to swim, my friend. But just enough to get air if you got the right thing.
What? A diving rig?
No. A little piece of rubber pipe that you keep in your mouth. And you stick it up out of the water so you're sucking the air while you walk through the water. That's over your head.
Where do you get the rubber hose?
Here. See? I got one right here. And I got another one for you. This end stuck in my mouth. This end I raise it high like this. So it sticks up out of the water and I suck up that little inch of air that's waiting up there on top.
Mark Street, I'll be coming for you soon.
Mark Street, what's that? All I want to know is you're going to break with me down the sewer tomorrow.
Man, you don't know what you're doing for me.
Shut your mouth. I do it because I can't lift a heavy sewer lid by myself. But with you, we'll lift it.
We'll lift it.
Okay. Tomorrow, 4 o'clock, we try, huh?
4 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, a deep breath, please, before we go on with the story of vengeance and Mac Rogan. Yes, and while we do so, girls, is this how you feel these strenuous war days?
No, I'm not going to the dance with the soldiers. I'm too tired out to enjoy it. And since I've gotten so thin and run down and on edge, nobody wants to dance with me anyway.
Well, you don't look so good lately. But listen, you know Sally Blake? Well, she was underweight and weary and jumpy, too. And she found out that all she needed was more vitamin B and iron.
Vitamin B and iron? I don't understand.
Let me explain, miss. When you don't get enough vitamin B from your food, you may lose your appetite, so you don't eat enough. And then you may lose weight and lose your pep. Or you may not get all the good out of your food. And when you don't get enough iron from what you eat, you may be weak and pale and washed out.
Oh, dear. If more vitamin B and iron is what I need, I suppose I've got to take some disagreeable medicine.
Sally didn't. She took ironized yeast tablets. She says they're a cinch to take. Just pleasant little tablets. And you should see Sally now. She feels so peppy, and she looks like a million.
That's easily explained, too. Ironized yeast gives you vitamin B plus iron. So when you need them, it helps 2 ways to step up your weight and pep and sparkle. Try ironized yeast if more vitamin B and iron is what you need. Then see if pretty quick you aren't saying,
Well, I feel grand now. And since I've gained these nice pounds, I guess I look good, too. That handsome sergeant's always phoning me lately. Ironized yeast sure is wonderful.
And now, back to lights out. This is the day and the time for the 2 condemned men to make their try for freedom.
Get plenty of exercise, boys. Won't be long now.
Sure, Screw. Well exercise.
Rico. The floor, there's no sewer lid in it.
What, do you think they got a label on it or something?
Quit talking. We gotta move fast. Show me for the leather heaven.
Okay. Keep your pants on. Yeah. You see this circle on the floor?
Yeah.
That's a lid. It's covered with cement just like the floor.
Mother in heaven, all that weight. How we lift it out?
Keep quiet. Yeah. I got something that'll do the work.
A cold chisel.
I
Where did you-
told you Rico Bartelli's a smart guy. This little piece of steel cost me plenty. But I got her and she's gonna get me right out of here. Now listen.
Yeah.
Look. You stick the chisel in the crack. I push up. The cover, it comes up a little bit. Then you stick your fingers underneath.
Okay.
Up. There, you got it. There. Now get your fingers under.
Yeah. Okay.
Now lift. Lift.
That lid, you're crushing my fingers.
Don't make noise. The glass. Don't make any noise.
Fingers, mother of mercy. My
Quiet.
fingers, get that lid off me.
I'll get it up again. Don't yell out the God of you. The guy on the roof. Get the lid up. There. 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 I got it. There. Now help me. I've got it up again. Help me lift it.
Yeah. Okay.
There it comes. There we go. Let it down. Rub your fingers, sir.
Devil with my fingers. Let's go.
Okay. You drop down there first. I don't know how deep the water is.
Here goes.
Rogan. Is it all right down there?
Yeah. Come on.
Okay. Water's not so deep.
It's only up to my waist. Which way now?
This way. Come on.
So blasted dark.
I know the way. Yeah. The pigs.
Faster. Lead the way
I
faster.
can't go too fast. Main sewer is someplace along here. I might fall in.
Okay.
Well, yes. Stinks.
Keep going, keep going.
It's black. I can't see nothing. I'll make a run.
Shut up.
What?
Shut up. The water, don't you feel? It's moving faster.
Yeah, you're right. That means the main source up ahead. Come on. Don't get so excited.
Why shouldn't I? The main pipe's ahead.
Yeah, the main pipe's ahead.
That means we're going right. Oh, I'm not afraid of drowning. I can't drown. I've got to kill him first. I can't drown.
Oh.
Ah, doesn't matter to you. Come on. Wait a minute. Give me my piece of rubber hose first.
Rubber hose?
Yeah, sure, like you told me to breathe through in the main sewer. Give it to me now in case the water separates us.
Give you what?
What's the matter with you?
Me?
Tell me what's up.
Sure. Sure, why not? I only got one piece of rubber hose.
But, Rico, you said...
What I say and what is, that's two different things. I got one. For me.
And me?
You. You help me lift up that solid. Okay, that's swell. Now, if you want to go out and knock off that guy you always talk about, okay, I ain't stopping you. Take a swim for yourself.
Give me that piece of hose.
You better take that swim while you're still healthy, my friend.
Give me that hose.
Stay back from
Give
me.
it to me.
Okay, I'll give you...
All right. Oh, chisel, try to knife me.
Hey, get out. You...
Devil, I got you now. Yes, your arm, Rico. Bending it to make you bend over. Bend over, Rico, over. Get that head of yours under the water. No. Drink it, Rico. Fill your double-crossing lungs with it. Drink. All right, Rico. I've got the chisel and the hose. Now you take that swim that you were gonna give me. Now, Mark Street, I'm coming after you.
Hey, now, but shut the door. We're closed, see? Might as well scram. 1 o'clock's closing hours in this town.
Help me.
Hey, what's the matter with you?
Mark Street.
Huh? What's that you said?
Mark Street. Where is he?
Mark Street? Oh, you mean that lanky chiseler that... Why, I didn't know exactly. I ain't seen the guy recent.
Where is he?
Hennessy's place. Yeah, that's it. I remember hearing a couple of the boys saying he moved in up there. Say, wait a minute, fella. Don't you want a drink? Don't you want me to get... Well, is that a note? Walks right out on me. I wonder what in the... Gee, ain't that a funny thing? It ain't rained around here for a week. And the guy's clothes were soaking wet.
All right, I'm coming. Waking a man up in the middle of the night, that's a disturbing the peace. Well, what's the matter?
Tell me.
Tell you what? What's the matter? You drunk? What do you want?
Mark Street.
Mark Street? Is that what you said?
They told me. He's staying here.
He was staying here, you mean?
He's gone?
That's all right. He's gone.
Tell me. Where? Where is he now?
He's down 6 feet in the Rosamond Cemetery. Mark Street. He's died last week. Good night.
Mark Street died last week. No. No, Mark Street, you can't cheat me that way. Rosemont Cemetery said. All right, Mark Street. I'm coming out to you. Here lies John Burt. Oh, so dark, if only the moon would... Ah, now I can see. Here lies my beloved wife. No, not you. Mark Street, where are you? Where? So many graves, white stones, moonlight, so many dead. If you are here, I'll find you. Here lie the mortal remains of Henry Ohm. Oh, no. Oh, I've got to find you, Mark Street. I've got to. Maybe this one. Here lies Mark Street. I found you, Mark Street. I found you. All he's dead, I found you. But are you dead? I must know. I will 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 know. I will. I will. I will know. I will know. The coffin. The coffin. Oh, I'm down to you at last, Mark Street. Now I'll know. Oh, they've covered you well. If it is you. Yes. It is you, Mark Street. Cheated me. Oh, no. Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe maybe in another world beyond this one. A world of dead. Where you are now. I'll go there. I'll get you there. Rico's cold chisel in my hand. I'll shove it in my heart, and then I'll be just like you. You hear me, Mark Street? It's Mac. Mac Rogan talking to you wherever you are. I'm coming to you.
Mac Rogan.
Mark Street, I'm coming to you.
Mac Rogan.
Marie.
Mac.
Marie, I heard... How? When? I don't know. I heard you calling me.
Mac Rogan.
It is you, Marie. I heard you. I can hardly see. I don't know where I am, but I heard you.
You got your wish, my darling.
What?
Look, there in front of you.
Mark Street. Mark Street at last?
No, let me go. The dead can't kill the dead. Let me go.
And the knife. The knife you killed her with is in my hand. The knife. At last, Mark Street, I'll give you what you gave her.
No.
Once in the face.
No.
Twice. A third time. Now, go back to your grave, Mark Street. And I'll go to mine.
Mr. Obler, do you really think that revenge can go beyond the grave?
I'd like to think that it doesn't. I'd like to think that murder and mercy find equal rest in peaceful death.
Well, I'm interested in next week's story. You go back to California to do that one. What's it going to be about?
It's a long postponed tale. I started to do it 3 times in this program, and each time something happened. I'll tell you of those postponements in a moment, after you finish what you want to tell us.
Well, briefly, folks, if it's vitamin B and iron shortage that's keeping you thin and weak, tired, washed out, and really only half living, then do try ironized yeast tablets right away. They give you both vitamin B and iron. They cost but a few pennies a day, and they're sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't quickly begin to eat better, sleep better, feel much stronger and peppier, and if you're not convinced that ironized yeast will help you gain just the good pounds you need to look your best, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by Ironized Yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Just be sure you get the one and only ironized yeast. Always ask for it by its full name, Ironized Yeast, and look for the big IY on the package and on each tablet. And now, what about this postponed story, Mr. Obler?
Well, we all start things we don't finish. Now, before I started a word and started and didn't finish it. That reminds me of something that you folks may not have finished. I'm referring to your war stamp book. Don't say what again and turn that dial. You know that boy who used to live up the street from you who's in that flying fortress? He can't turn any dials and get out of there when the shrapnel gets close. He's got to keep on. And so how about you and that war stamp book? How long since you put another stamp in it? Remember, 4 25-cent stamps will buy a hand grenade. 15 50-cent stamps buy an anti-tank mine. 6 25-cent stamps a winter combat helmet. Yes, your money in war stamps can actually save the life of an American soldier. Here's another way to look at it. War stamps earn no interest. War bonds, on the other hand, do. They pay you back $4 for every 3. So looking at it either way as a dollar investment for your future, or better yet, an investment in a free world, you'd better put those spared dimes and quarters to work against the Axis for victory and for you. In the future, well, it'll mean a future of a free world.
Ladies and gentlemen, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's eerie story, He Dug It Up, a strange tale inspired by a visit to pre-war England. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet. It is later than you think.
Time waits for no man these days, not even for a man to shave. Speed is mighty important. So why not enjoy the quick, comfortable shaves that you get with Mole brushless shaving cream? A quick yet comfortable shave. Quick because you can spread Mole over your face as fast as you can move your fingertips. Quick because Mole forms a protective film between your skin and your razor. Gives your razor something to ride on. Thus your razor just seems to skate over your skin, but your whiskers come off close and clean. Comfortable because Mole's protective film helps guard you from nicks and cuts. So why not try Mole today?
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment. For this is a time of mystery, A time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the Haunting Hour. The mystery of the Southern Star. An ocean liner, several days out of South Africa, plows through the Atlantic toward America.
Another turn around the deck, Mrs. Ashworth?
Heavens, no, Mr. Westcott. My goodness, I haven't walked so much in years. If you don't mind, I'll just collapse on one of these deck chairs for a while. Won't you join me?
I'd be delighted.
Well, only one more day and then America.
It's been a fine trip.
Yes, lovely. I really enjoyed it.
Atlantic crossings can be very boring unless you meet the right company.
You've been very charming, Mr. Westcott.
Same to you, Mrs. Ashworth. There's one thing I regret, though.
What's that?
I haven't met your husband.
Oh, Frederick. Well, he's been keeping to our cabin pretty much. You see, Mr. Westcott, he doesn't want to mix with people very much this trip.
Indeed. Why not?
Oh, it's not what you think. Frederick isn't antisocial or anything like that. You see, oh, well, of course I can tell you. You see, my husband is with Dubois and Company in New York.
Dubois? You mean the big diamond importers?
Yes. They commissioned Frederick to travel abroad and purchase the Southern Star for a client.
Southern Star? Why, that's one of the biggest diamonds they ever took out of the Kimberley mine.
Yes. Naturally, Frederick has to be very careful whom he meets this trip.
Oh, of course. He's carrying a precious cargo. Well, personally, I'll stick to a nice humdrum business like stockbroking. I can't stand excitement.
Oh, there's really no danger. It's only a precaution. Why, here comes Frederick now. Frederick?
Oh, there you are, Emily. I was just looking for you.
Frederick, I want you to meet Mr. Westcott. I've told you about him several times.
How do you do?
I'm delighted to meet you, sir.
Mr. Westcott's been charming, Frederick. I've already asked him to drop in on us when we get back to New York.
Yes, excellent, excellent. Well, my dear, we'd better go down and dress for dinner. You'll excuse us, Mr. Westcott?
Of course. I'll see you both later in the evening.
Possibly, yes. Come along, Emily. Emily,
Yes, Frederick.
you've made a lot of friends this trip. Westcott and others.
Well, why shouldn't I, my dear? What's wrong with that?
Nothing, but you know what I'm carrying in the cabin. I hope you haven't mentioned it to anyone.
Of course I haven't, Frederick. Good heavens, you talk as though I've been associating with criminals.
Radiogram, Captain. Just in from communication.
Thanks.
Any answer, sir?
No. Tell Sparks to send these messages, though.
Aye, aye, sir.
Captain Miller. Oh, good evening, Mr. Randall. What's the weather report? Good. Good. We ought to be in right on schedule. Yes, it's been a nice, quiet trip.
Captain Miller! Captain Miller!
Yes? Come in. Why, Mr. Ashworth, what's the matter? What's wrong?
My wife's disappeared.
What? Are you sure?
Yes, I can't find her anywhere. I was in the lounge late, and Mrs. Ashworth had retired to our cabin. When I returned, I found the lock broken, my belongings rifled, and my wife had disappeared. And not only that, the diamond's gone.
The Southern Star?
Yes, but that doesn't matter now. It's my wife, Captain. I've gone all around the deck, asked the stewards, everything. No one's seen her. I'm afraid there's been foul play. The diamond...
Steady, Mr. Ashworth, steady. Easy does it. I'll issue an order to search the ship at once. And then we'll take a look at your cabin. Well, whoever forced an entrance into your cabin here, Mr. Ashworth, certainly left it in an awful mess. Tell me, where did you keep the diamond?
In my wife's powder box. She kept it in a locked dresser case. It's gone.
Well, what happened seems fairly simple. Someone aboard got wind that you were carrying the Southern Star, broke into your cabin, surprised your wife. Right. Come in.
We've searched the ship, Captain. We haven't found a trace of Mrs. Ashworth.
You've made an exhaustive search, Mr. Dennis?
Yes, sir.
We've looked into every nook and cranny of this ship, sir. I'm afraid she's gone. Overboard.
Emily. Then it's true. She's really gone.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ashworth. I know you want to be alone. But first, there's something I must ask you. Can you give me the names of the people your wife met on this trip? The ones she kept company with?
Yes. Yes, I think I can. There were at least 5 I knew about.
Mr. Dennis.
Yes, sir?
Stand by and take down those names. I want to send a radiogram to the police in New York.
Yes? Detective Lieutenant Henry Hinge to see you, Commissioner.
All right, send him in.
Morning, Commissioner.
Oh, morning, Hinge. Sit down. I've got a little job for you.
What is it, sir?
Yeah. Read this radiogram. Just came in from Captain Miller aboard the Lexitania.
Southern Star, eh? That's quite a haul. Worth a cool $500,000, they tell me.
That's right. Now, the Lexitania docks at 3 this afternoon at Pier 17. From here in, it's your baby.
A tough baby, if I know anything about these seagoing crimes. In order to prove murder, usually, you have to produce a corpus delicti. The corpus delicti is always somewhere in the Atlantic.
Yes, you're right, Hinge. But one thing we can be sure of. That big diamond isn't in the Atlantic. Someone aboard that liner has got it and hopes to get through with it.
Well, Lieutenant Hinge, they're beginning to come off the Lexitania.
Yeah. Everything's set, O'Hearn?
Yes, sir. We've got a quarter of the men thrown around the boat.
All right. Now, there were 5 names in that radiogram, O'Hearn. Be sure you get them all and find out where every person on that passenger list is staying.
Right, sir. Oh, here comes Mr. Ashworth, Lieutenant. It must be him over there by the customs examiner. The reporters are ganging up on him.
Gentlemen, please. Please, gentlemen, I have no comment to make. What? And I won't have until I talk to the police.
Come on, O'Hearn. Better rescue the poor devils from that gang of wolves.
Right, Lieutenant. All right, you guys. Move back. Move back, guys. Let him get by. Stay off behind with that. Come on, we'll send down here.
Ashworth? Yes? I'm Detective Lieutenant Henry Hinge, Homicide Division, taking charge of your case.
Oh, well, how do you do?
We'd better get off the pier here and go down to headquarters where we can really talk.
Just as you say. I don't know how much information I can give you, Lieutenant Hinge. This terrible tragedy, well, I'm afraid it's unnerved me.
Naturally, it's a terrible blow. We'll do our best to get to the bottom of it.
Mr. Ashworth? Mr. Ashworth? Yes? I'm the customs official inspecting your baggage. There's one item you haven't declared. It's in this large trunk. But I don't understand. I'm quite sure I declared everything. There you are. Now take a look at this. Wait till I open the trunk cover. Now, have you declared this? Good heavens. It's my wife.
Well, Hinge, are you going to hold Ashworth for the murder of his wife?
No, Commissioner. In fact, I've already released him.
But the body of Mrs. Ashworth was found in his trunk.
That's true, Chief. But it doesn't follow that Ashworth put the corpse in his trunk. In fact, he would be the last man to do so.
How do you come to that conclusion?
Well, Ashworth is an experienced traveler. He's crossed the Atlantic several times. He'd be sure to know that the customs inspectors would open his trunk for examination. Would it be logical for him to hide the body there when it would be certain to be discovered?
Well, no, it wouldn't.
Well, there's a second point, too. If Ashworth wanted to dispose of his wife, the easiest way would be to simply dump her overboard during the night. Then there would be no corpse to plague him.
Yes, that's true.
As I see it, someone's made an awkward attempt to throw a murder rap onto Ashworth. In fact, it's so amateurish, it's almost incredible. Who that someone is, I don't know as yet. There were 1,500 people aboard the Lexitania, and that's going to be quite a screening job. But there's one big break in this case I hadn't counted on.
Yeah, what's that?
The corpus delicti. It isn't at the bottom of the Atlantic this time, but right down at the morgue. I'm going down there soon and have a good look at it. I always like to see a corpse when there's been a murder. Something you can put your finger on.
Yes?
Commissioner, this is Sergeant O'Hearn. I hate to butt in like this, but I wondered if I could speak to Lieutenant Hinge for a minute.
Hey, it's for you, Hinge. It's Sergeant O'Hearn.
Thanks. What is it, Ahern?
Lieutenant, about those 5 suspects we picked up off of the boat. Mrs. Ashworth's friends.
Yes?
They're raising the roof. They say you've got no right to hold them any longer.
All right, Ahern. Get them together and bring them to my office. I'll interrogate them there one by one.
The idea asking me all those silly questions. Just because I happened to meet poor Mrs. Ashworth on the boat. It's a shame and a disgrace, that's what it is. My husband's a friend of the mayor, and I'll see that you get what's coming to you, Lieutenant Hinge.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Jameson. It's just a matter of form, routine procedure. You're free to go now.
Giving me the third degree is always a common criminal. As if I knew what happened to that poor woman on the boat.
Yeah, what a business. What a way to make a living. Yeah.
Yes, Lieutenant?
There's one more of those ship's passengers waiting, isn't there, Ahern?
Yes, the fifth and last. Any luck, Lieutenant?
No, they all seem to be on the level. Send in the last one, will you?
Right.
Lieutenant, I wish to register the most violent protest at this unwarranted examination. This is an outrage.
I'm sorry, sir. Sit down. Try to make this as brief as possible. Merely a matter of routine. No, you're just off the boat and that you're anxious to get home.
Well, what do you want to know?
Your name?
Leonard Westcott.
Occupation?
Stockbroker.
How well did you know Mrs. Ashworth?
Not very well. I just met her aboard the Lexitania. We spent some time together, and... Now, look here, Lieutenant, you're not implying that
you what, Fingers?
What? What did you call me?
Fingers. Fingers Faraday. You ought to know your own name.
What? Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
So you're a stockbroker now, eh, Fingers? Pretty dull occupation for one of the world's cleverest jewel thieves.
I tell you, my name's Westcott.
Don't waste my time, Fingers. I've got a long memory for faces. That scar on the thumb of your right hand hasn't changed a bit.
Okay. So you know. What of it? I haven't done anything.
Where's the Southern Star?
I tell you, I didn't have a thing to do with it. I don't know where it is.
Better talk now, Fingers. This isn't just a diamond theft. There's a murder rap that goes with this one.
Look, Hinge, you've got to believe me. Sure, I knew about the Southern Star, but I never got a crack at it, honest. I don't know where it is or how Mrs. Ashworth got knocked off.
The jury might not believe a man with your record, Fingers. Better talk now.
I'm not saying anything. I don't know anything, and you can't prove anything, see?
All right, we'll put you on ice for a little while. Maybe your memory will come back to you.
And now for Act Two of our story, The Mystery of the Southern Star. As you will recall, Frederick Ashworth and his wife had gone to South Africa to purchase the fabulous diamond called the Southern Star for the New York jewel importing firm of Dubois and Company. On board the liner Lexitania, on the return voyage to America, Ashworth's cabin was rifled, and both his wife and the diamond disappeared. The ship's captain radioed New York police, and Detective Lieutenant Henry Hinge met Ashworth at the pier. The two men were just about to go down to police headquarters when the customs inspector opened one of Ashworth's trunks. It contained the strangled body of his wife. Ashworth is heartbroken over the death of his wife, and the disappearance of the fabulous diamond, the Southern Star, means little to him in his grief. Detective Lieutenant Hinge, in his investigation of the case, has come to the conclusion that Ashworth is innocent of the murder. For Ashworth is a traveled man and knows too well the thoroughness of examination by the customs officers. And Hinge really wanted to dispose of his wife. The simpler method would have been to push her overboard in the night. Of the 1,500 passengers aboard the murder ship, the Lexitania, Henry Hinge questions 5 who had met Mrs. Ashworth on the voyage to America. From these people, he learns nothing at all. But then a man called Westcott, a stockbroker, is brought in for questioning. And a gleam of memory flashes in the veteran police lieutenant's mind. Hinge remembers the face. He knows that Westcott is none other than Fingers Faraday, one of the world's cleverest jewel thieves. Hinge accuses Fingers of stealing the Southern Star and says to him,
And my jury might not believe a man with your record fingers. Better talk now.
I'm not saying anything. I don't know anything, and you can't prove anything, see?
All right, we'll put you on ice for a little while. Maybe your memory will come back to you.
I tell you, there's nothing to remember. I didn't do it. I swear I didn't.
Cool off, Fingers. This time we've got a murder on the high seas and the corpus delicti. You know, I've got a funny feeling. That corpse may have something to tell us. You have any idea what it could be?
No, I tell you...
Okay, suppose you cool your heels in the cell while I go down to the morgue and have a little talk with the corpse. Well, Albert, you sound pretty cheerful this morning.
Hello, Lieutenant Hinge. You know me. Whistle while I work.
How's business here at the morgue?
Booming, Lieutenant. Booming. I got 3 new customers today and never a complaint. I don't know where I'm going to put them all. We're full up.
Medical examiner got here yet?
Mr. Adams?
Yeah.
No, I ain't seen him. You and him meeting somewhere here this morning?
Yep. Mrs. Ashworth.
Oh, she lives right over here in drawer 634. Oh, here's the medical examiner now.
Morning, Hinge.
Morning.
Albert. Are we all ready to look at the body?
Yes, sir. I'll bring her right out. There she is. Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I have a little work to do.
Well, Adams?
Strangled by a person or persons unknown. Marks on the neck indicate someone with powerful hands did the trick. Victim put up a struggle. Note the bruises on the back and face.
Yeah.
My guess is that rigor mortis set in about... Wait a minute. That's strange. Very strange.
What?
The victim's mouth is shut tight.
That's right. Strangled victim always dies with his mouth wide open, fighting for air.
Precisely. It's quite clear that the killer forced Mrs. Ashworth's mouth shut after she was dead. Although for what reason, I haven't the faintest idea.
I think I may have. Adams, when can you arrange an autopsy?
I'm not sure it's necessary. Cause of death is obviously strangulation. However, I could make all the arrangements by tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, eh? That'll be fine.
Come in.
Why, it's Mr. Ashworth.
Yes, Lieutenant Hinge.
I'm sorry. The medical examiner and I were just looking over your wife's body. You shouldn't have come here, Mr. Ashworth.
Well, I came to claim my wife's body for proper burial. I'm afraid we can't release her now, Mr. Ashworth. But why not? I'm her husband, her nearest living relative. Surely you don't think I wanted to stay in this cold and dismal place among all these other corpses? Lieutenant Hinge, I want my wife to have a decent burial now. It's sacrilege to keep her here.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ashworth. Under any other circumstances, of course, you could claim the body. But this is a criminal investigation. We're planning to perform an autopsy on Mrs. Ashworth tomorrow.
Autopsy?
Yeah.
Yes, but what on earth will that prove?
I'll know better when we finish it.
Well, I'll not permit it. Do you hear? I'll not permit any such nonsense. I have my legal rights, and I'm going to exercise them. He seemed pretty upset.
Yeah. Can't say I'd blame him, though, Adams. After all, the woman's his wife.
You all through with my client, Lieutenant?
Yes, Albert. All through. Put her away now.
Well, this is my last one. Number 634. Out pretty late, huh? All the rest of my children are sleeping for the night. Well, in you go now.
I don't know why it is, Adams, but the morgue depresses me more in the morning than it does at night.
Yes, me too. I've been in here 1,000 times, and I can never get used to it. And by the way, Hinge, I see by this morning's paper that you've released Fingers Faraday.
Yeah. We didn't really have anything on him, except the fact he was on the Lexitania. You can only hold a man on suspicion so long.
Yes, I suppose so. That crook is capable of anything. Well, here we are.
Albert doesn't seem to be around.
Well, still a little early in the morning. Let me see. Mrs. Ashworth's body was in drawer 634, wasn't it?
That's right.
Here we are.
take off the shroud and... Hinge. Hinge, look.
Yes?
Why, it's the body of Albert, the morgue keeper. He's been strangled. But where's Mrs. Ashworth?
Somebody with a grim sense of humor came in and stole the corpse last night. And I think I know who it is. Where's the phone, Adams?
Over there on the desk. Oh, poor Albert. He was such a cheerful fellow.
Operator, get me Sergeant O'Hearn, homicide, police headquarters, at once. Hinge talking. Go and leave me alone for a while, will you? I've got a lot to do.
Lieutenant Hinge.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Ashworth.
The newspapers are full of this terrible episode down at the morgue. If you'd have turned over the body to me yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. It's disgraceful, sir. Disgraceful. I demand action. Where's my wife?
Suppose you tell me, Mr. Ashworth.
What did you say?
I said, suppose you tell me. You know where she is.
Why, this is absurd. Ridiculous.
Is it, my friend?
Well, you can't prove one word of this preposterous accusation.
Can't I?
Certainly not. I defy you to try.
All right. Let's begin at the beginning with the motive. In the first place, you needed money badly. You lost heavily at gambling and also through bad business investments. Very heavily.
How did you know that?
Investigated. Routine here at the department. All right, let's go on. Your wife was heavily insured, and you had the Southern Star aboard the Lexitania. They both added up to money. So you strangled your wife, forced the gem down her throat, and closed her mouth so it wouldn't be detected. Then you stuffed her in your trunk, messed up the cabin, and reported to the captain. Am I right?
You're talking nonsense.
I'm talking logic. Trick was clever. Point number one, it diverted the attention of the police, including myself, from you as the killer, just as you figured. Naturally, a man in his right mind wouldn't use the trunk to hide the corpse, knowing that customs would surely open it.
Go on, Lieutenant Hinge. I find this very funny.
I don't think you will later. But to get back, hiding the Southern Star in your wife's throat was a clever way to get it by the customs officer. An almost foolproof way, and it worked. You reasoned that all you had to do was claim your wife's body for burial, take it home, and recover the diamond. When you were balked in this, you entered the morgue, killed Albert, left him in the drawer, and took the body of Mrs. Ashworth away.
Very pretty. Very pretty and rather macabre. But you can't prove it.
Oh, yes, I can. There's one little detail. One little detail on which a jury will send you to the chair, Mr. Ashworth.
And what's that?
You were the only outsider who knew in which morgue drawer your wife's body was located. Drawer 634. It would have taken you hours to find it otherwise. You saw the number when you came in to claim the body, and you went straight to it when you returned.
No, it could have been someone else, I tell you. That's not enough. You'll never convict me on that.
Hinge speaking.
Lieutenant, we found the body. It was buried in the cellar of the Ashworth place here.
Good work, O'Hearn. What about the diamond?
We got that, too. Found it in a bureau drawer upstairs.
Well, that's that.
What about Ashworth himself, Lieutenant? We haven't located him.
Oh, that's all right, O'Hearn. Don't worry about him. He just came down to headquarters here to give himself up.
From shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.
Superstition on the air.
It is our pleasure to offer you another short story in the series designed to disclose the origins of superstition. This one deals with the belief that if you open an umbrella in the house, it's an omen of bad luck.
Great Scott, Nancy. It's raining cats and dogs. I can't go out in this weather. Why, I'll be soaked through before I get to the streetcar.
Well, why don't you use that old umbrella, Gordon? It'll help some.
Yeah, that's an idea. Where is it?
In the closet, dear.
Oh, here it is. Let's see if it's still in good shape.
Don't, Gordon. Don't.
Don't what?
Oh, Gordon, you've opened that umbrella in the house. Now something awful is sure to happen.
Oh, don't be silly, darling. Well, we haven't used this umbrella in such a long time. I just opened it to see if it was still whole.
Oh, but dear, don't you know that it's bad luck to open an umbrella in a house?
Oh, bosh, Nancy. That's silly.
Oh, no, it isn't silly, Gordon. I know a number of people who've opened umbrellas in their houses and have had bad luck.
Imagine anybody having bad luck from opening an umbrella in the house. Why, that's superstition.
Oh, it is it? Well, let me tell you, Smarty, that centuries ago, in the city of Rome, a tragedy that actually occurred there was responsible for starting this very belief. But do you know how the umbrella was regarded by ancient peoples?
No, I didn't even know they had umbrellas in those ancient days.
They surely did. Why, they were used in China about 2,000 years before the Christ, as well as in India and other Oriental countries. You see, the word umbrella is based on the Latin umbra, which means shade. And literally, umbrella means a shade from the sun or fire. So umbrella or parasol was really the same thing in the early days.
Say, how do you know all this?
Well, when my brother got hurt in that automobile accident, right after he had opened an umbrella in the house, I looked this data up. Anyway, the sunshade was first used only by sultans and princes as an emblem of royalty. And with the Persian monarchs, it also symbolized the power of life and death. So the custom of using the umbrella was introduced to the Greeks and Romans from the Orient.
That's interesting. But what about that tragedy you spoke of that was responsible for starting this belief? How did that happen?
Well, in about the year 84 B.C., there lived in Rome Drusilla, the beautiful wife of a Roman officer, Julius by name. While Julius was serving with the Roman legions at the Asiatic front, Drusilla had become infatuated with Livius, a young Roman noble. As our story opens, Paulus, a dear friend of Julius, has just arrived at his tent from Rome with the news of Drusilla's infidelity and...
Ah, Paulus, you have returned at last. And how did you find things in Rome?
My business was successful, Julius, and they are pleased in Rome with the progress our army has made here.
Splendid. And now, what news have you of my wife, Drusilla? Is she well?
She is well, Julius.
Yes? And what else? Hath she sent me no message, Paulus?
She did ask me to convey to you her respects and homage.
Come, man, tell me more. Verily, thy tongue is an unwilling one today. Do you not realize that I have not seen my wife for almost 4 years? I hunger for news of her. Tell me, is she still as beautiful?
Yea, Julius. Beautiful as the siren Circe, and...
And what? Why do you halt so in your speech, Paulus? Why does your voice sound so bitter? Hath Drusilla offended you that you do not wish to speak of her?
Julius, you know how dearly I love thee. You are my most esteemed friend, and I cannot bear to have your name degraded.
My name degraded? What do you mean? Speak, Paulus.
Forgive me, Julius, but I must tell you the truth. Your wife, Drusilla, is to blame by her shameful intrigue with Livius, and all Rome knows of it.
Why, you dog! I'll kill you! You lie! You lie!
Nay, Julius, I speak the truth.
My wife would not be party to such infamy. I tell you, you lie!
But I did come upon them myself in closest embrace. I saw them with my own eyes.
You did see them, Paulus?
Yea, Julius, and I have told you this Because I cannot bear to see you disgraced in the eyes of your countrymen.
I shall go to Rome at once and find out for myself if this accusation is true. If you have lied, Paulus, beware, for I shall kill you. And if what you have said is true, I shall kill them.
Mistress Drusilla, which robe will you wear this afternoon? The violet one, Julia, for I must look my loveliest when Livius comes to me today. I must dazzle him. Oh, mistress, you have done that already. He worships you. But do you never fear that Julius, your husband, will return unexpectedly someday and find you with Livius? Nay, Julia, he is too busy with his wars. For verily, he doth love war more than he does me. But, mistress, you know the passionate temper of your husband. He would kill you if he found out. Yea, you are right. For Julius is violent when enraged. But Livius would protect me, Julia, for he adores me. And why not? Verily, you are the most beautiful woman in all Rome. Oh, Julia, thou hast the honeyed tongue of a flatterer. Oh, but 'tis hot today. The air seems stifling, does it not? Yea, mistress. The air is indeed sultry. It seems to have turned so quite suddenly. But make haste, Julia. The hour approaches for my meeting with Livius, and I want to be awaiting him in the garden when he comes. My robe, Julia. Here, mistress. Oh, but be careful, for I do not wish to disarrange your hair. Ah, there 'tis on. How ravishing you look. Now, my umbrella, Julia. Here, mistress. Nay, stupid. Not this white one. Give me the violet one with the pearls embroidered at the edge of it. Very well, mistress. Here it is. Now then, Julia, stand away from me and hold up this mirror while I open my umbrella so that I may see how it becomes me. Yea, mistress. Is this all right? Ah, yes. This color is beautiful against my white skin. Is it not? Why, what is that, Julia? I do not know, mistress. Why, the floor is swaying beneath me. Look out, mistress! The wall, it's cracking, it's falling!
Drusilla! Drusilla! Julia, where's your mistress?
Alas, Master Julius, you were too late. She lies buried beneath that crumbled wall. Oh, why have the gods done this terrible thing to her?
Yea, verily, I cannot understand it. What could she have done to have aroused their wrath?
Oh, she did nothing, Master. She did but open her umbrella, and the wall fell upon her.
Truly, Julia, by opening her umbrella in the house, she provoked the anger of the gods. 'Tis an omen.
And so, you see, Drusilla died as a result of opening her umbrella indoors. Now maybe you won't be so quick to say it's all superstition.
Oh, Nancy, you don't mean to tell me that you believe she was killed on account of opening an umbrella? Don't you see that whether she had done so or not, that earthquake would have occurred just the same? And if she hadn't been killed by that, well, her husband would have killed her anyway.
Well then, if the wall hadn't crumbled and her husband had killed her, it still proves that by opening the umbrella, she would have had bad luck.
Oh, of all the absurd arguments. Don't you see that her husband wouldn't have killed her because she opened the umbrella indoors, but because his wife had been unfaithful to him? So you took up all this time with such nonsense. See, I've got to get started or I'll be late.
Well, do be careful, Gordon.
Oh, don't worry. Nothing's going to happen to me. Goodbye, dear.
Oh, what happened, Gordon?
What happened? I just tripped over that confounded umbrella and fell down a whole flight of stairs. That's what happened.
Oh, there. Now, didn't I tell you you'd have bad luck from opening that umbrella in the house?
Oh, go sit on a tack.
And so when Gordon fell down the stairs, Nancy was convinced beyond all doubt that by opening an umbrella in the house, you can't escape bad luck. Well, au revoir and good luck to you.
Fascinations of the ear, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wild black cat. They're waiting for you, now.
$122-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. 122-year-old. Well, tell folks to douse all lights and we'll be getting down to business. Nice and dark and clear now. Just the way we like it when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, soar up to the fire and gaze into the windows. Gaze into one deep, and soon you'll see a land of jungle. We're going into Mexico, to a place called Yucatan. There the grass and vines is so thick and tall that whole cities are hid among them. Big, forgotten cities. The old Indians used to live there long before the white men came. Soon we're going to hear 3 white men talking in the jungle. And so begins our yarn about the Boa Goddess. The Boa Goddess.
Morgan, that we are getting close? I ought to be, according to that picture writing Mary Ann gave me. Hold up that torch, Dutch.
Yeah. I don't see no flat stones yet that you said we got to find.
If that girl had only come along to show us, we wouldn't have to fool around like this. You have been among these Indians long enough to know they are women. Cannot come on sacred ground. If she's the high priest's daughter, you'd think she'd take a chance on the taboo. Especially with her loving me the way she does. She has taken chance enough as it is. You will find what we seek and get away into the jungle. You will know it was by your aid. Then her life will begin.
What of it? She's only a squaw.
Still, Marianne is a cute little trick at that.
You got such a sense of humor, Morgan. Every time you call that Indian girl Marianne, I got to laugh.
Shut up, you fool. City on fires, you know what will happen. Keep your shirt on, Sunshine. It is kind of comical, Dutch. But I call all my girls Marianne. And not being able to speak this one's lingo, I don't know her real moniker anyway. Quiet, be careful. We're safe enough. Every man in the village is out in the jungle for that ceremony they're holding.
Yes. The ceremony proves how much we have to fear. For out there tonight, they will let a boa constrictor crush a man to death.
Listen. 3 people on the throne. That means they're getting ready to kill that fellow now.
Yeah. God, if my folks back in Jersey knew their darling boy was living among a bunch of Yucatan Indians who just made sacrifices to snakes, they'd turn over in their graves.
After 3 months among them, it is still difficult for me to realize that we have found the lost tribe of Aztecs, living as their fathers did 600 years ago.
It was lucky they found us when they did. Another day lost in that bush, we would have been dead.
That is what makes me dislike this thing we do tonight. These people saved our lives. They took us in, and now we plan to rob them.
I hope French Uranial of Devil's Island ain't developing a sense of gratitude all of a sudden.
And they have served time on Devil's Island, Morgan. But I, like you, am not wanted in Ecuador for murder.
That's because you never had the nerve enough to kill a man, you yellow skunk.
You're not going to talk to that...
Morgan, French, we cannot quarrel.
You're right, Dutch. When we get what's underneath them 3 flat stones, it'll take all 3 of us to fight our way back to civilization through that bush. Forget it, Francie.
You're sure you'll find them or else in that temple?
I've already shown you the little ones Marianne gave me, and she's told me in her sign language there's big ones where we're going.
If it were not that all 3 of us ended, as you say, to make escape, I wonder would Dutch and me have heard about them.
What do you stop that?
Look, Morgan, Frankie, here is 3 flat stones.
This is the place. We found it. Now don't try to lift them. There's a trick to it. She showed me in the picture writing. You push the stone in the middle, and I got it. Look at that.
A passage has opened.
The temple's underneath. Come on, down these stairs.
Wait, I do not like this place.
What's the matter?
I don't know. It's dizzy feeling that has started me.
I feel something funny, too.
Both of you are yellow. Give me that torch. I'm going down these stairs.
You can't call me yellow.
Then prove you're not. Come on.
It is dark down here. Morgan, hold up that torch.
We don't need it in a minute. According to Marianne, this passage takes a sudden bend into the temple proper, where a fire's always burning. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it is right.
There is the temple.
Oh, mon Dieu. My God, good Lord.
Up the stairs for our lives.
Please, wait.
Wait, you poor dumb idiot. It's only a statue.
A statue?
Yeah. Well, it had me going for a minute. It's so natural looking, I thought it was a real honest-to-God snake coiled up to strike.
No. It is an idol. The image of the boa goddess.
Hold up that torch, Morgan. The stone snake has a woman's face.
Marianne told me the truth. The idol's eyes are emeralds.
Bigger ones than I have ever seen.
And where the snake's body joins the woman's face, there is a necklace.
More emeralds. You shall be rich. Rich. Millionaires. Let me climb up there and get them. Say, what was that?
A drum.
It sounded as you touched the ear.
There ain't no one but a drum in here. This is just a big bare room.
Where is it again?
It is a warning. You're in a sacred place. You must not defile a holy image.
Bunk. Hand me your knife, Dutch. What you going to do? Cut off that necklace and pry loose them emeralds. No. Oh, that's what we came here for, you fool. Here goes.
Again, that drum.
Morgan, come here. A curse will fall on us if you take those stones.
Please, Morgan, there is something funny in this place.
I'll go when I get these stones.
No.
It's all right, I got them. Look, Those from the eyes are as big as eggs. I'm rich. I'm rich. Let's get out of your trees. All right, I've got all I want now, and I'm a millionaire. A millionaire.
Officers, let's get away.
Listen.
It seems to come from inside the snake itself.
Struck 3 times. Yes, 3 times. Like we heard it in the bush outside. It means the boa goddess will take soon a human sacrifice. You guys whine like a pair of old women. We got away from the Indians all right, didn't we? And with another day's chopping, we'll be out of this jungle and safe in civilization. Forget that hooey about a curse and something following us. We are not out of this jungle yet. There is something following us, Morgan. I feel it all about us in the bush. It's something I know is death. Ah, your grandmother.
Well, I am like Frenchy. I did not like those drum beats when we left the temple.
Are you guys dumb enough to think a heathen statue of a big snake with a woman's face can really do you any harm? It is not the statue I fear, but the thing it stands for. People's thoughts and their beliefs. Listen, Morgan. All gods are the same, by different names. For how many centuries, we don't know. An intelligent race has worshipped and feared that great snake we have insulted. Who?
3 times that drum beat, like before the boa goddess takes a human sacrifice.
Since that's what's troubling you fellas most, let's figure the drum was calling Mary Ann. Them Indians have probably finished hers by now. Too bad. She was a cute little trick, even if she was only a squaw. Well, there's one easy way for you guys to clear yourselves if you think there's a curse on them emeralds. You just don't have to take your share.
No, you don't, Morgan.
Ah, you would like to cheat us out of there. I thought that'd bring you to time. It's too hot to do any more traveling till night. I'm going to grab a few winks. Your turn to scare up some grub, Frenchie. All right. Give me your pistol. Next. I've only got 2 bullets left. You can bring down a couple of birds with your machine. You're not saving those 2 bullets for something in particular? What do you mean? When we are out of this jungle, you will no longer need Dutch and me to help you. You think that I will not argue that point. It doesn't matter anyway. I go and forget. That French stir-bug's crazy as a loon.
Maybe. Why are you saving those 2 bullets, Morgan?
Hey, you don't think I'm planning anything against pals like you and Frenchie, do you? Forget it. There's emeralds enough for the 3 of us. I'm rich. Inside of a month, Dutch, I'm going to be sitting in the swellest hotel in New York. I'm going to become a gentleman, join highfalutin clubs, and go in for society and live like a king. Yeah, live. That Frenchman gives me a pain talking about death following us through the jungle, all on account of a couple of drum beats you heard in a heathen temple.
Morgan, the drum is here.
Can't be. Gee, you got me hearing things.
The time this beat. Good light, stop light.
Oh, don't mean nothing. Don't mean nothing. Something's got him. Look, a boa constrictor.
Get out of this coil. Crossing out his life. There is a curse. It's breaking now.
No, I won't believe it. The jungle's full of snakes. He just happened to cross a boa's path. Run, Dutch. Run before it comes for us.
Ain't you going to try to kill him? You got a pistol, Morgan.
I'm saving my 2 bullets. Leave him there and run, you fool. Now we can split his share.
Yeah. We split his share of death. For he is just the first of us to go.
I don't believe in that stuff.
Then look back, for the snake has turned his head.
Say, it has the face of a woman.
Yeah, the face of the boa goddess.
Run, run, run! sure, young fella. I'm not stuck up like ordinary millionaires. I'll be glad to give your newspaper the true story of how me and Dutch got here to New York.
I'm certainly much obliged, Mr. Morgan. You realize how interested the public is in the man who owns the largest emerald on Earth?
Yeah, but I don't want the papers printing no lies about me. Don't you be like those other fellows who wrote that I'm a nervous old man because they saw me pacing up and down the room like I'm doing now. And don't you say I'm afeard of anything count of me always looking over my shoulder and jumping at funny noises. That is just habits of mine. And don't you dare write there's a curse on my emeralds. There ain't no Indian curse.
Of course not, Mr. Morgan. That sensational stuff that you object to is all printed when a flash came in through Associated Press. Seems two madmen had stumbled into a little settlement in Yucatan with a pocket full of emeralds and the story of a third man who'd been crushed to death by a boa constrictor with a woman's face. We couldn't pass up a yarn like that, even though we know it was ridiculous.
And it was ridiculous. Two men have just chopped their way out of the jungle. They're apt to say anything. You're right, that stuff was all a lie. Don't forget to print how I tried to save me dead partner Frenchie when the big snake got him, though. But don't say the snake had a woman's face. It didn't. That was imagination. And there ain't no curse on my emeralds. None that can reach beyond the jungle anyway.
What was that, Mr. Morgan?
Oh, nothing. Just talking to myself. The jungle makes you do things like that, young fella. It's great to be home in the city again. No snake can follow me to a big town like New York.
You've spoken of your partners as Frenchie and Dutch. Will you give me their proper names, Mr. Morgan?
Frenchie's dead. Oh, if I could only forget the way he died. Oh, excuse me. The name I knew Frenchie by was Jean Reynal. And Dutch's real moniker is Adolf Appleman.
Adolf Appleman?
Yeah, he beat it out west of Chicago as soon as we hit the USA. Oh, he ain't nice to you reporter guys like me and don't like his name in the papers. But you can print he don't believe in no curse neither.
Mr. Morgan, haven't you seen this morning's paper?
Not yet. I just got up.
What a story this'll make. No one dreamed he was your partner.
Say, what's the matter with you? What are you doing at my telephone?
Hello? Get me Wells 292915. Look at that front page, Mr. Morgan. Read those headlines. Last night in a Chicago hotel room, Adolf Appleman was crushed to death. Every bone in his body broken. Hello? Hello? Give me to the editor. City death? Get this. Whopper of a story. The guy crushed to death in Chicago last night was a partner of the blood who...
I know.
Look here, Mr. Morgan. You may have discovered $1 million worth of emeralds in South America. But that gives you no license to come here to Chicago and try and tell the district attorney's office how to run its business.
But I gotta know what killed Dutch. Why did you have his body cremated before I got here to see it?
For one reason, because his wife ordered it done after the inquest.
His wife?
You've already been told that Appleman was married to a Miss Smith a few hours before his death. Another reason was because the body was too horribly crushed to serve any real purpose as a clue to the method of murder.
Crushed like Frenchie. But you say it couldn't have been a snake that done it. You swear it couldn't have been a snake.
My dear Mr. Morgan, despite the wild newspaper theories, boa constrictors do not crawl promiscuously around Chicago. And if they did, there could have been no way for such a monster to have entered or left Mr. Appleman's room.
There's no way for it to come here from the jungle. Where was Dutch's wife when it happened?
Out of the room at the time, she says. But no woman on earth would have crushed your partner as we found him. If that's what you're driving at, it is.
I was just wondering if he'd seen anything. If I could only know the way he died.
Come in.
Excuse me, sir. This is up.
I'll ask her to come in. Now, Mr. Morgan, you can talk to her yourself if you like. Good morning, Mrs. Appleman. I'm sure you'll be glad to meet your poor husband's former partner, Mr. Morgan.
He has met.
Yeah, that's funny. I feel that you and me have met someplace before.
I meant that Dutch had spoken of you.
Oh, I see. But your face has come off familiar. What was your name before you married him?
My first name is Mary Ann.
Mary Ann?
Poor Dutch has told me it's the name you prefer for women, Mary Ann.
think I'd finally fall for a skirt whose real name was Mary Ann.
How startled you were when I first told you that was my name.
Yeah, hit me like a voice from the dead. Not that a score matters, you understand? But you knew, even before I spilled the beans about how we got the emeralds and all.
Yes, I knew. Dutch had told me everything.
I don't know what I'd have done without you since Dutch was killed. Man needs someone around so he won't be all alone to continue. After we're married tomorrow, it'll be better still. Only I wish you hadn't made me to wait a whole year. Yeah, a year. And nothing's happened to me. I always knew that curse was just a bunk.
You have no fear at all anymore?
Me? I never was afraid of anything. My hair turning white and me losing weight like I have is just from a run-down condition, the doctor says. Yet if I only knew how Dutch was killed, and the explanation of them drum beats, and I can't get out of my mind the way I saw Frenchie go.
You have explained it all perfectly naturally to me 100 times. You have no real faith in heathen gods, you know.
No, of course not. Only, but it was all imagination. The boy I saw in the jungle did not have a human face. That's an awful way to die, like Frenchie, Mary Ann. Do you ever see a man killed by a boa? Wraps itself around him, coil on coil, doubling and tripling its own strength, and its eyes look into his and fascinate him till he's dumb and helpless. And then slowly the coils tighten until the bones crack like pipe stems, and the flesh becomes like putty, and he only screams once, just once. I can't die like that. I won't die like that. I'm rich now. I become a gentleman. I'm crazy about you. I want to live. But you don't believe in curses, Mary Ann. You don't believe a crawling thing from the jungle can reach me even here?
If I believed in the curse, I would believe neither distance nor civilization would have power to stay its vengeance.
But you don't believe. Tell me you don't. Say like me. You think it's all bunk.
Yes, I say it like you. Isn't it fortunate we can tell ourselves such things? It's so terrible to be afraid. Were I a god who wished to punish hard for a long time before I struck, I would make my victims tear.
Don't talk like that. Sometimes you make me afraid, because I don't know what you mean. But it'll be all right when we're married tomorrow. And then I'll have you to talk to all the time and learn to understand you.
You haven't forgotten that for my wedding present I shall have the great emerald you took from the Aztec temple?
Yeah, like I promised. Then, with the other that Dutch gave you, you'll have the two greatest emeralds in the world. The eyes of the boar goddess.
It will be nice to have them.
They'll match your own eyes, Mary Ann. But they're green, like the emeralds, and they fascinate me. Green and deep, like the emeralds, like the eyes of the boar goddess. Lost, Mary Ann. Everybody's gone and we're alone. You're my wife now. Kiss me.
Wait.
Oh, you mustn't keep your husband waiting. A year I waited for you, Mary Ann.
You shall wait but a short time longer.
No other woman has ever put me off like you have, and I'm crazy about you. Nutty about your eyes. They fascinate me. Green like emeralds. Why didn't you bring your emeralds? The eyes of the boar goddess at our wedding.
I shall wear them now, for you alone.
Are you going to put them on? Well, that's swell. God, I'm like a kid with you. When I finally fell for his skirt, I fell hard. And I won't be afraid no more now, for you'll be always with me. You won't leave me on the wedding night like you left Dutch a year ago.
I will not leave you. I did not leave him.
If you hadn't have left him, you'd have known what killed him.
I do know what killed him.
And why ain't you never told me? Say, what you talking that way for? Why are you standing there with your back turned to me? What you doing, Mary Ann? You seem to be growing taller, thinner somehow. And what you doing? Turn around, let me see you. Let me look into your eyes.
Look.
Them emeralds are your eyes.
Yes.
You're
the boar goddess.
That drum. That drum. That means
I claim my final sacrifice.
No. No. I can't move, only stare into your eyes. and your body's lengthen and change him into a monster snake.
Soon I will coil around you,
No.
fold over fold, and you will only gaze in my eyes and whimper. Only when my coils tighten will you scream just once.
No.
Then will I give you your promised kiss, the kiss of death, for the Mary Ann who was only a squaw.
Oh.
I begin to coil.
Oh, it's so cold. So cold. No, I can't die.
For gain you defile the people's faith, I bind your feet.
Oh.
For gain you betray the people's hospitality, I bind your arms. For gain you destroy the woman's love and life, I bind your heart. For this you have been left the last of the three. Today, as you yourself love, as after a year of mortal fear, you aspire to happiness and peace, today I coil about your worthless soul and crush.
And that's the story about the Boa Goddess, the queen of all the snakes. Well, Satan and me have business to attend to now. Portland's business, Satan. Near midnight, Satan.
And now let us join old Nancy and Satan with Wise Black Cat.
I'm 15-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, I'm 15-year-old. Well, Satan, what kind of a nice, cheerful little bedtime story will we tell these folks tonight? What say? A Scotch story? Why Scotch? So's to keep fresh in your mind that one of your principal New Year's resolutions is to cut down expenses. Now, what kind of expense can a tomcat have? You say ask any tabby cat. All right, Satan. If it'll help you to economize on milk, fish heads, and catnip tea to hear a Scotch story, old Nancy will be happy to oblige. And what's more, she's going to tell you one that's absolutely true. Yes, sir. The main points of what you're going to hear now, strange as it may seem, can all be found set down as facts in the court records of old Scotland. Everyone douse their lights so's we'll have it nice and dark. That's it. Now drop to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep. And soon you'll see back through time to the year of 1662. Soon you'll see inside the kitchen of a farmhouse. Soon you'll hear an angry man a-talking. Soon you'll know what happens when you call in the devil's name. In the devil's name.
Didn't ask me to become, I will not become. With all due respect to you, Mr. Gordon, as my lad of Park, I cannot become.
Not is to be accomplished by your anger, John Gowdy. Your wife remains fast in yon room where she locked herself, and each mad cry you make gives her fresh determination to come out no more amongst us.
Stubborn wench, I did a rhyme to reason with her. A stout rat across the back is what she needs. The devil's spawn!
John, please dinna speak so, my sister.
Do you say we're a techna vicar for a pauper relative?
This is getting nowhere. I offered to come and reason with your wife or her unbecoming conduct. But since you give me the opportunity to explain my time as wasted...
Dinna reach for your hat, Mr. Gordon. Well, I ken the favour you've done to me, a simple farmer, that come into this house, but to help me in my trouble. I mean no disrespect to you in my anger, but I cannot control myself when I ken that woman's crime. 3 Sabbaths in a row she's acted in the sinful manner. 3 Sabbaths in a row she's refused to gang with me to kirk. And now again this next, when there was special prayer meeting, she's flaunted her God and my husbandly authority and stayed away from a holy Presbyterian service.
She must have a reason she wouldn't tell us.
A reason for such black crime as that? The only reason she can have is that which Master Harry Forbes gave out this night when he looked down from his pulpit and glimpsed her empty pew. What did he say? You heard him. He said, "Them as dinna come to kirk 3 Sabbaths in a row and again for special prayer meeting must be out upon the devil's business."
Such words are dangerous coming from the pulpit. Particularly now that our countryside is plagued with witchcraft.
And a fine thing it is for me, the richest farmer in Aldean, had to be cried upon by people as the husband of a witch.
Please, dinna say such things. You both ken well that Isabel is nothing of the kind. Such idle talk as this grows into fearsome tales. And should it come to the ears of the King's Majesty...
It would be a good thing, and they took it up. To be wedded at the stake would soon curb her haughty pride.
John, I beg you.
Enough of this. If you want, I should try fair talk with your wife, John Gaudet. You and Mr. Sunny gang out of the sight and hearing while I'd try to persuade her to unlock yon door. Then I dinna wish to be disturbed.
I go, but she's the devil's own. And can you'll have but small success.
Come, John, please.
All right.
Mistress Gaudet, will you come out now? I'm here alone.
I tell you, these walls be thin, and I heard all was said. I heard that I am the devil's own, a witch. Ha ha! That my husband would like to take a rod to me. If he ever dared,
Oh, won't you please come out and let me talk with you, Mistress Gaudet?
Here I am, Mr. Gordon. You have more brain than my husband, and should know that talk is useless.
I have better eyes than your husband also, and can see you're a beautiful woman with spirit, the kind I most admire.
Is that your argument? Why I should gang to kirk on Sabbath?
One of my arguments.
Let's hear the others. That one has no weight.
Because I hadn't finished it, perhaps. You have a reason for staying home on the Sabbath, Mistress Gaudet?
The reason is my aim.
Will you tell me if I guess it?
Nay.
I can you will, even though you didn't put it into words. You're better blood than your husband. 'Twas a come down for you to marry him. I ken your father made you for the money John possesses.
What had that to do with my staying away for kirk?
Much. Your husband is a miser, and the richest farmer's wife in all Aldine has nae a decent dress to wear. I said you'd tell me if I guess.
How dare you speak of it even though you are a laird? How dare you smile at me as the women smile when I pass amongst them in this old green rag, the only frock I own? I'd rather they thought me a witch than feel their sneering eyes upon me one more Sabbath. You've guessed my reason. I'm ashamed to gang out of this house looking like a beggar.
I dinna smile as the women do. I understand and sympathize because I am your friend.
Friend? Such a thing I've never known.
You know one now. Dry your tears. You must believe me.
Mr. Gordon, I'd like to believe you. I'd give anything to have a friend, anyone, anything, some living creature I could talk to, lean on. My sister loves me as I love her, but she's too young to realize the way I feel. And I ain't nobody else. I'd like to deep.
Mistress Gaudet, you have me for friend, and I shall prove my friendship. I prove more. I can give you pretty dresses by the score, send you to kirk in your own coach, and your neck and arms with precious jewels. That's why I asked to be alone with you this night. Not because I cared if you ever listen to the preacher of Master Forbes again, but because I'm mad about you, Isabel, because I want you. No, you want the goods that I can give you, and for them you'll give yourself to me. No, I want you. You wench. You struck me.
Aye. And again you lay hands upon me, this kitchen knife will find its way into your filthy heart. Say, this is your friendship. I might have known, for all that's ever come to me has had its bitter price. Think you I would sell myself for a dress, some gaudy trinkets? And to you, another old man like my husband? Nay, once I hae been sold. If I be again, it shall be for my ain price. And to one who will set me high above such beasts as you who only wish me in the mire. Go, you old fool. Gang out to this house with your wrinkled, ugly body and your dirty soul. Gang out before I spit upon you.
You'll pay for these insults to your betters ere I gang away, my lass. John Gowdy, come ye here.
So you would have me tell my husband what you just
Aye, you tell him your tale. You tell him your tale, and I'll tell mine.
What do you mean?
You call, Mr. Gordon. Are you convinced the wench she must come to...
Nay, and from this night, Kirk will have her. Master Forbes was right. She is the devil's ain, a witch of hell. But no, she tried to play her wiles on me. Aye, made love to me, she did.
Isabel.
You strumpet.
Aye, can you say that? But yon kitchen knife she holds is proof. She threatened to stab me with it because I will not kiss her on her one.
Nay, John, Henny, you cannot believe...
I believe anything, old devil's witch. You wouldn't have gang to Kirk. A spawn of hell. You bragged the Dan I'd strike you. Well, I strike you new upon your wanton face.
Aye, good.
Aye, John. You struck me as I said you'd never dare.
Isabel?
Gang away, Annie. You struck me, John. But some way, somehow, I'll strike you back. I'll strike back at all of you for this. At you, my husband, who had treated me as dirt. As you, my laird of Park, who has traduced me with your lies. And at you, my sister, who stood with him against me.
Isabel, I didn't.
The three of you shall pay for this. Oh, what I were the devil's witch that you accuse me. If I had the power of hell, I'd strike you dead before me. Now I can only pray that God will curse you all. I curse you, curse you, curse you all.
Come out of that room.
Isabel, don't lock me out.
Let me in, you hell.
He's a small and easy. Come away, both of you, and let me tell you the full enormity of what she tried to do to me this day.
I would know all of you, pair of fits and punishments.
God, I pray thee, curse them all, curse them, God, curse. Nay, I pray to thee no more. I was never listened frae the time I was a bairn. They say I am the devil's witch. Oh, to hae the credit as well as hae the name. Oh, to hae the power they say the devil gives his aid. To the foul black fiend of hell I pray for torment and all them who've hurt me. In the devil's name I curse them. In the devil's name.
And I service, Mistress Gowdy.
Who are you?
One who is prompt in answering worthy prayers.
Whence came you in this room?
In the well-known place thou mentioned but a moment past.
You are...
The name I most prefer is Lucifer. Especially when I deal with ladies. It hath a more romantic sound than my other titles, don't you think?
Get you gone. I did not really mean to call upon you.
Oh, of course you did. And if thou should send me away before we really become acquainted, thou wilt never forgive thyself.
Go.
Be not afraid. Look at me fair as I stand revealed in this gentle moonlight. I'm not at all the hideous creature thy good church folk imagine.
What a young man. Straight and tall.
Rather handsome, am I not? I walk and turn around and bare my head. Thou seest no suggestion of cloven hoof or tail or horns. In fact, I'm the sort of young lover thou hast often dreamed would come to thee someday.
Your great dog-piercing eyes. You're the handsomest man I've ever seen.
Thou art hungry for love as well as power and vengeance. Willst have me for thy lover?
Your deep black eyes seem to burn into my soul.
Far into thy heart, which is more important than the soul with women. Wilt have me, Isabel, and give thyself to me? Not simple frocks and gaudy trinkets do I offer. I will set thee over them who wish thee in the mire.
Glowing, wondrous eyes.
They'll give thyself to me, soul and heart and body, forever and forever, in exchange for power and vengeance.
I
Swear it in my name.
I swear it in your name. The devil's name.
And that's not even asked the price you'll pay. Well, there should be none unless you will it so. Except this mark I place on all my own. I brand it on my shoulder with a kiss.
Your lips burn.
Yet with a fiery thrill thou longest wanted.
Aye, a thrill that means new life.
A life quite different from thy past. But rebirth hath just begun. Now for thy first sweet taste of vengeance and the power witches know. Come, we go to where my court on earth holds revel.
Where?
To the Dooney Hills.
I'll go with there.
2 windle straws blow in thy window. Seize one as I do and place it twixt thy feet.
It's done.
Then hark thou to the charm I speak. Horse and hattock, mount and go. Horse and hattock, be it so. In the devil's name.
Who is that bestride 2 horses? Steeds that mount from out my window to the sky.
We are 2 mighty forces. Lords of earth, both you and I.
I am a witch in credit as in fame.
Aye, by the power of thy master's name. Look yonder. There our journey ends.
To the Downey Hills my horse descends. With speed of thought we've travelled here.
Thought is another name of mine, my dear. Our steeds alight on earth once more.
We change back to the straws they were before.
Well, what think you of this place, my Isabel?
The hills are thick with dancing forms. Human folk I see, and fearsome creatures not earth.
Oh, be not afraid. For witch or warlock, fiend or demon, all here do call me master. Kneel all, and make obeisance. Here I am God. Here is my heaven. Look ye on my kingdom, woman.
I see but awful ugliness about. Ah, ye too have lost your handsome looks and are the monster that men call
Oh,
you.
nay. Gaze deep into mine eyes again and see that I am beautiful.
Your eyes burn deep into my heart.
And thou dost not repent thy bargain?
I do not repent.
Then enter in thy glory. Rise, ye witches, warlocks, usurers. Rise, all who are my subjects, and hail the newest of thy number. Now thou shalt have a servant, sweet. Oh, dreamer, come.
A wee demon. He's perched upon my shoulder.
Shall be thy slave, invisible once we leave this place to all human eyes but thine. Fear him not. He's thy familiar spirit. Asmodeus, bring here my subject, Bessie Ball.
Bessie Ball? I ken that name.
Oh, thou shouldst in all and she is thy neighbor.
And she is...
She is mine, as thou art. Thou wilt find many acquaintances here who have long been in my service.
You called for me, great master?
Aye, I have work for thee, old Bess. Because of all my older and Coben, thou art the ugliest and meanest.
That makes for beauty in my master's eye.
Thou sayest true. Now, Mistress Isabel, for the vengeance I have promised. Mr. Gordon, Laird of Park, shall be the first to feel thy hate.
I wish to see him.
Ah, wait. Death marks the end of worldly pain. Men must live to suffer truly. Hearken now to the devil's way of torture. The fool is vain and haughty. He delights to boast of his conquests o'er fair women. In that most tender spot we'll turn our dagger. Bessie Bald, brew thou a potent love charm for this Gordon Laird of Park. It is my will he marry thee.
Nay, I didn't like the man. I'll torment him in your wish with pleasure, but I want him nae for husband.
Thou art particular, my toothless hag.
Useless I may be, and ugly, but I have a right to choose my mate.
Thou hast no right but what I will.
'Twas ne'er a bargain that I be wife of man I hate.
Silence! What the devil gives, he can also take away. Obey me not, and I bereave thee of thy power. I give thee to man's law to torture in the state.
Nay, I do your bidding, master.
And begone, all of you. Thou hast played enough tonight. Go back to the world and to my work. It's like of old Bess for thine enemy will serve thy hatred well when they are wed.
You said you'd give her to the torture and the stake if she should fail you. Is it so that witches attain by man's law?
Think you the faithful ones whom I protect ever suffer trial and burning? Oh, no, my innocent. I am a gentleman who looks after his own, so long as they do not cross me. Oh, not so thoughtful. Thou and I shall never quarrel. But come again to our windle straws. Now we ride to make thy vengeance quite complete.
Do we strike my husband?
Not yet. We call upon the Laird of Park, for thou hast another pretty gift for him.
What?
Thou soon shalt see. Place the straw betwixt thy feet and say the charm I taught thee.
Aye, horse and haddock, mount and go. Horse and haddock, be it so, in the devil's name.
In the devil's name!
Arise from earth, the horse astride.
With speed of thought again we ride. Look down. We've reached the place you know.
I see the house of hawk below.
To thine eyes I make its walls but
I
air.
see Laird Gordon sitting there.
Take this knife and from thy head and that lock of thine hair so red?
I obey, but tell me why.
You'll learn that by and by. Hover good steeds above this roof, and we'll put the power of a witch to proof. Scatter thy hair down the chimney flue, then hark to the charm of my magic brew. With these hairs alight may they leave a blight, burn and pain, bone, flesh, and vein, care and maim in the devil's name.
I see Mr. Gordon writhe in torment. Spots show upon his flesh, red spots.
Red as thy hair, red as the searing heat of flame he feels. Mental anguish is to come when he knows passion for old Bessie. But that I did not wish to spare him also anguish of the body.
Oh, what wondrous pigeon she had given me.
Art happy in it?
Aye, this will pay him for his hurt to me. I'm happy, happy, happy.
I love thee for thy hate. Above all other human emotions, 'tis the one I find most satisfying. But the night is far advanced. I must return thee to thy home.
Him? You mean no, we'll pay off John, my husband? It's him I hate the most of all.
Don't overeager, my dear. Scores paid off too rapidly accumulate no interest. And I should like his debt to mount. But I haven't neglected John altogether. I shall find him a greatly changed husband on the morrow. For henceforth thou shalt be the master.
I, his master?
That should. And knowing something of women, I feel sure it will prove effective. Here we are.
So soon. Our steeds just drifted here.
Gaze through the window at thy husband. He is sound asleep.
And I am lying in the bed beside him. Yet I stand outside with you.
Another helpful charm my witches know. Before we left, I laid a broomstick underneath the coverlet. To all the world, when thou art absent, it appears as thine own self. See what power is in my name.
Aye, the power I've always craved. And you say I pay no price.
None. Unless you wish it so. Enter now. I take the broomstick from thy sleeping husband's side. Take now its place. Sweet dreams, my love. And sleep.
I sleep. But I pay no price.
Aye, but do thee a favor. Sleep, my own. When thou dost wish against my presence, send Red Reaver thy familiar. Bid him fetch me in my name.
In the devil.
Thank you. In the devil's name.
John Gowdy, didn't you hear me call you?
Aye, Isabel, I'm here.
You're out to answer when I speak the first time.
I'm sorry, Isabel. I did not mean to vex you.
Never mind your excuses. Get out and put the coos to bed. And then hurry back. I wish I had speech with my sister Anne, alone.
Aye, Isabel, aye, again.
Isabel, what have you done to John to change him so? In a single week he's dropped all his bullying ways and become as meek as mice. If you were my own blood sister, I'd say you were a witch indeed, and had wrought the change by devil's charms. But of course, even Master Forbes has apologized for that dark hint he made a butcher for the pulpit.
Aye, and the gossip of our neighbours has likewise turned about. Aye. They gaze upon me with respect at last.
And John ain't bought you a new dress. Isabel, do you think it could be my prayers that caused it all?
Your prayers?
I never had told you, but ever since you married John, I've known how unhappy you were. So each night I prayed to God that your burden be made light.
Oh, Annie, and I cursed you with the others on that night.
You were beside yourself. I can, Will, you didn't mean it?
No, I didn't mean it. The words burst out without my knowing. Annie, you're the only thing I've ever loved. You do forgive me for my words.
You can, I do. I've told you so for 50 times.
Aye, but I cursed you in the devil's name.
That means not. It's just an expression that everybody uses.
Aye, that's all. Annie, I wish to talk to you alone this night. I've got to talk to someone.
What about?
Annie, do you see a small red creature perched upon my shoulder?
A small red?
Tell me, do you see it?
No.
And here where I bear my flesh, do you see a mark that looks as if two burning lips had pressed there?
I see not.
I must have dreamt it all. Be still dreaming.
I didn't understand you.
Never mind. 'Tis late and you hear an appointment with young Andrew Burns that walk upon the moor. Gang on. I would be alone. But dinner stay out late.
I will now, Isabel.
Wait. Tell me again what happened on that night a week ago. After John struck me and I went into your room.
I've already told you so often you must ken it no behalf.
Well, tell it again. I'm trying to write things in my mind.
Well, Mr. Gordon told John some more of how you tried to make love to him. The old ninny. And John talked tie of how he'd have you before the magistrates for the shame you'd brought upon him. Then suddenly a funny look come over Mr. Gordon's face, and he blurted out the whole truth of how he'd lied. He went home and John went into bed, beside of me, of course. And you were sleeping like a stick of wood after all your temper. Then I went to bed myself, and that's all that happened, except I think the painful sickness that came on Mr. Gordon that night was a punishment from heaven for the harm he tried to do you.
Aye, a punishment from heaven. Oh, I must have had a dream.
Tell me of this dream, you prater.
Tisn't important. Gang, you're gone.
All right. Oh, I forgot to tell you the latest gossip for the village. It slipped my mind when I returned. Isabel, you ken old Bessie Bald.
Bessie Bald?
Aye, the ugliest body in our dern. Well, it is hard to believe, but they say Mr. Gordon, despite his burning sickness, was seen last night coming from her cottage. And Janet Murdoch, who happened by, swears she saw him kiss our Bess.
It was ne'er a dream I had. The truth.
Isabel.
Oh, you can, sweet Addie. I never meant to curse you.
Whatever is the matter
Oh, never
with you?
mind. Go, gang out and leave me. Here's your shawl.
But Isabel.
Gang out. I wish to be alone. Here, kiss me first. Let me kiss you, my dear. No, go.
Isabel, you should tell me what's
There's
the
naught
matter.
to tell. Go and meet young Andrew. And come home soon. And safe. Oh, I must ken whether it was dream or no, for I cursed her in his name. I must know, but I'm feared. Red Reaver. Always at my shoulder you are. Yet no one else can see you. Now can they see the burning mark placed on me by your master's lips? I must ken the truth. Tell him I didn't mean. Red Reaver, fetch your master. I bid you bring him in the devil's name.
Good evening, Mistress Isabel.
Here. And I'm not dreaming, too. Or am I?
My poor sweet. Thou hast been suffering from a delusion common to my new recruits. Aye, and to some of my old ones. For no one denies the devil half so hard as those who know him best. Why didst thou not call me before to settle thy doubts?
I was afeard.
Another delusion common to my subjects. But thou dost not fear me now as I stand before thy eyes.
Ye are the handsomest man I've ever kenned. Yet when you're away, I cannot recollect your beauty. In my mind, you seem a monster, black and awful.
Thine eyes shall never see me as does thy mind, unless ye will it so.
That is what you've said about the price I pay for power. There shall be none unless I will it so. What did you mean by that?
Who knows what the devil means? Sometimes he doesn't know himself. Perhaps if he did, if he ever had, he would not have fallen down from paradise. But come, what will ye in my name tonight?
All I ask in your name will begin.
Oh, it is our bargain.
It seems there was something I once asked I did not mean. Something that may trouble me. Some words I would take back again.
As thy curse upon thy husband, as thy hate for him abated.
Nay, him still I curse. But there was someone else.
Thou thinkest of the Laird of Parr.
Nay, him too I wish to suffer.
Oh, then the errant thought you cannot bring to mind must be that final vengeance on thy husband is too long delayed. That must be it, my Isabel. For hate is all that matters to me. Hate for him who trampled on thy pride. Hate for him who struck thee. Hate.
Hate is all that matters. Hate.
Come, we'll pay thy score to John.
He must suffer like the Laird of Parr.
He'll suffer more.
You do.
Hast ever seen men hunt the stag? First the great beast sights his foe. Then an awful terror turns and runs. The hunter follows, pursuing it through brambles, running streams, and over jagged rocks until its hide all torn, feet cut and bleeding, lungs bursting with exertion, heart but one great beat of fear. It's brought to bay and stands with hopeless, pleading eyes to meet the death it knew when the chase begun would be its fate. Hast seen that, Isabel? Well, the stag is noble game, but the greatest hunt of all is man himself. We shall hunt thy husband so.
He shall be the quarry, we the hound.
Again thou art my true disciple.
Come, we seek him out.
Here, fix the broomstick in thy bed, so none shall know ye leave the house.
I lay the besom in the devil's name. It shall be as I till I come home.
Now clutch yon floating windle straw.
Fix my feet, I ken its law.
Horse and hattock, mount and go.
Horse and hattock, be it so.
In the devil's name.
In the devil's name.
Oh, the hunt where man is game.
Tear him, rend him, bruise and maim.
Death to all ye hate or blame.
Death to all I've cursed in the devil's name.
She forgot she cursed her sister, Satan. But you can make a little bet old Lucifer ain't forgetting. You folks got to wait till next week to hear the finish of this party little yarn. And then you'll hear a plenty about what happens when you call in the devil's name.
This concludes part one of the two-part drama and the 265th broadcast of The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. The conclusion of In the Devil's Name will be brought to you at the same hour next Friday evening. Your announcer is Roger Bauer. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Past 9.
The last stragglers were leaving Mariner's waxworks. The uniformed attendants, glad that another day's work was over, were locking up. On the second floor of the old grey building, the manager, a stout, blond man of smart appearance, was talking to one Raymond Hewson, who looked anything but smart. His clothes, although good once, were showing distinct signs of their owner's losing battle with the world.
There's nothing new in your request. In fact, we refuse it to many people. Young bloods have often made bets, but we don't play ball. We've nothing to gain and something to lose by letting people spend a night in our murderer's den.
A night in the murderer's den. That's what Raymond Hewson, the man in the shabby clothes, was after. Why? You'll find out. The waxworks. I must earnestly beseech you not to listen to this Beyond Midnight alone.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael Macabre.
I had a letter recently from Mrs. V.P., head of 7th Street, Parkmore, to Johannesburg, and she said, I cannot fully describe my utter delight on returning to the washing to find the stubborn stains of 2 months' standing completely removed. I am so glad I discovered your product, Biotex. And now Mrs. J. Longman of Cambridge, West East London, wrote to say, just a word of thanks for your new soak and wash powder, Biotex. I find it almost too good to be true. I've just finished my first packet, and I washed all my baby's woolens with it, and they really do stay white. And what is more, they keep their shape so well, too. Once again, thanks for a wonderful product. I'm just hoping you won't wait too long before putting a large economy-size packet on the market. Well, thank you, Mrs. Head of Parkmore, and Mrs. Longman, for your endorsements. I, too, can endorse Biotex by making certain claims to you, ladies, the most important of which is that with Biotex, the stubbornest, the very stubbornest stains just vanish merely by soaking.
Certainly have nothing to gain. If I allowed it and let some young idiot lose his senses, what would be my position? But of course, your being a journalist somehow, that alters the case.
Well, I suppose you mean that journalists have no senses to lose.
No. But one imagines them to be sensible, responsible people. Besides, here we have something to gain. Publicity and advertisement.
Exactly. And there I thought we might come to terms.
Oh, I know what's coming. You want to be paid twice, do you? It used to be said years ago that Madame Tussauds would give a man £100 for sleeping alone in the Chamber of Horrors. And I hope you don't think we've made any such offer. Now, what's your paper?
Well, I'm freelancing at the moment, working on space for 2 or 3 papers. But, well, I don't think I'll have any trouble in getting this story published. Do you? Morning Echo would use it like a shot. A night with Mariner's murderers. No live paper could turn it down.
Now, how do you propose to treat it?
Well, make it gruesome, of course, but with just a saving touch of humour.
I see. All right, Mr. Houston. Get your story published in the Echo, and there'll be a £5 note waiting for you here when you care to come and call for it. I'd like to be sure about you, though. And I'd like you to be sure about yourself. I must confess that I wouldn't spend a night in Murderer's Den. I've seen those figures dressed and undressed. I know all about their process of manufacture. I can walk about in company downstairs as if I were walking among so many skittles. But I'd hate to sleep alone down there amongst them.
Why?
I don't know. There isn't any reason. I mean, I don't believe in ghosts. Even if I did, I'd expect them to haunt the scenes of their crimes or the place where their bodies were laid, not a cellar which just happens to contain their waxwork effigies. It's just that I couldn't sit alone among them all night. They seem to stare so. Well, I mean, after all, they do represent the lowest and most appalling forms of humanity. Now, I wouldn't admit this publicly, of course, but the people who come to see our murderers aren't generally charged with the highest motives themselves. No, the whole atmosphere of the place is unpleasant. And if you're susceptible to atmosphere, I warn you, you're in for a very uncomfortable night.
Well, sir, I'm imaginative, I think. I am probably susceptible to atmosphere, as you put it. But it's a good idea. And I've a wife and family to support. Been a bit unlucky lately in the job stakes, you know. And, well, we're living on my savings, which aren't great. But after all, they are only waxworks, aren't they?
You're not superstitious?
No, I don't think so.
But you've just said that you have an imagination. As a journalist, you'd need a reasonably strong one, after all.
The editors I've worked for have often complained I haven't any.
All right. I think the last of the people have gone. Now, wait a minute. I'll give orders that the figures haven't to be draped. I'll let the night people know you're going to be there, too. One condition, I'm afraid, I must impose on you. I must ask you not to smoke. We had a fire scare down in the murderer's den this evening. I don't know who gave the alarm, but whoever it was a false one. Fortunately, there weren't very many people down there at the time, or there might have been a panic. All right. A night with Mariner's murderers you want. A night with Mariner's murderers you shall have.
In the passage at the bottom of the stairs were a few preliminary horrors. A rack taken from a medieval castle, relics of the Inquisition, branding irons, thumbscrews. Beyond was the passage into the murderer's den. The waxworks. Thurtell, the murderer of Weir, stood as if frozen in his diabolical act. Within 5 yards of him sat Mrs. Thompson. There was Lefroy, who killed for gain so that he might ape the gentleman, and Charles Peace, sneering across a gangway at Norman Thorne. Brown and Kennedy, the two most recent additions, stood between Mrs. Dyer and Patrick Mahon.
Oh, now, that's Crippen. I expect you recognize him. Insignificant little beast. Looks as if he couldn't tread on a worm. Oh, there's Armstrong. Looks like a decent, harmless country gentleman, doesn't he? And, of course, who's this? Oh, yes, I was coming to him. He's our star turn. He's the only one of the bunch who hasn't been hanged.
The figure Hewson had indicated was that of a small, slight man, not more than 5 feet in height. It wore little waxed moustaches, large spectacles, and a caped coat. There was something so exaggeratedly French in his appearance that it reminded Hewson of a stage caricature.
Who is he?
That is Dr. Bourdet.
Oh. Well, don't think I've... well, somehow the name's familiar, but I forget...
Well, you'd remember better if you were a Frenchman. For some long while, that man was the terror of Paris. He carried on his work of healing by day and of throat-cutting by night, when the fit was on him. He killed for the sheer devilish pleasure it gave him to kill, and always the same way, with a razor. After his last crime, he left a clue behind him which set the police on his track. Now, one clue led to another, and before long they knew they were on the track of the Parisian equivalent of Jack the Ripper. They had enough evidence to send him to the madhouse or the guillotine on a dozen capital charges.
And they caught him then?
No. Our friend was too clever for them. Oh. Even then, when he realized the net was closing, he just vanished. Disappeared off the face of the earth. Ever since the police of every civilized country have been searching for him.
Oh. Where can he have possibly gone to? I mean, with such a hunt on for him.
Oh, there's no doubt about that. Did himself in, obvious. But in such a way that prevented his body coming to light. Now, one or two crimes of a smaller, though similar nature have taken place since he disappeared, but he's believed to be dead. The experts think the crimes, as since, are the actions of imitators.
Look at his eyes.
Yes, that little figure's a masterpiece. You find the eyes bite into you, don't you?
Sort of, yes.
Well, that's excellent realism, then.
What do you mean?
Mesmerism.
Pardon?
Burdett practiced mesmerism. He was supposed to mesmerize his victims before dispatching them.
Oh.
Indeed, had he not done so, it's difficult to believe how so small a man could have done his ghastly work.
He's very small, isn't he? Doesn't look very strong or anything.
Well, there were never any signs of a struggle. There's an armchair here for you, Mr. Houston. It's the best we can do for you, I'm afraid. I hope you'll be able to get some sleep. Mr. Houston. Mr. Houston.
You know...
I thought... Yes?
Well, I thought, just then, well, I thought I saw, the doctor, Burdett, well, silly, but, well, I thought I saw him move.
Keep your home sweet with country fresh atmosphere in every room. Keep Airwick handy. Airwick is the air freshener that actually knocks odors right out of the air. It doesn't just mask them with heavy scent. Airwick is the modern air freshener in economical bottle or a smart aerosol. Get Airwick. It makes breathing a little nicer.
Soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, just for an hour or two you'll find things look as good as new when you use the Biotex.
With amazing new Biotex, the stubbornest stains will vanish. Yes, vanish clean away. Just by soaking your laundry overnight in cold water, or for an hour or two in warm water, or by pre-washing it quickly in your washing machine. Get amazing new Biotex today.
Imagination. Silly, but... Well, I could have sworn... Just for a second.
You'll have more than one optical illusion before the night's out, I'm afraid. But you won't be locked in. You can come upstairs when you've had enough of it. There are watchmen on the premises, so you'll find company. But don't be alarmed if you hear them moving about. I'm sorry I can't give you any more light, but all the lights are on. For obvious reasons, we keep the place as gloomy as possible.
Yes.
And now I think you'd better return with me to the office for a tot of whiskey before your night's vigil,
Yes, well, for a start, I don't think we'll ever have my armchair facing friend Burdett. Yeah, I think I like him a lot less than the others.
The dim, unwavering light fell on the rows of figures, which were so uncannily like human beings that the stillness and the silence seemed unnatural, ghastly even. Hewson missed the sound of breathing, the rustling of clothes, the 101 minute noises one hears when even the deepest silence has fallen upon a crowd. The air was as stagnant as water at the bottom of a standing pool. Not a breath in the chamber to stir a curtain or rustle a hanging drapery or start a shadow.
Must be like this at the bottom of the sea. Have to work that into the story somehow. Like the bottom of the sea. Sinister lot, I must say. Even Armstrong doesn't look quite such a harmless country gentleman now. Still, they're only waxworks.
All would be well, thought Hewson. Yet somehow, what prevented him most of all from feeling absolutely comfortable was the knowledge that Dr. Baudet was directly behind him. He knew, in fact, that the little Frenchman's waxen stare was directed at the back of his neck. He itched with a desire to turn round.
Come on. My nerves have started already. If I turn and look at that dressed-up dummy, it'll be an admission of funk.
It's because you're afraid that you won't turn and look at him.
Rubbish. I'm not afraid at all.
Yes, you are.
Rot. Complete and utter rot. Afraid? A lot of waxworks.
Not of a lot of waxworks. Just one. Dr. Baudet.
French fool. Not so healthy now, is he?
Look at his eyes.
Don't want to see his eyes.
All the same, he had to eventually have a quick look round at Dr. Baudet.
Only a waxwork like the rest of them. They're all only waxworks.
All the same, he took another quick look behind him. Now, it did not worry Hewson too much, because it was, after all, only his imagination. But there seemed to be a subtle change in the grouping of the figures around Dr. Baudet. Or was it Dr. Baudet himself? Looking to the front of him, he looked at Crippen. Again, he had the slight feeling that something, somewhere, was a bit different. Crippen seemed, for instance, to have turned 1 degree to the left.
Must have moved my chair a bit. Not Crippen. It was me who moved.
And just then, the waxwork of grey moved a hand. At least Hewson thought the hand moved. Just for his own peace of mind, Raymond Hewson gave the waxen figure a little poke. Wax. No more, no less. Lifeless, lifelike wax.
They tell me, the editors, I've no imagination. Better make some notes. Yeah. Deathly silence. Yeah. Unearthly stillness of the figures.
And then he turned suddenly and looked over his right shoulder. He had neither seen nor heard a movement, but it was as if some sixth sense had made him aware of one. He looked straight into the vapid countenance of Lefroy, which smiled vacantly back as if to say,
"It wasn't I."
Of course it wasn't you. Wasn't any of you.
And then he looked back, and Crippen seemed to have shifted his position slightly.
Can't trust that little beggar. Can't trust any of them. Once you take your eyes off them, they move. Not good enough, this isn't. I reckon I'm going. Not going to spend a night with a lot of waxworks who move when you aren't looking at them. No, Hewson, please. Can't move. What are you thinking of?
He encountered the mild, baleful stare of Baudet.
Almost got you that time, Crippen. All the rest of you, too. If I do see one of you move, I'll smash you to pieces. Smash you! Experienced enough already to write my story. 10 stories for that matter. Yeah. Morning Echo. Wouldn't know how long I'd stayed if I cleared out now. As long as the story's good. Yes. That watchman up there. He'd pull my leg all right. And perhaps the manager wouldn't give me the $5 too. Find out all right how long I was here from the watchman. Rose will laugh about this, I tell her. You asleep, Rose girl, or awake thinking of me? Can't have Rose laughing at me. Kids will pull my leg too. Yeah. Nothing worse than... Worse than having... Someone's breathing. Someone was breathing. Well, it wasn't me. They knew I was listening then. And then they stopped. Yeah, yes, they did. This is too much. Bad enough when they move, when I'm not looking. But I'm not having the beggars breathing, too. No, this won't do. I am Raymond Hewson, unsuccessful journalist, but a living and breathing man. And these figures grouped around me are only dummies. Dummies! Yeah. What does it matter if they're lifelike? Wax and sawdust for the entertainment of morbid sightseers and orange-sucking tourists. Ha!
Then the gaze of Dr. Burdett urged, challenged, and finally compelled him to turn.
Huh?
Hewson stared into those dreadful, hypnotic eyes. His own eyes were dilated, and his mouth, at first set into a grin of terror, lifted at the corners into a snarl.
You moved, blast it. Yes, you did. I saw you. I saw you. What do you mean?
Dr. Burdett's movements were quite leisurely. He stepped off his pedestal with the mincing movements of a lady alighting from a bus.
I need hardly tell you that not until I overheard the conversation between yourself and the worthy manager of this establishment did I suspect that I should have the pleasure of a companion here for the night. You cannot move or speak without my bidding, but you can hear perfectly well. Something tells me that you are, shall I say, nervous? And my desert, no illusions. I am not one of these contemptible little effigies suddenly come to life. I am Dr. Burdett himself. Pardon me, but I'm a little stiff. Let me explain. Circumstances with which I need not fatigue you have made it desirable that I should live in England. I was close to the building this evening when I saw a policeman regarding me, thought too curiously. I guessed that he intended to follow me and perhaps ask embarrassing questions, so I mingled with the crowd and came in here. Inspiration showed me a certain means of escape. I raised a cry of fire, and when all the fools had rushed to the stairs, I stripped my effigy of the caped coat, which you behold me wearing, donned it, hid my effigy behind the platform at the back there, and took its place on the pedestal. I own I have spent a most fatiguing evening. The world is divided into collectors and non-collectors. The collectors collect anything according to their own individual tastes. I collect throats.
And the doctor regarded Hewson's throat with interest mingled with disfavor.
My activities of late have been curtailed. I am glad, though, of the pleasant opportunity of gratifying my somewhat unusual whim. I should never have selected you from choice, of course. No, I like men with thick necks. Thick red necks. This is a little French razor. The blade, you will observe, is very narrow. It does not cut very deep, but deep enough. In just one little moment, you shall see for yourself. I shall ask you the little civil question of all polite barbers.
Does the razor suit you, sir? You will have the goodness to raise your chin a little. Thank you. And a little more. Just a little more. Thank you. Merci, monsieur. Merci. Merci.
Over one end of the chamber was a thick skylight of frosted glass, which, by day, let in a few sickly and filtered rays from the floor above. After sunrise, these began to mingle with the subdued light from the electric bulbs, and this mingled illumination added a certain ghastliness to a scene which needed no additional touch of horror. The waxwork figures stood apathetically in their places, waiting to be admired by the crowds who would presently wander fearfully among them. In their midst, in the center gangway, Hewson sat still, leaning far back in his armchair. His chin was up-tilted, as if he were expecting to receive attention from a barber, and although there was not a scratch upon his throat, nor indeed anywhere upon his whole body, he was cold and quite dead. His previous employers were wrong in having him credited with no imagination. Dr. Baudet, on his pedestal, watched the dead man unemotionally. He did not move, nor was he capable of motion. But then, after all, he was only a waxwork.
No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the haunting hour. The Devil's Deep. At the foot of a great cliff, a police launch is being slowly pushed by the ocean currents toward jagged rocks where the water boils and swirls as in a giant cauldron. Searchlights stab the darkness to reveal grappling irons, probing the inky waters of the Devil's Deep.
Hey, Inspector Bowman, Captain wants to know if he can turn the launch around now. He says Devil's Deep is no place to be caught when the tide turns.
Tell him to hold it a minute, Sergeant. I think we got our corpse. Give me a hand pulling that rope.
Okay. Why is it they always seem heavier when they're dead?
Never mind the questions. Just get them over the side.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
Take her out, Cap.
We'll stretch him out on deck for you, Inspector Bowman. Drowned, eh?
Maybe. Fell off the cliff up there. Swing that searchlight down here. He's the one I want, all right.
Good gravy. Was another one?
Yeah, two of them. Help me unbutton his coat.
Well, in that case, you're lucky to have dragged up the one you wanted.
You're telling me? I have two suspects back at headquarters. One of them is lying about how this guy was killed.
Well, which was it? The fall from the cliff or drowning?
Neither, Sergeant. Take a look at this bullet hole. I sent for you, Miss Scott, and you, Mr. Malone, because I have some new evidence. I want the whole story. Everything.
But, Inspector Bowman, I've told you how it happened.
From the beginning this time, Miss Scott.
And with no hints from you, Mr. Malone.
Well, I'm sorry, Inspector, but this seems unfair. You've got absolutely nothing on either Miss Scott or myself.
I'll decide that, Mr. Malone. If you please, Miss Scott.
Well, I came here to the island because of my stepbrother. You see, Duncan and I were closer than many real brothers and sisters. I'd taken care of him ever since our folks died. I guess I decided to come that day in the doctor's office when he said...
Ever since I've known you, Peggy Scott, you've been saddled with that young brother of yours.
Well, I've almost made up my mind to buy a cottage on the island, Dr. Ramsey. Oh, it's a lovely cottage. Set back from a high cliff. It's straight out of a storybook.
Good. Might get him away from his imagination. He's got too much, Peggy. It's bad.
I know, but I understand him, Doctor. And I can give him understanding and kindness.
Yeah, sounds like the very thing, Peggy. But take my advice and go down by boat. As long as you avoid people, you and Duncan are avoiding trouble.
It was early in the season, and there weren't many passengers on the steamer that crawled along the coast. But even so, there was one too many. For fate sent Mr. Sherman across our path. Events were already closing in on me the first morning when I was trying to make Duncan comfortable in his deck chair.
I wish you wouldn't treat me like a baby. I want to go to my stateroom and read.
Oh, you promised not to open that trunk full of books until we reached the island, Duncan. Now, here, let me fix that blanket.
Let me alone, will you, Peggy? That old fool is looking at us again. I can wring his neck.
That's no way to talk about Mr. Sherman. He was very sweet to us.
Helping us with our bags was just an excuse. He's been following us ever since we got on board. Haven't you noticed the way he's looking at you? Keep him away from us, Peggy, or say help me out.
You'll what, Duncan?
Nothing, Peg. Maybe I'm just imagining things at that.
Oh, I do wish you'd try to get over it, Duncan.
Why, Peggy? Imagination's a handy thing, you know. Lots of times it helps you to look into the future.
The future fast became the present. And on a ship, there's very little chance to escape it. Certainly, I never expected the train of events that harmless little Mr. Sherman's attention was to bring. I can still remember how apologetic he looked the next day when he finally found me alone.
Well, it's a lovely day, Miss Scott, isn't it? You mind if I sit down?
Oh, I know, Mr. Sherman. Of course not.
Yeah. I confess I'm relieved your brother isn't on deck today, Miss Scott. I do believe he dislikes me.
Oh, Duncan takes a bit of understanding, Mr. Sherman. He's not well.
That hardly explains it, but, well, I'll make friends with the boy yet. You'll see. I hear you bought the place at Devil's Deep. Rather lonely place for just the two of you.
You sound as though you've been on the island before, Mr. Sherman.
Oh, come up every summer. Miss Scott, you know that chap over there?
The one in the trench coat and the battered brown hat?
Yes. This is the second time in the last hour I've caught him staring at me.
Well, maybe he thinks he knows you.
Well, we'll ignore him. No doubt you'll attract enough handsome young men without adding me to the competition. I must get around that brother of yours, though. I'll drop down to his stateroom and have a chat with him.
Oh, no. That is, I'd wait until he's feeling better. He might not be very friendly and...
No? Well, now, don't you worry about that, young lady. I'll turn on the famous Sherman charm. That'll do the trick. My friends tell me it's fatal. Absolutely fatal.
My stateroom was directly across from Duncan's in one of those passageways that leads onto the deck. When I retired that night, I left my door ajar in case he should call. I don't know how late it was when I awakened, but it was the sound of his door that brought me to with a start. Then after a moment, I heard something heavy being moved on deck. I got to the window in time to see Duncan pushing something through the lifeboats. Without stopping to think, I grabbed my robe and rushed out. I saw him leaning against a lifeboat, looking down into the water. Duncan! Duncan, are you all right?
Well, hello, Pegs. Of course I'm all right. What are you doing out here?
Well, I heard you, Duncan. You were moving something.
Yeah. My trunk.
Your trunk? With your books in it?
That's right. I pushed it overboard.
Oh, Duncan. Didn't you notice that man in the trench coat there beyond the lifeboat? Come on, let's go back. He's coming over here.
Let him come.
It's none of his business.
Come along, Duncan. I'm not going to stand here and be made a fool of. Let's walk back to the room.
All right. Watch your step, Peggy. I had to lift the trunk over that threshold thing. That's it. Well, good night.
Not so fast, young man. You haven't even started for bed. I'm coming in.
No, Peggy, leave me alone, will you? I don't want you in my cabin.
Nevertheless, I'm coming in. Now, where's the light switch? Oh. Now, Duncan, I'm not going to move until I see you take your jacket off and stop. Duncan! Your books are piled up against the wall. They weren't in the... Duncan. What was in that trunk? Mr. Sherman had disappeared. When we docked next morning, I looked for him. He didn't get off the boat. The purser hadn't seen him. I was frantic. I couldn't believe Duncan had... Anyway, I decided to go to the cottage first and then come back and phone Dr. Ramsey. As you know, there's no road to Devil's Deep. My stepbrother and I walked along the path through the woods. It was almost noon when we reached the house.
Wow, sis, this place isn't bad at all. Sort of wild and woolly. Hear that surf beating on the rocks down below?
Leave the bags out here and go on inside, Duncan.
Yeah, all right, sure. Say, this is all right, Peggy. Nice and cozy. Fireplace and everything.
Oh, Duncan, if only... Duncan, sit down, dear. I've got to talk with you.
Peggy, what's the use of questions? You know how I get mixed up sometimes? I forget things I've done. So I simply forgot I'd taken the books out of my trunk, that's all.
You don't know how I want to believe you, dear, but
Why don't you forget all about it, huh? I have. I feel better already. You ought to be glad that I've gotten out of the dumps.
Oh, I am, Duncan. But after last night, What's that you've got there?
A note. It was lying on the table.
The cleaning woman must have left it. Here, let me see it.
It's addressed to me, Peggy. I don't recognize the handwriting, do you?
To you? That's strange. Who could have gotten here before us?
It's easy enough to find out.
But we don't know anybody here. I couldn't... Duncan, what's the matter? What does it say?
It says... people hang for murder.
Oh, please, dear, don't look like that. Here, let me have it. If silence is worth $10,000, I'll forget about that trunk. Blackmail? But who? Suddenly I realized. The young man in the trench coat. Then almost as an afterthought, it came over me. Duncan had really killed Mr. Sherman. It was in the open now. It had to be faced.
What are we going to do, Peggy? They'll hang me. You know they will.
Please, Duncan, I've got to think.
I couldn't help it, Peggy. I didn't know what I was doing. That old fool Sherman, he came to see me. He drove me to it.
Oh, I suppose I knew what had happened all the time, but I didn't want to believe it. We'll have to go to the police, Duncan.
No, I'll kill myself first. I won't do it. You got to help me, Peggy. You're the only one who can.
Oh, I've tried, dear, and maybe I've only hurt you. Don't you see that somebody else knows now, even though the note isn't signed?
Guy in the trench coat says we can pay him off. Dad left you plenty. You can get the money.
It wouldn't work, Duncan, even if it were right. Blackmail doesn't end anything.
But it's my only chance, Pegs. I'll kill myself if you don't. You know what Dad said when he died? You got to take care of me. You'll get the money, won't you? Please, Peggy.
All right, dear. I'll get the money.
And now, back to the Devil's Deep. A police launch has dragged the turbulent waters of the Devil's Deep and found the body of a man. So far, Inspector Bowman has neglected to mention that fact to the two young people who sit beneath the glaring light in his office. The eyes of the young man in the trench coat have never left Peggy Scott as she goes back over her story.
So, Miss Scott, this brother of yours, Duncan, takes one of his crazy dislikes to this Sherman guy on the boat, and that night he shoves the trunk overboard. You were the one watching this, Malone?
Naturally, Inspector.
So when you found that blackmail note waiting for you in your cottage, Miss Scott, you knew right away it was Malone who was onto the murder.
Yes, and I was sure of it after I'd gone to the bank that afternoon and arranged for a transfer of my funds.
Hey, lady, wait a minute.
Mind if I walk you back to Devil's Deep, Miss Scott?
How did you know my name? What do you want?
Oh, just a couple of questions, Miss Scott. Like, are you in the habit of calling on bank presidents the minute you get in town?
That is none of your business.
I'm afraid it is. Very much my business.
Oh, yes, I'd forgotten your note. I suppose that's true. Now, please, if you'll let me by.
Not so fast, please. I've got to talk with you and your brother.
Mr. Malone, if you're wise, you'll keep very much away from my stepbrother. That's a warning. We'll be ready for the next note when you send it. Goodbye. Suddenly, I knew that Duncan and this Mr. Malone must not meet. Above all else, I had to get my brother back to Dr. Ramsey before there was another tragedy. But next morning, when I returned from the bank where I'd gone to sign the necessary papers. I'm back, Duncan. Want to help me? Duncan, what are you doing with that poker?
We've got company, Peggy.
Your stepbrother is a very excitable young man, Miss Scott.
I was watching when he came sneaking in here.
I warned you, Mr. Malone. But I suppose one in your profession doesn't mind a few risks.
Tell me, did you know the man you were talking to on shipboard a few days ago?
Now, listen to me. You better...
Duncan, what did Sherman say to your sister that caused you to get so excited?
Get out. Get out, I tell you.
Okay, I'm going. Just let me warn you that you're playing with dynamite, Miss Scott. I'll be seeing you.
I don't understand, Duncan. Why did he come here?
On the table there. The blackmail note, Peggy. The second one.
Like Mr. Malone, the note was confident and explicit, even to the denominations of the money to be tied into a package and brought to the cliff that night. Except for the second trip to the bank, neither Duncan nor I left the cottage all day. Somehow we both had the feeling of being watched, and it grew stronger as evening approached. Finally, it was dark.
Peggy, over here to the window. I saw a light moving down there along the shore.
I guess the time has come, Duncan.
Yeah. There it is again, Pace. Mm-hmm. He's got a flashlight way down at the foot of the path.
That means that he'll have to come through the woods to get out onto the cliff above Devil's Deep.
He picked that spot because it's open ground. He can be sure there's nobody out there except me.
Oh, I wish you didn't have to go. We could leave the money there.
How could we? The note said me alone with the money. I'd better get out there before he does. Where's that package with the money up in?
Here it is. I wondered if you were going to forget it.
Forget it? Are you kidding, Peggy?
You've got to be honest with me, Duncan. You weren't thinking of doing anything. Anything we'd both be sorry for?
What do you mean, like Sherman?
Yes.
Peggy, I tell you, I was crazy that night. All I want to do is get this over with. You'll see. I'll pay him off, and I'll get right back here.
All right, dear. Go quickly now. I'll be waiting for you. But I knew I wouldn't be, for I never intended to let Duncan meet Bob Malone. The package I'd given him contained torn strips of paper. It would never be opened, because I was going to meet the blackmailer before he reached the cliff. Quickly, I got the money and slipped out the back way. There wasn't a sound except for the roar of the surf in the distance. The woods made the night even blacker. When I reached the path, there was no sign of the flashlight. But pretty soon, I thought I heard footsteps coming up. Suddenly, I heard a sound close behind me. As I turned, the earth opened up with a blinding flash, and everything went flat. Slowly, I began to whirl back into the light. I opened my eyes and saw I was back in the cottage, lying on the couch in the living room. After a moment, the ceiling tilted back into place, and I turned my head and tried to focus on the man sitting beside me.
It's Bob Malone, Miss Scott. Don't be frightened. You got quite a sock on the head, but you're all right now.
Why did you hit me?
Don't try to talk. Just lie back and be quiet.
Oh, but the money...
It's in my pocket. Oh, don't try to sit up.
Take it and go. Go before Duncan comes back.
Your brother doesn't even know what's happened yet. He's still waiting out on the cliff. Now, just forget him for a minute, Peggy, because I've got something more important for you right now. Sherman, come around the couch where Miss Scott can see you.
Sherman? Mr. Sherman, but he's dead.
Oh, not at all, Miss Scott. Your friend Malone brought me back from a watery grave. Very inconsiderate, don't you think?
Cut the cracks, Sherman. Look, Peggy, if you'd given me half a break, I'd have told you I was a private detective. Sherman's a well-known blackmailer. When I spotted him talking to you on the boat, I figured it was worth looking into.
But, Mr. Malone, Then there never was any reason for Duncan to be blackmailed. Mr. Sherman tricked him. He somehow made Duncan think he'd killed him.
I think your brother needs a psychiatrist, badly.
That's not important now. The important thing is that Duncan's not a murderer. Oh, don't you understand? It was his imagination. Sometimes the things in his mind seem real to him. He hated Mr. Sherman enough to...
Yes, that's it. Sherman worked on this quirk of his, got Duncan excited, faked the death
Now, look
scene.
here, Malone. I told you
And
before.
all the time I was frightened to death of you, Mr. Malone.
That's my fault. When I saw your brother push that trunk overboard, I got kind of worried. I checked the passenger list and then everyone who got off the boat.
So did I. And Mr. Sherman didn't get off.
Oh, yes, he did. After you were nowhere around.
You were a little too anxious to believe the worst of your brother, if I may say so, Miss Scott.
I told you to keep out of this, Sherman. You see, Peggy, when I saw our blackmailing friend, knew there wasn't anybody in that trunk, I stopped worrying.
Like fun you did, old boy. You've been tailing me ever since you saw me talking to the young lady that morning.
But I never figured it was more than your usual blackmail routine till I saw how scared Miss Scott was.
Yes, but don't you see? Duncan and I thought he was dead.
Yes, I see that now. Lucky I followed him out here tonight. I was right behind him when he came up the path with the flashlight.
It's too bad you couldn't have stopped him from hitting me.
Shut up, Sherman. Suppose you and I stroll down to the kid brother and tell him he can relax.
Oh, but Duncan thinks he's dead. Don't you see the kind of a shock it'll be when he sees him?
I can't leave Sherman here. Just you leave this to me. I don't think you should try to get up yet.
Oh, but you don't understand. Duncan flies off the handle so easily.
I know that only too well. Come along, Sherman. I think Miss Scott's stepbrother will be delighted to find you returned from the dead.
Thank you, Miss Scott. I'll admit that up to this point, your story checks in every detail. But what actually happened afterwards out on that cliff?
I don't really know, Inspector Bowman. I never saw Duncan or Mr. Sherman again. Mr. Malone was the only one to come back alive.
I have told you what happened out there, Inspector, just as I told Miss Scott.
Mr. Malone, you told me that when Duncan saw Sherman, the man he thought he'd killed, he flew into a rage and attacked him. But Sherman had a revolver, and during the struggle, he shot Duncan, and they both went over the cliff.
I'm sure that's what happened, Inspector. I should have known that that's exactly what Duncan would do.
I happen to know Sherman's record, Miss Scott. Blackmailer, yes, but he never carried a gun.
That's what I thought. Why I didn't bother to search him.
I'm afraid I can't believe you, Malone. We dragged the Devil's Deep an hour ago. We recovered Sherman's body. He was the one killed by the bullet.
And you think maybe I took things into my own hands?
If you didn't, I'm suggesting you tell us differently.
Well, you forced me into a corner, Inspector. You asked for it, don't forget. Let's go back to the moment Sherman and I left Miss Scott in the cottage near the cliff. There was a bright moon as the blackmailer and I headed toward the spot where young Duncan sat on a rock, staring down into Devil's Deep.
I wonder what Duncan's going to say when he sees me, Malone. I do make a rather healthy corpse, don't you think?
That's your worry, Sherman. But I wouldn't like to be in your shoes.
You don't go for that poor sick boy line with this kid, do you?
I do, Sherman. He's studying to be a manic depressive. He's on the way toward making the grade.
Well, in that case, you're going to have a tough time proving anything against me, Malone.
The blackmail notes in your handwriting are pretty good evidence, I'd say. Hold it now. Kid's seen us. Now, let me handle this. Everything under control, Duncan?
Of course, Mr. Malone. I've been waiting for you. I saw you on the path a while ago.
Good. Got anything to say to the ghost of Mr. Sherman?
Plenty. Stupid bungling rat. I hope you give him the works.
Now, look here, kid. I never did like this deal, but you made it seem harmless enough.
You think it was harmless, Duncan? To hire Sherman to make like a corpse so you could blackmail yourself and scare your sister into paying off?
I should really have killed him. All he had to do was stay out of your way.
All this might have been more harmless, Duncan, if you hadn't sneaked back and slugged your sister just before we came up the path. Was that necessary?
I was pretty mad when I opened that package and found the paper she'd given me. I had to get my money without letting her know it was me. You know, I could have worked this blackmail stunt again sometime.
Yeah, I suppose you could. Too bad I came along just then and drove you off. You'll never get the money now.
I'll get it, don't worry. And all the rest of it, too. It belongs to me. My father should never have left it to her.
I'm afraid, Duncan, that sooner or later you might kill Peggy.
Well, maybe I will if she gets wise to me.
Now, look, Malone, I'd never have got mixed up with a kid if I'd known this.
Not very pretty, is it? Don't forget that if anything happened to his sister, he had threatening letters in your handwriting. Where do you think that would have put you?
He was going to give them back when he paid me my grand here on the cliff tonight.
Ah, you're a fool, Sherman. Why do you think I told you to pick Devil's Deep for a meeting place? And those notes I delivered by myself.
Get it, Sherman? Noble brother meets nasty blackmailer, shoves him off cliff in self-defense.
Neat, huh? I wasn't acting when I said I hated you, Sherman. I never could stand the way you looked at Peggy.
Why, you little rat, that's fine coming from you. I ought to...
Look out, he may have a gun.
Of course I have. Why do you think I let the two of you come out here after me? After I get rid of you, I'm still going to get that money.
Listen, kid, I'm going to take that gun away from you and give you the spanking of your life.
Keep away from the edge, Sherman. He'll plug you as short as...
He hasn't got what it takes. Just a loudmouth brat. Go on, you keep backing up toward the edge, sonny boy, and pretty soon...
Take another step, Sherman, and I'll shoot.
No, you won't, kid, because I'm going to...
That's the story, Inspector. I didn't tell it because I hoped Miss Scott wouldn't have to know.
Sorry it had to come out this way, Miss Scott.
Oh, if only I could have helped him.
You tried. But Duncan was really dangerous. Maybe it's just as well that fate stepped in and took a hand.
As though some evil force had claimed him.
Yeah. The devil's deep.
From shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.
Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery, a time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the haunting hour. The Dark Tower.
Perhaps I should have known from the very beginning, as the car brought me up the great curving drive. Perhaps I should have seen in that massive pile of gray stone on the Jersey coast, near the crashing sea, the shape and face of terror. But at that moment, nothing was further from my mind. The recent death of my invalid father had left me alone. And here on the East Coast, far from all associations, I was starting my life again. In my pocketbook was a letter from Dr. Edward Preston, the eminent psychiatrist, confirming my engagement as governess to his 7-year-old son, Bobby. And in my mind were all the thoughts of a young girl, anticipating anything except fear. And so, I found myself at my first interview with Dr. Preston.
Well, I think we understand each other then. And the salary's agreeable.
Of course, Dr. Preston, but it seems a great deal for...
Please, Miss Carroll, as I explained in my letter, there's good reason for that. A reason that becomes my painful duty to tell you now.
Yes?
My wife is mad.
Oh, how terrible for you.
To be a psychiatrist and be powerless to help my own wife.
Is there no hope?
No, I'm afraid not. You see, I'm not her first husband. She was married before and had a son, John. He was killed last year in China in a plane crash.
Oh.
His death was a great shock to my wife. She never recovered.
I can understand that. I told you that my father...
Yes, of course. Mrs. Preston, however, is still quite active. That's why you must be with Bobby continually.
Dr. Preston, you don't mean...
I mean that Bobby must never be left alone with her.
Oh.
My wife is attended constantly by my housekeeper, Miss Brandley. She's completely trustworthy and has been with my family in this house for years.
And I am Bobby's guardian.
Exactly. It's no easy job. Miss French, the last governess, just packed up and left without a word. I want to be sure you understand completely before you begin.
I appreciate your honesty, Doctor, and I wish I could tell you how sorry I am for you.
Thank you, Miss Carroll. In spite of what you know now, you will stay?
Of course, Doctor. You need me. I'll stay.
Not only need you, Miss Carroll, but want you. And I'm sure Bobby will agree when he sees what a pretty young governess I've been.
You rang, Doctor.
Oh, yes, Miss Brandy. This is Miss Carroll, Bobby's new governess. Will you show her to her room, please?
Very well, Doctor.
Now, if you'll excuse me, Miss Carroll, I'll arrange for your bags to be sent upstairs. And once again, for your understanding, thank you with all my heart.
So you're the new governess. Yes. I hope little Bobby will like...
Go.
What?
Get out of here, you little fool, while you still have time.
My arm. Let's go.
Get out. You're not wanted here. Not wanted.
I should have fled then, with the cold, icy fingers of fear beating a tattoo inside me, as I broke myself out of the grasp of this chill, domineering woman. But instead, my heart went out to the lonely man who had asked for my help. And so I stayed, to follow Dr. Preston up the great, curving stairway in the vast, echoing hall. Up it spirals into a room in the high tower, which gave the house its name.
This will be your room, Miss Carroll. Bobby's through the connecting door.
Oh. Oh, what a magnificent view.
Yes, the view is wonderful. The Atlantic. That's all ocean for 3,000 miles over the horizon.
Oh.
The sea breaking on the rocks far below may disturb you a little at first, but eventually that rhythm becomes a lullaby. One could sleep to it forever. Listen to it.
Oh, French windows. And a little balcony, too. Oh.
Yes, I wouldn't use this balcony if I were you. You see how low the railing is, and it's a sheer drop to the sea and the rocks. I hope you won't find a use for it, Miss Carroll.
No. No, I certainly won't. And with a child, it seems very dangerous to have it.
What? Well, here's Bobby.
Bobby, come here.
Daddy. Hi, Daddy.
It's all right, Miss Bradley. How are you, son? Well, look who's here. The new governess. Bobby, this is Mary.
Hello, Bobby.
How do? Are you Mary Poppins?
Now, who's Mary Poppins?
I know. She's in a book, isn't she, Bobby? She had an umbrella.
Yes, and she slid up the banisters. Can you climb up the banisters, Mary?
I'm afraid not.
Well, I should think not, Miss Carol isn't in a book. She's real.
But Miss French was real, only she was an angel, and she could fly.
Miss French was the governess who left.
Oh.
And what makes you think, young man, that she could fly?
I know she could fly because...
Mrs. Preston, what are you doing up here?
Joyce.
I wanted to see my baby, Edward.
No.
I just wanted to touch him.
No, don't let her touch me. She's bad. Mary, don't let her touch me.
Now, Bobby, that's all right. It's only your mummy.
No, take her away.
Bobby, don't you know me? I just wanted to see you.
Joyce, you know you shouldn't be up here. Come away.
But just to see him, only for a moment.
Come away.
Edward, I'm a mother. You can't chuck me away from my child. You can't.
Joyce.
Yes, Edward. Yes.
Come away with me now, Joyce. Come away.
Yes, Edward. I know I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have come.
Miss Carol.
Oh, Miss Branley, I didn't know you were here.
Now, will you leave?
Oh, hush, Bobby, it's all right. Of course not. I'm needed here.
You're a fool. A blind, stubborn little fool.
Maybe I am, but I'm not leaving.
You'll leave, all right, sooner or later. But I've done my duty. I've warned you.
A week in the Tower House, and I had settled into a kind of routine. And then one day, as Bobby was having his afternoon nap, I went out into the garden for a breath of air. A visitor and Mrs. Preston were in the summer house. And Mrs. Preston was a different person. She was alive and vibrant and almost gay when she called me.
Mary, come over here, dear.
Yes, Mrs. Preston?
You'll never guess who this is. Mr. Frank King. Mr. King was John's closest friend in China.
John?
Yes. My first son, the one who was...
How do you do?
My name's Mary Carroll. How do you do?
Forgive me, my dear. For a moment,
Perfectly natural. You've been wonderful, anyway. You see, Miss Carroll, John and I were, well, pretty friendly, and I promised myself as soon as I got back to the States, I'd drop in and see his folks. So I checked in at the Continental Hotel and came straight out here.
I think that's very nice of you, Mr. King.
Oh, I don't know. It seemed like the thing to do.
It was a wonderful thing to do. I know very little about about the details. And you've been like a breath of good, pure air. Oh, you've blown away a lot of the cobwebs for me, Mr. King. Really, I feel like a new... Edward.
Oh, Dr. Preston, this is
Young man, I don't know who you are, but you have no business here. My wife isn't well. She's forbidden to have visitors. Miss Carroll will see that you leave. Come, Joyce.
But, Edward, this is John's friend.
You'll allow me to know what's best for you.
Oh, now, look here, sir.
You will please leave at once. Are you coming, Joyce?
Yes, Edward. I'm coming.
That meeting was to have its repercussions, and the first of them was that night. I was sitting in my room in the Tower House, and the door burst open violently. Oh, Mrs. Preston. What do you want?
You think I'm mad, don't you? He told you I was, didn't he? Oh, don't answer. I know he did. You don't understand. It isn't I. It's he who is mad.
Dr. Preston?
Yes. Oh, listen, my dear, and believe me. I need a friend desperately. Do you know how my first husband died?
No,
He committed suicide because he believed himself insane.
But what does that have to do with Dr. Preston?
Edward Preston was our best friend. He was also my husband's doctor. Oh, don't you see it? The pattern repeating itself. First he wanted me, so he kicked my husband to his death, his best friend. And now he's driving me in the same direction. Oh, how can I convince you?
Mrs. Preston, you're tired and excited now. Wouldn't it be better?
Stubborn little fool. How can I prove it to you? The governess was here before you. Miss French. He's told you about her.
Oh, yes. She left suddenly.
Suddenly? Yes, very suddenly. She was my only friend, the only one who could have saved me, but Look, I'll show you. You see these windows facing on the sea? Look down. You see those angry breakers dashing against the rocks? Yes, Miss French knew too much. She hadn't been in this house 3 days before she saw the pattern repeating itself. That's why she knew she... Knew what, Mrs. Fletcher? Oh, didn't you hear it? Oh, he's home. He mustn't find me here. I'm sorry. If you won't believe me, if you won't help me, and before it's too late, you must leave this evil place.
Miss Carol?
Bobby, what are you doing out of bed?
I heard you and Mommy talking before. I'm afraid of her. She knows the secret, too.
What secret?
She knows Miss French flew away. Miss French was here with Daddy, and they were yelling at each other, so I hid away in my room. Then Daddy went away, and I looked in, and Miss French was gone. And the windows were open, just like that. Oh. You're not going to fly away, too, Mary?
No, my darling. When I leave, it will be with you, and not that way. Not that way.
From the beginning, Mary Carroll's position as governess of the small son of Dr. Preston, an eminent psychiatrist, was surrounded with an atmosphere of apprehension and terror. Arriving at Dr. Preston's old tower house, poised on a sheer cliff over the crashing sea, she learned that instead of a governess, she was expected to be a guardian to Bobby. For according to the doctor, Mrs. Preston, Bobby's mother, was mad. Mad from grief over the death of a soldier son by a former marriage. Mary's apprehension mounts when the housekeeper, Miss Brandley, tells her to leave, to flee this awful house before some unnamed danger overtakes her. The pattern of terror became more complex after a visit by Frank King, a friend of Mrs. Preston's dead son. His coming precipitated a strange and violent scene between the doctor and his wife. Now, two frightening questions begin to haunt Mary Carroll. Is Mrs. Preston really mad? And what really happened to the governess she replaced? Bobby says she flew away out the French windows of Mary Carroll's room that overlooks the tumultuous sea. In her room, Mary Carroll ponders these questions.
In my room overlooking the sea, high under the eaves of grim Tower House, I sat with fear running through me like the cold, scurrying feet of some nameless thing. Had Dr. Preston, my employer, murdered the governess before me? Had she watched him all those years ago drive Mrs. Preston's first husband to suicide and returned again to the house to watch him deliberately repeat the pattern with his wife? Was I to believe the stories of a child and a mad woman against the word of an eminent psychiatrist? Was this a house of tragedy only, or of macabre and chilling terror? I knew now that I must have help. But where to turn? Dr. Preston himself? Mrs. Preston, a woman who might be mad? Miss Brandley, that cold, hard housekeeper who already hated me as an interloper in her house? Bobby, a 7-year-old child. And then in a flash, I knew my only hope. Mr. King? Yes? This is Mary Carroll, the governess at Tower House. I'm in terrible trouble, and I'm phoning to ask if you'll help me.
Carol, I don't know what to say.
Oh, please, I don't dare talk long. Will you meet me in the summer house as soon as you can?
I scarcely know you.
Why me?
It's not for me. It's for John, your friend. Mrs. Preston's first son who died in China. Will you come for his sake?
Well, hello? Are you still there?
Yes.
What's the matter?
There's someone missing on the phone. I can't talk anymore. Will you meet me where I asked?
Okay, Miss Carroll. I'll be there about 1.
There was no moon, and the night closed around me like a cloak as I raced across the lawn toward the glowing coal of a cigarette in the summer house. Oh, thank heavens you came.
Were you expecting me, Miss Carroll?
Dr. Preston.
You were expecting someone else.
Yes, that is, he's the man I'm in love with.
Miss Carroll, when you came here, I told you this was a hard job. Now, if you can't live up to the terms of it, we'll have to come to some other arrangement.
Oh, no, Doctor, I'm perfectly satisfied. I was in the wrong.
I'm glad you're so reasonable. Now, when your young man comes and... I think I hear him now. You'll tell him to go immediately and never come back. Are we agreed?
Yes.
All right. You may have a moment with him, but I shall be listening.
Hello? Hello there.
Oh, my dear, I'm so glad to see you. Kiss me, please, kiss me.
Well, far be it.
Now say something nice to me quickly, please.
Hello, darling. Oh, you're looking lovely.
Just hold me close for a moment, dearest.
Hey, look, what is all this?
He's listening, Dr. Preston. I have to talk fast. He's trying to drive his wife mad.
What?
Darling, I can't tell you why, but I can't see her anymore for a while.
Mary, I don't understand.
Well, will you trust me till I can explain?
Oh, I don't know what to say.
Oh, don't say anything, darling.
What do you want me to do?
Well, there's a governess here, Miss French. She disappeared. I think she was murdered. Please find out for me.
Great Scott.
Good night, darling, and thanks for understanding.
But I don't entirely. Listen, Mary, you will write.
Oh, yes.
All right, then, dear. One more kiss.
Yes. Will you help?
What about you, this other
Oh,
governess?
no. No, I can't leave that poor woman and the child. I'm all they've got.
I'm with you. Stand by for word from me. Good night, Mary.
Good night, darling.
Miss Carroll, I couldn't see your young man very well, but his voice sounded rather familiar.
Oh, I don't think so. You've never met him.
Perhaps not.
And will you write him later and explain?
As a matter of fact, that may not be necessary.
Why not?
Because, Miss Carroll, I've decided to commit my wife to my sanitarium tomorrow.
I spent that night and the next day in a fever of impatience, helpless to stop the impending tragedy, waiting for that phone call from Frank, terrified that Dr. Preston might have guessed that I knew his secret. And then, at last, when it was all over, and Dr. Preston and Miss Brandy had left with Mrs. Preston in the car for the sanitarium, the brooding silence of that terrible house was shattered. Hello?
Mary? Frank King.
Yes?
You were right about that governess. She did disappear. The police are checking out right now.
It doesn't matter.
What?
It's too late. They left 15 minutes ago. They took Mrs. Preston to the insane asylum.
Are you alone there?
Except for Bobby.
Mary, you've got to leave that place. You're in danger.
Not anymore. It doesn't matter.
Mary, what's wrong? Mary.
There's a draft. As though the front door...
Mary, listen to me. Get to your room and lock yourself in. I'm coming right out.
Frank, I'm scared. There's someone in the house.
Get hold of yourself, Mary. Don't talk. Get to your room and lock yourself in. I'm on my way.
Who's there? Oh, the lights. Where are the lights? Oh, Dr. Preston, don't point that gun at...
You little idiot. You think you deceived me for a moment. I knew you'd found out. So I'm afraid you must be removed.
You wouldn't dare.
Why not? I listened to you on the phone telling your gallant Mr. King that I'd left the house for the sanitarium. Who knows that I've come back, except you?
Miss Brantley?
Miss Brantley doesn't care for anything but this house and me. My wife is insane. Just for the time, I drove slowly, natural under the circumstances.
But why are you doing all of this?
Why? Do you know what it is to love a woman of stone? A woman who could never forget her first husband? Do you know the humiliation of loving without being loved? A love I committed murder to gain.
Oh, so you You'd murder him, too.
Of course. Oh, it was noble. His best friend, his doctor. The kind words, the gentle suggestions, like water dripping on a stone. The gnawing doubt until he stilled it with a bullet through his brain.
Oh, how could you?
I would have done anything to possess her. And I did. I married her a year later. I lavished everything on her, even gave her the child she wanted, and for what? Only to find her love given to a tramp. But I've had my revenge. First, in denying her his love, and now, in destroying her. I mortgaged my life for a woman of stone. And now I loathe her. I despise her.
You're mad.
Not mad enough to forget what has to be done. The windows, Miss Carroll. A short leap to eternity. Maybe you are the lucky one.
Oh,
Come.
Oh, no.
Come,
no,
or must I shoot you first? Come.
Please, I won't tell, I promise.
Too late. The time is running out. There, that's better.
No.
Now, jump.
No, Mary, don't fly away. Please don't fly away.
Bobby.
Daddy, don't let her fly away. I want her to stay.
Abby, let go of me. Let go of my leg.
Oh, no, watch out the balcony.
Catch me. Help me.
He fell. Oh. There, Bobby, dear. It's all right. It's all right. Mary's with you.
Mary, open the door. It's fresh in. Mary, you all right?
Oh, Frank.
Are you all right, Mary?
Yes, I'm all right.
And Preston?
He tried to... And then Bobby came in and... Oh, Frank is so terrible he fell.
Daddy couldn't fly, could he, Mary? Daddy wasn't an angel.
No, Sonny, he wasn't an angel.
Daddy, I'm scared. I want my mommy. I want my mommy.
It's over now. The days of terror are over, of hope begun. Frank is driving us away from Tower House, down the long, curving drive. And Bobby is sitting in the back seat, shyly beside his mother. And her eyes are shining down. For a moment, Frank touches my hand. And I have the strength to turn and look for the last time at that massive pile of gray stone. The tower dark against the evening sky. Dark, save for one light. Miss Brandley is alone among her ghosts, keeping vigil over the house she loved so well. She's welcome to it. I shall never return to that house again, to that room over the sounding sea, except sometimes in the night. For the mind and memory have no defense against dreams.
Shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubt and fear. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory in the haunting hour.
About this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. Manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The creaking door is open, so do come
the taste. 3 5s by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 5s. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 5s. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 5s the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 5s. Get the taste.
White Oaks is a gloomy estate somewhere along the jagged coastline. White Oaks has long past its heyday. On the floor in a corner of the library, staring blindly at the ceiling, is an old man, his cheek and neck riddled with bullets. Across the room is a young man, mortally wounded. 10 feet away from him is a safe. Against the safe door is a homemade chemical bomb with its fuse sizzling, like a giant firecracker about to explode. The door of the safe is thrown open. The contents scatter around the young man lying nearby. Smoke circles around him, and cash and securities drop at his feet. He tries to get up, but he can't. His hand creeps to a bundle of cash and drops helplessly over it.
Miller. Yes. Come on, son. Don't die yet.
Who are you?
Police.
How do you know my name?
Went through your baggage. You've been masquerading as Tom Reed.
Yes. Fool that I was.
Didn't get far. How'd you feel?
Like death? Where am I?
In hospital. You take a lot of killing.
Did I? You wouldn't be bursting with curiosity about me.
Ready to talk, son?
I am. If you'll listen.
That's what I'm here for.
Jim Miller's my name. As a kid, I went right out of reformatory into jail. Number 106317 was my name for 10 years. 106317. Every night before turning in, I swore that 106317 was how many it would cost society to square accounts with me.
Society answering to the name of Tom Reed?
It just happened to be Tom Reed. It could have been Dick Nobody or Harry Anybody.
How did it begin?
I was a day out of jail, hanging around the docks, wondering where I could catch the price of a drink. A big liner had just come in out of the fog, one of those pleasure liners. I watched the passengers come off, without a care in the world. Among them was Tom Reed, dressed to kill. My eyes kept wandering over to him, and the thought kept jabbing at me that there was a man I could be if I played my cards right. We were about the same age and build, except that Reed was a little pale around the gills. All Reed had on me was a bankroll. A car rolled up, and Reed went to it. I went after him. What scheme I had in my mind, I'm not clear on anymore. It might have been the ring on his middle finger, or the pounds he flashed when he tipped the kid who brought the car. Or maybe I was just going to catch him either. Anyhow, there I was over the car, staring at him, tongue-tied.
Yes? Is there something you want?
Yeah. Driving north?
Hitchhiking?
Yeah.
Oh, hop in.
I'm Reed. My name's Jim Miller.
How far are you going?
Well, as far as I can.
But no destination?
No. How far are you going?
About 200 miles. White Oaks. Ever heard of White Oaks?
No.
It's the show place of the Cornish coast.
And what's it now?
A mausoleum. I'm the last of the Reeds of White Oaks.
You're bragging?
I suppose there is something indecent about too much money.
Have you got Too much money?
100,000 in 3 days' time.
Why in 3 days?
My inheritance comes to you then.
Well, how do you collect? Does a cashier pile the money up in front of you?
No, a blind uncle you haven't seen for years taps his cane along the floor towards a safe that's been in the family for generations and opens it.
And hands you 100,000? Just like that?
Just like that. My father never trusted banks.
I turned the figure over in my mind. 100,000. 106,317. It was 6,317 shy of my number, but close enough to write off the debt owed me. I saw Reed looking queerly at me out of the corner of his eye.
Tempted, Miller.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Pose as me for 3 days, then go off with all that money. Blind Uncle Walter will never detect a masquerade. That's what you're telling yourself, aren't you?
And, where are you all the time I'm posing?
Easy. You've murdered me.
You're putting ideas into my head?
I am reading your thoughts.
You're a queer duck.
And you're an open book, Miller.
If I'd had any idea like that, Reed's openness put the kibosh on it. You can't lay hands on someone who talks on your level. I even got to like him. A little. We chewed up about 100 miles, and I caught that funny look crossing Reed's face again. I watched the hand clasp over his heart. Reed seemed to sag, and the car began to circle wildly. I grabbed the wheel in the nick of time. We almost dropped off an incline. I pulled to the side and shut the motor. What's hit you, Reed?
It's my heart.
How bad is it?
The doctor gave it a year. I've been shortchanged by 2 weeks. Get me to a doctor.
He sounded like he only had minutes.
Get me to a doctor, Miller.
I stalled. There was a little man counting off 100,000 in my mind, slowly, by ones. Reed's eyes were on me. They were dying eyes. But I caught a twinkle, as if he were amused over something.
Here's your chance, Miller. Just sit it out under the stars. Forget the doctor.
What I like about you is your sense of humor. I'm taking you to a doctor.
Thanks, fool. But don't bother. It's too late.
Reed.
Bury me somewhere. As Jim Miller. You'll be Tom Reed for those 3 days.
You're inviting me to?
It's destiny, perhaps. Perhaps you didn't just happen to come along.
It was too late to play Boy Scout and race for the doctor. Reed was dead. I sat around a while thinking over what to do. But there was nothing to think over. My mind had been made up for me a long time before Reed happened along. I told myself that Reed's dying remark practically made me his heir. But I didn't have to tell myself anything. The little blind man he talked about was already counting 100,000 in my head. 100,000-pound notes. I found a lake about 5 miles up the side road. Not a house or a human anywhere. I swapped clothes with Reed, weighed his pockets with stones, then said goodbye and let him slip. I ran for the car and headed for White Oaks, Reed's wallet pushing against me as I drove. It was a down payment on the 100,000. I got to White Oaks as the storm raged. The house was high on a hill. It looked forbidding. Everything about it seemed to say, keep out. Making an entry was easy. Easy, did I say? Every ghost story I'd heard as a kid played with my spine. If the outside had given me the willies, the interior put the icy frosting on it. There were shadows from kerosene lamps doing a jig on the walls. Not a soul in sight. Where was the blind uncle? Anybody home? hear an echo hanging in the air. And then I heard a tapping coming at me out of the shadows. Uncle Walter came towards me, feeling his way with a cane. An old guy with more wrinkles than face. His hand reached for me. I could feel my flesh crawling.
Tom?
Hello, Uncle Walter.
Give me your hand, nephew.
Of course.
It's been so long since I felt the warmth of a reed hand. Your cablegram from the boat was a surprise.
Was it?
I thought you would not leave Honolulu. Wouldn't risk the trip.
Why not? My heart.
Oh, my poor Tom.
Perhaps I'll outlive the doctors.
Your voice, it's changed.
For the better?
It's deeper.
I'll blame it on the Honolulu climate.
Even your speech.
What about that?
It lacks the real refinement.
I'll blame that on Honolulu English. They make a professor talk like a costermonger in 6 months. Well, it's been a long time, Uncle.
Yes, it's been a long time.
I'd like to retire. I'm tired.
Of course, you'll want to be rested tomorrow for your cousin Margaret's arrival.
Margaret? She's coming tomorrow?
Yes.
How is Margaret?
Oh, she's grown into a fine woman. She'll make you a good wife, Tom.
When do the wedding bells ring out?
The day you take your inheritance, as your father wished it. Oh, you're displeased, Tom?
No, it's just that I never understood why my father made marrying a condition. The way I am. One jump ahead of the undertaker.
Margaret's the daughter of an old school friend your father knew out east. You and Margaret were playmates as children, and your father wanted someone close to have his money after you. This letter here is from Margaret. It came the other day. If you'd care to read it.
Thank you. I'll read it in bed.
Good night, nephew.
Good night, Uncle Walter.
Get 3 fives. Get the taste. 3 fives by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 fives. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 fives. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 fives the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 fives. Get the taste.
Mysterious Margaret has to say, shall we?
I wonder how it will be meeting Tom again.
We were practically infants the last time together. The questions that keep crowding my mind. What does he look like? What does he think about? Will he like me enough? And how will it feel marrying a man you played with as a child 15 years ago? And will you like me too, dear Uncle Walter?
So Margaret didn't know Tom Reed from Adam. All I had to do was to keep the act going for 3 days, grab the money, and leave. The next morning, I drove into the village. I wanted to buy a paper and some odds and ends. I'd left the village store when a fat little man in a seaman's outfit who'd been hanging about inside followed me out. I started up the car. And he drifted over.
Going to White Oaks, friend?
How did you guess?
The car. It's the cab Reed hired yesterday. Can I catch a lift with you?
You're going to White Oaks?
Yes. Tom Reed's guest. Name is Brand. All right?
Hop in. Are you a friend of Tom's?
Well, I was purser on the ship he came over on. We hit it off. I got invited to his wedding. Friendly chap, Reed. Rich, but genuine.
My mind worked at trip hammer speed. With every mile, the car brought me closer to reunion with someone who no longer existed. I had a choice of two things. Make a clean breast of everything, or stop Brand before he got to White Oaks. I didn't have to choose. Brand made my mind up for me. He threw a sudden bombshell.
What did you do with Tom Reed?
I don't understand.
You're wearing Reed's clothing, you're driving his car, you paid for some junk at the store, you showed Reed's wallet. You needn't sweat. You can do business.
For how much?
Half if you're just masquerading. All if you killed him.
I didn't kill him. A heart attack did. I just ditched the body. Is it half?
I'll let you know.
Start for the woods.
Is this how you want it?
That's the way it's got to be. All or nothing. No deals with a blackmailer.
Then it's all yours. Put your gun away. You're not going to shoot me in cold blood.
I've got to. The way it is, I've got to. He fell over on his side into the weeds. I'd done it. I'd added murder to masquerade. You didn't just stick your hand out for 100,000, I suppose. It came a lot harder than that. I dragged Brand through the woods, looking for a place to hide him until I could get some tools and bury him later. And suddenly, some motorist unable to get past my parked car on the narrow road. I left Brand as he was and ran to the car. For it was a girl, easy on the eyes, with a rainbow-colored scarf flying in the breeze.
Move your car. I can't get by.
Sorry.
Were you hunting?
Hunting?
I heard shooting.
I took a pot shot at some rabbits.
Any luck?
No, I'm a bad shot.
Too bad. Am I on the right road to White Oaks?
You wouldn't be Margaret?
Yes. I'm Margaret.
Hello. I'm Tom Reed.
You're Tom.
Disappointed?
Don't mind my staring. I always stare.
She wasn't just staring. She was accusing me with her eyes. Perhaps she knew I wasn't Tom Reed. She hadn't seen Reed since childhood, but maybe there'd been an exchange of photographs. I couldn't let her run blabbing to White Oaks. After Brand, I was up to my neck in it. There was no turning back anymore.
Aren't you going to show me the way, Tom?
The way you keep staring. Why?
Just bad manners.
But you're still staring.
I'm sorry.
She couldn't control her eyes. I followed the direction of her stare, and then suddenly it hit me. Murder was written all over me. There was blood on my clothes. It was as if Brand's corpse was standing beside me, telling the world. You came at a bad time.
You killed somebody. In there. That's what those shots were. You killed Uncle Walter.
Uncle Walter?
And you're not Tom Reed.
You've got a picture of him?
Yes.
Nice and frank. Well, why don't you scream?
I'd rather do this. Stay exactly where you are.
Do you know how to use it, that gun?
Try me and see.
Yes. Yes, I've got to try you. Whether I like it or not, I've got to now. Nice shooting for a girl. My turn now. She bit my elbow. I drilled her clean through the temple. Her shooting first made it easy for me. In a way, it was like self-defense. I was still kidding myself. Funny, I met a girl and killed her, all in less than 5 minutes. The 100,000 was coming a lot harder than I thought. I drove her car and all as far into the woods as I could get, and shot back to White Oaks. Playing air for a couple of days was out now. I was running out of time. The plan now was to grab what was in the safe, one way or another, and get as far from the 2 corpses and the blind uncle as I could get. I got to the safe and began to work at the dials. And then I heard Uncle Walter tapping his way towards me.
Tom? Tom?
Yes, Uncle?
Give me your hand, nephew. Where is it?
Here. What do you do, read palms with your fingers?
Yes, nephew. There are flakes of dirt on your palm. As if you've had your hands on the ground.
Not bad. You ought to be a detective.
And there's an odor. The smell of blood.
Let go of my hand.
What's wrong, Tom?
Listen. I've got a gun in my hand, pointing right at you. You're going to tap your way to that floor safe and open it. With no stalling and no questions. No questions.
But I don't know the combination from memory.
You don't?
You should listen. The combination is on a memorandum pad in the library desk.
Get it. He tapped his way along the floor to the desk, stopped over the drawer, then stayed there in a crouch like a guy in a trench. There was a gun pointing in front of him. You crazy old fool. What good's the gun? You're blind.
You'll not get a penny, imposter.
Get over to that safe and open it up.
Never.
I'm counting 3. 1, 2, better be. He'd shot me with perfect marksmanship. He'd aimed in the direction of my voice. I thought. I moved aside quickly and emptied my gun. Uncle Walter was propped over the desk. I did him in his cheek and neck. He was still alive. The gun pointing in front of him. I crept along the wall to the other side of the room, quietly. I didn't want him aiming in the direction of the sounds again. He aimed the gun. I watched the nozzle of the gun follow me, inching as I moved. The old man was looking at me, watching me, as if he could see it, as if he had perfect vision.
Got me again.
That's the whole of it, Sergeant.
You fixed the glycerine charge in a can and blew the wall safe?
And that was a trick I picked up in prison. There were some chemicals in the storeroom at White Oaks. I thought I was going
to collect your fortune.
Yeah. The old man, Uncle?
Dead. He died of those bullet wounds you made.
How did you... What brought you...
To White Oaks? The young lady. She came in and told us that you were trying to rob the safe. That you were likely to commit mayhem.
Young lady?
Sure. Wait a minute. How did you describe this, Margaret? A rainbow-colored scarf. What color hair did she have?
Auburn. Auburn. Grey eyes. Auburn hair.
That's impossible. Don't die. You can't die. This girl.
Ghost told you. A ghost.
Hey. What's this? Who's that laughing? Doctor, did you hear that?
I know you.
Did you hear that, Doctor? Well, he's dead. This young man is dead. But the girl, she spoke. Well, I didn't hear anything. You must be imagining things.
taste. 3 Fives by State Express. Get the taste of international success. The taste that's uniquely 3 Fives. Only when no expense is spared in its making can a cigarette taste so right, so smooth, so satisfying. 3 Fives. Get the taste. The taste that State Express created for you. The taste that has made 3 Fives the king-size cigarette of international success. Get 3 Fives. Get the taste.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 Fives Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present
The Creaking Door.
Arch Obler's Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think.
This is Arch Obler bringing you another in our series of stories of the unusual. And once again we caution you, these lights out stories are definitely not for the timid soul. So we tell you calmly and very sincerely, if you frighten easily, turn off your radio now.
And furthermore, I might speak frankly, my dear Diane, the basic thing wrong with woman is her nose. Let's cut it off.
Russell Adams.
Then there's the matter of her ears. Look at them.
Well?
They're too obvious. Cut them off, too.
No nose, no ears. A fine art critic you turned out to be.
Oh, is this thing odd?
Russ Adams, I hate you. I think it's the best piece of sculpture I've ever done.
Egomaniac.
Will you go away?
Not until I tell my wife how much I adore her. How about stopping the artistic endeavors for the night and romancing with the old man?
Any night.
Come on. Out on the veranda. There's a moon.
Spoken as Professor Russell J. Adams, instructor of astronomy at our beloved university.
I don't know a single scientific fact about this moon. It's a special satellite built entirely for romance.
Then it's a date.
After you, fair Diane? Why do you laugh?
Just thinking it's a good thing we haven't any neighbors, or they'd think we were honeymooning.
10 years and 2 more weeks.
Sweet.
Why?
For remembering.
Why the sigh?
Oh, it's such a lovely night.
Yes. You're very lovely with the moonlight in your hair.
Darling.
335 days out of the year, moonlight to me is just a reflected light of the sun. A light interesting only that it may be analyzed spectroscopically. But these 30 days of our vacation, Diane, oh, what a magical change. It's a soft lover's moon hanging in the heavens only to brighten your loveliness.
Oh, and people wonder why I can't get excited about Ronald Coleman.
Coleman? Who's he?
Spoken like a true professor. He's a motion picture star. An absolute paragon of romance.
Oh, well, perhaps I shouldn't neglect my movie-going. Oh, so much, I mean, with such paragons to teach one.
You do all right. Oh, Russell.
What's the matter?
I saw the brightest shooting star.
Is that all? The way you gasp, I thought you saw the angel of death himself galloping over those meadows.
There's another one. Look, Russell.
My dear, for 11 months out of the year, the heavens have my full and undivided attention. Oh, but during this blessed month, let the heavens fall. I can't be bothered.
I never saw such bright shooting stars.
Yes, and another thing, my dear. As the wife of an accredited professor of astronomy, I think it no more than fitting that you give the phenomena that you observed its proper name, namely the fall of a meteor.
There's another one. And another. Oh, Russ, how bright and beautiful.
They travel at such a tremendous rate, the friction of our atmosphere burns them into a fiery vapor.
There's more of them. Look, one after the other. I've never seen so many shooting stars. I mean so many meteors in all my life. Oh, so that's why you wanted me out here. You knew about this meteor shower, didn't you?
It's one of heaven's free spectacles in this constellation. Every 3 years, and this happens to be the 3rd year.
How frightening.
Why frightening?
Those great masses of stone and iron coming from who knows where in interstellar space, traveling millions and millions of miles and then going up in such glorious flame just as they reach the end of their journey.
Not all goes to flame. Hundreds of them strike the earth each year.
Oh, Russell, there's no danger.
Oh, no. The probabilities of being struck on the head by that cosmic rubbish is about 1,000 times more remote than winning a sweepstake without buying a ticket.
Oh, look. That one. The brightest of all.
Wait, Diane. What's that?
I don't know. Something from the sky. It's shooting star.
Look out, Diane!
Right.
All right, dear. Everything's all right.
What? How?
A meteor. Must have landed out in the field there. Here, let me help you up. You all right, dearest?
Yes, I'm all right. Russ, where are you going?
Out there. Where it must have buried itself. Wait here. I'll be right back.
No, I'm going with you.
All right, if you want to. Oh, Diane, what an experience we've had. The one chance in a million I spoke about almost occurred to us.
But Russ, was it really a shooting star? That explosion like a bombshell?
A bombshell of the universe.
What will we find out there?
A fragment of the meteorite, I
But
hope.
it'll burn.
No. All of its heat will have been dissipated. Then again, it may have exploded into 1,000 minute pieces. I pray to heaven that it hasn't.
I'm afraid.
No. The danger's all over. Here. The moon's so bright. If any of the mass landed, I should be able to find the torn ground where it smashed through the turf.
Oh, please, darling, let's wait until morning.
No, I must find the thing at once. The moon gives plenty of light. From the brightness of the flash, I'm positive that the meteor landed someplace right in here. I'll tell you. Look.
What?
The turf, all torn up. This is the place.
Russell, are you mad? Get up off the ground.
Right here. It must have struck a glancing blow off the brow of the ridge. I've got it.
What?
A fragment of it. Still warm. See? No larger than a baseball. All that was left of it.
That's a meteor.
A meteorite. All that's left of the meteor that burned and exploded. What a find.
Drop it, Russ.
What are you talking
Throw
about?
it away.
Here, come back to the house.
What are you going to do with it?
Diane, what's the matter with you? Your face.
I don't know. Somehow I'm afraid for all of us.
Afraid? Good heavens, my dear. There's nothing dangerous about this. A mass of metal that's 90% iron. Why, it's as harmless as any inert piece of metal. Come to the study. I'll show you where the rush of air against the incandescent
Russ,
metal...
wait.
Huh?
Someone's crying.
Yes.
I'll go and see. It's Helga. Oh, Helga, you poor thing. We forgot all about you.
Oh, Mrs. Adams, it was exploding.
Now, everything's all right, Helga.
What's going on, Diane?
Poor Helga. The explosion frightened her out of her wits.
Oh, Mr. Professor Adams, we die. We all die.
Don't be a
the
fool.
fire, it come from the sky. It kill us. It kill you and me and everybody. We die. Everybody die.
Stop it. For heaven's sake, stop that. Take care of her, Diane. Give her a sedative or something.
All right, Russell. All right now, Helga. Everything's all right.
I'm going to get at this meteorite, so please quiet the dumb fool down as quickly as you can.
Right,
Superstitious idiot. Simple phenomena, and she thinks the world's ending. Simple little meteorite. Iron, a bit of nickel content. Nothing particularly unusual. Oh, Diane, quiet her down, will you?
Yeah. She'll be all right.
You look a little rocky yourself. Here, Sit here.
She's very frightened.
Yeah, and even you, Diane.
Well?
Well, you've acted so strangely, as if this inert piece of cosmic metal could cause some supernatural ability.
What are you going to do with it?
Nothing. Examine it. Here. I'll take some of this nitric acid. Where's that bottle? There we are. Now watch closely, and I'll show you that this stone consists of ordinary elements. Iron.
Russell.
What?
This mark on it. How strange.
Yeah. Funny I hadn't noticed it before.
Circles the entire stone.
I wouldn't be a bit surprised that a blow right here would break it in half. Yes, I think I'll try to do that.
No, Russ. Leave it alone.
Good heavens, Diane. Nothing but a stone. All I'm going to do is try and break it along this fissure. See, I got a hammer. Here. What if the stone break? Almost solid metal. I'll try. By George, it did. Clean in half. What?
Look. What's inside?
Flesh.
Oh, Russ, how...
Negative gray protoplasmic. No, it can't be. It can't. This is a meteor. It came from out there. There is no flesh. Nothing could live.
Russ, look.
Huh?
It's growing.
Growing?
Faster and faster. Gray flesh. Growing. Oh, Russ, I'm afraid.
No, Diane. No. Wait. Control yourself. This is something we've got to see, both of us, calmly, so we can tell others clearly what we saw.
I'll try. Oh, Russ, keep your arm around me.
Larger and larger. Listen, the noise as it grows.
I hear it. When will it stop? When?
Look. Look.
I can't. That horrible gray flesh.
But you must see it. Look. It's forming into something.
What?
A head. It's forming into a head.
Oh!
How can it be, Diane? Flesh in a meteor growing into a head.
I see it. A head. Horrible head.
Diane, you heard.
Yes.
A head without body speaking.
Yes, speaking.
Russell.
You hear and understand me.
Thick lips. Laughing.
I laugh at the fear and wonder in your simple little faces.
Who are you? What are you?
If I told you, would your little earth minds understand?
Earth? Russ, what does it mean? What?
Yes, tell us. Whatever you are. Tell us what you are.
What you on earth will soon have for masters.
Oh, Russ.
No, wait, Diane. I must know. You thing... what can I call you? Tell me what you mean, you... masters.
Surely you simple little men do not think that in you creation has reached the ultimate.
No. Gray flesh talking. I'm getting out.
You will stay.
Russ, I can't move.
Nor I.
You cannot move.
Who are you? Tell us, who are you?
You saw how I came.
A tiny bit of protoplasm in that meteorite?
So I willed myself to be, to reach your earth.
You came here in that? Through space?
Through space beyond your furthest conception. Earth thing. Many of my people have tried. I am the first to succeed.
Then meteors are
the means we have used to try and reach this haven of plenty. I am the first. Now there will be others.
You're from another planet?
An old world. Old beyond your understanding. A world grown cold in its age. Empty with passing years. We must escape to a young, fertile world. This world.
But you're only heads. Heads without bodies.
Oh, Russ. Russ, I'm so afraid.
No, please. I must hear him speak. This that is happening to us is a miracle of all times. Tell me, you there, are you only heads in that world you speak of?
Heads. You see what I will you to see.
But what are you?
A mind and a will beyond your feeble understanding. As far above you as you are above the apes that still must crawl in your jungle.
But how can it be that you speak as I speak and understand what I say?
Your prattling wearies me. But I tell you this, all that you say, I know. The most profound thought any of you earth things have ever thought is to me as the babbling of children. But now I am hungry. You understand that little thing.
Hungry?
Hungry?
Hungry with a hunger that has driven me over space without ending. Hunger that has brought me here.
But what do you eat?
You will know.
What do you mean?
What food could there be here to fill the hunger of such as I? Hunger that would make me entomb myself in metal, flung into space in the hope that chance would bring me through the fire of that air of yours. What food? A thing.
I don't know. Tell me.
Come closer. A thing.
Oh, no.
And why? Oh, no. A thing.
You don't... Human?
Human. You think you crawling worms are human to us.
But if you're man...
But we are not men. You are the cattle, and we are the keepers.
Oh.
You raise the cattle for life, and we for centuries have raised such as you on our world for life. But now, as I told you, our world has grown too old and too cold. The herds of you die, and we grow hungry. That is why I am here. We need new cattle. Here there are so many of you. Earth woman.
Russell. It spoke to me.
We've got to get out of here.
Woman.
No. Stop it. Don't look at me. Stop it.
Come
closer. Don't listen to him, Diane.
Closer.
No. Don't move, Diane. Stay where you are. Stay right there.
You hear only me, Earth woman.
Only you.
No, Diane. No. Don't say that. Don't look at that monster, Diane.
Closer, Diane.
Yes.
No.
Closer.
No, Diane. Stand still. Don't move toward it. Don't.
Closer,
No.
Diane.
Closer.
Monster. Not Diane. Diane, I beg of you, don't go closer to it.
Closer.
No.
Closer.
I'll kill you. If I can only get to you.
Soon you will move to me as she is. Closer.
Diane.
Closer.
If I could move.
Closer.
Diane.
Closer.
I've got to find the way. The strength to stop him. Diane, you're almost... I've got to. That bottle. Nitric acid. The bottle. Got it. Yes, close to you, monster. Take this. A pool of flesh. Flesh. That's all. Diane, wake up. Open your eyes. I've killed the thing. I killed it. Diane, it's all right.
Russell.
I've killed it. Diane, look. Outside, it's still dark. Yes, the sky's still streaked with a rush of meteorites. And that thing said more of the monsters of his breed are trying to reach this earth to feel that devil's hunger in them. Another meteorite is just there. And in it, perhaps... Oh, Diane. Diane. Is that truly to be in for mankind?
It is later than you think.
Everyone who has traveled over eastern England knows the smaller country houses with which it is studded. The rather dank buildings, usually in the Italian style, surrounded with parks of some 80 to 100 acres. I have to tell you of a curious series of events which happened in such a house. It is Castringham Hall in Suffolk. I think a good deal has been done to the building since the period of my story. One feature that marked out the house from a score of others is gone. As you looked at it from the park, you saw on the right a great old ash tree, growing within half a dozen yards of the wall and almost or quite touching the building with its branches. I suppose it had stood there ever since Castringham ceased to be a fortified place. At any rate, it had well nigh attained its full dimensions in the year 1690. In that year, the district in which the house is situated was the scene of a number of witch trials. Castringham contributed a victim to the extortions. Mrs. Mothersole was her name, and she differed from the ordinary run of village witches only in being rather better off and in a more influential position. Efforts were made to save her by several reputable farmers of the parish. But what seems to have been fatal to the woman was the evidence of the then proprietor of Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew Fell.
Sir Matthew, will you tell the court, please, what you saw regarding Mrs. Mothersole on the evenings that you mentioned?
Well, on 3 different occasions from my window, I watched her, Mrs. Mothersole, at the full of the moon, gathering sprigs from the ash tree near my house. She had climbed into the branches and was cutting off small twigs with a peculiarly curved knife. And as she did so, she seemed to be talking to herself. On each occasion, I did my best to capture the woman, but she had always taken alarm at some accidental noise I had made. All I could see when I got down to the garden was a hare running across the path in the direction of the village. On the 3rd night, I followed her at what speed I could. I went straight to Mrs. Mothersole's house. I had to wait a quarter of an hour battering at her door, and when she came out, she was very cross and apparently very sleepy, as if just out of bed. And as I had no good explanation to offer, I had to apologize, rather embarrassingly. Mainly on this evidence, though there was much more of a less striking and unusual kind from other parishioners, Mrs. Mothersole was found guilty and condemned to die. She was hanged a week after the trial with 5 or 6 more unhappy creatures. The other victims were apathetic or broken down with misery. But Mrs. Mothersole was, as in life so in death, of a very different temper.
Oh, her poisonous rage did so work upon the bystanders, yea, even upon the hangman, that it was constantly affirmed of all that saw her that she presented the very living aspect of a mad devil.
Yet she offered no resistance to the officers of the law. Only she looked upon those that laid hands upon her with so direful and venomous an aspect.
Aye, the mere thought of it preyed inwardly upon my mind for 6 months after.
However, all that Mrs. Mothersole is reported to have said was seemingly meaningless words.
There will be guests at the hall. There will be guests at Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew. There will be guests at the hall.
Sir Matthew Fell, then deputy sheriff, was present at the execution, and was not unimpressed at the bearing of the woman. He shared certain misgivings over the whole business with the vicar of his parish as they rode from the scene of the gallows.
I'll say it again, Mr. Crome. My evidence at the trial was not given willingly. I'm not at all specially infected with the witch-finding mania, but I declare that I could not give any other account of the matter than what I had given. And I could not possibly have been mistaken in what I saw. But the whole transaction has been repugnant to me. Now, I am a man who likes to be on pleasant terms with those about me.
Yes, those are my sentiments, Mr. Crone. And the good vicar applauded them, as any reasonable man would have done, and was easily persuaded to take a late supper at the hall. When Mr. Crome thought of starting for home, about 9:30, Sir Matthew and he took a turn on the gravelled walk at the back of the house. They were in sight of the ash tree, which I described as growing near the windows of the building, when Sir Matthew stopped. Mr. Crome, look there a moment. Where, Sir Matthew? At the ash tree there. Look, what is that runs up and down the trunk of it? It is never a squirrel. They will all be in their nests by now. Oh, yes, I see some sort of moving creature. What can you make of it, Mr. Crome? Nothing of its color in this moonlight, Sir Matthew. But now it's gone. Was it a squirrel? Well, for an instant there was a sharp outline. And I could swear, though it sounds foolish, that squirrel or not, it had more than 4 legs. Aye, more than 4 legs, Sir Matthew. Next day, Sir Matthew Fell was not downstairs at 6 in the morning, as was his custom, nor at 7, nor yet at 8. Hereupon the servants went and knocked at his chamber door. When the door was at last opened from the outside, they found their master dead and black. Mr. Crome came as quickly as he could to the hall and was shown to the room where the dead man lay. Many years later, Mr. Crome's notes regarding this incident were found among his papers. They showed how genuine a respect and sorrow he felt for Sir Matthew. And they also threw some light upon the common beliefs of the time. There was not any the least trace of an entrance having been forced to the chamber, but the casement stood open, as my poor friend would always have it in this season. He had his evening drink of small ale in a silver vessel of about a pint measure, and tonight had not drunk it out. This drink was examined by the physician from Bury, Mr. Hodgkins, who could not, however, as he afterward declared upon his oath before the coroner's quest, discover that any matter of a venomous kind was present in it. For, as was natural in the great swelling and blackness of the corpse, there was talk made among the neighbors of poison. The body was very much disordered as it lay in the bed, being twisted after so extreme a sort as gave too probable a conjecture that my worthy friend and patron had expired in great pain and agony. And what is as yet unexplained, and to myself the argument of some horrid and artful design in the perpetrators of this barbarous murder, was this, that the women which were entrusted with the laying out of the corpse and washing it, being both sad persons and very well respected in their mournful profession, came to me in great pain and distress, both of mind and body, saying what was indeed confirmed upon the first view.
We had no sooner touched the breast of the corpse with our naked hands than we felt a violent smart and aching in our palms.
Aye, and the swelling, the swelling from the palms to the elbows, so immoderately. The pain still continuing that for many weeks afterwards we were forced to lay by the exercise of our calling.
And yet no mark to be seen on the skin. No mark seen on the skin.
Upon hearing this, I sent for the physician, and we made as careful a proof as we were able, by the help of a small magnifying lens, of the condition of the skin on this part of the body. But we could not detect any matter of importance beyond a couple of small punctures or pricks, which we then concluded were the spots by which the poison might be introduced, remembering that ring of Pope Borgia, with other known specimens of the horrid art of the Italian poisoners of the last age. So much is to be said of the symptoms seen on the corpse. As to what I am to add, it is merely my own experiment, and to be left to posterity to judge whether there be anything of value therein. There was on the table by the bedside a Bible of the small size in which my friend used nightly and upon his first rising to read a set portion. And I, taking it up, not without a tear duly paid to him, it came into my thoughts to make trial of that old and by many accounted superstitious practice of drawing the swords. I must needs admit that by my trial not much assistance was afforded me. Yet, as the cause and origin of these dreadful events may hereafter be searched out, I set down the results. In the case, it may be found that they pointed the true quarter of the mischief to a quicker intelligence than my own. I made then 3 trials, opening the book and placing my finger upon certain words, which gave in the first these words from St. Luke, chapter 13, verse 7.
Cut it down. Cut it down.
And in the second, Isaiah, chapter 13, verse 20.
It shall never be inhabited. It shall never be inhabited.
And upon the third experiment, Job, chapter 39, verse 30.
Our young ones also suck up blood. Our young ones also suck up blood.
This is all that need be quoted from Mr. Crome's paper. Sir Matthew Fell was duly coffined and laid into the earth. His son, Sir Matthew II, succeeded to the title and estates. It is to be mentioned, though the fact is not surprising, that the new baronet did not occupy the room in which his father had died, nor, indeed, was it slept in by anyone but an occasional visitor during the whole of his occupation. He died in 1735, and I do not find that anything particular marked his reign, save a curiously constant mortality among his cattle and livestock in general, which showed a tendency to increase as time went on. The second Sir Matthew was duly succeeded by his son, Sir Richard. It was in his time that the great family pew was built out on the north side of the parish church. So large were the squire's ideas that several of the graves on that unhallowed side of the building had to be disturbed to satisfy his requirements. Among them was that of Mrs. Mothersole. A certain amount of interest was excited in the village when it was known that the famous witch, still remembered by a few, was to be exhumed. And the feeling of surprise, and indeed disquiet, was very strong when it was found that though her coffin was fairly sound and unbroken, there was no trace whatever inside of it of body, bones, or dust. One morning, it was in 1754, Sir Richard woke after a night of discomfort. Mrs. Chiddock, I can certainly not sleep in that room again.
Oh, sir?
The chimney smoked persistently, and yet it was so cold that the fire had to be kept up. Furthermore, something had so rattled about the window in the wind that no man could get a moment's peace. No, I'll certainly not sleep in that room again, Mrs. Chiddock. I shall select a new room this morning.
As you say, sir. There's the fine large study across the hall, if I may suggest.
No. No, it has an eastern aspect. I must have a room with a western lookout so that the sun does not wake me early. And the room must be out of the way. I don't want servants forever passing the door.
Well, Sir Richard, you know there is but one room like that in the house.
Oh? Which may that be?
Why, sir, that is Sir Matthew's room, the west chamber.
Well, put me in there. I lie there tonight.
But no one has slept there these 40 years. The air has hardly been changed since Sir Matthew died there.
Well, then it's time the air be changed. Come along, Mrs. Chiddock. I'll see the chamber at least. So it was opened. And indeed, the smell was very close and earthy. Sir Richard crossed to the window, threw the shutters back, and flung open the casement. The view was almost entirely blocked off by the ash tree.
Oh, sir, the tree. It makes the room so oppressive, so dampish, sir.
Well, we'll shortly take care of that. Air the room, Mrs. Chiddock, all today, and move my bed furniture in the afternoon. When the Bishop of Kilmore arrives, you can put him in my old room.
But, sir, there's a fearfulness about this room. It's the very room...
Yes, it is here my grandfather died. Make no difficulties about it, Mrs. Chiddock. I do not wish to listen to any more. Be about the airing. Be about the airing. In the afternoon, the Bishop of Kilmore arrived. He had risked the approaching storm in order to have an hour with Sir Richard before the arrival of the other guests. The bishop had brought with him a manuscript, come upon while exploring the papers and other remains of the once vicar of Castringham. And for the first time, Sir Richard was confronted with the enigmatical Sortes Biblicae of Mr. Crome, which you have already heard. They amused him a great deal. Well, my grandfather's Bible gave one prudent piece of advice: cut it down. That stands for the ash tree. You may rest assured I shall not neglect it. Such a nest of catarrhs and agues was never seen.
I was wondering, sir, your parlor here contains the family books.
Ah, yes, I wonder whether the old prophet is there yet. Now, let's see. The Bibles are kept over here. And I know the one, a thick, dumpy... Ah, yes, here it is. Look here. Look here. Sure enough, the inscriptions on the flyleaf. To Matthew fell, from his loving godmother, Anne Aldis. The 2nd of September, 1659. Well, your lordship, it would be no bad plan to test him again, eh? I'll wager we'll get several family names from the chronicles. Let's see now. See, what do we have here?
Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be.
Later came the other guests. Dinner at 5, wine, cards, supper, and dispersal to bed. Next morning, Sir Richard is disinclined to take his gun with the rest. He talks instead with the Bishop of Kilmore. As the two were walking along the terrace and talking over certain alterations and improvements for the house, the bishop suddenly pointed to the window of the west room. You could never get one of my Irish flock to occupy that room, Sir Richard.
Ah? Why is that, my lord? It is, in fact, my own room.
Well, our Irish peasantry will always have it that it brings the worst of luck to sleep near an ash tree. And your fine growth of ash is not 2 yards from your chamber window. Perhaps it has given you a touch of its quality already. You do not seem, if I may say it, so much the fresher for your night's rest as your friends would like to see you.
Yes, that or something else. It has true cost me my sleep from 12 to 4, my lord. But the tree is to come down tomorrow, so I shall not hear much more from it.
I applaud your determination. It can hardly be wholesome to have the air you breathe strained, as it were, through all that leafage.
Your lordship is right there, I think. But I had not my window open last night. It was rather the noise that went on. No doubt from the twigs sweeping the glass that kept me open-eyed.
Oh, I think that can hardly be, Sir Richard. Here, you can see it from this point. None of those nearest branches can touch your casement. Unless there were a gale, and there was none of that last night. Or they missed the panes by a foot. No, sir, true. What then will it be, I wonder, that scratched and rustled so?
Aye, and covered the dust on my sill with lines and marks.
Ah, well, sir, might it be the rats? The rats that must have come up through the ivy.
Of course, the rats. It was the rats.
So the day passed quietly, and night came, and the party dispersed to their rooms, and wished Sir Richard a better night. And now we are in his bedroom, with the light out and the squire in bed. The night outside is still and warm, so the window stands open. There is very little light about the bedstead, but there is a strange movement there. It seems as if Sir Richard were moving his head, rapidly, to and fro, with only the slightest possible sound. And now you would guess, so deceptive is the half-darkness, that he had several heads, round and brownish, which moved back and forward, even as low as his chest. It is a horrible illusion. Is it nothing more? Ah, there, something drops off the bed with a soft plump, like a kitten, and is out of the window in a flash. Another, 4 of them. And after that, there is quiet again.
Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be. Thou shalt seek me in the morning, and I shall not be.
As with Sir Matthew, so with Sir Richard, dead and black in his bed. A pale and silent party of guests and servants gathered under the window when the news was known. Ominous guesses were hazarded. Italian poisoners, popish emissaries, infected the air. But the Bishop of Kilmore looked up at the ash tree. He noticed that a white tomcat was crouching in the lower boughs, looking down the hollow which years had gnawed in the trunk. It was watching something inside the tree with great interest. Suddenly it got up and craned over the hole.
Oh, well now, Kitty, what do you see there, inside the ash? Careful of the edge there. Careful now.
But the bit of edge on which it stood gave way, and the cat went slithering in. Everyone looked up at the noise of the fall. It is known to most of us that a cat can cry, but few of us have heard, I hope, such a yell as came out of the trunk of the great ash. 2 or 3 screams there were, and then the slight and muffled noise of some commotion or struggling was all that came. But Lady Mary Harvey fainted outright, and the housekeeper stopped her ears and fled till she fell on the terrace. The Bishop of Kilmore and Sir William Kentfield stayed.
There is something more than we know of in that tree, my lord. I'm for an instant search.
I agree with you there, Sir William. We must get to the bottom of this. The secret of these terrible deaths is there, in the ash tree. A ladder was brought, and one of the gardeners went up, and looking down the hollow could detect nothing but a few dim indications of something moving. They got a lantern, and the gardener let it down by a rope cautiously. They saw the yellow light upon his face as he bent over, and suddenly the face became struck with an incredulous terror and loathing.
Oh!
He fell back from the ladder, letting the lantern fall inside the tree.
Quick, Sir William, catch the man. What has he seen? What has he seen? He's in a dead faint, my lord. It will be some time, I fear, before any word can be got from him. But look to the tree. Look to the tree, my lord. It's aflame.
The bystanders made a ring at some yards' distance, and Sir William and the bishop sent men to get what weapons and tools they could, for clearly whatever might be using the tree as its lair would be forced out by the fire.
And so it was. First, at the fork, we saw a round body, covered with fire the size of a man's head, appear very suddenly, then seem to collapse and fall back. This 5 or 6 times. Then a smaller ball leapt into the air and fell on the grass, where after a moment it lay still. We went as near as we dared to it, and saw. Look, your lordship, it's an enormous spider. The remains, veinous and seared, of an enormous spider. And as the fire burned, more terrible bodies like that began to break out from the trunk. And it was seen that these were covered with grayish hair.
There will be guests at the hall. There will be guests at Castringham Hall, Sir Matthew. There will be guests at the hall.
All that day the ash burned, and until it fell to pieces the men stood about it and from time to time killed the brutes as they darted out. At last there was a long interval when none appeared, and we cautiously moved in and examined the roots of the tree. We found below it a rounded, hollow place in the earth, wherein were 2 or 3 bodies of these creatures that had been plainly smothered by the smoke. And what is to me more curious, at the side of this den, against the wall, was crouching the anatomy or skeleton of a human being, with the skin dried upon the bones, having some remains of black hair. It was pronounced by those that later examined it to be undoubtedly the body of a woman, and clearly dead for a period of 50 years.
year was 1829. The sleepy town of Newcastle, Massachusetts, was bearing the brunt of a particularly harsh winter snowstorm. Mary Brown had just turned sweet 16 and was sitting down for a humble supper with her family, thanking the good Lord for sparing their house in this harsh weather and providing them with enough food. All were in a festive mood. Then the unexplainable happened. Before Mary even took her first bite, her entire body went into violent convulsions. She started choking. Her parents tried to save her, but to no avail. Mary was dead within minutes. 6 weeks to the day after Mary's mysterious death, the Browns awoke early in the morning to loud knocks on their door. It was Mary's best friend, Sarah. In a panic, she told the couple that she'd just seen Mary floating down Main Street, her toes inches from the ground. Mary's ghost was smiling and laughing, said Sarah, as it aimlessly roamed about town. In the following days, many similar stories were heard around Newcastle. The Browns, who had rapidly aged from their grief and misery, soon became very ill, and both died just a single day apart. The Brown extended family, 21 of them, were a mainstay in Newcastle, simple farmers who've lived there since the inception of the town. Over the following year, they had all mysteriously started getting very ill. Then, one after the other, all of them, with the exception of Peter, a distant cousin, had died. Without exception, all the bodies had horrible teeth marks on their necks, though no blood was apparent. The townspeople knew that the spirit of Mary, still roaming about, was involved. Rumor had it that some members of the Brown family awoke in the middle of the night to see Mary standing over their beds, grinning down at them before throttling their necks in a death grip and sucking for blood. The people of Newcastle were at a loss. Jeremiah Buckner, the notorious witch hunter and vampire expert from Salem, the next town over, was summoned in a last-ditch effort to end the horror. After meeting with the town elders, he set up a rendezvous for the following week, on the very day Mary had died 1 year earlier. The day had arrived. The clock struck midnight. Jeremiah, the elders, and Peter, now horribly ill, all gathered at the town cemetery gate. Peter could barely hold up his frail body. Everyone was expecting him to die within days, as the violent and horrifying pattern of the Browns indicated. The ritual they were about to perform that night was not for the faint of heart. As they arrived at Mary's grave, they started slowly digging until the coffin was unraveled. The elders were not prepared for what they would see next. Opening the coffin, they found Mary looking much like before she had died. Her flesh was pink and full of life, her hair and fingernails grown, and her lips were full and red. Jeremiah then poked her chest with his pocket knife. Mary bled. This was not by any stretch of the imagination an ordinary dead body. Jeremiah then proceeded to cut open her skin, reached in, and pulled out her bloody heart. Just at that moment, Peter gasped in relief. His body felt rejuvenated. It seemed his mysterious illness had all but disappeared in a matter of seconds. From that moment on, the sightings of Mary completely vanished. Peter, his health regained, would soon marry and have 3 children. The Brown family bloodline was once again revived. Though the town of Newcastle was now back to normal, to this day, its residents claim to see the ghosts of the dead Browns floating about with blank stares in their eyes.
delightful. I'm going to adore it here, I really am.
Wait till you see inside. I mean, it's nothing posh, but comfortable. There's 2 bedrooms, one big and one small, and the big one's yours.
Oh, it's so pretty. Oh, look, hydrangeas in the middle of Africa.
Some parts of the Transvaal are terribly English. Fatter, of course. Well, not all of it. There's copies and things. There are parts just like Surrey or Hampshire. Oh, I knew you'd like it. I knew. Come inside. Come and see, Jane. Come and meet Alpheus. He does the garden and cooks.
Jimmy,
He's not a very good cook.
Darling, I'll be here now. I'll cook. Snapdragon.
Oh, you and your old flowers. Everything that grows in England grows in South Africa too, and a lot more besides. Remember me telling you about bougainvillea? Come on.
I didn't know they had such fun.
James Brooks was his name. He had been in South Africa for 3 years. Leaving England on an impulse, England and a girlfriend, he had come to seek his fortune in a city called Johannesburg that was said to be made of gold. Within a month, he had decided he might as well have stayed in Sheffield, for there was nothing African about Johannesburg. And then, the city got under his skin, and he saved and bought a small car and began to go on weekend safaris to the Hartbeespoort Dam, and once he even drove to Durban. He wrote 4 times a week to a girl called Jane. And when she finally left Southampton University with an upper second or a lower first or something in history, she flew from a grey United Kingdom into the hard, bright sunlight of Jan Smuts Airport. By this time, he had rented a cottage at a place called Kyalami, where they raced motor cars. And so began in earnest James Brooks' African adventure. The picture.
Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight. Oh, thanks, Alfie. Super thanks. Shall we have tea outside? Darling, would you like tea outside? Wait a minute, Alfie.
Oh, darling, it's all right. Don't fuss. We're inside now. It's fine.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, Alpheus.
I never met anyone called Alpheus before.
He's a nice bloke. Good in the garden, too, except he doesn't know the difference between flowers and weeds. What'll you do, Janie? Look for a job. Will you teach? I love you. 4 years.
I get work as soon as I can. I must pay back my fare.
Don't be silly.
I love you too.
Seems queer to be able to say it instead of write it.
I know.
Will you marry me? I meant to wait a bit before asking you.
Did you?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, it would have been, I don't know, more...
If I marry you, I won't have to pay you back my fare, will I?
No.
All right, I'll marry you. Sorry.
That's 15 cents you owe me for the milk jug. My...
And that's how it went on that first day, the day she came to Africa. James Brooks found it quite impossible to sleep that first night. On 6 occasions at least, during the frog-croaking, cricket-singing night, he got up and padded to her door and listened to her sleeping. Sleeping a confused sleep of airliners and airports, blue oceans and green hills, a burnt brown place called the Transvaal, that had existed for her only in a song. In her bright dreams, customs officials and smiling black people danced jigs with elephants and tigers, lions and giraffes, and 1,000 spear-carrying warriors sharpened their assegais and prepared to make Hollywood come true. Southampton had vanished. Her world had changed. In 6 weeks, they were married, and the second bedroom was turned into a study, and from there she wrote letters home, describing her exultation. Christmas came and went, and Jane Brooks grew brown in the sun and learned more Afrikaans in 4 months than her husband had managed in 3 years. The idyll lasted until April. Jane planted a cabbage patch and peas and began to make a compost heap. The idyll lasted until April.
So much for the Transvaal being dry at this time of the year. Oh, come on, Jimbo. You're jolly late. Better ring, I suppose. Those sharks have kept him late again.
The lid of the dustbin lay on the ground a few yards from the bin itself.
Going to be a storm. To 8. Come on, darling. Oh, here comes the rain. There's no wind.
Once again, the lid of the bin was off. This time, the contents of the bin had been disturbed. An empty cornflakes packet lay several feet away. A newspaper parcel of tea leaves had burst.
I told Alfie I want tea leaves for the compost.
And the girl replaced the lid once more, wondering vaguely how it had been knocked off. It was raining, yes, but there seemed to be little or no wind.
Be a dog or something. I'll watch from the bathroom. I must phone Jimmy. Jane Brooks? Hello? Jimmy! What? Oh, you poor love. Where? Of course not. You'd have all the wheels pinched if you left it. Oh, darling. Well, you mustn't leave the jacket home in the garage, must you? You won't. Oh, that's kind of them. How long do you think? Are you very hungry, darling? Yes. Yes. Oh, by the way, we've got a night visitor. I think it's a dog.
20 minutes later, Jane Brooks was crouched in the small, cramped bathroom, waiting with a flashlight at the window. She crouched. But nothing came. No dog. Nothing came at all while she waited for James, who had a puncture on the road from Johannesburg the night he forgot the car jack. Nothing came while she waited.
Oh, that's enough of that. Jimmy would think I was crazy. Oh, Jimmy. It's 9:20. You've had time to mend 20 flat tires. Dog, shit! Swear! I wonder what it is. Oh, Jimmy! Jimmy, darling!
What are you doing?
Jimmy.
Hmm? Oh. Smell.
Were you asleep?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, darling, but it's back.
Hmm?
The dog thing.
Hmm? What?
The dog thing. The lid's just come off again. I heard it. Oh, Jimmy, wake up.
I am awake.
You were going to sleep.
No, I wasn't. I was thinking. But a rock on the lid, it can't have come off.
Well, it has.
Come on to... Oh. I'll go and see.
He went out into the dripping night and found...
Was it all? The rock? The devil could do that.
How many times has it been there?
I don't know. When was it I got that puncture?
2 weeks ago. No, 3. It was a Friday.
Oh, yeah.
Jimmy, do you think we ought to put something down?
It's been about twice a week, isn't it? Oh, poison, you mean? You can't do that.
Well, if it is a hyena, like you say...
That's all I can think of. It can't be a dog, not even a wild one. Here, move over, you great fat lump. I'm getting fed up with it, I can tell you.
You're a wet.
Yes, well, it's raining. It's uncanny. He seems to know when we're waiting.
What do you mean?
Well, it never seems to come when we're watching.
It's not uncanny. It's just clever, that's all.
All right, it's clever then, same thing. I'll get Roger up tomorrow. Could maybe set a trap or something. I told him about it, you know. He said it could be a hyena. Sometimes do get them.
Maybe it's escaped from the zoo.
No, they'd know. Would have been in the papers. No, I'm not going to put poison down now. That's horrible.
Oh, it must be terribly hungry.
Look, no more food in the dustbin anyway. Nothing edible at all.
Well, I don't put anything. You know, he's never been at the compost heap. You'd think that's where he'd go, wouldn't you?
It's not a very nice diet, compost. It's the truth. And don't ever walk out there after dark, will you? Hyena's going to take your leg off as soon as look at you.
Charming. Don't worry, Jane, darling. South Africa's perfectly civilized. You're not coming to darkest Africa or anything. That's what you wrote to me.
Yeah, queer, isn't it? I've never known anything move as fast as... That other night, we flashed the light almost before the lid hit the ground and... nothing. That's what I mean by uncanny. I don't understand how anything can go that fast.
Perhaps Roger could help. He knows all about traps and animals and things, doesn't he? And you're drying out now. But probably both get colds. You said it never rains in the winters here.
Well, it shouldn't. First year I was here, there was a terrible drought. Night, darling. Sleep well.
Morning, darling. 4 o'clock.
Oh, blast. Still, we don't have to get up early. It's Saturday.
Poor hungry old thing. Coming grubbing in our dustbin.
Roger Cillier, who farmed at Mull's Drift, visited the cottage that next day. He was a hunter, a one-time warden of the Kruger National Park. He knew a lot about animals. It had to be an animal. He looked for spoor, but found nothing. The winter rain that shouldn't have been passed away, and the land became parched and dusty again. A month, 2 months passed. It was July, and the Brooks had forgotten their night visitor. Came the night of the new moon. Jane had just put out the light in the little round bedroom in the Kyalami cottage.
Oh, gosh, it gets cold, doesn't it?
Love you.
Oh, no. It's back again.
Who cares? This time, neither of them bothered to replace the lid. The illuminated hands of the clock showed 3:30 when Jane Brooks went into the kitchen to get a glass of water.
Oh, the moon's so beautiful in South Africa. And it's stuffy. They must leave more windows open. Hello, Africa. Hello, world.
What's happened to her?
At the moment, Mr. Brooks, I don't know any more than you do. She suffered some kind of shock.
She doesn't even know me. She doesn't know anyone. She can't seem to... She walks about. She sees, but...
Mr. Brooks, sit down, please, won't you? This night when it happened, you say something knocked the lid off your dustbin outside your house. You've had this happen a lot of times, but...
Yes, but I mean nothing bitter or anything
No,
like
I know
that.
that. Now, this has happened many times, and you said you've often watched for it. Waited,
but we've never seen what did it, no. Look, the night it happened, the lid was knocked off. But it was hours later when she... Well, I think she went into the kitchen. Maybe she heard something, I don't know. I don't think so, because you see, we decided not to bother about it anymore. And anyway, it had been there for ages. We put a rock on the bin at first, and then we didn't bother. We never put anything it could eat in there after the beginning. But what? Look, I'm
Mrs. Brooks isn't frightened of animals.
She's got frightened of animals, no, good heavens. She's never been scared of animals. Why? Do you think she saw a hyena or something? Could it have been that? How could seeing a hyena frighten her? She wasn't. I mean, it wouldn't do that to her. How could a hyena frighten her to that extent?
From what I know of, I don't think a hyena could do it, no.
Oh, they're all very interested in her condition, as they call it. They're like ghouls. Well, there's another one of them coming from Cape Town tomorrow, someone called Sachs. A Professor Sachs. Roger, look, was it a hyena?
I don't know.
But you looked.
I looked, man, yes, I looked. But there wasn't a thing anywhere around.
I heard her screaming, and I went in there like a shot. It was bright moonlight. Like day it was, and there was nothing at all. Just the lid on the ground, like before.
I don't understand. Something to do with that to her. You're staying in Johannesburg now, aren't you, near the clinic?
Yeah. You know what I think? I think she's going to die.
Die? James, don't...
She is. She's not her anymore. She's gone.
Gone?
There's nothing in her eyes.
She's had some kind of a shock, James. You know what Rosen said.
But she's all empty. It's as if she's not there anymore. She just doesn't know me.
I feel very stupid about this, James. What can I say? I don't understand it. She saw something that frightened her. Well, being frightened's one thing, but it's as if she's gone mad. And the doctors, they don't know what it is. He said, Rosen, it was like when people are shell-shocked in water.
How often did this thing happen? This business with a burn out of the cottage?
You all talk about that. It's got nothing to do with that. Has it?
I don't know. It might have. It happened the same night as the dog or hyena or whatever it was came.
But a long time after. I think someone was prowling about, going to break in or something. And when she saw him, he frightened the life out of her.
A human being wouldn't do that.
It sounded horrible when you said that.
What?
Human being.
If you aren't going to stay at your cottage, can I go out there for a few days?
Yeah, of course.
But good. I can take a while off. You've kept on to your boy, you say. Can he make good scrambled egg, eh?
Roger Cillier went to Kyalami and stayed for a week. He slept during most of the days and waited with a rifle inside the small bathroom during the hours of night. On the fifth night, Roger Cillier baited a spring trap. In the morning, nothing. He left the meat in the trap throughout the next day, and it began to stink. The flies feasted on it and grew fat and fell helpless, crawling in the winter sun. Came the seventh night, and Cillier decided to return to Johannesburg the following day. He decided the Englishwoman was merely neurotic, like most Englishwomen. Like most women come to that. He had read everything of interest of the cottage and was considering bed when the cricket stopped singing. When you have been a hunter and you have listened to a million crickets singing their endless arias throughout 1,000 nights, you wonder when they just cease for no apparent reason. Nothing, except the smell of rotten meat.
You like lousy meat, whatever you are. And whatever you are, you move faster than lightning.
Nothing more that night, though. In the morning, Cillier went back to his farm and then to Johannesburg. In the afternoon, he set up 3 cameras. Each had a flash attachment and a shutter speed of 1,000th of a second. He arranged them with a complex system of wires, one in the bougainvillea, one on the bathroom windowsill, and the third on the ground, its lens looking up at the dustbin. Before dark, he drove back into Johannesburg to see James Brooks, his wife.
Nothing. Oh, I don't know what to do. They can't help at all. They just keep her at the clinic under observation. They can't seem to suggest any treatment other than usual shock stuff. Do you know how long it's been? And she still doesn't know who I am. You're going back again?
You don't mind?
No. So what good will it do? Whatever it is, it's too fast, Roger. You can't catch it, and if you're watching, it doesn't come. And even if you saw it, well, that wouldn't help Jane, would it? And anyway, what if the same thing happened to you?
A month passed. Cillier moved much of his belongings out to Kyalami and made himself comfortable. A bachelor, he had no one to answer to for his movements. His farm ran itself. He had a good staff. A month passed. Cillier read 8 novels, checked the cameras each morning, and grew a little bored. Jane Brooks remained the same. Her husband was told that if he could not think of some way to improve his work, he might lose his job. It was the beginning of September when Roger Cillier had the feeling that something was going to happen. He decided to watch that night. He had slept most of the others, leaving the camera's eyes to do their jobs. At 3:30, he went to get a gin. And that, of course, is when... But 3 small bombs of light had exploded in the darkness seconds before. Each camera had taken its impression of the rancid meat-eater. Negatives and fluid, bottles and magic, the miracle of photography. The first exposure yielded nothing but a blurred image of grass by night, something that might have been the west wall of the cottage and a bit of sky. The second print might have won an arty European photographic competition. Kyle Army dustbin by night. The third print.
Devil is it? Search me, man, I don't know. But whatever it is, the camera sees it and the naked human eye doesn't. I'm a scientist. Mr. Sullier's a doctor. I can't accept these old... Poor kid. She's just the same, huh? Yes, still the same. I'm not trying to teach you your job, but can I make a suggestion that might help? What? Listen, I don't know whether you think it's too much of a risk.
Rosen was not interested in the photographer's plan. Another month passed, and only these 2 men knew what the camera had seen. Jane Brooks was examined by 4 specialists, men from Switzerland, Germany, and Britain, as well as South Africa. No one knew what was the matter with her. There were many long textbook terms bandied about, but essentially her condition remained a mystery. And then, with her husband's permission and Rosen's reluctant cooperation, they arranged for Jane Brooks a slideshow.
Jimmy, Dr. Rosen, I think this might just at least tell us if she saw this too.
Stay close by her, Mr. Brooks. It might distress her. All right.
What is it? Put him off now. Put the millions on the lights on. Turn and see him or whatever you do.
For a moment, the white screen had been filled with a figure the like of which no man had ever seen before, like a hyena on its hind legs, dancing in the glare of the camera's flashing, night-splitting eye. A hyena with a hyena's body and a near man's face. A dawn man's face, hideous in its bestiality. The lips were drawn back in a snarl, a silent cry of defiance.
Darling, it's all right now. It's all right. Yes, yes. There. Please, darling, it's all right.
Within the month, James Brooks and his bride flew back to Europe. She was herself again, nervous and depressed perhaps, but essentially herself. And after a while, Rosen assured James that even this would pass. Roger Cillier, who was always of a morbid disposition, rented the Kyle Army cottage and lives there still. The picture was never shown again. There is no point in wasting words attempting to describe the indescribable. Subsequent research revealed that the cottage was built originally on the site of an Ndebele burial ground that dated back to before the white man came to Africa. The Brooks live in Torquay, England now. They have no wish to return to the Transvaal, which is a pity. It's very beautiful. Most of the time. Even beyond midnight. Beyond Midnight is presented every Friday night at 9:30 by Biotex, the new soak and pre-wash powder.
From National Public Radio, this is NPR Playhouse.
Welcome to the shadows. Old stories line the shelves of our dusty archives. Stories of dreams, mystery, horror. We would like to bring one of our early radio tales back to life during this half hour. Let's see. H. Monroe, better known as Saki, tells stories full of sunlight and humor, and usually, trotting alongside, will be some kind of monster for balance. Here's the Baroness to tell just such a story about Esme.
They say that all hunting stories are the same, but my hunting story isn't a bit like any you've ever heard. It happened quite a while ago. All the usual crowd were at the meet, especially Constance Broder. Constance is one of those strapping, florid girls that go well with autumn scenery or Christmas decorations in church.
I have a presentiment that something dreadful is going to happen. Am I looking pale?
Oh, you're looking nicer than usual, but that's so easy for you. Constance and I were well mounted, and we had no difficulty in keeping ourselves in the first flight, though it was a fairly stiff run. Towards the finish, however, we must have held rather too independent a line, for we lost the hounds and found ourselves plodding aimlessly along miles from anywhere. It was fairly exasperating, and my temper was beginning to let itself go by inches when suddenly...
There they go at last! But what in heaven's name are they hunting?
Well, apparently it's not a fox.
No mortal fox. It's twice as high. And what an ugly small head. And its neck. Enormously thick.
It's a hyena. That's what it is. It must have escaped from Lord Fathom's park.
A hyena?
Yes, and it's probably tame. Look, the dogs don't know what to do about it.
Oh, dear. They're running off.
The hyena hailed our approach with unmistakable relief and demonstrations of friendliness.
What are we to do? It's getting dark.
What a person you are for questions, my dear.
But we can't stay here all night with a hyena.
I shouldn't think of staying here all night, even without a hyena. We had better make for that ridge of trees to the right. I imagine the highway is just beyond.
I hope it is. What on earth are we to do with the hyena?
What does one generally do with hyenas? If we knew its sex, we might give it a name. Perhaps we might call it Esme. That would do in either case.
Esme?
Here, Esme! Come along! Come along! There must be a gypsy encampment nearby.
Gypsies? Why do you say that?
We just passed a baby, a half-naked gypsy brat.
What was he doing there?
Picking blackberries, obviously. There. Esme probably frightened it. Esme? Esme? Come along here. Esme? What have you got there? Esme? Put down that baby! Esme!
Merciful heavens, Baronet! What on earth shall we do? What are we to do?
Constance, I am perfectly certain that at the last judgment you will ask more questions than the examining ferrets. Esme, down! Down, Esme!
Can't we do something?
Esme! If you don't put that baby down, I'll thrash you with this whip.
It's running off with the baby into the bushes.
Esme! Esme!
Horrible! Horrible!
Well, Constance, I really don't know what more I can do. Let's get along. Esme can catch up. Come along.
Do you think the poor little thing suffered much?
Well, the indications were all that way, my dear. Ah, we are saved. There's the highway.
Where?
Up ahead. Didn't you hear the car? There's another. Ah, here comes Esme. There, Esme. Naughty. You're a naughty hyena.
Can you let that ravening beast trot by your side? Oh, dear. What is it hanging from his mouth?
I can't quite tell, dear. Now pay attention. There's the road ahead. Don't run ahead, Esme. The cars won't be able to see you at this hour. Esme? Move! Stay with us. Oh, the silly animal.
Well, I don't think we should worry about that beast.
No, I dare say he can fend for himself. Oh, Esme! What did I tell you? What did I tell you?
Ladies, was this your dog? I'm dreadfully sorry.
You have killed my Esme.
I'm so awfully sorry. I keep dogs myself, so I know what you must feel about it. I'll do anything I can in reparation, anything at all.
Please bury him at once. That
yes.
much I think I may ask of you.
Certainly, at once, madam. William, bring the spade. No, the spade, William. I saw. What a magnificent fellow. I'm afraid he must have been rather a valuable animal.
Well, he took second in the puppy class at Birmingham last year. Oh, don't cry, dear. It was all over in a moment, I'm sure. He couldn't have suffered much.
Oh, look here. You simply must let me do something in reparation.
I couldn't think of
it. But I insist.
No, I couldn't think of it. But as he persisted, I let him have my address. Lord Pevin never advertised the loss of his hyena. When a strictly fruit-eating animal strayed from his park a year or two previously, he was called upon to give compensation in 11 cases of sheep worrying and practically to restock his neighbor's poultry yard. And an escaped hyena would have mounted up to something on the scale of a governmental grant. The gypsies were equally unobtrusive over their missing offspring. I don't suppose in large encampments they really know to a child or two how many they've got. There was a sequel to the adventure, though. I got through the post a charming little diamond brooch with the name Esme set in a sprig of rosemary. Incidentally, too, I lost the friendship of Constance Brodel. You see, when I sold the brooch, I quite properly refused to give her any share of the proceeds. I pointed out that the Esme part of the affair was my own invention, and the hyena part of it belonged to Lord Pevin, if it really was his hyena, of which, of course, I've no proof.
Esme by Saki. Pat Franklin was the Baroness and Constance Brodel, and Bernard Mays was the penitent driver. Technical production was by John Whiting. And now, a gentleman has just arrived in our studios upstairs to bring you a public service feature about tobacco and its harmfulness. The script was touched up by a famous Russian playwright, Anton Chekhov.
Ladies and gentlemen, so to say, it has been suggested to my wife that I should broadcast here a popular lecture. Well, if I must lecture, I must. It really doesn't matter to me in the least. Of course, I am not a professor and hold no learned degrees. Still in all, for the past 30 years, without stopping. I might even say to the injury of my own health, and so on. I have been working on questions of a strictly scientific nature. I am a thinking man, and imagine, at times, even I compose scientific contributions. I mean, not precisely scientific. But pardon my saying so, they are almost in the scientific line. Well, for instance, the other day I wrote a long article entitled On the Harmfulness of Certain Insects. My daughters liked it immensely, especially the references to the bugs. But after reading it, I tore it to pieces. Well, surely no matter how well you write, you can never dispense with insect powder. We've got bugs even in our piano. For the subject of this program, I have taken, so to speak, the harm caused to mankind by the consumption of tobacco. Now, I myself smoke, but my wife ordered me to lecture today on the harmfulness of tobacco. So there's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do about that. Nothing I can do. On tobacco, then. It is absolutely of no matter to me. But to you listeners, I suggest that you should regard my present program with all due seriousness. Well, perhaps something unexpected may happen. I particularly crave the attention of the members of the medical profession, who may gather from my lecture a great deal of useful information. Since tobacco, apart from its harmful effects, is also used in medicine. Thus, for instance, if you place a fly in a snuff box, it will probably die from derangement of the nerves. Tobacco, essentially, is a plant. When I lecture, I usually blink my right eye, but you must take no notice of that. Of course you can't see me. Well, it is through sheer nervousness. I'm a very nervous man, generally speaking, and I started to wink my eye on the very day when my wife gave birth to our, so to say, fourth daughter, Barbara. Although, in view of the short time at our disposal, I must not digress from the subject of the lecture. I must observe, by the way, that my wife keeps a music school and a private boarding school. I mean to say, not exactly a boarding school, but, well, something in the nature of a boarding school. Well, between ourselves, my wife loves to complain. About money matters, for instance. But she has stored away some 40 or 50,000 rubles. As to myself, I have not a penny to bless myself with, not a sou. But, well, what's the good of thinking about that? In the boarding school, it is my duty to look after the housekeeping. I buy the provisions, keep an eye on the servants, enter the expenses in a ledger, stitch together the exercise books, and exterminate bugs. Exterminate bugs. And I take my wife's pet dog for a walk. And I catch mice. Do you know, last night, I had to give out flour and butter to the cook, as we were going to have pancakes today. Well, to be brief, today, when the pancakes were ready, my wife came into the kitchen to say that 3 of her pupils would have no pancakes, as they had swollen glands. So it happened that we had a few extra pancakes. Well, what would you do with them? What would you do with them? My wife first ordered those pancakes to be taken to the larder. But then she thought for a while, and after deliberation she said, me, you can have those pancakes, you scarecrow. Scarecrow. When she's out of humor, she always addresses me like that, scarecrow, or viper, or Satan. Satan, you see what a Satan I am. She's always out of humor. She's always out of humor. But I didn't eat those pancakes properly. I just gulped them down. Because I'm always hungry. Yesterday, for instance, she gave me no dinner. It's no use, she says, feeding you, scarecrow that you are. Scarecrow. However, I have strayed from my subject and have digressed somewhat from my theme. Let us continue. Though I'll bet you'd rather now hear a story, or listen to a symphony, or some singing. Some singing. In the heat of the battle, we shan't budge, in the heat, I don't remember where that comes from. That's funny. I just can't remember where that comes from. By the way, I forgot to tell you that in my wife's music school, apart from looking after the housekeeping, my duties also include the teaching of mathematics, physics, chemistry, geography, history, solfeggio, literature, and so on. For dancing, singing, and drawing, my wife charges an extra fee, although it is I who am the dancing and singing master. Our music school is at number 13, 5 Dogs Lane. Number 13. That is probably why my life has been so unlucky. Through living in a house, number 13. Again, my daughters were born, all of them on the 13th. And our house has 13 windows. Imagine 13 windows, I counted them. But, well, what's the good of dwelling on all this? My wife is at home at any hour for business interviews. And the prospectus of the school can be had from at the station here at sixpence a copy. You need but write in and ask for them. And if you please, I myself can let you have some. I have some here. I have 6 copies. And the first 6 people who phone in can have a copy for 3 pence. We'll make it 3 pence. The first 6 people who phone in. I don't see any phones. Well, perhaps there are no phones. We'll make it 2 pence if you write in. Oh, very annoying. Very annoying. Yes, the house is number 13. am a failure at everything. I have grown old and stupid. Now, I am broadcasting. And to look at me, I am quite jolly. But I have such a longing, such a longing to shout at the top of my voice, or to run away to the ends of the earth. And there is no one I can complain to. I even want to cry. To cry. Well, you may say, you have your daughters. But what are daughters? What are my daughters? I speak to them, and they only laugh at me. My wife, she has 7 daughters. No, I believe only 6. Oh, no, of course it's 7. The eldest, Anna, is 27. The youngest is 17. Of course, the 7. I am miserable. I have become a fool, a nonentity. But after all you hear before you, the happiest of fathers. After all, it ought to be like that. And I dare say it is not. But if only you knew, I've lived with my wife for 33 years. And I can say those were the best years of my life. I mean, not precisely the best, but generally speaking. They have passed, in a word, like one happy moment. But strictly speaking, curse them all. She's not come yet. She's not here in the studio. She's not here, and therefore I may say what I like. You know, I am terribly afraid. Oh, I am. I'm afraid when she looks at me. Well, as I was just saying, my daughters don't get married. They don't get married probably because they're shy, and also because men never have a chance of seeing them. My wife does not want to give parties. She never invites anyone to dinner. She's very stingy, ill-tempered, and quarrelsome. Therefore, no one comes to the house. But I can tell you in confidence, my wife's daughters can be seen on holidays at the house of their aunt, Natalie Semenovna, the very same lady who suffers from rheumatism and always wears a yellow dress with black spots. You know the one. Well, there you get real food. I must observe that I get drunk on 1 wine glass. That's all it takes. Just one. And account of that, I feel so happy. And at the same time, so sad that I cannot describe it to you. I usually recall my youth. For some reason, I long to run away. To run right away. Oh, if you only knew how I long to do it. To run away. To leave everything behind. To run, without ever looking back. Where to? Well, it does not matter where to. Provided I could run away from that vile, mean, cheap life, which has turned me into a miserable old fool. Into a miserable old idiot. To run away from that stupid, petty, ill-tempered, spiteful, malicious miser, my wife, who has been tormenting me for 33 years. To run away from the music, from the kitchen, from my wife's money matters, from all those trifles and banalities. To run away. To run away. And then stop somewhere. Far, far away. In a field. And to stand still. Like a tree. Like a post. like a garden scarecrow. Under a wide heaven. And to look all night long at the still bright moon over my head. And to forget. I was once young, you know. Oh, I was. I studied at the university, and I had dreams. I considered myself a man. Now, I want nothing. Nothing but rest. My wife, she's outside of the studio. I saw her come in. She's waiting for me there. The time is practically up. Oh, look, if she asks you, please, I implore you, tell her that the lecture, the talk, was, that the scarecrow, I mean, behaved with dignity. Oh, she's looking in my direction. Starting from the premise that tobacco contains a terrible poison of which I have just spoken. Smoking should in no circumstance be permitted, and I venture to hope, so to say, that this my lecture on the harmfulness of tobacco will be of some profit to you. I have finished. Dixi et animam levavi. I have finished.
That was On the Harmfulness of Tobacco by Anton Chekhov, adapted and performed by Eric Bauersfeld. Sound production was by Jan Paul Wendt. Additional technical production for this program was by Jim McKee. Well, that's all for now. Come and visit our archives again for another tale from the shadows. Real soon.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you, now.
I'm 17-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 117-year-old. Well, Satan, let's get down to our yarn spinning. Come on now, douse out them lights so we'll have it nice and dark. And draw up to the fire so that you can gaze into the embers. You'll need a fire to warm your blood as you listen to this pretty tale. You'll gaze into the embers deep, and soon you'll see a big railway depot in the town of London, England. You hear them funny little engines the English people got? Soon you'll see a funny little coach, like the ones they pulls behind them, and soon you'll hear our yarn about the puzzle. The puzzle!
it in straight away, sir, and the guard has assured me, Mr. Holmes, that you'll have the compartment to yourself, sir, all the way to theory.
Oh, that's just bully. This chauffeur of yours is a born fixer, Cecil.
Yes.
You know, since I first came to England, I've learned to appreciate the privacy of your railway compartment system.
And today, I take it, you're especially appreciative. The chap who's on his way to meet the parents of his prospective bride for the first time will want privacy for the examination of his conscience.
Our Julia hasn't much respect for her stepmother's opinion. I really have only my future father-in-law to worry about. You know, it's funny you haven't heard of him. I'm told he's one of the most successful attorneys in London.
Well, his name's vaguely familiar. Ormeroyd. Ormeroyd?
Yeah, Theodore Ormeroyd. Firm of Ormeroyd and Hardy.
Now, is there any other claim to fame?
Well, Julia tells me he's a puzzle expert.
Puzzle expert?
Yeah, you know, puzzles are his hobby.
Oh, you mean he solves those crossword thingy-bobs and plays with those wire and steel, what do you call them, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
My word.
Well, let's be walking towards the train, Cecil.
Very well. Lead the way, Colin. Yes, sir. I'm dashed sorry you won't stand for the next train, Willis. We've only had these few minutes together since you arrived from Dover.
Oh, I can't stay over. But it was awfully good of you to meet me here for this brief get-together.
Oh, I had to hear more of the wonderful girl you've been writing me about. You met her in France?
Yeah.
Oh, deucedly romantic. You from USA and she from England go to France to find each other.
Well, the poet says, two shall be born a whole wide world apart.
Oh, the man is in love. He's even quoting poetry.
Yeah, I guess I have got it pretty badly.
Well, here's the train. Nearly ready to start.
I'm very anxious to rejoin her.
Why did she leave Paris just ahead of you?
Our stupid conventions. Julia's chaperone couldn't get away, and she maintained it wasn't proper for engaged people to travel unaccompanied.
Oh, I say.
I'm sorry I didn't tell the old dodo to go jump in the Seine with the Victorian notions. Julia shouldn't have made that trip alone. She was too badly upset.
Oh, upset?
Well, you see, she was called home by a telegram from her stepmother. It was one of those vaguely worded, "Your presence is required immediately" messages. Makes you imagine all sorts of calamities. Well, Julia decided something had happened to her father. She's very devoted to him. Well, to ease her mind, I called her home by long distance and was told there was no illness there or accident or death. They just wouldn't explain the reason for her summons, though. Well, that only made it more urgent. So when I put her on the train, she was still greatly worried.
Sounds rather mysterious.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, but whatever the trouble is, it can be very serious. Illness, death, and accident have been definitely ruled out.
All aboard!
That means me. Which is my compartment, Collins?
Right here, sir. Number 3. This is my gentleman guard, which I promised to take care of.
Oh, yes. Sit right in, sir. You'll be alone in the compartment all the way, sir. I've arranged for that.
Oh, that's fine, guard. Here, thanks very much.
Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Well, now, in perfect solitude, you can prepare yourself to meet your future father-in-law. Too bad you haven't made a study of puzzles, Willis. Then he'd accept you as a kindred soul.
I suppose I'll have to give that subject a lot of serious thought.
Yes. Toodaloo, old thing.
So long, Cecil. Goodbye, Colin.
Bye, Mr. Collins. Best of luck, Willis.
Thanks. I may need it. Well, I'm off.
A nice young chap, your friend.
What? Oh, I beg your pardon. But where... You weren't in this compartment a moment ago. How did you...
A puzzle, isn't it? You really must give serious thought to the subject of puzzles, Mr. Holmes.
You know my name?
Very well. Now, permit me to tell you mine. I am Theodore Ormeroyd.
You're Julia's father?
Yes.
Oh, of course. Now I recognize you from the photographs. Oh, this is a pleasure, sir.
Excuse me if I don't shake hands. I've recently met with a serious injury.
An injury?
A rather painful one. Although, as you see, I wear no bandages.
Was it merely your hand that was injured, sir? You were very pale, as though you had experienced a serious illness. You have been ill. Oh, that's the reason Mrs. Ormeroyd sent that telegram to Julia.
It was because of me that telegram was sent. But let's not talk about that now, if you don't mind. I prefer a more pleasant subject. I'm very glad to know you, my boy.
And I to know you, sir. But how did you know me?
That's an easy puzzle to solve. According to my daughter's letters, there can be but one Willis Holmes.
Well, I hope I can convince you of that, sir. But the guard said I was to be alone in this compartment. And when he closed the door, I was alone. How on earth did you...
I came aboard from the other side.
The other side?
Yes. You see how simple puzzles are when one is told the answers. My gracious. Here I've been talking of puzzles for a solid hour. I hope you'll forgive me. You see, to me, all life is an endless succession of intricate problems, which the successful man must solve for himself, and which the good man, the man who loves, must solve for others. I wanted you to know my philosophy, and now I won't bore you any longer.
Oh, you haven't bored me at all, sir. I've been intensely interested.
Ticket, please, sir.
Oh, good Lord, conductor, not again.
Sorry to bother you, but it's rules, sir. All right, sir, and thank you.
Well, one puzzle I wish you'd solve for me, Mr. Ormeroyd, is why that conductor never asks to see your ticket. He's looked at mine 4 times.
I ride free, my boy.
Are you a stockholder of this road?
No. I'm well acquainted with the chairman of its governing board, though. Mr. Travers. My firm handles his legal business. The last time I rode this train, I carried 50,000 pounds of his money in currency.
In currency?
1,000-pound notes.
That's rather dangerous, isn't it? Men have been murdered for a great deal less.
It is a dangerous business. But when one is accustomed to handling large sums, one grows careless. Ah, we're pulling into Whittam. I leave you here, my boy.
Oh, aren't you going home to Fearing, Mr. Ormeroyd?
Not now. First I must return to Whittam. That's where Mr. Travers has his residence. You won't see me again until tomorrow. In the meantime, will you give a little serious thought to the subject of puzzles?
I certainly shall, Mr. Ormeroyd. But I'd value your expert opinion as to where and how I'd best begin.
Circumstances will indicate your course of thought.
Wait up! Wait up! All right, well, wait up!
Oh, it's been wonderful meeting you like this. I was a little worried at the prospect of formally asking you to accept me as your son-in-law.
I accept you gladly. You'll look after Julia, won't you?
I love your daughter very dearly, sir.
And you will remember that he who loves must solve life's problems for others. I must leave you until tomorrow. Again, excuse my hand. The injury I mentioned. Dear me, where's my cigarette case?
Cigarette case? I haven't seen you use one, sir.
I'm sure I had it with me. I must have dropped it here.
Oh, well, I'll look for it and...
Just take care of it if you find it. You and Julia, take good care of it.
Oh, I found it already. It's fallen behind these cushions. Oh, Mr. Ormeroyd. Oh, guard! Guard!
Aye, sir, yes, sir.
Which way did the gentleman go who was with me in this compartment?
A gentleman with you? In this compartment, sir?
Of course, he just stepped out. He was standing right beside the door. You must have seen him.
This door's been closed, sir, until you opened it yourself just now. You've been alone in this compartment all the way from London. The gentleman we've been expecting has arrived, Mrs. Ormeroyd. Mr. Willis Holmes.
Show him in, Barker, and then inform Miss Julia that he's here.
I'll fetch Julia, if you wish, Mrs. Ormeroyd.
Well, perhaps you'd better, Mr. Thoms.
You're going to let Julia tell the young man our bad news?
Naturally. He's her affianced husband at present.
You think he'll break the engagement when he learns?
Well, then what would you do if you were in his place, Mr. Hardy?
Mr. Willis Holmes.
Oh, come in, Mr. Holmes. Julia will be here directly. I am Mrs. Ormeroyd.
Oh, this is a great pleasure, Mrs. Ormeroyd. Julia has told me so many things about you, I feel I already know you.
I'll wager she never told you many nice things about me.
Agatha, control yourself. Really,
Allow me to present these gentlemen, Mr. Hardy and Mr. Holmes.
How do you do, young man?
Mr. Hardy, you're Mr. Ormeroyd's partner, I imagine.
I'm a junior member of Ormeroyd and Hardy.
And this is Mr. Justice Rowley, Mr. Holmes.
How do you do, Justice Rowley?
Justice is a difficult title, isn't it? In America, I believe you would call me judge, although I'm merely a provincial justice of the peace.
Julia will be down directly, Mrs. Ormeroyd. Oh, excuse me.
Oh, this is Mr. Toms, Mr. Holmes.
How do you do?
Pleasure, old chap. Charms and all that, you know.
Mr. Toms is my husband's personal secretary. Won't you all sit down?
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Holmes looks rather uncomfortable. I don't imagine he expected to encounter such a large gathering.
Of course he's uncomfortable. Poor chap. Comes to pay a visit to Miss Ormeroyd's family and finds the house party in full swing about the place.
House party?
Agatha, you must control yourself. I don't understand.
Well, there's nothing you need to understand, old man. Not now. I'm told you're an American. How do you like England?
I have learned to like it very much, Mr. Toms, with some exceptions.
Oh, what are they?
Well, one is the type of guard employed on your railway train.
You don't approve of our railway guards?
And I've just had a very ridiculous experience with one. A chap either afflicted with blindness or a very faulty sense of humor. It's a rather silly story, but if you care to hear it,
Willis!
Julia.
Oh, Willis, I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
Darling, what's the matter? Julia, control yourself.
Things are already bad enough, Julia. If you wish to tell him now of our disgrace, at least wait until I can leave the room.
Disgrace? What do you mean? Julia, dear, I talked to your father on the train an hour ago, and he didn't mention any trouble here.
What did you say?
You talked to my father?
Yes, we traveled from London together as far as Witham.
I don't believe it. He wouldn't have dared.
Quiet. Willis, you're sure it was my father?
Of course I am. Why,
Did he say where he was going when he left you? Did he say when he'd be home?
Yes. He was on his way to a place called Witham. And he said he'd be home tomorrow.
Tomorrow? Oh, thank God. I knew everything would come out all right. That Father would come back and explain.
Mr. Holmes was mistaken in the man he talked to.
Yes, Ormeroyd couldn't have travelled on that train as far as Witham.
The police would have arrested him before he got aboard.
Police?
Yes, and if the bobbies missed him, every guard and conductor on that road has his description.
Well, I haven't the faintest idea what any of you were talking about. Though I'd never met him before, I've seen his photographs, and I was neither mistaken nor the dupe of an impostor.
What did he say to you, Willis, besides the other things you've told us?
Well, he talked mostly about puzzles.
It was, Father. He's coming home to explain everything.
Won't someone please explain to me what all this is about?
Perhaps that's my painful duty, Mr. Holmes. Through powerful influence, we've thus far kept the story from the newspapers. But 2 weeks ago, Theodore Ormeroyd disappeared with £50,000 belonging to a client of our firm, a Mr. Travis of Witham.
No indication has been found that Mr. Ormeroyd met with accident or foul play. Well, the inference is obvious.
And he left me, his wife, to face the scandal.
Travis is the man he was on his way to see today.
You have been imposed upon.
No, it was Father. I know he talked with Father.
So do I. And I hardly think, Justice Rowley, that a practical joker would have possessed this cigarette case with Mr. Ormeroyd's monogram upon it.
Father!
By Jove! It's Ormeroyd's.
Where did you get that silver case?
From the compartment where he left it, as he alighted from the train.
Everything will be explained. He said he'd be home tomorrow. Willis,
Yes.
maybe that's him now. Maybe it don't be ridiculous. Your father wouldn't ring his own doorbell.
If he comes here, the police will bring him as a prisoner.
Come in.
A police officer is here to see you, Mrs. Ormeroyd.
Oh, they've arrested him.
If they have, dear, they'll soon let him go.
Show the officer in.
Yes, ma'am.
I urge to come in on you like this, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Justice Rowley.
What is it, man? Speak up.
It's bad news, sir. The constables at Witham have found Mr. Ormeroyd, sir.
They've arrested him?
No, ma'am. They found him dead.
Dead? Dead?
Ma'am. The doctors say he's been dead 2 weeks.
Dead 2 weeks?
Yes, sir. They'll bring his body home first thing tomorrow.
His body home tomorrow? Merciful God! What was it that rode with me in that compartment?
But, my dear Holmes, it's been established conclusively that my partner was lying dead in that pit where they found him, the very time you insist he was with you on that train.
Nevertheless, he, or his spirit, was with me, as I said. Oh, I know it sounds mad, impossible. I've always laughed at the tales of the supernatural, just as you're laughing at me now. But I saw Mr. Ormeroyd. He talked with me an hour, I tell you. Julia, you at least believe me.
I don't know. It's all so horrible. It's too fantastic for anyone to believe.
And even if you did see a ghost, Holmes, what purpose did the thing accomplish?
Oh, none, I guess. Still, I feel it had a purpose in coming to me. One I can't grasp.
Seems to me the traditional storybook phantom would have been of more practical service, Mr. Holmes. They always accuse their murderer.
And such an accusation seems the only means by which the killer can ever be brought to justice. We know now that poor Ormeroyd was struck down for that large sum of money he carried. But other than that obvious conclusion, we of the law haven't found a single clue.
The ghost should have known his murder had left no trail, but instead of dropping a helpful hint, Mr. Holmes says his spectre merely talked of puzzles.
That would have been my father's way.
Julia, you're not going to become a champion of this young man's mad delusion.
If your father's spirit could return to earth, he'd appear to you or to me, rather than to your fiancé whom he'd never met in life. Father always said, A man who loves solves the problems of others.
That's what he said to me.
Oh, this is asinine.
You've had a dream, my boy. Better forget it.
No, for it wasn't a dream. It was real. And it had a purpose. Only I'm too blind to see it. I didn't dream this silver cigarette case. Isn't that tangible proof?
I'm afraid that now I must shatter your illusions. I was advised today that the coach in which you travelled from London, by a strange coincidence, was the one in which 2 weeks before Mr. Ormeroyd took his fatal journey to Witham. Lying in idleness, the car had not been cleaned carefully. So you found that case where the unfortunate man had mislaid it.
Then he returned to put it in my hands. That was his purpose. I see it now. Somehow in this cigarette case is the solution of the puzzle.
Willis!
Since you regard the case in that light, perhaps you'd better give it into my keeping as a possible clue for the police.
No, I give it to no one. For now I know a guilty conscience has been keener than my wits.
A guilty conscience? Are you accusing...
I accuse no one yet.
Oh, what do you mean?
I mean that now everyone in this room, at different times with a different excuse, has asked me for this case. Let me close this door, Julia. We can then talk in private.
Willis, what did you mean by the insinuation you made a moment ago?
Exactly what I said. That perhaps a guilty conscience has been keener than my wits. The killer of your father wants this cigarette case because he has some reason to be afraid of it. Your father's partner, Hardy, came to me 2 days ago and requested it as a keepsake. The day before that, Tom's made the same request. Yesterday, your stepmother asked for it, and now Rowley would like to have it. Fortunately, some instinct made me refuse to give it up, even before I guessed it was the solution of my ghastly puzzle.
Oh, but your suspicions are terrible. In spite of the frightful way they've acted, those people were my father's friends.
Your father was killed for a sum of money that only his friends or his confidants knew he carried on his person. If I can only solve the puzzle of the cigarette case, I'll learn which one is guilty. His last words to me were, take care of it. You and Julia, take good care of it.
Your theory must be right. With Father, everything was the foundation of a puzzle. You think there may be a secret compartment in the case?
Yes, in which something is hidden. The metal is unnaturally thick on the sides and heavily embossed. There may be a shallow cavity between.
Look for a spring or lever hidden in that scrollwork.
Here I am.
Feel around the edges. Maybe something slides.
That's it. A sliding edge. Look, I found it. Look.
The metal slides are hollow.
And there's a folded paper in the recess.
What's written on it?
It's dated June 12th. The day your father went to Witham with that £50,000. It says, on the understanding that if I have not left England by tomorrow noon, Theodore Ormeroyd, to whom I give this writing, will make its contents public. I hereby confess...
Confess? To what?
Oh, that can wait. Let me see whose name is signed here.
Ah! The lights!
Who turned out those lights?
Someone's with us in this room.
Let me go! No, you won't get this paper!
Ah! Help! Help! Someone's killed Willis! They're running out of the door! They're getting away! Help! 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 Willis! Is he going to be all right?
Of course, he's coming to now.
Nothing wrong but a bump on the head.
What happened in this room before you screamed, Julia?
Yes, for heaven's sake, what happened?
One of you know what happened as well as I do. For one of you came in that door while our backs were turned. One of you turned off these lights. One of you struck Willis, then seized the paper we'd found and ran. And the one of you who did it is the one who killed my father.
The girl's insane.
Mad.
How dare you accuse one of us?
Your father's friend.
Because one of you is guilty.
Oh, nonsense.
Julia.
Oh, Willis, darling. Are you all right now?
Yes. Whoever hit me got away with the paper before we saw the name upon it.
Yes. They got away.
I failed your father.
When you failed, I may succeed. As my father came to you, perhaps he'll come again to me. What are you doing, Julia? I have locked the one door leading from this room.
Why?
What have you done?
She's turned off the lights.
Stop that!
Turn on those lights.
Oh, I say, you're going too far.
No. Only one of you needs the other dark and this locked room. But if my prayer is answered, that one must face the man he killed. Lord, I pray thee, send my father from the dead to bring justice.
Open the door. Turn on these lights.
Are you afraid?
No, I didn't kill him.
Father, come to me from the grave.
This nonsense has gone far enough.
Are you afraid?
I have no cause to be afraid.
Lord, send my father here to bring justice.
Oh, I'm not going to be made a fool of by a sick-brained girl. Think what you like. I'm going to leave this room.
Yes, we'll all leave.
Open that door. Come on, quickly.
Turn on the light.
Stay where you are.
That voice, Mr. Omeroy.
Theodore!
Good heavens.
Father, God has let you answer.
Some puzzles are too difficult for men to solve alone.
Let me out of this room.
Oh, don't be afraid. That's not Ormerod's voice. You see, Holmes and the girl are playing a trick upon us in the darkness.
No. Something awful here. Hazy light is growing in this room. Ormeroyd's face is taking shape there.
Keep him away! Keep him away!
You help us with our puzzle, Rowley.
I'll do anything you say, only don't come near me with your cold, dead hands. Keep away. I'll tell them. I'll confess. But keep away.
You!
Yes, I killed him.
Tell them why.
And I'd taken bribes. He made me sign a confession that would send me to prison if I stayed in England. I waited for him on the road to Rabbit's house. I didn't know about the money he had with him. All I wanted was the paper that I didn't find. The paper in that cigarette case that I never found until tonight. Here it is. Use it to send me to the gallows. But don't come near me with your cold, dead hands. Don't come near me with your cold, dead hands.
I have the paper. His confession. You and Tom's hold on to him. I'll phone for the police.
Oh, I won't try to get away. There's no escape from the dead.
Father! Willis, his form is fading.
Goodbye, Julia. My task is over. We will not meet here again.
Father!
Julia, dear.
Take care of her, my boy. And remember, he who loves must solve the puzzles of life for others.
Well, that's the end of that scene. You folks come see us next time I has a birthday.
The Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
107-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 107-year-old. Well, Satan, we got a lot of yarn to spin these folks tonight. So if you'll give word to douse all lights, we'll get right smack down to business. That's right. Make it nice and dark and cheerful when you listens to our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a ruined village behind the Western Front in war-torn France of 1918. And so begins our tale about the firing squad. The firing squad.
Squad! Halt! Why'd you make me look at this, Mac?
Because that man's a traitor, Steve.
But why should I watch him die? God. Blindfolded. Against a wall.
Quiet. We'll let the men hear you.
All right, Captain Mason.
Proceed.
God.
Aim! Watch this execution. That's an order.
Yes, sir.
Squad! Fire!
He's dead. They shot him.
Right shoulder! Up! He sold his people. He's received his pay.
Squad, left! Forward! Up! Let's shoot him down in cold blood. I don't care what that man did. Ah, but I've seen butchery enough. I can't look at any more death. I can't look at any more death.
Lieutenant Buckley, you forget yourself.
Yeah. A good soldier must have no emotions. Merely a blind obedience. I hasten to apologize, Captain, before you prefer charges that may stand me before a firing squad.
Let's take a little walk, boy. I want to talk to you.
Very well, sir. The command of my superior officer is law.
Steve, an extra bar on my shoulders hasn't made any difference between us. You know that. In blood relationship, we may be only cousins. And I've always looked upon you as a younger brother. You're in trouble, kid. I want to help you.
You've helped me enough already. By bringing me to France when I might have stayed at home. And when you get me here, instead of leaving me in Paris, you took me into Below Wood.
Steve, you're not really a coward. I didn't realize it was going to be so hard. I thought this war would bring out your stronger side. You have a stronger side, if I could only find it. Your nerves are gone. That's the whole trouble with you. You need a change, a rest. A few days in Paris.
What are you driving at?
Kid, you can go to Paris. In my pocket is a pass in your name.
A pass? A pass for Paris? Mike, you're not kidding. You're not...
Here it is.
A pass to Paris. To a clean bed and sheets. To a bath. To women who wear white dresses and smell of perfume.
Why, you're a new man already.
Oh, when can I leave?
Tonight.
Oh, thanks, Mike, thanks.
But before you thank me, there's a condition attached to this pass, Steve.
Why, what do you mean?
When you were in Paris before, you fell pretty hard for that Coudray woman. Steve, you mustn't see her again.
Oh, Vera's not a plaster saint, I know that.
I've no interest in her morals. Kid, this is in confidence. Vera Coudray is under strong suspicion of being a German spy.
Our Lord, I know you've received another letter from Uncle Charles. He believes there's a spy hiding behind each blade of grass.
Uncle Charles is in a position to have reason for such belief.
Yeah, but why pick on Vera? If she were a German agent, how's she gotten away with it in Paris for 4 long years?
Because Mademoiselle Coudray is very clever. So clever that others are caught and punished in her place.
Ah, that's ridiculous.
No, Steve. The man you just saw die was one of that woman's lovers.
I don't believe that.
Letters were found on him proving it. Unfortunately, they didn't connect her with his act of treason. And as you saw, he went to his death in silence. It may be purely coincidence, but 4 other soldiers who were intimates of that woman have faced a firing squad for similar crimes.
4 others?
Yes, 3 French and 1 English. This poor devil was the first American. All acted very strangely during their courts-martial. None of them seemed to comprehend or realize the thing they'd done. Their minds appeared to be in a sort of haze. Crazy as it may sound, I believe that woman has some power that enslaves men's brains. You must promise you'll never see her again.
I see now why you made me watch this execution. I've admitted to you I'm no patriotic hero, so you think me a possible traitor. That man's death was to be my object lesson.
Oh, don't be a fool. I don't think anything of the kind. I did make you watch only to show you the sort of woman you're in love with.
You haven't shown me anything. You've merely talked a lot of rot. And the moment I get to Paris, I'm going to call her up.
No, you're not. Give me that pass.
Mac!
Your superior officer speaking now. Give me that pass.
No, you can't. You won't. I've got to get away, Mac. If I have to listen to those guns another day, I'll go crazy. I've got to get away.
Give me that pass.
No, no. Oh, for 3 days in Paris, I'll promise anything. I promise, Mac. Don't take it away from me.
Swear you'll not see Vera Coudray. That you won't even telephone her. That if you meet her by accident, you won't speak to her. Swear it on your word of honor. On your word of honor.
I swear. On my word of honor.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve. Oh, don't be sore at me for this. You know I'm only trying to help you out of a possible trouble. I've done that ever since we were kids. It's become sort of second nature. Here. You pack now and be on your way. A good spree will put those jumping nerves of yours to sleep. And when you come back, we'll go up there and do our job together.
Yeah. Up there where those guns are booming. Up there where death is waiting. But I have 3 days now to live! 3 days to live in Paris!
Three days to live. 3 days to live in Paris. Oh, what's the word of honor matter when you gotta go back and die? That's what I figured, Vera. So I telephoned you to meet me in this cafe.
I do not understand, mon lieutenant. Why should you not have telephoned me? And why do you speak of words of honor?
That's a joke. It's a personal, private joke. I'll teach old Mac to try and run my life. And if you only knew the silly reason he gave for wanting me to promise it.
I do not comprehend your little joke, but I will laugh with you. I will pour another glass of wine. Then perhaps you will tell me all about it.
Yeah, pour me another glass. Hey, Vera, you only had one drink all the time we've been here. Don't you like this wine?
I prefer to remain quite sober, as I can enjoy your happiness the more. And you are so happy, mon cher, to be away from the awful front.
I'm so happy I could sing. Say, let's both sing, Vera.
Wait. Your glass is empty again. You will sing better when it is once more full. I do my best. Drink, mon cher. Your company, your what you call division. I am so ignorant of military terms. When you return, it will occupy the same place in the line as before?
I don't know. Why you all the time asking me questions about the front? Why you remind me I gotta return? I want to forget that.
I don't blame you. Oh, mon ami. Would it not be wonderful if this wicked war was over?
This war is never going to be over. It's going to last forever. I'm going to be
You
killed.
mustn't think such things. Why, if Paris were taken, the war would be over in 1 week.
What do you mean?
Oh, the Boers are only 70 kilometers away. If they should break through where your so brave American troops hold the line, this war would have to end.
Yeah, they won't break through.
No, I suppose not. Here, mon cher, you must have one more little drink.
All right. Thanks, Vera.
Your aunt, the Major General, what did he say about this dangerous situation? You have told me you write letters to your cousin and tells him things when he sees him. Your cousin tells you about these letters, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Mac tells me, look out for spies. Everybody's a spy. You're a spy. Yeah. He made me promise not to see you. Now I told you, Vera, we can laugh together. And he said you had strange powers that enslaves men's brains. Why aren't you laughing, Vera? Why are you looking at me like that? So steady. So...
Look at me.
Sure. I like to look at you. I'm crazy about you, Vera. You know, you got the most wonderful eyes.
Look into them deep.
All right. Your eyes are awful wonderful, Vera. I feel so funny. Your eyes make me feel funny. They make me...
Gaze into them. Do not try to look away. You cannot.
No, I cannot.
You are very much in love with me.
Yes.
You trust me absolutely.
Yes.
You are afraid of death. You wish this war to end.
Yes. Yes.
And you believe that I can show you how to end it? You believe that I can show you how to end it?
Yes.
And you will do anything I tell you to bring it end about. Say, I will do anything you tell me to bring it end about. Say, I will do anything.
I will do anything you tell me to bring it end about.
Now, let your waking mind remember that, and forget that I have made you so remember. Mon ami, wake up, wake up.
Huh?
Is this the proper way to entertain a lady?
I fell asleep.
You were what you call dead to the world. Come, let us leave this stuffy place and walk to my apartment. It is pleasant there, and we will talk.
Yeah, just you and me, Vera. Oh, I'm crazy about you. I've only 3 days to live. Then I gotta go back there and die.
Oh, no, mon cher. You will live to see this war all ended.
Sorry, Vera. But you know, the idea just come to my mind that maybe you and me could end it.
Lieutenant Steve will be here at any moment.
You are sure we run no risk?
Have I ever led us into danger?
No. Your hypnotic powers have been of great value to the fatherland, mademoiselle.
In 3 days I have made this lieutenant my slave.
And his uncle is a major general.
If he is like his nephew, Germany does not need our help to win the war. Now listen, his leave is up. Tonight he returns to his company. No matter what happens, he will obey my will. Talk plainly to him and have no fear.
I rely upon you.
Hush.
You wanted me, Vera?
Yes, mon petit, come in. The gentleman of whom I spoke is here to see you. Monsieur Chardonnay, I present Lieutenant Buckley.
I am charmed, Lieutenant.
Monsieur Charbonneau. Of course I know that's not your real name.
Mademoiselle Coudray has told me of your conversations.
She told me how to end the war. It doesn't matter who wins, just so it's over, she says.
She's right. And once the line is pierced between Soissons and Reims, Paris will be occupied within a week. The war will be over, and men will cease to die.
Yeah. What am I to do to save my life and that of others?
General Ludendorff wishes to learn the weakest spot in the line.
How can I find it?
One who looks may see much. And to the nephew of a major general, things may be told.
It doesn't seem right.
Look into my eyes, mon cher. Because you wish to live, you will do as you are told.
Yes, I'm going to live. For you.
You will give the information we desire to a man wearing the uniform of a common American soldier. He will have a bandage bound around his head, and his arm will be carried in a sling. He will give you the password, Koblenz. This man will meet you a week from today.
What if I am killed within the week?
That, of course, would be a misfortune.
Remember, you are not to fear, mon cher. Nothing can harm you, I have told you.
No, nothing can harm me. Not even a firing squad.
Of that I have forbidden you to think at all.
To ensure your safety when the drive begins, Lieutenant, you will take this capsule. It will make you very ill enough to be sent to a hospital in the rear.
Where nothing can harm me. Can I have 2 capsules?
Monsieur worries about his cousin, Capitaine Mason. I've told you many times that he will also be safe.
Yeah, Mac will be safe too. You've told me.
To make mademoiselle's assurance more certain of fulfillment, here are 2 capsules. Mademoiselle will enlighten you concerning any further details. It may be dangerous for me to remain here longer. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye.
Mademoiselle.
Au revoir, monsieur.
I offered him my hand. He didn't take it. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Exactly what I tell you to. That and nothing more.
Come there. Halt.
Off your
All out. Everybody in, Steve?
Yeah. All in.
Don't mind, kid. Trouble's over now for a while. It's out of the lines again. Tonight, for a change, we sleep in safety.
Yeah, safety.
Easy, boy, easy. That one fell 300 yards away.
But maybe not the next one. Maybe. No, nothing can harm me. Nothing can harm me.
Here, don't let your nerves get you again. You've been a different man since you came back from Paris. Stay that way. Lord, what a Brannigan you must have had there, though. I've been the sort of things ever since.
I'm all right. But I've been different this time because I know nothing can harm me. Nor you either, man. And because I know the war is going to end.
Sure. We'll be out of the trenches by Christmas. Huh. Some Christmas. Say, That one of our men coming down the road? There's a bandage around his head and an arm in a sling.
Bandage on his head, arm in a sling?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing.
Here, grab yourself 40 winks, kid. I'll see you later.
No! No, I've got you! Sergeant! Sergeant Porter! If Captain Mason comes back looking for me, I'll be up the road. Up there with that man whose head is bandaged.
Yes, Lieutenant.
The war will soon be over, Sergeant. The war will soon be over. This map will explain most of it. I memorized everything carefully, just as she told me.
It is all very clear. The weakest point, you say, is just behind Dormans.
Yeah, just behind Dormans.
All is in readiness. The blow will be hard.
Then the war will be over. It'll be finished, as she said.
I must hurry away now. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Lieutenant Buckley! Buckley! Steve!
Coming.
Steve! Steve, I've been looking everywhere for you. Bad news, kid. We have to go back.
Back? Back where?
The lines. Waters just countermanded our arrest orders. They need us to plug a weak spot. Back of Dormans. Considerable hike.
Back of Dormans?
What's the matter?
Get that man with the bandaged head! Don't let him get away! No. Now don't pay any attention to me. She told me.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. It's all right. Nothing can harm us.
See to the men, Sergeant. Get ready to march.
Yes, sir. Come here. Quiet. All right, you bugs. Come on, get your pack.
I can't find the capsules. I can't find the capsules. But nothing can harm us. Even back of Dormans.
Oh, quit acting like a lunatic, Steve.
We're going back of Dormans. Dormans! But nothing can harm us. Nothing can harm us. Nothing can harm us.
Steve! He got him. He's hit. Hey, get that doctor. A stretcher. Please come on, his blood. And I'm responsible. I didn't look out for him. I brought him into this. Steve! Don't die, kid. Don't die. Don't die.
I'll get rid of Dr. Patton.
Oh, thank God you're here, Doc. Quick. Oh, don't let him die. Don't let him. Doc. He isn't already.
No, he isn't dead. He isn't going to die. Shell fragment grazed his head and knocked him cold. Plenty of blood, but just a flesh wound.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, he's coming to already. Lucky guy. He won't have to go with us. He's got a ticket to the hospital.
Meg, where are you? Here, kid, here. You're all right now.
Pile me in, Mr. Barris.
What are they doing? Where are they going to take me?
To a hospital, kid. We'll have to go ahead without you.
But where are you going? Why? You're going back of Dormans. And she lied when she said nothing could harm us. She lied! She lied!
He's raving, Doc.
Don't go back at Dormans, Mac. Don't go back at Dormans!
Give him a shot, Doc, and quiet him down.
No! 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 No!
I gotta leave you now, kid.
No, Mac! Listen! Let me tell you, Mac!
Lieutenant Clark, take the rear company. Company, insurance! Left step, forward, march!
Back! Come back! Come back! Oh, he's gone. She lied and he'll be killed. I'll have killed him back of Dormans!
They didn't do us no favor when they brung that nutty lieutenant to this hospital.
Two orderlies and a nurse was sitting on his chest when I got there for a smoke just now.
Big things, if you ask me. Did you hear him carrying on? Grange's skipper standing by his bed with a big hole in his stomach. And that his outfit's been wiped out, all but 18 men.
Yeah, I heard him. Cooper was a clown.
Yeah, they're the same. I'd hate to be imagining things like he is.
Geez, an ambulance is coming. Come on, Sam. Maybe the driver's found a bottle somewhere.
Yeah. Come on, you guys. Go on. There's plenty there. What? Say, what's the matter? You got a car full there?
Yeah, more coming. Big fighting back at Dorman's way. Come on.
Say, help me get these poor guys out of here, will you?
All right. This belongs to bottom first. Go on. Here.
Oh. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, hey, Dumbbell, you ambulance guy. Don't you know better than to be hauling steps?
What, one of them fellas croak on me?
Say, look at him.
Oh, no wonder with a hole in his stomach like that.
Sam, he's got bars on his shoulder. The captain he was.
Yeah, well, he ain't no longer. See if he's got his dog tag and help me with these other guys.
Sam, wait a minute. His tag reads Captain Macklin Mason. That's who that crazy Louis says is standing by his bed.
Gee.
How did he know this guy was hitting the stomach 20 kilometers away?
Even mon cher, all is forgotten now. You are out of the hospital, unarmed. The war is over, and you are with me.
And you said, I remember, that nothing would harm us.
Nothing did harm you.
But you promised protection for him as well. He just looks at me and never speaks a word. But his eyes are telling me to come to the lines just back of Dorman.
Stop! There is no one here beside you.
Oh, I can't just see him when he's always here. You were his murderer as well as I. And he knows. See? He's turned. He's looking at you now.
You make the cold run up and down my spine. I tell you that there is no one there.
You'll see him one day. And the others. 18 left of the men I slept with, marched with, fought with. 18 left. We've killed the others. You're afraid to have him gaze at you? Oh, you say you cannot see him?
You seem so sure. So certain.
Yeah. I know the reason for his presence. His eyes are telling me to come to the lines just back at Dorman.
No, we are leaving France.
But before we leave, we must go to the lines in back of Dormant.
Oh, the terrible idea of yours that had brought us to these muddy fields tonight. Since you had to come, why could we not wait till morning?
I've told you, dear. Mac wanted it this way. He's spoken to me twice since we started from Paris. Not angry, as though he hated me for what I've done. Just kind. Just as he used to be. It's strange you haven't heard him speak.
I have not heard for the same reason I have never seen. There is no one, nothing, there beside you. There has never been. I came here only to humor you and to keep you from talking to people who might believe the crazy things you say.
We're walking where they fought the night when the Boche broke through. At the place we told them was the weakest. We're walking over graves. The graves we made. Where they died, the men we killed.
I cannot stand it. I will leave you.
You can't leave. Nor can I. I knew we couldn't when I brought you here.
What do you mean?
That we have come to pay a debt.
Where is that bugle? There are no soldiers here.
Miss, can't you see them? They're gathering all about us.
I see nothing but shadows. Only shadows.
Listen, the shadows are marching. Here comes our firing squad.
Oh, you are not insane. I see them coming towards us, and I see your captain too. Let me get away. Oh, I cannot move.
We sold our people. Now we receive our pay.
No.
Already, Captain Mason.
Proceed.
Oh!
Hey!
No!
Hey!
No!
Give me back.
It's all right, kid. Now I can look after you again.
And in the morning, 2 bodies were found lying on a deserted battlefield. 2 dead bodies of a woman and a man. On their chests were little blue marks, such as spent bullets might have made. Bullets that had come from too far away at first.
Well, that's the end of that scene. You folks come see us next week when I has a birthday, and we'll have another cheerful yarn to spin ye.
The House of Mystery. This is Roger Elliott, otherwise known as the Mystery Man, welcoming you to another storytelling session here at the House of Mystery. Beware the night of Halloween, when ghosts and goblins creep and glide. Beware the night of Halloween, when witches ride. Yes, next Wednesday, October 31st, is Halloween. But here at the House of Mystery, we're celebrating Halloween today. Now, for the benefit of our radio listeners, I think I should describe how our meeting room is decorated. Ruth and Marilyn and a few of the other girls spent all morning fixing it up for our Halloween party. There are black witches on broomsticks riding across the ceiling, the skeletons dancing along the walls, a great big spooky owl perched on top of my bookcase, and a tremendous jack-o'-lantern hanging from the light fixture in the center of the room. Yes, it looks like we're going to have quite a party. Oh, incidentally, Ruth, what's that big bowl of water on the table?
Well, we're going to bob for apples. You know, you put some apples in the water, and then you stick your face in the bowl and try to pick up an apple with your teeth.
And the one who picks up an apple gets it, is that it?
Yes, but most of the time, all you get is a wet face.
Well, at least Johnny will get his face washed painlessly. Did your mother bake that wonderful Halloween cake on the table, Ruth?
Yes, and it has fortunes in it.
Fortune?
Yes, there's a key and a ring and a penny, a button, a symbol, and a lot of other things baked right into the cake. And when we cut it later and we give everybody a piece of it, whatever they get in their piece tells their fortune.
What happens if I get the ring?
Well, that means you're going to get married soon. Well, what does the penny mean? It means you're going to be rich. Oh, boy, that's for me. I've got a list of all the fortunes here. I copied them out of the Halloween book.
Oh, we should have a lot of fun with that cake. Hey, what's in that box on the table?
Oh, I forgot. There's some toasteroons that my mother made. Some toaster what?
Johnny, you've got a memory about as long as a flea's whisper. Don't you remember last Saturday, Ruth was telling us about some wonderful cookies her mother makes out of Post Toasties?
Oh, yeah. The recipe's on the side of the Post Toasties box.
That's right. They're called toasteroons. They look wonderful, Ruth.
Well, there are 3 different kinds, Mr. Man. Some with lemon flavor, and some with dates, and some with nuts.
May I have one?
Oh, certainly, of course.
Thank you.
Shall I pass them around now?
Well, you'd better, or Johnny's tongue will drop right out of his mouth.
May I have one, please?
Yes, here's one.
Gee, thanks. I'll take a lemon.
I have one of the
They're
awfully good. Thank you. You're welcome.
Well, they taste as wonderful as they look. I'm sorry we can't pass Ruth's toasteroons to everyone who's listening in because they're really delicious. How about it, Johnny?
They're swell. They're better than candy.
Are they very hard to make, Ruth?
Oh, no, they're very easy. You just follow the recipe on the side panel of the Post Toasties box. Anyone can make them.
Did you hear that, all you House of Mystery radio listeners? Ruth says the toasteroons are easy to make. All you do is follow the simple recipe on the side panel of the Post Toasties box. And they really are delicious. Crisp and crunchy and toasty brown, just like Post Toasties themselves.
Boy, sure are good.
And Johnny hit the nail on the head. They're really better than candy. I'm sure Mother'd be glad to make you a batch of toasteroon, especially since they don't take any sugar at all. Or maybe you can even make them yourself if it's that easy.
And if you got any left over, send them to me, especially the ones with dates in them.
Now, why should any of the girls send you toasteroons, Johnny? You refused to send that girl in Massachusetts your picture.
Well, she sends me some toasteroons. Maybe I'll send her my picture. Maybe.
Now, don't make any bargains. If you want toasteroons, you ask your mother to make them for you.
Would you like another one, Mystery Man?
I certainly would. Thank you, Ruth.
Well, how about you, Johnny? Does a fish like to swim?
Mystery Man.
Yes, Richard?
Well, I was thinking that since we're sort of celebrating Halloween here at the House of Mystery today, you might be able to tell us how Halloween started. I tried to look it up in the encyclopedia last night, but I couldn't find very much about it. It just said that Halloween was originally called All Souls Day.
That's right. And then it became All Saints Day, and finally, All Hallows Day. A hallow, you see, is a saint. The word Halloween was originally Hallow-even, meaning the eve or night of All Hallows Day.
Well, why are all the spooks supposed to come out on Halloween?
Well, that goes a long way back, Johnny, when people worshipped the sun because it gave heat and light and made things grow out of the ground. But then along about the middle of October each year, the sun lost some of its heat and the living things in the ground began to wither and die. And the superstitious people of the day believed that ghosts and goblins and witches were making this happen. And so they locked themselves in their houses until these supposedly lost souls, the ghosts and goblins, withered the grass and the leaves and then returned to the shades of darkness for another year. They didn't know much about the changes of seasons, and they blamed the evil spirits for bringing winter. In fact, that's one of the reasons we celebrate May Day on the 1st of May every year. It's the day when the good spirits supposedly come out and start things growing again. Well, of course, we know that it's the heat of the sun that really starts things growing, but centuries ago they didn't. And so now, all over the world, All Hallows Day and Halloween are celebrated in pretty much the same way.
Yeah, I see why. Well, do you know why everyone cuts faces and pumpkins and puts candles in them? Does that mean anything? Something?
Well, Richard, there are a number of explanations as to how the use of jack-o'-lanterns started. The Irish version is that a very stingy man named Jack was barred from heaven because of his stinginess. And because he played tricks on the devil, he was barred from hell, too. And so he found himself a lost soul on Halloween. Well, one night, he went into a field, hollowed out a pumpkin, cut some holes in it, and put a candle inside. And from then on, he wandered the earth carrying his lantern to light the way. And he came to be known as Jack of the Lantern or Jack-o'-lantern.
Oh, I never heard that before.
I believe that the custom of having huge bonfires on Halloween began in Scotland. The fires were supposed to burn the witches and evil spirits.
Some of the kids have a fire on our block every Halloween, but then the fire engines come and put it out.
Well, Halloween fires are dangerous things, especially in the city. You really don't need a fire to celebrate Halloween. There are so many other things you can do.
Some of the boys ring doorbells and mark everyone up with chalk.
Well, that's pretty harmless fun, but fires can sometimes be serious. I think the best way to celebrate Halloween is with a party like we're having. Play games and have good things to eat and maybe even tell a ghost story.
Are you going to tell us a ghost story? A real one?
What's a real ghost story, Johnny?
What about a ghost? I know there aren't any ghosts, but can't we just kind of make believe on account of it's Halloween?
Sure we can. Making believe is sometimes a lot of fun. Now, let's see. A real ghost story.
Something spooky.
Well, I know one. It's not really spooky. Or maybe it is. It's called The Ghost Who Forgot Halloween.
Oh, that ought to be good.
Would you like to hear it?
Oh, sure, yeah.
I would, too.
All right. Now, Johnny, you pull down the shades.
Okay.
And, Richard, you light the candle in the jack-o'-lantern so we can have the right ghostly atmosphere. Here's a match, Richard. Be careful. That's fine. Now for the story of the ghost who forgot Halloween. Wilbur Kennesaw Smith was a ghost. He was named Wilbur after his great-grandfather, a very famous old ghost, who unfortunately was floating through the darkness one night when he got his sheet caught in a windmill, and that was the end of it. He was named Kennesaw after his uncle, who, sad to say, died of ghostly pneumonia while haunting an explorer at the North Pole. And he was named Smith because that was his father's name. Now, Wilbur, for the most part, was a happy, easygoing little ghost. His father and mother loved him dearly and were certain he'd grow up to be a very successful apparition. But Wilbur had one bad thumb. He was always falling asleep.
I'm so tired. I'm always so tired.
Yes, Wilbur was always tired. He was tired at school and he was tired at play, and it worried his father and mother very much. Mother Ghost thought it was because he was a growing ghost, and that as he grew older, he wouldn't be tired anymore. But Wilbur seemed to grow more tired every day. Now, Wilbur went to school just like all boys and girls do, except that being a ghost, he went to school at night. And instead of learning reading and writing, he learned moaning and groaning. And instead of addition and subtraction, he learned appearing and disappearing. And lots of other things, too. Sheet flapping and chain rattling and plain and fancy haunting and floating on air and everything a ghost should know to be a really good ghost. But Wilbur's trouble was that he didn't pay attention in school. And the reason he didn't pay attention was that he was always sleepy. His teacher's name was Miss Spook, and sometimes she became very angry with him. One night in the classroom...
And now, class, I'm going to test you in moaning and groaning. Wilbur Kennesaw Smith. Wilbur Kennesaw Smith. Wilbur, don't you hear me?
Oh, yes, Miss Spook.
This is your final test in moaning and groaning, Wilbur. Go ahead. Moan for me. That, Wilbur, is a yawn, not a moan. Now moan. Oh, good heavens. Is that what you call a moan? Why, I wouldn't even frighten a caterpillar, let alone a human being. Now listen to me. This is a moan. There, you see? Now you try it, Wilbur. I said you try it. Wilbur, you're snoring. You're fast asleep.
Yes, Wilbur was fast asleep, floating over his desk. Well, Miss Spook didn't know what to do with Wilbur. She spoke to the principal of the school, Mr. Rattlebones, and he called Wilbur in for a little talk.
What seems to be the trouble, Wilbur?
Trouble? There isn't any trouble.
Don't you get enough sleep in the daytime? Is that why you can't stay awake at night like every other ghost?
I sleep all day, but I'm still tired.
Well, Miss Spook tells me she can't possibly promote you unless you do better in class. And here it is, only 2 nights before Halloween. Promotion night. You don't want to be left back, do you?
No, Mr. Rattlebone.
You want to go out into the world and haunt people, don't you?
Yes, Mr. Rattlebone.
Well, you certainly don't seem to be trying very hard. You know, Wilbur, I was your father's teacher when he went to this school. Oh, he was a wonderful pupil. I remember when he took his final test in appearing and disappearing. Oh, I remember that very well. Your father, Wilbur, disappeared, and he didn't come back for 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks. That's something.
Was he tired too?
No, not at all. Why, when he was young, he could moan and groan for days without stopping.
I wish I was like my father.
Well, there's no reason why you can't be, Wilbur. I'm going to have a talk with your teacher, Miss Spook, and maybe I can get her to agree that if you pass your haunting test on Halloween, she'll promote you.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Animal.
But remember, Wilbur, you must pass the haunting test. No pupil in this school can be promoted unless he can haunt. Because if a ghost can't haunt, he might just as well be a human being.
Wilbur was all excited when he got home from school that night. He told his mother and father about the haunting test on Halloween and how, if he passed, he'd be promoted. They were so happy and so proud, Wilbur's father promised to let him use his oldest and rustiest set of chains to plank. And Wilbur's mother said she'd make him a brand new sheet out of ghostly white material. And Wilbur's old Uncle Henry, who'd given up haunting because the night air was bad for his rheumatism, offered to lend Wilbur 2 of his dried-up bones.
Oh, I never knew nothing that could scare the living daylight out of them human beings. Wilbur, as the rattling of the dry bones.
And so Wilbur was all equipped to pass his Halloween haunting test with high honors. An old rusty chain that clanked horribly. A brand new sheet that flapped in the wind. And bones so dry they made you shiver when they rattled. What more could any ghost pass? Wilbur was actually floating on air. Now he couldn't help but be promoted. The following night at ghost school, Miss Spook gave the class final instructions.
Tomorrow, as you undoubtedly know, is All Hallows Day. And tomorrow night is Halloween. The one night in the year when ghosts and goblins are permitted to roam the earth. As is only proper, we are holding our final examinations tomorrow night, the night of Halloween. You will find your assignments posted on the bulletin board. Please note them carefully as you float out after class. Now we will have some practice in moaning and groaning. Wilbur, are you paying attention?
Yes.
All right, then. All together now. Moan. Groan. Moan. Groan.
It was almost dawn when Wilbur floated home from his last night at school before the final examination. He went to bed immediately, slept like a log, and awoke bright and late that same day, just as darkness was creeping over the countryside. He remembered, as he pulled his brand new sheet over his head, that his assignment was to haunt a little graveyard down by the railroad tracks, and at the witching hour of midnight, frighten any human beings who happened to come by. He washed his face with evening mist, brushed his teeth with ectoplasm, ate a big, huge bowl of ghost toasties with invisible milk, and was ready to leave. By that time, it was quite dark, a perfect night for haunting. Wilbur's mother and father floated down as far as the hollow with him. Then they disappeared, and Wilbur was left all alone. He drifted through the valley until he came to the tiny graveyard he was supposed to haunt. There he scurried around among the gravestones and markers, groaning and moaning, and clanking his chain, and flapping his sheet, and rattling his old Uncle Henry's bones. Why, haunting wasn't hard at all. There was nothing to it. In fact, it was great fun. Wilbur floated over the graveyard, wheeling and dipping, making believe he was a ghostly airplane. Suddenly, he stopped short in midair. 2 huge green eyes were staring at him out of the darkness. The next moment he heard a sound that sent shivers up his spine. Again he heard the strange, frightening sound. Wilbur turned pale as a human, and he would have floated out of that graveyard as fast as he could if his father's rusty old chain hadn't suddenly caught on a headstone. And it was lucky for Wilbur that it did, because the next moment the huge green eyes blinked and a weird voice came out of the darkness.
Don't be afraid of me, little ghost. I'm just an old doll. On Halloween, I thought you said it's people too.
And laughing deep down in his feathers, the old hoot owl flew off the limb of the tree on which he'd been sitting and vanished. Poor Wilbur, trembling like a leaf, loosened the rusty old chain, picked up his Uncle Henry's bones, he'd dropped them in his fright, and with a deep sigh settled himself on top of a large, flat gravestone and draped his sheet around it. He'd suddenly become very tired. He looked up at the sky. Now the stars were winking and blinking, and there was a quarter moon that looked like a silver watermelon rind. All was quiet and peaceful. So quiet and peaceful, in fact, that Wilbur completely forgot it was Halloween, that he was supposed to be taking his final examination. Oh, my, is that Wilbur yawning? Yes, it is Wilbur. And he's fallen asleep. Wilbur's fast asleep, almost 2 hours before midnight, with most of his haunting left undone. What will happen now? Well, in a little while, the old hoot owl returned to his perch on the limb of the tree. He looked about for Wilbur and discovered him asleep on the gravestone. Now, he was a wise old owl, as owls usually are, and he knew that the last thing a ghost should do is fall asleep on Halloween. So he hooted and hooted until he was almost blue in the beak. But Wilbur didn't wake up. In fact, Wilbur didn't wake up for a long time. Not until a rooster on a nearby farm started to crow. Then he sat up with a jerk. He blinked 3 times. It was 5 o'clock in the morning, and dawn was beginning to light the sky in the east. And there, seated on the iron picket fence surrounding the tiny graveyard, were his mother, his father, all the other ghosts and goblins, and, worst of all, Miss Spook, his teacher. Wilbur tried hard to hold back his tears. He hadn't meant to forget Halloween. He hadn't meant to fall asleep. He trembled as his teacher got off the picket fence and floated over to him.
Well, Wilbur, what have you to say for yourself?
I'm sorry, Miss Spook.
Is that all?
I didn't mean to fall asleep, but I was so tired.
That seems to be your trouble, Wilbur. You're always so tired. We've got to teach you a lesson. Any ghost who forgets Halloween and falls asleep in the middle of haunting must be taught a lesson. Let me have your sheet.
My sheet?
Yes, your sheet. Thank you.
I'm cold just sitting here in my bones.
That's too bad. You will just have to get used to it. From now on, you're not going to be allowed to wear a sheet. You will have to walk around in your bones until you prove to me that you have learned how to haunt without falling asleep. And until that time, you will not be promoted.
Well, boys and girls, and grown-ups too, this coming Halloween, if you should happen to see a sleepy little ghost walking around in his bare bones, remember that it's Wilbur. Wilbur Kennesaw Smith. He's looking for someone to haunt so that he can be promoted and get his sheep back. So if you do meet Wilbur, be kind to him and let him haunt you, won't you? And in case he should yawn right in the middle of the haunting, tickle him in the ribs to keep him awake so that this Halloween, Wilbur can be promoted.
Please, let me haunt you.
And that's the story of the ghost who forgot Halloween.
That's not the kind of ghost story I meant.
Oh, didn't you like it, Johnny?
Oh, yeah. It was all right, but, I think it was wonderful, Johnny. The trouble with you is you always want creepy things. I'll always remember Wilbur from now on, and if ever I meet him, I will let him haunt me.
I'm sorry if I disappointed you, Johnny.
Oh, no. It was all right. One part made me laugh.
What was that?
The part where you said that Wilbur had a great big bowl of ghost toasties with invisible milk.
You wouldn't like that, would you, Johnny?
No, sirree. Wilbur can have his ghost toasties. I'll take real honest-to-goodness post toasties with the kind of milk you can see.
I can't say that I blame you, Johnny. As a matter of fact, like Wilbur, post toasties are so bubbly light they almost do float.
Have you ever tried post toasties with stewed peaches, Mystery Man?
No, I haven't, Ruth. Are they good?
They're wonderful. I have them with bananas lots of times.
Mystery Man,
Yes, Richard.
my friend's mother says that hot cereals are better for you than cold cereals in the wintertime. Is that true?
Not at all. It isn't the external heat of the food that counts. It's the amount of heat the food produces once it gets inside your body.
Oh.
Now, for instance, a glass of cold milk produces much more body heat or food energy than a cup of boiling hot water. Up around the North Pole, the Eskimos live all winter long on cold blubber and seal fat because it produces a great deal of body heat.
Carbohydrates produce body heat, don't they?
That's right, Richard. Certain elements in food are called carbohydrates, heat and energy-producing elements. Sugar's one of them, and starch is another, both of which you get in Post Toasties. So you tell your friend's mother that we'll match Post Toasties up against any other breakfast cereal, hot, cold, or lukewarm, for energy and for goodness, winter, summer, spring, or fall. And with all that, Post Toasties taste so good. Always crisp, always toasty brown, always bubbly light. Never soggy or mushy or lumpy. Right, Johnny?
You bet. Post toasties are top. Now, how about let's duck for apples?
I'm afraid we're not going to have time for that while we're still on the air because I want to tell you something about next week's mystery story.
Can't we even cut the Halloween cake and find out what kind of fortunes we get?
Do you want the fortune of the cake, Johnny? Confess.
Well, I could eat a hunk of cake.
All right, Ruth. Suppose you cut Johnny's piece so we can have his fortune told and, incidentally, wrap himself around some cake while I tell you about next week's story. It was on the stage of a supposedly haunted theater where the ghost of a great hamlet was supposed to walk hand in hand with death. The solution of the mystery escaped me until I realized that the only possible answer was the most obvious one of all. Next week, I'd like to see if you can guess, as I had to, the natural explanation of the seemingly supernatural phenomenon in the story I call Death Takes the Stage. Well, Johnny, did you find your fortune yet?
No. There's no fortune in this piece. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, here it is.
What is it?
Oh, it's the ring. Johnny's going to get married. Who believes in fortune? Not me.
No, I'm sure someday you'll get married, Johnny.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, we won't worry about it now. I see our time's up anyway. We meet again next week, of course, at the same time, and for our radio listeners, the same station.
And don't forget, if anybody's got any toast ruins they want to get rid of, send them to me.
Johnny, how can you ask for toasteroons with a mouthful of cake?
I did, didn't I?
I give up. Now remember to be with us next Saturday to hear Death Takes the Stage. I'll be waiting for you at the House of Mystery. This is Roger Elliott, your mystery man, saying goodbye until next Saturday at this same time. And reminding you that post-toastage is a goodbye, too.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
The Price of Fear. Brought to you by Vincent Price.
My little story for this week I want to call Come As You Are. You know that meaningless concession that gets added onto invitations to a party? You see, it's because the endless business of dressing up is such an integral part of my professional life that among my friends, my very positive reluctance to attend any kind of fancy dress party or costume ball is not only well established, but understandingly accepted. On a recent trip to London, I was genuinely delighted to find an invitation from my old friend Charles Vane awaiting my arrival. It wasn't until I'd reached that key and, to me, ominous phrase, "fancy dress will be worn," that my heart sank. The fact that my would-be host had crossed it through and substituted the words, "come as you are," afforded little by way of consolation. There can be few experiences so desultory as to find oneself sober-suited in the midst of a determined company of let's pretend Casanovas, paunchy Tarzans, and moth-eaten King Kongs. As I put Charles's invitation back in its envelope, I'd already instinctively decided to decline. But even as I mailed my politely phrased refusal to his kind invitation, I had the distinct feeling that I was not to be let off the hook so lightly. The 2 a.m. phone call confirmed my misgivings. Hello.
Vincent, it's damn well not good enough, do you hear?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Who is that?
It's not only not good enough, I'm damn well not going to take no for an answer.
Charles. Oh, Charles, is that you?
Surprise, surprise. Of course it's Charles. If Mohammed won't go to the mountain needs must. Anyway, who the hell else did you expect it to be?
Well, believe it or not, old thing, there are alternatives. Parents, relatives, friends, acquaintances. Oh, you'd be surprised.
Oh, would I? Well, I just hope you're not in the habit of treating them in the same shoddy fashion, that's all.
Charles, delighted as I am to hear from you. You know it is the middle of the night.
Wrong again, Vincent. The early hours of the morning. But what's that got to do with anything?
Nothing at all, except that we mere mortals do rather count on a certain quota of sleep.
Mere mortals bore me.
Oh, yes, it slipped my mind. Please forgive the lapse.
I'm forgiving you damn all. Are you still there?
Still here?
It's on account of that damn stupid fancy dress bit, isn't it? So why do you think I changed it to come as you are in the first place?
Out of the question. The intimacies of my sleeping attire must remain a closely guarded secret.
Don't be skittish. Anyway, all I hope is you had sufficient sense to keep the damn thing.
The damn... What, the invitation?
Yes, of course the invitation is what you're keeping me from my beauty sleep about.
I'm keeping you.
Yes, well, on the back you'll find a simple set of directions for getting here.
Oh.
A child of 5 could manage it. I marked the Priory with a damn big cross in the top right-hand corner.
The Priory?
The house, my house. You will love it.
Oh, yes, I'm sure I would, Charles. But as a matter of fact, I have another appointment. A scriptwriter friend of mine is
hell
coming...
with all scribblers. I shall expect you at 8.
But, Charles, I honestly don't see how
Will
I can...
you let me get some sleep, damn you?
Charles, are you there? Charles? Charles? Oh. Put to the test, Charles's simple set of directions might well have been comprehensible to a 5-year-old child. But not having one of them with me in the passenger seat, I spent hours exploring the same piece of countryside in ever-decreasing circles. I was just on the point of returning to London when I spotted the entrance to his drive. And within minutes, I was standing in the hall of one of the most remarkably beautiful houses it has ever been my pleasure to enter. The party was obviously in full swing.
Ah, there you are. Let the festivities commence. Vincent, you're late, damn it.
Oh, Charles, how good to see you.
I've been ringing that ridiculous hotel of yours for the best part of the evening.
What?
Thought you'd gone and funked out at the last minute.
Oh, I am sorry about that. Your directions weren't as explicit as you cracked them up to be.
Huh?
As a matter of fact, as a cartographer, your talents seem to be singularly lacking.
Nonsense. If Columbus had had me aboard, he'd have found the New World one hell of a lot sooner than he did. Anyway, seeing as how you finally made it, come along into the library.
All right.
We'll fortify ourselves with a brandy or 3 before I introduce you to the somewhat dubious delights of the snake pit.
All right.
There you go, then.
What? Oh, I am sorry. Thank you.
Hey, you're miles away.
Yes, I'm just taking it all in.
The house? Yeah, impressive, isn't it?
Beautiful, Charles.
Cost me a pretty packet, I can tell you.
Really beautiful.
Point taken. Yeah, you're quite right, of course. The heathen financier in me. Always been under the impression they amounted to much the same thing. Anyway, here's to it.
And to your health and to your house. Tell me about it.
The Priory? Well, don't expect me to go into the full historic bit. But for all that, mentioned in the Doomsday, one of the gems of early English monastic architecture, you know, the kind of thing.
Well, I'm more than prepared to believe it.
Yeah, the domestic conversions came later, but it's still pretty exceptional. Anyway, I first fell in love with the place about 5 years back when I was a guest here at a party.
Oh?
A rather bizarre junket given by the wife of the then owner.
Oh, I see.
Well, I think she realized I rather coveted the place from the word go. And last season we met up again in the south of France. She told me her lifestyle had changed somewhat since our last meeting, and judging by the bevy of young Apollos she had in tow, I was more than prepared to believe it. Well, I eventually got round to the house, and she said that providing the figure was right, the place was mine for the asking.
Well, it obviously was, then.
Let's just say the contract was concluded to the mutual satisfaction of both parties, shall we?
You're the same old Charles.
So, here we are. 9 months later, and it's housewarming night on the old corral.
Thank you. Are you, thinking of settling here?
Nothing surer. You look skeptical.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
My eye.
Well, you do have something of a reputation to live down, you know.
Well, you must give me 5 marks for effort, at the very least. I've already got so far as settling into the place, even hired a genuine English butler and a stable of splendid hunters. Yeah, every reason to be proud of my new country gentleman image, don't you think?
Well, all you need now is a genuine English rose to complete the picture.
I'm working on it.
You being serious?
I am. The question is she?
Oh, am I to meet her tonight?
Oh, my dear fellow, here tonight, her blue-blooded parents would have 40 blue-blooded fits.
Oh, then this is something of a last fling.
Let's just settle for the last but one, shall we?
All right, if you prefer.
I most certainly do. Right, let's be having you then. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, welcome to the snake pit.
My original misgivings about accepting Charles's invitation proved well justified. Along with the disguises I'd anticipated, in a matter of minutes I'd been introduced to a somewhat bibulous archbishop, an emaciated Theda Barra on the decline, and the oldest bunny girl in the business. Charles's come-as-you-are concession proved a somewhat dubious advantage. My conventional business suit seemed to generate the same degree of cool hostility as if I'd elected to wear it at a convention of nudists. It was with a very positive feeling of relief that I eventually escaped the throng and sought out some corner strategically removed from the general merrymaking. The minstrel's gallery seemed perfect. Suitably fortified with a private bottle of Charles's excellent Dom Clicquot, I climbed to my remote perch as eagerly as any canary in its gilded cage, a positive refuge where I could ponder the idiot antics of my fellow man and consider myself well out of it.
And so you are, old fellow, so you are. Well out of it.
In the gloom of the gallery, I'd almost stumbled over the man. I managed a rather startled apology, but even when my eyes had grown accustomed to the darkness, the details of his physical appearance remained extremely vague. The quality of his voice, the spare, angular outline of the silhouette he presented, suggested someone of middle age, but then he could just as well have been a great deal older. Only for the briefest of instants was I positively aware of his pale, watery eyes, opaque behind the glint of his old-fashioned pince-nez.
I hope I didn't startle you.
Well, somewhat, I must confess. I didn't realize I was intruding.
A temporary refuge from the madding crowd, eh?
Yes, I know it must seem ungracious.
Oh, to some it might. For my own part, well, given the option, I'd have been abed and asleep hours ago. Oh, won't you take a seat?
Oh, thank you so much. Allow me to introduce
On these occasions, formal introductions always strike me as superfluous. On top of which, I can't offer my hand.
Oh?
A somewhat unfortunate accident.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. If I were to fetch another glass...
Oh, it doesn't agree with me. But why don't you?
Oh, thank you.
I'm glad to observe that one of us, at least, had the courage to refuse being bullied into dressing the part.
Fancy dress. As in some ways it might have been easier to oblige.
The proverbial sore thumb, eh?
Yes.
In my own case, well, there was little option.
Oh?
My wife, you know.
Huh?
She positively revels in this kind of revel. But possibly you've already observed her. Titania in all her glory.
Oh, yes. Yes, as a matter of fact, I have.
It would be difficult not to.
Well, extremely effective.
Ridiculously pathetic.
What?
I can think of few sights so ludicrously tragic as a middle-aged siren aping the appearance and manners of a young girl half her age. Do I embarrass you?
Well,
Oh, you must forgive me, but her penchant for youth is so notorious, I now feel little reluctance to talk about it. Her companion this evening, for instance.
Oh, you mean the young man in the costume
You
of
have
Harlequin?
him.
Yeah.
Though the appurtenances of a gigolo might have been more appropriate.
Oh?
Her darling boy of the moment, Luigi del Potrello. The name means nothing to you?
Del Potrello. Oh, yes, it does sound familiar.
In most circles, it has a certain notoriety. The Potrellos are Italian merchants.
Oh, yes.
Extremely wealthy, hideously flamboyant, and totally without any distinction, taste, or breeding. Right from the outset, my home seemed in a perpetual state of siege. Billets-doux by every post, secret assignations, ridiculously extravagant floral arrangements. And then the ultimate indignity of having the scoundrel pay court under my very roof. To be made constantly aware of their asinine sniggerings, their barely concealed whisperings, their grotesque fondlings, the middle-aged lovebird and her twittering young chick. But it wasn't until he started implanting his obscene influence on the house itself that my anger and frustration reached full spate.
How obscene.
Yes, obscene. Isn't it extraordinary how something as seemingly insignificant as a mirror can underline the absolute bathos of one's situation? Underline it with far greater emphasis than any of the indignities and infidelities that have gone before.
Well, I'm not sure that I understand. You did say a mirror?
Yes, one of his many gifts to her. A hideously ornate creation in the fashionable Florentine manner. You know the kind of thing. All gilt cupids, intricately entwined vine leaves.
Yes, I'm afraid I do.
Exactly, my dear fellow. Needless to say, quite out of keeping with the sober antiquity of my own furnishings. But a token of regard from her own darling boy, don't you see? And as such, to be blatantly hung in a place of honor. It seemed suddenly as if he were trying to destroy the very fabric of our lives.
Would it be impertinent of me to inquire?
What happened?
Yes.
No, but why not? It's probably common knowledge. The inevitable scene is the phrase that most readily springs to mind. But somehow more significant than anything that had gone before.
Oh, you're exaggerating as usual.
I honestly don't think you realize
the gravity of the situation. Oh, come on, darling, say it. You can always be relied upon to trot out the obvious on these tedious occasions, can't you, my pet?
The occasion, as you choose to call it, might be a good deal graver than you think.
Oh, now you're beginning to sound much more like the old dodderer you really are. Well, come on, darling, don't stop now. It's the well-known visit to the headmaster you had in mind, isn't it? If so, you are achieving it to perfection. The darling boy really has excelled himself this time, hasn't he? Such an appropriate gift. A direct invitation to see yourself as you really are.
So why the hell don't you tell your darling boy he can take his bloody mirror right back where it came from?
We'll have to see, won't we, my pet?
And was the mirror taken back?
I presumed it must have been. I certainly don't recall seeing the damn thing again. But then, quite suddenly, that's to say, we both had more important things on our minds.
Oh?
I'd spent the day at the British Museum doing some research. I got home to find my wife had been taken seriously ill. In effect, a minor heart attack. I could only conclude it was a direct result of trying to keep up with her dissolute gadfly. The doctor advised that complete rest was absolutely essential. He also emphasized that there must be no undue excitement or shock. Yes, he particularly stressed the last bit, or shock. Even as he said it, it sounded strangely significant.
Why significant?
Well, as it turned out, I'd stayed up reading very late one night. I must have dozed off, because I was suddenly startled awake by a noise. It came from the head of the stairs.
What kind of a noise?
Difficult to describe, but a sort of bump, I suppose. A slight trip, perhaps. The servants had retired hours before. There was only my wife. At least, I believed that to be the case. Until...
Until?
I heard their voices coming from my wife's bedroom. I recognized Luigi's laughter immediately. Then, after a while, there was only silence. I think that silence was the most difficult thing to bear of all. For the first time, I admitted to myself that I had lost my wife to Luigi forever.
And your reaction?
How can one describe? Resignation, love, jealousy, hate, all at the same time. I wanted her dead.
What?
I needed her dead, but had no notion how I could achieve it. I'm not a courageous man, not even an artful man. I returned to the study, and there, I saw something that seemed to suggest the perfect solution.
Yes, go on.
Shortly before her illness, I'd drawn my wife's attention to a book dealing with the medieval history of the house.
Yes.
Well, needless to say, she discarded it halfway through, but there was one particular section that not only claimed her interest, but held it in a state of shocked disbelief I'd never witnessed before. It concerned a ghost.
A ghost?
Most historic homes seem to lay claim to one. Knowing my wife's somewhat nervous disposition, I'd previously kept ours something of a closely guarded secret. But now, no undue excitement or shock was what the doctor had said. There and then, I determined my ghostly inhabitant should serve his turn.
Well, what kind of a ghost?
The ghost of a Franciscan friar. The costume wasn't too difficult to improvise. A burnous, one of those Arab night-dress affairs, complete with hood, served my purpose to perfection. I put it on, lit a candle, left my study. I crossed the hall. The stairs creaked as I began to climb. I didn't mind. It only added to the theatricality of the scene I was about to enact. I could already imagine slowly opening the door of my wife's bedroom, hear her call out, "Who's there?" See the expression on her face as she watched in terror the spectre of the Franciscan friar loom towards her. Perhaps one brief, terrified scream. And then I just reached the top of the stairs, was about to cross the landing, when I saw it, the actual spectre, there, confronting me, the face shrouded in its hood, the candle flickering in its hand, the eyes, deeply socketed, stared accusingly into mine. For a long moment, there was only disbelief at what I saw. And then, panic. I tried to move, but couldn't. I tried to scream out. No voice came. Then, with a newfound volition of its own, my arm lashed out with the heavy brass candlestick I was holding, lashed out at the ghastliness of that grizzled face. God help me. In the name of Christ, somebody help me.
For God's sake, man.
Oh, my God, Charles. Charles.
What the devil do you mean by slinking off like that?
I'm sorry.
Well?
I turned towards my distraught storyteller, but he was gone, probably realizing he was in imminent danger of being forced back into the swinging multitude below.
Oh, come along, man. Don't just hang around in the gloom. There's somebody special I want you to meet.
From the far end of the library, Titania herself confronted me. She sat there enthroned in one of Charles's splendid high-backed chairs.
Captain of our fairy band, mortals, darlings, close at hand.
As she misquoted from the bard, Titania made very short work of a very large brandy. In view of my so recent conversation with her husband, I must have looked somewhat taken aback. She was not slow to notice the fact.
Something worrying you, darling.
Well,
Charles, be a dear. Titania's running low on nectar. Well, darling, you were saying?
Well, I do apologize. It's pure coincidence, of course, but I've had the pleasure of making your husband's acquaintance.
My husband?
Yes.
You did say my husband?
Yes.
Oh, damn you, Charles. You haven't gone and told every Tom, Dick, and Harry my little secret. You know I particularly asked you to keep it strictly entre nous. Luigi would be furious.
Luigi? But that isn't your husband.
Oh, what a damn fool I am. Now I've gone and let the cat out of the bag. Oh, you must have been referring to that dreadful old dodderer I was imbecile enough to spend the best years of my life with.
Now, darling, we mustn't speak ill of the dead.
The dead?
Thank God. The best part of 2 years, isn't it, Charles? Even at the very end, the old dodderer proved as parsimonious and mean-minded as he'd been all along. Still, he paid for it. One of the few comforting things in life is that one can always depend on getting exactly what one deserves.
Or deserving exactly what one gets.
Oh, Charles, darling, you are being cynical. Anyway, I must away. Luigi has gone missing, don't you know? It isn't that I don't trust the darling boy, darling. It's simply that I don't. Goodbye, Mr.
Goodbye.
Charles, darling. Oh, it's been bliss. But Titania, darlings, must away to live and fight another day.
What the hell was all that about?
Charles, tell me about him, her late husband.
Edward.
Was that his name?
Well, I only met the old stick once, and then very briefly, on my first visit to the place.
This place?
Well, of course, this was his house. He died here.
Where? Where exactly did he die?
You know, you look really peaky.
Answer the question, for God's sake. Please, Charles.
Well, as a matter of fact, at the head of the stairs.
The stairs leading to the minstrel's gallery?
Yes.
And the circumstances?
Oh, a bit unusual, really. It was Helen who found him. Apparently the old fool was on his way to bed, all got up in this ridiculous dressing gown thing of his when he spots this mirror.
The mirror? At the head of the stairs? It was Luigi's mirror, wasn't it?
Oh, has darling boy been telling you all about that?
Wasn't it?
Yes, a gift to Helen. The old boy raised such a stink about it, she locked it away at the back of a cupboard. Anyway, one night, after a somewhat torrid meeting with her darling boy, Luigi raises Cain and insists on hanging it out in the open.
Directly at the top of the stairs, so that anyone coming up them would be bound to see his own reflection, wouldn't he?
Which is exactly what happened. Edward spots it, loses his temper, and smashes the thing to smithereens. Yeah, it was that caused the heart attack, of course. Not to mention his hand.
What about his hand?
Well, severed. Quite severed. Extraordinary the violence that can be generated through a fit of jealousy, isn't it? I wish you'd have another brandy.
Will you tell me what he looked like, Charles?
Oh, Edward? Oh, do even better.
Charles handed me a snapshot. It was faded, but I spotted him immediately. One face among many, but I'd have recognized it anywhere. Not because of any particular feature, but because there, staring out at me, were the same pale, watery eyes, opaque behind the glint of his old-fashioned pince-nez. I handed the photograph back.
Oh, thanks. But might as well get rid of it.
Oh.
Not much point dwelling on the dead, is there?
No. Not much. Charles invited me to stay the night. I automatically refused. Some weeks later, he suggested we meet up again before he left on a business trip to the continent. The Priory was again suggested as a rendezvous. But in view of what had gone before, at the very last minute, I switched it to my hotel dining room instead. The decor hideously modern, the food bad, the waiters rude, the place positively bulging with people. I wouldn't have had it any other way.
That was Vincent Price, bringing you The Price of Fear. Co-starring in Come As You Are was Maurice Perry, with Betty Huntley-Wright and Peter Williams. Come As You Are was first recounted and dramatized by Bill Ingram and produced by John Dyers.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah and 2-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, Hannah and 2-year-old. Well, Satan, what kind of a cheerful little yarn will we spin these folks tonight? A love story? Well, if you ain't a sentimental old cat. You say you're not too old to be romantic? I never knowed a male critter that was, in his mind. Now set yourself down in the corner, Satan, and I'll spin the kind of tale you ask for. But douse out them lights, everybody. Nancy's love yarns is best listened to in the darkness. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into them embers. Soon you'll see inside a happy home across the seas in France. It's down in the country where them old heathen Romans used to live 2,000 years ago, and where they left some funny things lying buried in the earth. Funny things that men today sometimes discover. Gaze into the embers deep and hear our yarn of the bronze Venus. The bronze Venus.
Mama, Howie should be here any minute. If you don't hurry, I shan't be dressed in time to meet him.
Stop squirming if you want me to finish. Oh, I'll be glad when Henri takes you off my hands. Then I won't have to tie ribbons on a creature who can't stand still a moment.
You won't be glad at all. You'll weep constantly after I'm married and go to live in Paris.
I shan't shed a single tear. The sooner such a nuisance as you is out of my sight, the better. Oh, my baby, you will be leaving me soon.
Mama, stop that.
My little Georgie.
Stop it or I'll cry too. Mama, please don't.
No, I mustn't. Anyone who saw me would think a funeral was to take place here in 5 days instead of a wedding. And I'm really very happy. Your Henri is a good man. He loves you, and you love him.
Oh, so much, Mama. So much.
Stop your sighing and let me finish with these ribbons. Oh, I suppose I sighed the same foolish way before I married your father. And that's the only thing I have against Henri. He's so much like your father.
Why, Mama!
In his ridiculous interests, I mean. How the daughter of an antiquary can ever wish to become the wife of one is quite beyond my comprehension.
Oh, you really don't mean that. With all these constant delving among old ruins and buried cities, Papa has remained as close and dear to you as Henri will be to me.
Yes, of course, physically. But I long ago discovered that to a man with the archaeological bee in his bonnet, no mere woman can compete spiritually with a 1,000-year-old trifle that he's dug up from the earth.
And I don't approve of such work. I never have. It's too much like robbing graves.
Mama.
To my mind, the dead and their possessions are best left undisturbed.
Oh, that silly superstition.
All right, have it your own way.
But I do wish Papa hadn't found something to disturb this morning. He should have gone to meet Henri instead of merely sending old Jacques to the station with the carriage.
Henri won't be annoyed by that apparent rudeness when he learns it was caused by a new discovery. Chances are he'll even forget he's been away from you for an entire month, while he and your father indulge in scientific raptures.
Oh, not Henri.
We'll see. What is it your father found this morning? You haven't told me much about it yet.
Oh, it gave me an awful fright.
Fright?
For just a moment. This find was purely accidental. 3 of our peasants were digging up that old olive tree that was frozen last winter, and Papa and I were standing beside them, talking about Henri, when one of the men dug his pick into the earth and we heard a bong, as though he'd struck a bell. Then, suddenly, a black hand seemed to rise from out the earth. I thought it was a dead man's at first. But it was only the hand of a bronze statue. And when I left, Papa was delirious with joy and down in the pit with a shovel, helping the man unearth the rest of it.
Oh, then he'll be covered with dirt when he returns to the house, and he'll track it all over my carpet. Oh, but what's the use? I discovered long ago that men can't be made over.
Whoa, Sarah.
Oh, Mama, that's old Jacques outside. The carriage is returned with Henri.
Georgette!
Hurry, Mama.
I'm right behind you.
Hurry.
Georgette, darling. Oh, my little sweetheart.
Good afternoon, Henri. Welcome back.
Madame de Marseille, I salute you.
Don't waste your kisses on an old woman such as I. But tell this girl of mine how much you've missed her.
Oh, I already know, Mama, for I know how greatly I've missed him.
Have you, dear? To me, every moment that I've been away has seemed an hour. The hours like days, the days as years.
That's a very pretty speech for an antiquary. I hope that after your marriage you won't neglect to tell Georgette the same charming lies.
Lies, Mom?
Your mother's only joking, dear. She knows that nothing is important in my life, excepting you.
Helene! Georgette!
Oh, here comes your father, Georgette, covered with dirt from head to foot.
Henri, you have arrived.
Just now, Monsieur de Marseille.
And no thanks to you, Francois. You should be ashamed you didn't meet him at the station.
Oh, I have been doing something more important. Something that will make Henri's eyes grow wide with envy.
You've unearthed the statue, Papa?
The men are bringing it. Just wait until you see it.
Statue? What statue?
Didn't Georgette tell you of my find?
Henri just stepped from the carriage. Besides, I don't yet know what you found. I left before.
Wait until you see. Hurry, you men.
It looks as though they were bearing a corpse.
Now handle it carefully there. Now face it upright there.
Monsieur de Marseille. Why, it's an antique bronze.
Yes, a life-size bronze of Venus. A Venus of the ancients.
Where did you find her? How did you...
Look at her, my boy, and envy me my luck. This statue may prove the greatest find of the century.
She's gorgeous.
Superb.
A masterpiece.
A chef-d'oeuvre.
See, she's of the early Roman period. Her face is not the classic style.
Oh, no. Here you have none of the immobility of feature which the Greeks gave to their sculpture.
He seems almost living.
I've never seen such an illusion of life and metal.
She has such a cruel face.
Hasn't she a heartless beauty, though? If she were a living woman, Henri, how she'd make her lover suffer. She'd send a man to death without the slightest pity.
Yes. She's almost devilish in her charm. She's the loveliest thing I've ever seen.
That's a fine thing for a prospective husband to say in the presence of his future wife.
Well, I hardly think Georgette will be jealous of Henri's compliments to a statue. Helene, what an excellent omen. She is for these children. 5 days before their marriage, I bring them Venus, the goddess of love.
Excellent omen indeed. A heathen idol buried by the dead. I don't like her looks at all.
Oh, you have no appreciation. Henri, Georgette, we must take full advantage of this excellent quartet. Your marriage was to be on Saturday. Friday is Venus Day.
You're not suggesting their wedding to be advanced to Friday?
Certainly.
Georgette, that's a whole day sooner.
Never. A marriage on Friday would bring all sorts of bad fortune.
On the contrary, it will bring only good. For my goddess on the earth will smile upon their union.
Mama, I'd like to be married that much sooner.
Oh, and I, Madame de Marseille.
Well, I suppose one superstition is as foolish as the other. All right.
There, it's all settled. Jean-Paul, you and the men fetch scraping tools.
Yes, monsieur.
Now, Henri, you and I will remove the encrusted earth from my Venus. We may find inscriptions.
Yes.
No, you may scrape in the dirt all you wish, but not Henri.
Oh, but it would be a privilege, Madame. Oh, this find is stupendous. Every archaeologist in France will go mad with envy when they hear of it. And since Monsieur has offered to let me
You see,
share...
Georgette, what you must expect from an antiquary? Your affianced husband, whom you've not seen for a month, would desert you the hour he returns for a dead thing out of the earth.
Oh, Madame, you know I...
You may help Papa if you wish, Henri. I'm going in the house.
Oh, darling, wait. Forgive my thoughtlessness. I won't touch the statue or even think about it. Instead, you and I'll take a stroll in the garden and talk.
What was that sound?
Oh, it came from inside my Venus. Some loose fragment in a hollow form must have fallen and struck against the metal sides. Coming as it did, Henri, it seemed to protest against your desertion of her.
Well, protest or not, I am deserting her.
Well, run along, then.
Henri, when you and Georgette reach the garden, try to act like a lover instead of an archaeologist. I'm going in the house.
I shall take your advice, Madame. Come, Georgette. Oh, later, if your daughter permits, Monsieur, I shall be delighted to return and help you.
I shall be delighted to have you, my friend.
You would rather stay with that old statue now than be with me.
You know I wouldn't, darling. And you shouldn't feel bitterness toward anything that's been so kind to us. Just think she's advanced our marriage a day.
You don't believe as Mama does, that Friday is unlucky.
If your love for me is as strong as mine for you, nothing can be unlucky. Here. See what I brought you from Paris.
That ring upon your little finger?
Uh-huh.
Oh, gorgeous. Let me put it
No,
on.
no, not yet. It will only leave my finger for that of my wife's. It won't be yours for 4 whole days.
It's to be my wedding ring.
Yes. There's a Latin inscription inside that means yours forever.
You shall be mine, and I will be yours forever. After that.
Just 4 short days. But they'd seem terribly long if your father hadn't found that statue. Fortunately, I can occupy my time assisting him with her.
Henri, you're thinking more about that statue than you do of me.
Georgette.
Mama was right. To such men as you and Papa, nothing matters but dead things from the earth. I hate your ugly Venus. I hate her. Hate her.
What?
What was that?
What?
That sound. Henri, it came from that statue back there.
Oh. Well, your father, as Jean Paul, must have struck it with a tool.
I suppose so. But as she seemed to protest against you leaving her a while ago, now she seemed to answer what I said in anger.
You silly little goose. Well, if you think she has understanding, I'll anger her still more. Do you think I could give that ancient lump of metal a single thought when you are near? If she were the living Venus, goddess of beauty, to me you'd be more beautiful. And I'd love you more than Venus, the living goddess of love.
That sound again.
Someone called.
Papa!
He's hidden by those trees. Run!
Papa! Papa!
He's here.
He's not hurt, thank heaven.
The Venus has fallen.
And a man lies on the ground beside
Monsieur
her.
de Marseille, what has happened?
The statue fell upon Jean-Paul.
He's not.
Oh, he's only stunned, I think. He's breathing. Georgette, send Jacques for Dr. Babous.
At once. But how did it happen?
I don't know. For no reason at all, my Venus toppled over. And my old eyes are playing tricks.
What do you mean?
Why, before she fell, it seemed her bronze arm struck out in rage, blindly, as a person of temper strikes when something is said to anger them.
Henri, it happened when you said you loved me more.
That ain't the end of our love story about the bronze Venus, Satan. But if these folks wants to hear the rest about her, they got to come and see us next time at her birthday. Hummin' 4-year-old, I be real soon. Hummer and 4-year-old.
bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
111-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 111-year-old. But instead of celebrating my birthday with a good rest, Satan, we got to go to work and tell the finish of that pretty love story we begun last time these folks was here. Let's see. You keep track of our romantic yarn, Satan. Where'd we leave off? That's right. We told about that nice young girl who was fixing to marry a young archaeologist fella, and how the girl's father, who was also in the archaeology business, discovered the statue of a heathen goddess that was buried in the earth. It was an awful lifelike looking statue. And right while we left off our yarn, it seemed as if it had got mad and struck a man with its metal fist. Douse out them lights so's we'll have it nice and dark for the finish of our tale. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into them bars. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll be back with us in France, while once them heathen roamings lived. Soon you'll see once more the bronze Venus. The bronze Venus.
It's an ill wind that blows no one good on it. If it hadn't been for Jean Paul's bruises, Madame de Marseille would never have permitted you to help me complete this delightful task of scraping the encrusted earth from my Venus. She's used to me getting dirty, but she doesn't want our future son-in-law to follow in my sinful footsteps.
Well, if I didn't help you, no one else would. Your goddess has certainly struck terror into the peasants around here.
Well, they won't come within 100 meters of her now, even though Jean Paul is far from dead as he claimed to be when he came to. Oh, dear. Very strange the way that accident occurred. I must consult an oculist about my eyes. I could have sworn the statue's arm lashed out in blind rage and struck him.
Georgette still maintains the reason for that rage was something I said about your beautiful bronze lady. Oh, it's all too ridiculous.
Of course it is. Well, we're progressing splendidly. The upper part of my Venus is quite clean now.
She's a gorgeous thing, your Venus.
You admire her as I do. This divinity dug from the earth.
Yes. It's easy to understand why men of long ago adored her.
You and I are pagans at heart. We could adore her now.
Yes. We could adore her now. Look at her. The bronze seems to glow as we pay tribute to her beauty.
One could almost fancy that she smiled. Georgette and her mother are right. There is an illusion of life about this figure that's often startling.
Oh, it's caused by shadows in the sun, I suppose.
It couldn't be anything else.
Oh, confound it.
What's the matter?
This ring. So thick and heavy, I can't hold the scraper properly.
That's the wedding ring you're to give Georgette on Friday, Venus Day.
Yes.
You owe me a debt of gratitude for advancing your marriage to that afternoon. Finding this lovely goddess was too good an omen to be disregarded.
I can't work any longer with this ring on. It's cutting into my flesh.
Take it off.
Where shall I put it?
What's the matter with your pocket?
Well, there's a hole in each of them. I'm still a bachelor, you know. I see the perfect place. The statue's outstretched finger.
Perfect. And another good omen, Ollie. Your wedding ring will be blessed by the goddess of love herself.
Now, with it there out of the way, I can certainly use my hand more freely.
But beware, Henri. With that ring on her finger, Venus may think you've married her.
Fortunately, the thoughts of a bronze lady are very unimportant.
Yeah, but for that face, if she were more than bronze, what a jealous fiction she'd be. And inside that ring is inscribed in Latin, yours forever. Latin was her language.
Well, I refuse to worry about that. Say, we must be getting to work in earnest if we hope to find an inscription.
If there is one, it'll be here from the base where I'm working.
We should have begun there.
It was your idea to clean the upper body first.
I know. I wanted to see how she really looked. She was so beautiful, even underneath the dirt. So beautiful. So beautiful.
Well, Georgette is coming to join us.
Darling, I thought you said you wouldn't come near our goddess again.
I don't want to, but I'm not going to let her take you and Papa away from me altogether.
Sweetheart, as though anything could take me away from you for long.
Don't. Please don't say anything nice to me when she's so close.
Georgette.
I know, I'm foolish. It must have been coincidence that Jean-Paul was hurt by her when you said you cared more for me, but I'm afraid of her somehow.
But that's so utterly ridiculous.
Ollie, look.
What?
An inscription.
No.
My scraper just uncovered.
Oh, let's see. Where?
Here. Now we shall learn something of my Venus's history.
It's badly worn, very faint.
You can make it out with your young eye.
I think I can. Yes. It reads, Cave Amante.
That could be translated, beware of him who loves you.
No, wait. The more likely translation is, look out for herself, yourself, if she loves you.
You're right. That's it.
There's no more.
Not another word.
Look out for yourself if she loves you.
Well, that doesn't tell us very much.
Oh, yes, it does. Hurry, come away. Don't stay near her any longer.
Georgette.
Oh, please, keep away from her. She's more than metal. She looks almost alive. And she's bad, cruel. Oh,
darling.
my ring. My wedding ring is on her finger.
Oh, well, it impeded my work. I
You
put it
said
there.
it would only leave your finger for that of your wife's, and she has it.
She's only a statue.
She's more than that. She's the symbol of a goddess. People built temples to her. She was worshipped, honored, feared. The worshippers are dead, but maybe thoughts don't die. Perhaps the shadow of their faith still lives. Perhaps the power it gave her lives.
Child, such talk is madness.
I don't care if it is. Hurry, don't let her have my wedding ring.
Well, I'll get it at once, dear, since you wish it.
Oh, quick. Hurry. What's the matter?
It's stuck. It won't come off.
Oh, poor heart.
I am. Something has changed here.
Changed?
Yes. When I slipped the ring on, this finger was straight.
Venus has closed her hand.
She won't give back your wedding ring.
Francois, come in here and shut the door.
Jane, we shouldn't leave our guests just before the wedding.
Wedding. It's more as though a funeral were to take place here today.
Oh, it's this storm that has depressed everybody's spirit.
No, you know what's caused it.
Because the hand of my statue was accidentally bent so the ring can't be taken off. There's no reason for everyone to be in a state of superstitious terror.
I've been your wife for nearly 30 years, Francois. You can't hide your fears from me.
Helene,
You know the metal finger that no file can touch was not accidentally bent.
I don't know how it happened.
Oh, what are we going to do? Henri has acted like a man in trance today. It's as though some awful spell was on him. Georgette is pale and trembling. She looks ghastly in her bridal dress. Fear is eating all our hearts.
Well, there's nothing to be afraid of, nothing. We simply imagine things, that's all. We imagine things now. And our imaginations play us tricks.
And that pagan goddess in our garden is not imagination. I can see her from this window, and as the lightning plays about her, she looks like some fiend of hell.
But she's only a metal statue, just a metal statue that can't do any harm.
Listen. Francois, that sound is coming from your Venus.
Oh, it's caused by the rain beating against her copper side.
It's been raining for hours. We haven't heard that sound before.
Oh, it's raining harder now. That must be the reason for that sound. There's nothing else to cause it.
It's growing louder, as though she wanted someone to hear, as though she was calling someone.
Elaine, you're talking madness.
Oh, Francois, I'm so afraid for Georgette and the man she loves.
My dear. Come in.
Monsieur, your presence is required. The curé is ready to begin the ceremony.
We should come at once, Mary. Try your teeth, Elaine. Everything will be all right. Come, my dear. The curé is waiting for us.
Yes, waiting to perform a marriage on Friday, Venus Day.
Henri Michel de Saint Clair, wilt thou take Georgette Cécile de Marseille here present for thy lawful wife, according to the rite of our Holy Mother the Church?
I will.
Georgette Cécile de Marseille, wilt thou take Henri Michel de Saint Clair here present for thy lawful husband, according to the rite of our Holy Mother of the Church?
I will.
Join your right hands and repeat after me. I, Henri Michel de Saint Clair, take thee, Georgette Cécile de Marseille, for my lawful wife.
I, Henri Michel de Saint Clair, take thee, Georgette Cécile de Marseille, for my lawful wife.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
To have and to hold from this day forward.
For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer.
In sickness and in health, until death do us part.
In sickness and in health, until death! Death! No! Venus, I am yours forever!
Henri!
Venus, your bridegroom is coming to you!
Stop him! Henri, come back!
He ran out in that storm. He's going to that statue.
Oh!
That statue is moving.
The arms reach out to clasp him.
The bridegroom, Venus, has come for his embrace!
He's in her metal arms. She's crushing him to death.
Henri! Henri, my darling!
Georgette!
Henri! Henri! My sweetheart!
Venus Day. Venus Day. Venus Day.
Come see me and Satan next time I has a birthday. We may have another birthday love story to tell ya.
Witch's Tale. The fascination of the eerie, weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They are waiting for you now.
107-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, 107-year-old. Well, Satan, we got a lot of yarn to spin these folks tonight. So if you'll give word to douse all lights, we'll get right smack down to business. That's right. Make it nice and dark and cheerful when you listens to our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into 'em deep, and soon you'll see a ruined village behind the Western Front in war-torn France in 1918. And so begins our tale about the firing squad. The firing squad!
Squad! Halt! Why'd you make me look at this, Mac? Because that man's a traitor, Steve. But why should I watch him die? God. Blindfolded. Against a wall. Quiet. Don't let the men hear you. All right, Captain Mason. Proceed. God. Aim! Watch this execution. That's an order. Yes, sir. Squad! Fire! He's dead. They shot him. Right shoulder! Up! He sold his people. He's received his pay. Squad! Left! Forward! Up! They shoot him down in cold blood. I don't care what that man did. But I've seen butchery enough. I can't look at any more death. I can't look at any more death! Lieutenant Buckley, you forget yourself. Yeah. A good soldier must have no emotions. Merely a blind obedience. I hasten to apologize, Captain, before you prepare charges that may stand me before a firing squad. Let's take a little walk, boy. I want to talk to you. Very well, sir. The command of my superior officer is law. Steve, an extra bar on my shoulders hasn't made any difference between us. You know that. In blood relationship, we may be only cousins. But I've always looked upon you as a younger brother. You're in trouble, kid. I want to help you. You've helped me enough already. I bringing me to France when I might have stayed at home. And when you get me here, instead of leaving me in Paris, you took me into Below Wood. Steve, you're not really a coward. I didn't realize it was going to be so hard. I thought this war would bring out your stronger side. You have a stronger side, if I could only find it. Your nerves are gone. That's the whole trouble with you. You need a change, a rest. A few days in Paris. What are you driving at? Kid, you can go to Paris. In my pocket is a pass in your name. A pass? A pass for Paris? Mike, you're not kidding. You're not... Here it is. A pass to Paris. Oh, to a clean bed and sheets. To a bath. To women who wear white dresses and smell of perfume. Why, you're a new man already. Oh, when can I leave? Tonight. Oh, thanks, Mike, thanks. But before you thank me, there's a condition attached to this pass, Steve. Why, what do you mean? When you were in Paris before, you fell pretty hard for that Coudray woman. Steve, you mustn't see her again. Oh, Vera's not a plaster saint, I know that. I've no interest in her morals. Kid, this is in confidence. Vera Coudray is under strong suspicion of being a German spy. Our Lord, I know you've received another letter from Uncle Charles. He believes there's a spy hiding behind each blade of grass. Uncle Charles is in a position to have reason for such belief. Yeah, but why pick on Vera? If she were a German agent, how's she gotten away with it in Paris for 4 long years? Because Mademoiselle Coudray is very clever. So clever that others are caught and punished in her place. Ah, that's ridiculous. No, Steve. The man you just saw die was one of that woman's lovers. I don't believe that. Letters were found on him proving it. Unfortunately, they didn't connect her with his act of treason. And as you saw, he went to his death in silence. It may be purely coincidence, But 4 other soldiers who were intimates of that woman have faced a firing squad for similar crimes.
4 others?
Yes, 3 French and 1 English. This poor devil was the first American. All acted very strangely during their courts-martial. None of them seemed to comprehend or realize the thing they'd done. Their minds appeared to be in a sort of haze. Crazy as it may sound, I believe that woman has some power that enslaves men's brains. You must promise you'll never see her again.
I see now why you made me watch this execution. I've admitted to you I'm no patriotic hero, so you think me a possible traitor. That man's death was to be my object lesson.
Oh, don't be a fool. I don't think anything of the kind. I did make you watch only to show you the sort of woman you're in love with.
You haven't shown me anything. You've merely talked a lot of rot. And the moment I get to Paris, I'm going to call her up.
No, you're not. Give me that pass.
Mac!
Your superior officer speaking now. Give me that pass.
No, you can't. You won't. I've got to get away, Mac. If I have to listen to those guns another day, I'll go crazy. I've got to get away.
Give me that pass.
No, no. Oh, for 3 days in Paris, I'll promise anything. I promise, Mac. Don't take it away from me.
Swear you'll not see Vera Cordray. That you won't even telephone her. That if you meet her by accident, you won't speak to her. Swear it on your word of honor. On your word of honor.
I swear. On my word of honor.
Thanks, Steve. Oh, don't be sore at me for this. You know I'm only trying to help you out of a possible trouble. I've done that ever since we were kids. It's become sort of second nature. Here. You pack now and be on your way. A good spree will put those jumpy nerves of yours to sleep. And when you come back, we'll go up there and do our job together.
Yeah. Up there where those guns are booming. Up there where death is waiting. But I have 3 days now to live. 3 days to live in Paris.
Three days to live. 3 days to live in Paris. Oh, what's the word of honor matter when you gotta go back and die? That's what I figured, Vera. So I telephoned you to meet me in this cafe.
I do not understand, mon lieutenant. Why should you not have telephoned me? And why do you speak of words of honor?
That's a joke. It's a personal, private joke. I'll teach old Mac to try and run my life. And if you only knew the silly reason he gave for wanting me to promise it.
I do not comprehend your little joke, but I will laugh with you. I will pour another glass of wine. Then perhaps you will tell me all about it.
Yeah, pour me another glass. Hey, Vera, you only had 1 drink all the time we've been here. Don't you like this wine?
I prefer to remain quite sober, as I can enjoy your happiness the more. And you are so happy, mon cher, to be away from the awful France.
I'm so happy I could sing. Say, let's both sing, Vera.
Wait. Your glass is empty again. You will sing better when it is once more full. I do my best. Drink, mon cher. Your company, your what you call division. I am so ignorant of military terms. When you return, it will occupy the same place in the line as before?
I don't know. Why you all the time asking me questions about the front? Why you remind me I gotta return? I want to forget that.
I don't blame you. Oh, mon ami. Would it not be wonderful if this wicked war was over?
This war is never gonna be over. It's gonna last forever. I'm gonna be
You
killed.
mustn't think such things. Why, if Paris were taken, the war would be over in 1 week.
What do you mean?
Oh, the Boers are only 70 kilometers away. If they should break through where your so brave American troops hold the line, this war would have to end.
Yeah, they won't break through.
No, I suppose not. Here, mon cher, you must have 1 more little drink.
All right. Thanks, Vera.
Your uncle, the Major General, what does he say about this dangerous situation? You have told me you write letters to your cousin and tells him things when he sees him. Your cousin tells you about these letters, right?
Yeah, Mac tells me, look out for spies. Everybody's a spy. You're a spy?
I?
Yeah, he made me promise not to see you. Now I told you, Vera, we can laugh together. And he said you have strange powers that enslaves men's brains. Why aren't you laughing, Vera? Why are you looking at me like that? So steady. So...
Look at me.
Sure. I like to look at you. I'm crazy about you, Vera. You know, you got the most wonderful eyes.
Look into them deep.
All right. Your eyes are awful wonderful, Vera. I feel so funny. Your eyes make me feel funny. They make me...
Gaze into them. Do not try to look away. You cannot.
No, I cannot.
You are very much in love with me.
Yes.
You trust me absolutely.
Yes.
You are afraid of death. You wish this war to end.
Yes. Yes.
And you believe that I can show you how to end it? You believe that I can show you how to end it?
Yes.
And you will do anything I tell you to bring it end about. Say, I will do anything you tell me to bring it end about. Say, I will do anything.
I will do anything you tell me to bring it end about.
Now, let your waking mind remember that, and forget that I have made you so remember. Mon ami, wake up, wake up!
Huh?
Is this the proper way to entertain a lady?
I fell asleep.
You were what you call dead to the world. Come, let us leave this stuffy place and walk to my apartment. It is pleasant there, and we will talk.
Yeah, just you and me, Vera. Oh, I'm crazy about you. I've only 3 days to live. Then I gotta go back there and die.
Oh, no, mon cher. You will live to see this war all ended.
Funny, Vera. But you know, the idea just come to my mind that maybe you and me could end it.
Lieutenant Steve will be here at any moment.
You are sure we've run no risk?
Have I ever led us into danger?
No. Your hypnotic powers have been of great value to the fatherland, mademoiselle.
In 3 days I have made this lieutenant my slave.
And his uncle is a major general.
If he is like his nephew, Germany does not need our help to win the war. Now listen, his leave is up. Tonight he returns to his company. No matter what happens, he will obey my will. Talk plainly to him and have no fear.
I rely upon you.
Hush.
You wanted me, Vera?
Yes, mon petit, come in. The gentleman of whom I spoke is here to see you. Monsieur Charbonneau, I present Lieutenant Buckley.
I am charmed, Lieutenant.
Monsieur Charbonneau. Of course I know that's not your real name.
Mademoiselle Coudray has told me of your conversations.
She told me how to end the war. It doesn't matter who wins, just so it's over, she says.
She's right. And once the line is pierced between Soissons and Reims, Paris will be occupied within a week. The war will be over, and men will cease to die.
Yeah. What am I to do to save my life and that of others?
General Ludendorff wishes to learn the weakest spot in the line.
How can I find it?
One who looks may see much. And to the nephew of a major general, things may be told.
It doesn't seem right.
Look into my eyes, mon cher. Because you wish to live, you will do as you are told.
Yes, I'm going to live. For you.
You will give the information we desire to a man wearing the uniform of a common American soldier. He will have a bandage bound around his head and his arm tails. It may be dangerous for me to remain here longer. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye.
Mademoiselle.
Au revoir, monsieur.
I offered him my hand. He didn't take it. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Exactly what I tell you to. That and nothing more.
Come there. Halt.
Okay.
Fall out. Everybody in, Steve?
Yeah. All in.
Don't mind, kid. Trouble's over now for a while. Get out of the lines again. Tonight, for a change, we sleep in safety.
Yeah.
Safety.
Easy, boy, easy. That one fell 300 yards away.
But maybe not the next one. Maybe. No. No, nothing can harm me. Nothing can harm me.
Here, don't let your nerves get you again. You've been a different man since you came back from Paris. Stay that way. Lord, what a Brannigan you must have had there, though. Why, you've been in a sort of daze ever since.
I'm all right. But I've been different this time because I know nothing can harm me. Nor you either, Mac. Because I know the war is going to end.
Sure. We'll be out of the trenches by Christmas. Some Christmas. Say, is that one of our men coming down the road? There's a bandage around his head and an arm in a sling.
Bandage on his head? Arm in a sling?
Yeah. What's the matter?
Nothing. Nothing.
Here, grab yourself 40 winks, kid. I'll see you later.
No! No, I've got you! Sergeant! Sergeant Porter! If Captain Mason comes back looking for me, I'll be up the road. Up there with that man whose head is bandaged.
Yes, Lieutenant.
The war will soon be over, Sergeant. The war will soon be over. Miss Martin can explain most of it. I memorized everything carefully, just as she told me.
It is all very clear. The weakest point, you see, is just behind Dorman's.
Yeah, just behind Dorman's.
All is in readiness. The blow will be hard.
And the war will be over. It'll be finished, as she said.
I must hurry away now. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Goodbye. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Lieutenant Buckley! Buckley! Steve!
Coming.
Steve! Steve, I've been looking everywhere for you. Bad news, kid. We have to go back.
Back? Back where?
The lines. The water's just countermanded our arrest orders. They need us to plug a weak spot. Back of Dorman's. Considerable hike.
Back of Dorman's?
What's the matter?
Get that man with the bandaged head! Don't let him get away! No. Now don't pay any attention to me. She told me.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. It's all right. Nothing can harm us.
See to the men, Sergeant. Get ready to march.
Yes, sir.
Come here. Quiet.
All right, you bugs. Come on, get your back. I can't find the capsules. I can't find the capsules. But nothing can harm us. Even back of Dorman's.
Oh, quit acting like a lunatic, Steve.
We're going back of Dorman's. Dorman's! But nothing can harm us. Nothing can harm us. Nothing can harm us.
Steve! He got him. He's hit. Hey, get that doctor. A stretcher. Please come on, God. And I'm responsible. I didn't look after him. I brought him into this. Steve, don't die, kid. Don't die. Don't die.
Shall get rid of Bucky, Captain.
Oh, thank God you're here, Doc. Quick. Oh, don't let him die. Don't let him. Doc, he is already.
No, he isn't dead. He isn't going to die. Shell fragment grazed his head and knocked him cold. Plenty of blood, but just a flesh wound.
Oh, thank God.
Back. He's coming to already. Lucky guy. He won't have to go with us. He's got a ticket to the hospital.
Meg, where are you, Meg?
Here, kid, here. You're all right now.
Right, pile me loose, Mr. Barrett.
What are they doing? Where are they going to take me?
To a hospital, kid. We'll have to go ahead without you.
But where are you going? Why? Oh, you're going back of Dorman's. And she lied when she said nothing could harm us. She lied! She lied!
He's raving, Doc.
Don't go back at Dorman's, Mac. Don't go back at Dorman's!
Give him a shot, Doc, and quiet him down.
No! 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 No!
I gotta leave you now, kid.
No, Mac! Listen! Let me tell you, Mac!
Lieutenant Clark, take the rear company. Company, attention! Left step, forward, march!
Mac! Come back! Come back! Oh, he's gone. She lied and he'll be killed. I'll have killed him back of Dorman!
I didn't do us no favor when they brung that nutty lieutenant to this hospital.
Two idolies and a noise was sitting on his chest when I ducked after a smoke just now.
The things, if you ask me. Did you hear him carrying on? Claims his skipper standing by his bed with a big hole in his stomach. And that his outfit's been wiped out. All but 18 men.
Yeah, I heard him. Cuckoo as a clock.
Yeah, just the same. I'd hate to be imagining things like he is.
Geez, an ambulance is coming. Come on, Sam. Maybe the driver's found a bottle somewhere.
Yeah. Come on, you guys. Go on. There's plenty there. What? Say, what's the matter? You got a car full there?
Yeah, Mark. Coming. Big fighting back at Dorman's way. Come on.
Say, help me get these poor guys out of here, will you?
All right. This fellow on the bottom first. Here.
Oh. Hey, wait a minute.
Well, hey, dumbbell, you ambulance guy. Don't you know better than to be hauling steps?
What, one of them fellas croak on me? Say, look at him.
Oh, no wonder with a hole in his stomach like that.
Sam, he's got bars on his shoulder. A captain he was.
Yeah, well, he ain't no longer. See if he's got his dog tag and help me with these other guys.
Sam, wait a minute. His tag reads Captain Macklin Mason. That's who that crazy Louis says is standing by his bed.
Gee, how did he know this guy was hitting the stomach 20 kilometers away?
Even mon cher, all is forgotten now. You are out of the hospital, unarmed. The war is over, and you are with me.
And you said, I remember, that nothing would harm us.
Nothing did harm you.
But you promised protection for him as well. He just looks at me and never speaks a word. But his eyes are telling me to come to the lines just back of Dorman.
Stop! There is no one here beside you.
Oh, I can't just see him when he's always here. You were his murderer as well as I. And he knows. See? He's turned. He's looking at you now.
You make the cold run up and down my spine. I tell you that there is no one there.
You'll see him one day. And the others. 18 left of the men I slept with, marched with, fought with. 18 left. We've killed the others. You're afraid to have him gaze at you? Oh, you say you cannot see him?
You seem so sure, so certain.
Yeah. I know the reason for his presence. His eyes are telling me to come to the lines just back at Dorman.
No, we are leaving France.
But before we leave, we must go to the lines in back of Dormant's.
Oh, this terrible idea of yours that had brought us to these muddy fields tonight. Since you had to come, why could we not wait till morning?
I've told you, dear. Mac wanted it this way. He's spoken to me twice since we started from Paris. Not angry, as though he hated me for what I've done. Just kind. Just as he used to be. It's strange you haven't heard him speak.
I have not heard for the same reason I have never seen. There is no one, nothing, there beside you. There has never been. I came here only to humor you and to keep you from talking to people who might believe the crazy things you say.
We're walking where they fought the night when the Boche broke through. At the place we told them was the weakest. We're walking over graves. The graves we made. Here they died, the men we killed.
I cannot stand it. I will leave you.
You can't leave. Nor can I. I knew we couldn't when I brought you here.
What do you mean?
That we have come to pay a debt.
Where is that bugle? There are no soldiers here.
Miss, can't you see them? They're gathering all about us.
I see nothing but shadows. Only shadows.
Listen, the shadows are marching. Here comes our firing squad.
Oh, you are not insane. I see them coming towards us, and I see your capitan too. Let me get away. Oh, I cannot move.
We sold our people. Now we receive our pay.
No.
Already, Captain Mason.
Proceed.
Oh!
Hey!
No!
Hey!
No!
Give me back.
Fire! It's all right, kid. Now I can look after you again.
And in the morning, 2 bodies were found lying on a deserted battlefield. 2 dead bodies of a woman and a man. On their chests were little blue marks, such as spent bullets might have made. Bullets that had come from too far away. Yes.
Well, that's the end of that Satan. You folks come see us next week when I has a birthday. and we'll have another tearful yarn to spin ye.
Superstition. My dominion is built on fear and man's attempt to explain all that he experiences. In his ignorance of logic, he accepts coincidence as cause and thus gives me greater power. He makes himself a puppet, and I, the great puppeteer, pull the strings to make him dance.
Well, another audience like that, and the great hoofers, Copeland and Hennessy, will be out in the cold, cruel world, Eddie.
What do you mean, out? We panicked him, York. Did you see that little blonde in the front row give me the eye?
If you worked your feet as well as your eyes, we might get more hands. The customers were sitting on theirs tonight. Why, even the magician got a better reception than us.
Well, you have to be a magician to get over the old personality in this dump. Palace Theater. It's a joint to me. Look at this dressing room. So old that even the mice moved out.
Listen, Hennessy, when you've been in the show business as long as I have, you'll know that things ain't so hot when an act don't go over in a small-time theater. The manager either sends word back to snap up the act or else fires it.
Always belittling. Anyhow, you know the old saying, no news is good news.
And don't be kidding yourself about that superstition either.
What's wrong with it?
Well, the thing started because a Roman soldier lost his way.
Well, why didn't he advertise?
Say, lay off a minute, will you? You see, this soldier's captain had won a battle, and the doughboy was bringing the news to the general.
Give the little general a great big hand.
Yeah, the general had a rough idea that a battle had been fought. But when he didn't get any word from the captain, he started worrying. Figured that his men had been bumped off. So when the soldier finally did come with the good news, the general issued an order that from that day on, no news would be good news. See? Nothing to it.
Nothing to it. It was good news, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it'd have been just as good if the soldier hadn't lost his way.
All right. When do I applaud?
Oh, wise guy. Give you time, you'll learn. But as long as we have to kill time between now and the next show, I'll tell you a story about this superstition.
It better be funnier than they usually are.
Relax, Eddie. You ain't got an audience now. Give me a cigarette.
I knew this was coming. Here you are.
Thanks. Got a match?
Say, I thought you were going to tell me a funny story.
Ah, that's better. Well, this story happened up in an Oregon hick town when I first started hoofing. I was doing a week's stand there, and boy, it was terrible. Wind and snow. The town was as dead as a graveyard, and the people that lived there were typical longhairs. In desperation, I finally made friends with a town outcast, a gambler named Lucky Saunders.
A gambler? You sure pick your company.
Saunders was a swell guy, and when he found out that I was his friend, he told me he hadn't always been shuffling dirty cards for a living. Once he was a violinist.
Yeah, I know the patter. Misunderstood genius quits the old folks and seeks his own life. He ends up a gambler or a hoofer.
If that's sarcasm, it don't work. Listen, Lucky's wife took the baby and beat it, some years before my story. He never found him, but learned later that his wife had died, and his boy had been adopted by a family named Fletcher. Well, seems they'd lived in this particular town.
Ah, repentant father comes to claim his son.
No, Lucky wasn't like that. He was too much the Roma to want to settle down again, but he did want to see the kid and make sure that he was taken care of right. No one knew that he was the boy's father, but the sheriff knew that he was a gambler. On this certain day, a blizzard was blowing up. When I got back to the hotel, I was surprised to find the sheriff and his men in the lobby. Lucky was leaning against the desk, smiling at him as if he didn't care. And them long fingers of his were shuffling the pack of cards he always carried.
So you got a warrant for my arrest, Sheriff?
You bet. We've had enough of your crooked card playing, Saunders.
Hi, Lucky, what's wrong?
Stay out of this, kid. This business concerns the sheriff and me.
That's right. And I don't need no kid to tell me what to do.
And I don't need to take anything from you, Sheriff. Lucky Saunders is my pal, and I want to know what he's done that you can arrest him for.
Kid like you ain't got no business being friends with a tin-horn gambler. You ran a crooked game only last night and took in plenty.
Yeah, and we're going to run him out of town.
Run him out? On account of last night? Say, if you guys couldn't afford to gamble, you shouldn't have looked Saunders up.
Take it easy, kid. Don't sit in on this game. The stakes ain't high enough.
Stakes ain't high? Say, you trying to be funny, Slicker? You're leaving town tonight if we have to carry out feet first.
You can't send a man out in this blizzard. He wouldn't last an hour.
I imagine the sheriff knows that as well as you, kid. He seems particularly interested in my funeral.
That's about all out of you, Saunders. Come on, boys. Out he goes. Why, Mary Fletcher, what's wrong? What's brought you out in this here storm?
It's my boy, Jimmy. He's lost. Lost in this blizzard.
Jimmy?
Lost?
Jimmy Fletcher? Why, Lucky, that's your...
Yes, kid. Mrs. Fletcher, what about Jimmy?
Shut up, Saunders. You ain't got nothing to do with it.
Jimmy's lost. His playmates left him heading for the rim with his sled. And I thought he was there with them all this time, but he's up there alone, freezing.
I'm going after him. You do nothing of the sort. If you think you can escape arrest that way, you're mistaken.
I'm not thinking, I'm acting. Kid, let me have your overcoat.
You bet. Here's a flask, too, in case the kid needs some.
Thanks. Pray for me, Mary Fletcher.
Well, I'll be
Oh, my boy. My boy. Hurry, follow that man. He can't get through this storm alone.
Yeah, if you're so good at keeping law and order, let's see how fast you are about finding a little kid that's lost in the snow. Lucky needs help.
That gambler won't lose me, never fear. Come on, boys, let's get ready for the search. I'll have to stop by the house for my heavy coat.
Oh, hurry. For God's sakes, hurry. It's almost 6 o'clock now, and the wind's mounting. The wind's mounting.
Oh, don't you think you'd better sit down, Mrs. Fletcher? You wearing yourself out. Worrying ain't going to bring 'em any sooner.
Oh, they've been gone over 4 hours. We should have had word by this time.
Lucky's been gone that time, but the sheriff didn't get started till later.
Lucky the gambler said to pray for him. You wouldn't think a man like that would believe in prayer, would you? Oh, why doesn't some word come?
Well, no news is good news, ma'am.
You've been telling me that for the last hour, but I'm afraid. I'm afraid for my Jimmy. He isn't really my own son, you know.
Yeah, I know. I mean, he don't look much like you.
I adopted him when he was only a little thing, but I love him like he was my own. I'd die if anything happened to him.
Oh, Lucky'll find him, ma'am. Don't worry. He'll find him.
Listen. Listen, they're coming.
Well, Sheriff, where's Jim? Where's Lucky?
We had to turn back, Mr. Fletcher.
Turn back?
Yep. Yeah, but no one can get through this storm. It's impossible. We didn't even get near the rim.
You mean you left my Jimmy to die? What kind of man are you?
Now, take it easy, Mrs. Fletcher. We tried hard enough.
I'm going to find my boy. Let me alone. I'll go for him.
No, you can't go out like this, ma'am. Lucky's still out there. He'll find
I
him.
must get to my Jimmy. Please, let me go. What was that?
What was what?
Did you hear something, Mrs. Fletcher?
Yes, someone called outside.
It's the wind. I told you this storm was something awful. Hey, stop, Mrs. Fletcher. Boys, she can't run out in this blizzard.
My boy, open the door.
Don't let her out, boys. She's hysterical.
Hey, open the door. You fools, it's Lucky Saunders. He's found Jimmy. He's found Jimmy.
So the gambler found the kid, huh?
Yeah. He kept going until he did find him. Huddled beside his sled, trying to shield himself from the storm.
Saunders sure was a game guy, but in that case, no news was good news, wasn't it?
Well, not exactly. You see, Lucky died from exposure. He found his boy, but lost his life doing it.
Gee, poor guy. Say, wasn't there something in the Bible, greater love hath no man?
Yeah. Lucky gambled for the last time and lost. But willingly. It was his way of paying up.
Maybe so, but no news is still good news to me. Even if our act don't get much of a hand, the boss knows we're good. Maybe he'll hold us over for another week.
Say, what's that under the door? Envelope just slipped in.
Gee, I bet it's from out front. Good news, boy. A holdover. That manager knows a good act when he sees one.
Open it.
Well, can you beat that?
Let's have the good news, Eddie.
That tramp of a manager is firing us. We don't even do the next show. Says we'll ruin his business.
No news is good news. You still think so?
Why do they have a guy like that running a theater? He ought to be out digging ditches.
A holdover. Says you. Instead, it's a ticket to the well-known gate. No news is good news.
I am superstition. You don't believe, do you? Superstition on the air.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to offer you another short story in the series designed to disclose the origin of superstitions. This time we take you backstage into the glamorous realm of the actor, where the popular belief is prevalent that whistling in a dressing room will bring bad luck. Come in.
Hello, Don.
Why, Charlie. Hello, old man. It's been years since I've seen you.
Rather.
When did you come east, Charlie?
Just got in yesterday. Came to the theater tonight when I saw you were playing here. You gave a great performance, Don.
Thanks, Charlie. Glad you liked it. Tell me something about yourself. What are you doing now? Still working on that travel book?
Just finished it. That's what I'm east for, to see the publishers.
Hello, Don. How's things?
Oh, hello, Nat. Come in and meet an old friend of mine. Charlie, this is Mr.
Nat's the name, old boy. Just call me Nat.
This is Charlie Bradford, Nat.
Pleased to meet you, Nat.
Yeah, sure. Why not? You're looking at Broadway's star reporter. Say, Don, we're throwing a party up at Silky's, and the gang wants you to come up. Hey, bring your friend. The more, the merrier. Well, I'll be seeing you.
Hey, Nat! Stop that whistling in this dressing room. Good heavens, man. What do you want to do, bring me bad luck?
No, but say, Don, the next time you throw anything at a guy, pick something softer than this hairbrush.
Next time it'll be a chair, whistling in my dressing room. Why, you're...
All right, Don, don't get excited. I'm sorry. I forgot about your quaint belief. Well, so long. See you at the party.
That ignoramus whistling in here. He's been around show people too long not to know that's one of the worst things he can do.
Why, Don, you don't mean you really believe in that superstition?
I surely do. It's been passed down from generation to generation. Why, it's a tradition.
Yes, I know, Don, but after all, traditions sometimes are absurd. And in the case of this particular one, it was due entirely to a misconception of a young man's motive that superstition began.
You mean to say you know the actual incident which that superstition is based upon, Charlie?
Yes. In the course of the research that I had to do in my book, I came across data that enabled me to piece the story of that superstition together.
Well, interesting, Charlie. Tell me about it while I'm taking off my makeup.
Sure, I'd be glad to. Of course, Don, it'll hardly be necessary for me to remind you that in the time of Shakespeare, and in fact until about 1660, women never trod the boards.
I should say not, Charlie. It would have been considered indecent for a woman to play in a theater in those days.
Do you know, Don, it's interesting to speculate on how clever those young men and boys must have been in their characterizations of women and young girls.
That's quite right, Charlie. Otherwise, Shakespeare certainly wouldn't have written such parts as Cleopatra for their interpretation.
I know. And this story deals with a young actor by the name of Alan. He was a member of a company of players in London in the year 1642 and was a great favorite because of his cleverness in playing feminine parts. Alan was deeply in love with a beautiful young girl whose name was Anne. One day, before the opening of an afternoon's performance, he went to Anne's home to propose to her. He serenaded her first with her favorite song, a popular love ballad of the day. He was singing his very heart in the lovely strain. And
seal my lips with love's red sweet wine, and give me touch and glances warm. Oh, if I ne'er could call thee mine, cruel death by me were calmly borne.
Ah, 'tis beautiful, Alan.
Dear Anne, happiness itself lies in bringing thee pleasure. That's all I ask of life.
Dear Alan, you've been such a sweet friend.
Friend? Why is it that you always speak of me as friend, Anne, my sweet? Don't you know
Alan,
that...
you must not think me cruel in what I'm about to tell you.
Speak, Anne. What is it?
You are aware, Alan, that I have always loved you as a very dear friend. But there is someone else I love dearly, too. And but last week, I promised to become his bride.
Oh, nay, Anne. You cannot mean that.
Forgive me, dear Alan, but I do mean it.
Oh, alack, I love thee so, Anne, darling. You're the very essence of life to me.
But alas, I can never love you that way, Alan. But we will always be friends.
Nay, 'tis impossible. I love thee too well, Anne. Oh, the knowledge that you belong to another would drive me mad.
Oh, Alan, dear, I'd have given much to have spared thee this hurt. But I had to tell you the truth.
Very well, then, Anne. This is final. I'd best go. 'Tis destiny that sweetest dreams must sometimes end. Well, I must get to the theater, to my work. 'Tis all I have left. Fare thee well, my sweet.
William, have I this mustache on straight?
Zounds, this mirror is so dull.
Why, it is all right, Edward. But tell me, can you recall that line in the second episode? You know, the one I always fumble. Is it, "Methinks the Duke looks pale today"?
That's right, William. By the way, where is Alan? 'Tis late and he won't have much time in which to dress.
Did you not see him this afternoon, Edward?
No, he was not at his lodgings when I called.
Ah, here he is now, Edward. Greetings, Alan.
Greetings, my friend.
What has made you so late, Alan? You had best hurry. Old Becker says the performance must start on time this afternoon.
Oh, I'll be ready, Edward.
Did you notice much of a crowd on your way in, Alan?
What, William? Oh, crowd. Yes, there was, I think, quite a gathering.
Ah, 'tis fine. For what can make an actor merrier than a goodly crowd?
Nothing, except it be a goodly sum in his purse at the end of the week, William.
Oh, thou hast the soul of a beef merchant, Edward. But what care I, ta-ra?
Stop that! Stop that, I tell you!
Why? What's the matter, Alan?
Oh, I can't stand that whistling, William. It's maddening.
Aha! Faith, our friend is of a very ill humor this afternoon.
Stop that infernal whistling or I'll silence your tongue with my sword!
Sounds, you'll what?
Stop, William. Alan, are you both mad?
Hey, performance is ready to start.
Let's go. Come on. William, you've got to get on the stage. Alan, you must finish dressing.
You and I will have our reckoning later, Alan.
Whistling? My love song.
What did you say, Alan?
Oh, nothing, Edward, nothing. I was just...
Why, Alan, what's the matter with you? Why, you're shaking. You shouldn't let yourself get so upset.
Oh, but that whistling maddened me, Edward. It jangled my nerves.
Well, pull yourself together, Alan. You have to go on now.
I'm ready. Let us go, Edward.
Alan, you look so white, and your eyes are rather strange.
Oh, I'll be all right, Edward.
Well, here, Alan, you've got to make your entrance now.
Come on, get on stage. There's your cue.
Yes, Master Becker. I'm going on now. Ah, greetings, lad.
What's the matter with Alan, Edward?
Why, nothing, Master Becker. He's...
How come that stage like he's angry? What do you think he's playing, the villain? After all, frowns don't become the part of a lovely young damsel. What's the matter with him? He's floundering in his lines. Why doesn't he let the prompter set him straight?
Please don't get excited, Master Becker. Alan's upset and nervous.
Sounds! I'll teach him to be upset and nervous on my stage. What's he upset about?
Well, 'twas like this, Master Becker. William started to whistle as we were dressing. Alan is very high-strung, and it had a peculiar effect on him. It seemed to crazy him.
Well, heaven be thanked, he's only got one more speech in this scene. He's giving a terrible performance. He's coming off now.
Until tomorrow's moon shall light the path of love. Farewell.
Alan, a word with you.
Very well, Master Becker.
Oh, you were all right at rehearsal this morning. What's got into you now?
Oh, I'm a trifle unstrung this afternoon, Master Becker. Here's the dressing room. Will you step in?
Yes. Now, let me tell you, if you give performances like this, I'll boot you out.
I'm sorry, sir, but I'm just not myself right now. Or perhaps if you'll be so good as to leave me alone a bit, I'll be able to pull myself together.
Stuff and nonsense. You young cocks nowadays are full of notions. But look to it. If you don't give a better performance, out you go.
Oh, what's the good? There's only one thing in my brain now. Anne. My work, my life. Everything was wrapped up in you, and now it's over. Oh, if I ne'er could call thee mine, cruel death, death, death. Yes, that's it. Oh, why go on? There's no answer to my existence without you, Anne. My dagger. Here it is. Anne. Anne. This. The end.
Alan. Alan. Why, Alan. By the gods. Master Becker, come, quick. Alan has stabbed himself.
What's that you say? We must get a doctor, quick.
No, it's no use, Master Becker. He is dead.
What caused him to kill himself, Edward? Has he had any trouble?
No, nothing. He was all right until William began whistling in the dressing room. Alack, that whistling must have brought in the spirits of evil.
Aye, it surely must have been some evil spirit that prompted Alan to take his own life.
And soon after Allen's suicide, the theaters were suppressed, for it was believed that their immorality had increased the plague, which had been raging intermittently in England for years. The fact that for 18 years afterward no theater was reopened there further strengthened the actors' belief in the evil of whistling in the dressing room. They held it responsible for bringing them bad luck, which was absurd, for the Puritans had been endeavoring for years to close the theaters. So you see how foolish that superstition is, Don?
Foolish? Well, it drove that poor Allen to kill himself, didn't it?
But, Don, don't you see? Allen's motive for committing suicide wasn't because of the whistling, but because Anne was going to marry someone else. His companions were ignorant of that fact and believed it was the whistling in the dressing room that caused Allen to become so crazed that he killed himself.
Yes, that's true, but... Come in.
Oh, Mr. Donald Nevins?
Yes?
I'm a representative for Mr. Valesco. He wishes to see you tomorrow in reference to the leading part in one of his forthcoming productions.
Very well. Thank you.
All right, good night, Mr. Nevins.
Good night, sir. What a break! Do you realize what that means, Charlie? A leading part in a Valesco production. Why, it'll be the making of me. Oh, boy.
Congratulations, Don. And you were worried about having bad luck because Nat whistled in your dressing room. Now do you still believe in that superstition?
Why, this is only a coincidence, Charlie. And so, ladies and gentlemen, even though Don had no bad luck, he still believes that whistling in the dressing room is an omen of evil. Au revoir and good luck to you.
The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3/5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of the Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open. So do come in. You'll meet some interesting people, including our Creaking Door attorneys, Messrs. Shaken, white-lipped, and trembling. And it's no secret how they got that way. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke.
we promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
It is early morning at the big prison on the misty river. From the great gate comes a warder, beating his arms against the cold. He opens the side gate to admit a small, stocky man who smokes a cigar and glances nervously around.
There you are, Mr. Chartered, sir.
Thanks.
All ready? All ready, sir. This way, the governor's waiting for you.
I know my way.
Yeah, and you ought to know, sir, seeing as how you've been here so often. You may like to know he ate a good breakfast.
Oh, the prisoner?
That's right. Resigned, he seems.
You don't have to come with me.
Sorry, sir, it's regulation. A warder must accompany the hangman at all times. It's really so that you don't get attacked, sir. You see, some of the prisoners are getting a bit angry. Very popular, Harry Morse is, Mr. Chartered. Very popular among the villains. Well, here you are, Governor's office. Come in.
Morning, Major Wills.
Morning, Charteris. You're late.
There was fog in town.
Don't tell me that kept you.
No, perhaps not.
Or are you like the rest of us? Scared.
I've never been too scared to do my duty.
The men think he's innocent.
Major Wills, they aren't men. You aren't in the army now. They're prisoners. He's a murderer. He was found guilty by a jury of his peers, very properly sentenced to death.
The trouble is, I think Morse is innocent. Don't you?
With respect, this isn't our province, sir. You're the prison governor, and I'm the hangman. Respective parts are very simple. Got to play them properly. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, I must see that all's well in the execution chamber. I'll see you there, Governor. You have to sign the warrant before I can act, remember?
Yes, I'll be there. Much as I hate the idea of hanging an innocent man, our duty is plain. Yes, I shall be there. Morning, Morse.
Good morning. Is it time?
No, not yet. Morse, we know what it's like for you, and I'm sorry.
No. Nobody knows what it's like. It's lonely, my friend. Lonelier than outer space.
Only one way to look at it. We all got to go sometime. You might have been spared worse than that. Hanging.
Spared worse?
Would it make you feel any better to confess? Usually does, they say. It's customary.
Confess? Confess to a murder I didn't do. I didn't kill Judge Peters. I wasn't near the house. I was called out by the man I told them about, the tall man. He kept me busy while they did what had to be done. I was framed, I tell you.
Well, it's your business. But the gun was yours and it had your prints on it. You're known as a criminal. The judge had given you 5 years at hard labor, and you thought he'd no right to do it. You escaped from jail, man. How could you be innocent?
It doesn't matter. It's too late now.
Yes, it is too late.
How long have I got?
10 minutes. Brace up, Morse. You're a popular man, and since the days of the old highwaymen, popular villains always made a good end. Yes, we'll all remember you, Morse. Don't worry about that. We'll all remember you.
Major,
Wills.
Charteris, what on earth's wrong, man?
What's wrong? I can't go through with it, that's all. I can't.
Put yourself together.
I've seen the sign. Sign, I'll tell you. There in the execution shed. No, I can't go through with it. The chap's innocent.
You speak of a sign. What sign?
Oh, when I opened the door of the execution shed, he was there. Morse. Standing on a trap of the gallows. The rope round his neck.
It couldn't have been Morse. Morse is in the condemned cell, and you know it. And he's alive, so it could hardly have been his ghost.
I'll tell you, I see.
Pull yourself together. You're suffering from nerves, that's all.
Me? Me suffering from nerves? Not in your life.
Remember what happened to your father?
Yeah. My father was the best hangman this country ever had. Well, he killed himself, all right, very well. Lots of us go that way. You see, a man's sort of different when he's alone. That's when they come. When they stand round with their heads bent. The ones you turned off. When the daylight comes, it's different. They just vanish away. Whoever heard of a haunted execution shed? Why, the idea's nonsense.
That's exactly what I've been telling you, man. Hang it all, Charters. You can't expect me to ring up the Home Secretary and get him to postpone an execution because you started seeing things.
I tell you, he was standing on the trap with the rope round his neck. The hood was over his head. He raised a hand to me. Stop. It's like a cop on point duty. Excuse me, sir. Is the execution postponed?
No, of course not.
Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, it is. Because, beg your pardon, sir, that poor fellow waiting in the death cell. The convicts are starting to get out of hand. You know what it's like when there's an execution. They're all on edge. Morse is a very popular man.
Yeah, I'll talk to Morse, then to the men. And Charteris, you stay here and try to screw up enough courage to do your job. Water Bates, examine the execution shed and tell me what you discover. We'll meet here in 10 minutes. Morse?
Yes?
There's been what I might describe as a technical hitch. I'm very sorry that your ordeal should be dragged out. The matter's beyond my control.
I understand.
But I can hold out no hope of any kind. You're aware of that. As soon as arrangements can be made...
I know. I understand. What's that noise?
The convicts are demonstrating.
They know I'm innocent.
They're greatly affected by any execution. When one is delayed, well, they tend to break down.
They know I'm innocent. So do you.
I've not studied your case, Morse. It's none of my business. You were properly found guilty by a jury of your peers. That's all that concerns me. You were sentenced to death, and jail delivery was effected at my prison.
I didn't kill Judge Peters. A tall man lured me away from home that night. But there's no use talking to you. It's not your fault, I know that.
There was a single fact you could remember about this man. Or if you could explain away one bit of the evidence. Now listen.
No, that's it, you see. I've been cleverly framed. Nothing's been left to chance. The tall chap got me out of my house and away from home. Then I had no alibi. That was when they killed the judge.
Morse, what can you remember about this man? Think hard.
Nothing. I remember nothing.
What did he say?
He said my brother was in trouble, that he'd been arrested. He said his name was Lippy, that's all, just Lippy. He said I had to sign for my brother's bail.
Every thief caught with the goods on him always says a tall man handed them over, or a short man, or a fat man, never a man who can be identified. Try, Morse. You're standing in the very shadow of death. I think death can help it. But somehow I've always believed your story.
There's nothing that can be done.
Oh, try, man, try. What kind of a voice had this tall man?
Voice? Like a crook. Like an old lag. Talk from one corner of his mouth without moving his lips, you know.
It's hopeless, isn't it?
Yes, I know that. Nothing short of supernatural aid could save me now. And there's no hope of that.
Isn't there? No wonder.
I've examined the execution shed, sir. There's nothing there. Nothing at all.
I don't believe it. You're lying, Bates.
I'm not used to being called a liar, even by a hangman who's lost his nerve.
I'll tell you, I've seen it.
That's enough.
I've
That's
seen it.
enough, both of you. I'm going to report a small technical hitch in the execution. Bates, take Charteris here to the execution shed and demonstrate there are no spooks or bogies in it.
Sure.
Then test the gallows with a bag of sand the same weight as the prisoner. The execution will take place immediately afterwards. Got it?
Yes, sir.
Right, go to it.
There. Perfect. Want me to try it again?
No. It worked. They know he's not guilty.
Straighten your spine, you snivelling rat.
All right, I say.
I'm going to get this over with before the men have breakfast, and if you won't pull the lever, I'll do it myself.
Hold there, boss.
Have you anything to say, Morse?
Nothing.
You've received spiritual aid.
Yes.
The sentence of death must now be carried out as per the sentence of the court.
The trap won't work. It won't work. We can't hang him now. We can't.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
How very amusing. One might call it the case of the haunted hangman who was in there swinging but got caught in his own trap. I've heard that if a man resists hanging the first time, he can't be hanged again. But I'm not at all sure this is the case. Let's find out, shall we?
Morse back in his cell.
Yes, sir. Convicts are kicking up a row still.
They keep the doors closed.
You ask me, we'll have a full-size riot on our hands if we try and hang Morse again.
The sentence of the court is clear. As for the fiction that an execution cannot be attempted twice, that's utter rubbish. We must simply persevere, that's all.
Do it yourself. I can't.
Very well, Charteris. I shall. But first, be so good as to help us with that bag of sand. We'll go and test the trap again. There. Now, pull the lever. Now, there's nothing wrong with the mechanism. There's a great deal the matter outside. Come with me, Bates. Open the door.
Quiet, cause for alarm, men. I want silence here. Any prisoner continuing in this fashion will be severely punished. Shall I sound the alarm and arm my men, sir?
Not yet, Bates. Poor devils, I can't blame them. The hangman's got the jitters, and none of us believe Morse is guilty. I'm going to telephone the Home Secretary and ask for a stay of execution. Until the morning, Bates. We have a stay of execution until the morning. I'm ordered to have the gallows working or resign. The scandal will shake the entire country.
He should be reprieved. He's been through enough.
Yes, Bates, but the law is the law. There's nothing we can do. Unless we can show clearly that Morse was not guilty of the judge's murder.
Not much chance of that, sir.
No. And yet, I wonder... You remember the circumstances of the case, don't you?
Not very clearly, sir. I followed it at the time, but so far as I can remember, the evidence was clear.
Morse claimed he'd been wrongly convicted of a robbery. Found guilty and sentenced to 5 years hard labor.
Peters was an hanging judge. He was a man who liked passing sentence of death. Yes, he kept Charteris busy, Judge Peters did.
Morse escaped from prison. And the judge was found shot. And Morse, when he was arrested, could only produce a weak story about a tall man who lured him away from the house. And the rest of the evidence was conclusive.
I must say it seemed so to me, sir.
Bates, if we could find that man...
Plenty of people had it in for Judge Peters. He sent Manor into the gallows and young Eddie Chance. Eddie never deserved to die. It was manslaughter, pure and simple.
Bates, that's your opinion. You didn't hear the case.
Like animals, just like animals behind bars.
I must act soon if they don't stop it. They refuse dinner and threw the food about. By the way, where's Charteris?
He's in the duty room, sir.
I want to talk to him.
He's still raving about this ghost or apparition or whatever it was he saw.
Very well, I'll see him there. In the meantime, try to get some sense into the prisoners. This isn't helping anybody. Tell me, is it direct mob action or do they seem to have a leader?
Cockney Harry, a lifer. He leads most of the trouble around here. Pelham Morses, sir. He escaped with him.
Bring him to my office under guard.
Yes, sir. Shall I charge him with a breach of regulations?
I want to talk to him first. If he knows Morse, well, he might be able to help. No, I'd better go and see Charteris. Charteris?
I'll tell you I saw it. Standing there in the execution shed. The ghost of a ghost. You have a drink?
Take it easy, man.
Why didn't the trap work? Show me that, then.
How do I know? Perhaps the wood had warped or something.
I've inspected it. There's no warp. Put a sack on the trap. Crash, it works. Put Morse on it. It don't work. Why? Forces. Supernatural forces, Major Wills. An apparition. A real apparition.
The execution will take place tomorrow morning at 8. There must be no slip.
You just get a new hangman. You haven't seen him the way I did. You haven't seen him standing round you in the dark. Just a glimmer on the lamps outside the house. Look it. Just as they looked. Just as they looked.
Hold yourself together, Charteris.
Just as they looked.
Now, pull yourself together. You'll drive yourself out of your mind.
I'll get away my dad went. He tied a rope himself. He never did a better job. He calculated the drop exact to the inch. He just stepped off. It's painless, Major. I ought to know.
Stop drinking and stop that gibbering, or I'll have you locked in a cell.
Excuse me, sir. Garrett's in your office.
Garrett? Oh, yes. Cockney Harry. Yeah, I'm coming in a minute.
He's a tall man, Garrett, yeah. He's a very tall man, isn't he?
What do you mean?
I just said he was tall.
Only one thing you can do to help the situation, Charteris. Sober up.
Well, Garrett?
Oh, I feel fine, Governor.
You know the penalty for acting against authority?
Yeah. I've got to stand in the corner and get kept in after me sewing class.
Morse is a pal of yours, isn't he?
What if he is?
You don't like what happened this morning, do you?
Makes a change, Captain. This is going to leak out, you know. You can't stop it. Oh, what a jail. The hangman's drunk and the gallows won't work, and you're going to try it on the poor devil again tomorrow.
The law will take its course and justice will prevail.
Chase my Aunt Fanny round the exercise yard. You smug, bloated, frog-faced son of a...
Keep the civil tongue of yours.
Leave him, Bates. Leave him. Let him blow off steam.
You're a fair man. Well, everybody says so. Until now, I reckoned you were decent. For a screw. But you've got no hope, have you? You can't hang Morse. Go on, try. Get creepy Charteris sober and let him have another go. You'll go down in history as the man who couldn't hang Morse. You'll see.
What were you doing in the execution shed today?
Just a morbid interest in such things. I had an old uncle once.
You admit being in the shed. It was you whom Charteris saw.
I don't admit nothing.
Why did you shoot the judge?
Me shooting?
Yes, you. You escaped and took Morse with you, not the other way about. Why did you escape, Garrett?
Claustrophobia. I had a girlfriend once who couldn't even stay in a room with the door shut. And not with me, she couldn't.
You killed Judge Peters. Why, man?
Me kill him? Oh, don't make me laugh. I'm the only bloke with a perfect alibi. And my alibi is Morse, that's who. Morse himself.
And you were the tall man he met that night. An unfortunate slip of the tongue, wasn't it, Harry? Bates, bring Morse here. We'll save that man whether he likes it or not. Morse, I want the truth.
Yes, Morse. Tell him or you're going to get into trouble.
Shut up, Harry. Morse, was this the tall man who lured you away from the house that night?
Yeah, I've admitted it, boy. It's okay, you can tell him.
Yes. Harry asked me to meet him to discuss getting out of the country. He said there was a ship.
Yeah, so there was. There you are. I was outside the house with Morse at the time. Now do you believe I didn't kill Judge Peters?
We'll see Charteris in the execution room, all of us, now.
Let me inform you, I'm a man in a respectable and important government position. I'm not to be trifled with. And let me tell you this. If I can't hang Morse, nobody can hang him. Morse, I'll see you at 8 sharp tomorrow, my lad. Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Stay where you are, Charteris. Have you ever heard of a case before in which a convicted prisoner couldn't be hanged?
Lots of them. My colleagues usually won out, you know. Crime doesn't pay, eh, boss?
It seems incredible to me, Charteris, that a man in your profession hasn't heard of the most famous case of all, the original case of the man they couldn't hang.
What are you getting at, Major?
Did you plan the escape, Charteris?
What?
Did you get Morse out of jail in order to give you a perfect setup for murder? Did you frame Morse and betray him?
What an idea.
And in the end, you found you couldn't go through with it, didn't you, Charteris?
Don't say anything you can't prove.
You found you couldn't hang Morse in the end, and so you told us the whole story about the ghost in the execution shed and the trap that wouldn't work.
You saw it work with a sack of sand, didn't
But you weren't standing in place, were you, Charteris?
Huh?
You see, I read that story, too. The man they couldn't hang. And I guarantee that when you stand in place, there's a plank that slides out under the trap and stops it working.
I had to kill the judge. I had to.
But why? That's what I can't understand. Why?
Because he killed my father. Drove him off his head. Men that my dad reckoned was innocent. They had to go. It was the same with me. I'm bit off my head with it. The hanging judge, they called him. But he didn't have to do the hanging. I did. I did not. Major, when it comes to be my turn, please let my assistant turn me off. Young Sammy. He's got a touch, Sam has. He's an artist. Couldn't be succeeded by a better man.
Interesting lives some people lead, don't you think? And as for poor Charteris, the executioner, he keeps us in fits of laughter with his merry jets. Here, behind the creaking door.
Move in and world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3 5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders, and the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3-5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Smooth in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3 5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3 5 Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock, when they will again present The Creaking Door.
Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered, weak and weary, over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Distinctly I remember, it was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow, vainly I had sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow. Sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before. So that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. Some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, "or madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you. Here I opened wide the door, darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the stillness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, Lenore. This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word Lenore. Merely this, and nothing more. Back into the chamber turning, all my soul within me burning, soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see them, what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, when with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady, perched above my chamber door, perched upon a bust of Pallas just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird, beguiling my sad fancy into smiling by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou, I said, art sure no craven, ghastly, grim and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marvelled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast upon the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such name as nevermore. But the raven, still lonely on the placid bust, spoke only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further then he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before, on the morrow he will leave me, as my hopes have flown before. Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness broken by replies so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whose unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. But the raven, still beguiling all my fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet then upon the velvet sinking, I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, thinking what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. Thus I sat engaged in guessing, but no syllable expressing to the fowl whose fiery eyes now burned into my bosom's core. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease reclining on the cushion's velvet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but whose velvet violet lining, with the lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press, nevermore. Then methought the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer, swung by seraphim whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee respite, respite and nepenthe from my memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, whether tempter sent, or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate, yet all undaunted, on this desert land enchanted, on this home by horror haunted, tell me truly, I implore, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me, I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still, if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aden it shall clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels named Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels named Lenore. Quoth Be that word our sign in parting, bird or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting. Get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken. Quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from off my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor shall be lifted nevermore.
My life is in my 10 fingers. When one is only half alive, one can only wish for death. I will die within a week. Then you must swear to use your magic as I tell you. Swear to help me in my hate. I am your son. You will do the thing I ask.
I do the thing you ask.
I trust no one. You must swear. Swear it by everything the Tigani fear. By God, the devil, by thunder, and by fire.
Macabre, I swear to devil, to Bane, to good, and to Yog.
The Star-Spangled Theater. Presenting Isabel Jewell. Presenting Bert Lytell. Presenting Horrors by Alonzo Dean Cole. Gilbert Martin, bidding you welcome once again to your red letter date for Sunday evening, the Star-Spangled Theater, and shaking in my shoes still from having heard the rehearsal of this evening's performance, which is why, with dispatch and relief, I turn you over now to your master of ceremonies, Mr. Bert Lytell, while I go looking for a copy of Elsie Dinsmore. Bert, it's all yours. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. And don't mind Mr. Martin's nervousness, though I should recommend you send all the children to bed early. We have a very exciting half hour ahead of us in the Star-Spangled Theater.
Exciting, Bert. It's blood-curdling. It's blood-chilling.
Oh, of course it's chilling. So much so that poor Bob Wilcox shouted himself hoarse at rehearsal this afternoon. He's got laryngitis. He's lost his voice, so I'm going to pinch hit for him, and I'm going to play the doctor. But first, let me introduce you charming people out there to this charming young person here. This is lovely Isabel Jewell of the cinema. Isabel, you'll have to help me out about your latest activities.
Well, Bert, I've just completed an extended personal appearance tour, and now I'm in town to do Elmer Rice's very fine play, The Flight to the West.
Oh, that is a fine play. Now, Isabel, when you return to Hollywood, I hope you'll have some more pictures like, let's see, Lost Horizons, Tale of Two Cities, huh? Anyway, you're such a splendid actress, I know you'll be able to suffer a lot during this performance and come up smiling for Flight to the West. So, ladies and gentlemen, by this time you're aware that the play tonight is a bit of a thriller. Well, it should be. Comes from the pen of a master of horror drama, Alonzo Dean Cole, who used to chill your bones with The Witch's Tale. Do you remember that radio series designed to make you very nervous indeed? And incidentally, Mr. Cole will play the part of Gugino in tonight's play. Tonight's story is called The Gypsy's Hand, and the witch who started the whole thing tells you how it began.
Yes, sir, I'm 22-year-old. Well, Satan, as we just had a nice, pleasant walk through the cemetery, leaving you feeling in a perfect mood to cheer folks up with one of our perky little bedtime stories. That's right, Satan. Cemeteries give fine places to give a body inspiration. Now tell everyone to douse their lights and we'll get right down to business. Make it nice and dark and cozy like. Draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into them deep. And soon you'll see the operating room in a big New York hospital. A cheerful room it is. Where they cut folks up. And there begins our yarn about the gypsy's hand. The gypsy's hand.
They're bringing the patient in, Dr. Steele.
Thank you, Miss Murray. And that's the meter all set, Dr. Grant?
All set.
Administer your ether the moment we have Gugino on the table. You nurses be prepared to hold this patient rigidly till he loses consciousness.
Right, Doctor.
He's going to fight us with every ounce of strength he has.
It's taking 4 orderlies to bring him up here now, Doctor. He's behaving like a madman.
He is like a madman. I don't wonder. Poor devil.
This is going to be pretty rotten for him, all right. Paper says one of the greatest pianists the world has ever known.
They weren't exaggerating. My wife and I have attended nearly every concert he's given this year. Michael Gugino can play a piano as I've never heard it played before.
And now for him to lose one of his hands.
There's no other way. Even the insurance company admits that. They stand to lose $100,000. If Gugino's left hand isn't amputated now, by tomorrow the infection will have progressed beyond our power to arrest.
You told him that, of course.
Immediately after the consultation with the insurance doctor. It's one of the hardest jobs I've ever had in 15 years as a surgeon.
I heard him raving after you told him.
He refused to consent?
Absolutely. Fortunately for his life, his present state of mind makes him legally irresponsible. So he can proceed on the authority of his foster father.
Oh, Myers, you mean?
Oh, yes. He adopted Gugino when he was a boy. Gave him his musical education.
Mm-hmm.
He has a mother living somewhere, but no one knows where to get a hold of her.
Probably with some gypsy tribe.
I suppose so.
Michael Gugino's a gypsy?
Yes, full-blooded. Myers heard him playing an old broken-down piano in one of their camps when he was only 12 years old. He's 25 now, and he's been playing ever since. 13 years of slavery he's gone through. Slavery gone. But that's what a musician undergoes in order to become a great artist. And now...
No, I won't let you. I won't let you.
Come.
Open the doors, Miss Murray. Ready, everyone.
Don't take me in that room, I tell you. I won't let them cut off my hand. I won't.
No. This means to lose his hand.
The hand of life.
Here they are.
I won't go in there, I tell you. I won't. I know what you're planning to do, but I won't let you.
Quick, over here.
Stop. The law says you cannot operate without my consent. I am in my right mind. I forbid you to cut off my hand. This is not a plot. A plot to maim me because you were jealous. The whole world is jealous of me. Let me go. Let me go. My life. My soul is in my hands. I'll die if you cut one off. I'd rather die.
On the table, quick.
Oh, no, I won't let you put me there. Oh, my Lord, don't let them. Oh, dear mother. Think I'll never be able to play again. That I have no fingers to bring music from the keys.
Hold him tight.
Ah, those little knives. That's what you planned to maim me with.
Quick, doctor, the anesthetic.
Don't put that thing over my face. Oh, Lord. Oh, Mother.
Help me, nurse. Help me.
Oh, please. My hands are my life.
Hold on, Wendy.
I die cursing you. It's the curse of my people. The curse of the gypsies. The curse of Ram.
Grab the cone.
Don't let him struggle it loose.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, oh, Father. The curse of Ram.
We were taken, though. This moment out, that's the
Poor devil. Well, nice, Miss Alden. Stand by. when I came to, Mother. But again, I knew what was going on around me. They came with leering faces to say the operation was a success. A success! With my left hand ending in this useless stump. Then, when they let me go, when their work was complete, I came back to our tribe. Back to you for vengeance. For vengeance on them and to die.
Come, Dr. Travis. May come back soon.
Oh, don't speak to me in Romani. I've been too long away from you. I do not understand.
I speak in English. You are my child. I love you.
That's why I'm here again. Sharing your tent. For all these years away. Because I am your son. You love me, and you're the only one who will understand. Everybody else hates me. Everybody else starts against me. They even say that I am mad. Mad. I know the reason. It's because I am a great artist. Because they are jealous of the despised gypsy. He's the greatest musician in all the world. Was.
Dr. Rocklow.
Look what they have done to me, Mother. Look at my wrist, where was once 5 fingers that were half my life. Gone. Just because I scratched myself upon a nail. Just this tiny scratch that only hurt a little bit and would have healed itself in time. He gave them an excuse to steal my hand. He took it away so I can never play again.
Lie still and rest.
You will help me pay them back. You are wise, Mother, the wisest woman in all our tribe. You know secrets of the living and the dead. I have come to bid you use those secrets.
Lie still and rest. You are sick, Chavo.
Oh, no, I am not sick. I'm dying. And before I die, you must swear to lay the curse I wish upon you.
You are no die. The things I know I used to cure you.
Oh, no. My life is in my 10 fingers. I have now but 5. When one is only half alive, one can only wish for death. I will die within a week. Then you must swear to use your magic, as I tell you. Swear to help me in my hate. I am your son. You will do the thing I ask.
I do the thing you ask.
I trust no one. You must swear. Swear it by everything the Siganis fear. By God, the devil, by thunder, and by fire.
Macabre. I swear to devil, to bang, to Goraban, to Yog.
And dead, you will give me power to strike. The doctor, Shields is his name, the man who used the knife. The fool who says I'm mad. He shall be the first. He has stolen half my life. The other half shall steal the whole of his.
Why you want I do?
I wish that when I die, you deliver him my soul. My soul that will live on to hate and kill. My soul that shall live on to hate and kill.
Quiet, Pepper, quiet. I hear him. I'll let your master in. Well, hello, Mr. Dr. Shields.
Hello, Mrs. Dr. Shields. I'm back the same day I went away, you see.
You'll have to convince Pepper of that. He seems to think that you've been away for years.
Here, that's enough, pup. Hey, dog, let me get the table so I can drop these bundles.
My goodness, Norman, have you been buying out the village store?
Darling, there's only the groceries you told me to bring and the mail. When you're vacationing in the woods and you drive to town only once a week for the food you need to keep you alive, you soon learn how much food you need to keep you alive. I've got a car full of it out there yet.
I'll help you bring it in. Come on, Pepper. Oh, Norman, isn't it a shame this glorious vacation is nearly over?
Yep. Another week now, and I'll be back at the hospital at beck and call of anyone's appendix.
And tonsils. Don't forget tonsils.
They're mighty important little things to a surgeon.
Well, we'll have had our month of loafing anyway.
This funny little bungalow is a yearly lifesaver for us, Rhea.
It's the only sure refuge from work and trouble you've found since we've been married.
Despite the fact that you come here with me.
Oh, you.
Hold out your arms now so I can pile them full of groceries. Yep, this place is certainly great. No telephone for old ladies to call me from my sleep about imaginary symptoms. No electricity to remind me there's such a thing as an X-ray or a fluoroscope. Not even people, including bond salesmen and instrument vendors.
You know, for a man who loves his work, you certainly love to get away from it.
That's about all you can carry now, dear. I'll bring the rest. Oh, wait, let me stick this under your arm.
It's a newspaper.
Yeah, someone sent it to Mr. Town, I guess. Haven't broken the wrapper yet. Can you open that door without spilling everything?
I left it open when we came out. Oh, Pepper, don't get under my seat like that.
I got my food out here in the kitchen.
Why do you sent you this newspaper? You know, all our friends in town know we don't want to know that there's even such a place as New York when we're up here.
I don't know. Didn't even look to see if there was a certain return address.
Shall I open it?
Go ahead. You're mentioning Mrs. Idacop. Oh, here's a little package I picked up at the post office, too. I'll put it here with the rest of those things.
Norman,
What's the matter?
this is why they sent you this paper, this marked column on the front page.
What's it about?
It's about Michael Cadino.
Lord.
But he said
He's dead.
he said when he left the hospital last month that he was...
As well as you and I are, aside from his mind. Cause of death given here is physical depletion, brought about by brooding over the loss of his hand. Poor fellow. Well, it was our only way.
It says he died in an old wagon in a gypsy camp.
His manager said he'd gone to join his mother.
Oh, I felt so sorry for him after all you told me, even though he hated you so much for performing the amputation.
Someone had to do it. Poor chap. I'm sorry they sent me this. Someone at the hospital, I suppose.
I'm sorry they sent it to you. You know, it's the first bit of unhappiness that's ever intruded upon us, okay?
Yes. Yeah, that's rather a selfish thought for us to have, isn't it?
Oh, I didn't mean it that way.
Neither did I. But for us to feel gloomy won't help matters now, any more than when I had to amputate his hand to save his life. Oh, we doctors are so stupid. Life is so stupid, and the rules by which we live it. Would have been more humane to let him die then. Would have prevented, well, at least a month of heartache for the poor crazy kid.
Well, that done can't be undone, Norman. You did the best you knew.
Throw that paper in the fireplace. Let's not think of it again. Poor, poor devil. First his mind went, then his hand, now his life. You know, I think I felt sorriest for him when he cursed me.
Cursed him?
Just before he went under the ether. He was so melodramatic in his madness, would have seemed ridiculous at any other time or under any other circumstances. He prayed for a gypsy curse to be laid on me, the curse of Ram, whatever it is.
You never told me about that.
Didn't I? Oh, struck me as too silly, I suppose.
I suppose it is silly, only they do say that gypsies have always possessed certain supernatural powers.
Good Lord. You're not getting superstitious at your age, are you? Well, you were always one who believed in fortune teller. Oh, yes, the food's all over your left. You wouldn't sit 13 at the table. Oh, forget it, honey. Forget it. Poor chap's dead. No matter how much you hated me for doing my job, he's harmless now forevermore.
Pepper!
Well, what's the matter with him?
Pepper, stop that. You give me the creep.
Hey, what's wrong with you, pup?
Norman. He gazes at that little package each time before he lifts his head and howls.
That's the package I brought from the post office.
Who's it from?
I don't know. I only glanced at it. Good Lord.
What is it?
Return address reads Michael Gadino.
From a dead man?
Oh, this is some fool's idea of a practical joke. That newspaper telling of his death was 4 days old, and the postmark on this package is dated yesterday.
Don't open it.
I'm going to see what... There's a wooden box inside the wrapping.
Don't open that box.
Of course I will. When I find out how to lift this lid.
No, wait. Now look at Pepper there. Dogs know when things are wrong, and every bristle in his back is standing out in fear. It's that box he's afraid of. Throw it in the fire.
You're talking nonsense. I have the lid loosened now, so there. Oh. Good Lord.
In the box.
A human hand severed at the wrist. It's Gadino's. I'd know those fingers anywhere.
Take it away out of my sight.
Who could have sent this to me under his name?
Take it away.
Wait. The hand I amputated was destroyed. It was the left hand. This is the right.
Norman, the dead fingers. They're moving.
It's climbing from the box. It's fastened on my clothes.
Take it for yourself. Oh, I can still feel its cold flesh as I struck it from your shoulder when it was clutching for your throat.
Dear, you've got to pull yourself together. It's gone now, and neither one of us were harmed.
I don't know how I had the courage to strike it. I could hear the thud it made when it fell on the floor. It ran across the carpet there like a misshapen and five-legged crab. Those fingers in his bump. Grabbing feathers and wrists.
Yes, but the thing is gone now. If it ever was here. Oh, you must have imagined it all. It's too fantastic to be real. It's too utterly horrible.
There's the box it came in. There's the paper wrapping bearing a dead man's name as a return address. I tell you, Norman, there is
Maria! Darling, stop! Oh, madness of both of us. They don't fuck up and figure this thing out.
Oh, what is there to figure out? Where is it gone? Where is it now?
I don't know. You've stretched this bungalow together every room. It isn't here.
But it only needs such a tiny place to hide. It's just a home. It may be here now in his name. Where did you spin on you when your badge is
I don't think so. Pepper would sense its presence even if we didn't see it.
Look at him crouching there and trembling, the
Yes.
poor puppy.
Yes.
He's more terrified than we are. Norman, could we have imagined it all? Could even this dog be a victim of some mad delusion?
I'm trying to think. Trying to think plainly now that it's over. My reason tells me it's impossible that the dead are dead, that a severed human hand cannot have life.
You told me Cadino said his soul was in his hands. A mad soul. And he was a gypsy, Norman. Of a race that's strange to all the rest of mankind. Every other people in the world is tabulated, indexed, fixed by science to some definite reason's right. But no one can know where the gypsies came from. They're just wondering. Driven, feared, and hated in every land on earth. There must be a reason. It must be because they know things that the rest of us are blind, awful, terrible things. Such as the things we thought we saw.
There's only one thing to do. Illusion or not, we've got to leave this house.
Yes, we couldn't stay here tonight
No.
in the dark. The night's coming
No,
on
yes.
now. We'll drive into the village. We'll go back to New York. We'll go anyplace away from here.
Come on.
Come here. Oh, careful, Norman. Careful. The thing might be hiding in the grass along the path. If it was real.
It wasn't real. As we come outside here and see these trees, that sunset, I'm sure it wasn't. Everything in nature is too practical, too natural. We've simply been the victims of a sensory delusion.
Yes, of course. A crazy, mad delusion. Norman.
What?
Look at the car. Our tires.
Flat. Every
It
one.
was the flash with the knife.
Yes, so is this.
Below
And
the
same on
underneath
this
the
side,
ground
yes.
where an armless hand could reach.
No, don't stop that again. I won't believe we ever saw that thing. I won't believe that hand exists. A piano. Ours. Inside the house.
And only one hand is on the keys. One hand.
Lord, the ghastly air is playing.
Goodness, you know how much of a matter with it.
It won't pull the strings to send me dancing to my coffin.
Norman, come back here.
No, if that thing is in there, I'm going to finish it.
No, don't go in that house. Norman, wait for me. Norman! The music stopped. Oh, where are you? Where are you, Norman?
Here by the piano. If that thing was here, it's gone again.
But that's here. We know it was.
Where is it gone, then?
It's this way. Come on. Anywhere it can't follow.
No! I'm not going to be a stylish coward any longer. Why should I be afraid? Living or dead, real or imagined, that thing is harmless. I'm going to find it. I'm going to trample it a bit. It's harmless, I tell you. Harmless.
What's that?
Pepper.
He's outside. When I came in the door, was shut behind me. Maybe you couldn't follow.
Something's the matter with him. Come on.
Pepper! Pepper!
Quick. I can't hear him any longer.
There he is. Pepper!
He's lying still. He doesn't come to meet us.
Pepper! Look at his eyes. They're all wide and staring.
And his tongue. Rhea, he's been strangled.
And that's what killed him. We're going through that grass, that hand. Like on a shaping white five-legged crab.
Quick, get into the car. We'll drive it on the road.
Take me away from you. Take me away before I go mad. Norman. Find some more to get us away. Don't lose a moment.
He has been stolen. The ignition switch is
You
jammed.
can't start it.
No.
The piano again.
Played by a single hand.
Play a funeral march of a marionette. The funeral march of a marionette.
Rhea! Good heavens, Rhea! We'll both go mad!
You're playing that ghastly bird. Well, maybe we should have tried to answer the village, Norman, when we couldn't find the car. But it wouldn't go, but I just couldn't. I'd imagine their awful hand was lurking in every clump of grass and in every tree. The pounce on you with the same strange grip. So Pepper.
We were wise to come back here to the house. We shut ourselves in this room behind locked doors and bolted windows.
Yes, it can't get to us this way. And we have lamps here. Outside it's dark. I couldn't stand the dark.
Rhea!
I won't be hysterical anymore. I won't only get so close to it here. It's in the room. On the piano, please.
But here we can't see it. That's the awful part about it. See? While it plays, we know what it is, and that it isn't attempting to come in here.
Oh, it can't get in here. You've sworn to me it can't.
No, it's a flesh and bone. Nothing of its size can get into this room.
Oh, it's playing this ghastly melody over and over and
If it
over.
doesn't stop, my brain is going to snap.
What does it do to drive us mad, Norman? Slowly with fear and horror. Oh, how the intelligence directed me.
I felt pity for Peppino when he cursed me. I laughed at his crazy threats. I laughed.
Oh, don't, Norman! Don't, Norman! Music stopped. There's someone stuck on the carpet out there.
Coming toward the door.
It's just outside. It's moving along the street, trying to creep in.
But it can't. It can't. There isn't room.
It's going away again.
Down the hall. It's tired of waiting. It's coming for me.
You're not going to get in there.
It can't get in.
What if there's someone we've overlooked? It's coming to kill us now. You'll have to see us around our toes. What are we going to do now?
I don't know. What is there to do with the dead hand that's alive? How can you fight a thing that you cannot understand? It can't get through those windows of the door. And there's no other way. What?
It's scratching sound. Over there, honey. The fireplace.
Yes.
It's coming down the chimney.
Lord.
It's coming closer. It's almost down there. Oh, you have it.
Oh, no. No. It's stopped. Quiet.
Bring that up again.
Somebody drop that thing up before it comes back. These blankets from the bed. I can stuff them up the flue. Let me trample out that fire so I can work.
No, keep away from the fire.
Yes, every moment is
Keep away from that fire.
What are you doing? Stop adding fuel. This is our only
Keep
chance.
away. Keep away from that fire. It's outside the window. It's screaming to the fire.
It can't get in.
But you must let it in,
You're
Norman.
mad.
You've got to let it in. It's got to be destroyed.
No way. What are you doing with that fuel? Oh, you smashed the glass. The thing is coming through the
Keep away
window.
from it. Don't let it touch you. Look out for that chair.
Help. I'm falling.
I'll reach you where you are.
It's got me.
Put it away.
Go.
Put it out.
Out of my throat.
Put it out. You stick it out. Put it away, Norman. Put it. You got it. Start. Start the fire. You missed the time.
Quick. Out that door. Run. Don't stop. Why are you picking up that lamp?
No.
Rhea.
The thing's got to be destroyed. It couldn't come down the chimney because it feared the fire. Fire's the only thing that kills it.
Freezing oil is everywhere. You're mad. In a moment, this whole house will be
In
aflame.
the center of that dead flame. Look. The flames of Colin.
Oh, yes.
They're destroying it until they found their death. They say all evil things can only be destroyed by living flame.
Come away. Gospel, we still have
Please. We have a gypsy curse. We have a gypsy head.
Now folks knows how to get rid of a living dead man's hand, Sophie. It sure fire's a mighty handy thing to have around, especially on winter evenings. Well, Satan and me's got business to tend to now. Important business, Satan. Near midnight, Satan.
Thank you. Thank you, Isabel Jewell. Thank you, Alonzo Dean Cole. Thank you. Oh, gee, I nearly said thank you, Bert Lytell. That's wrong. Anyway, next week, the Star Spangled Theater reaches into the theatrical heavens and pulls down one of its brightest stars. Yes, sir, Mr. Al Jolson. In one of the world's greatest stories, Harriet Beecher Stowe's immortal Uncle Tom's Cabin. A special adaptation for our program by E.A. Ellington. Mr. Jolson will play Uncle Tom, and believe you me, Al's a great serious actor. Just as good as he is a singer, just as good as he is a comedian, that's tough. So be sure and be with us, won't you? Until then, this is Bert Lytell saying good night and good luck to all of you out there from all of us here in the Star Spangled Theater. This evening, the Star Spangled Theater presented The Gypsy's Hand by Alonzo Dean Cole, starring Isabel Jewell and Bert Lytell. Original music composed by Ernie Watson, conducted by Paul Lavelle. This program was sent to Canada via the networks of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and this is the Blue Network of the National Broadcasting Company.
No, stay where you are. Do not break the stillness of this moment, for this is a time of mystery A time when imagination is free and moves forward swiftly, silently. This is the haunting hour. Breakdown. Sybil Wells' gray head lies wearily on her pillow. Her eyelids are closed, as if it were too great an effort to lift them. She can hear Dr. Adams and her nurse talking, but they seem distant, remote, much farther away than the thoughts in her own brain.
She'll be all right now, nurse. Just give her this every hour.
Very well, Dr. Adams. It's amazing she's pulled through, isn't it? I've been ill. Very ill. For how long, I could not even guess.
It was a close call, but then she's always had a good constitution. I've known her for many years.
Since I was 20. Since before it happened to Father.
No, it's not her physical health that worries me. She's always been high-strung, nervous, like her father was. Before, well, I suppose you know.
Not my physical health. What does he mean? Why must he tell her that Father died in an insane asylum?
Poor Mr. Courtney. His family had to commit him. Mad as a March hare, of course. But each time I'd visit his cell, he'd plead that he was sane.
Yes, he'd plead he was sane. And his eyes would be wild and desperate. And dead of hope.
Sybil, I'm not mad. You're the only one who loves me, who cares if I live or die. Please, make the doctor understand. I've been railroaded here, Sybil, because I had money and they wanted it.
Oh, Daddy, I have to go now.
You don't believe me. You don't believe me either.
Oh, of course I do.
No. Oh, Lord, if you could only know how it feels to live among these dead and be considered one.
Oh, Daddy, please, please. I must go now. Goodbye.
Oh, Sybil. Sybil, I swear I'm sane. Sybil, I'm sane. I swear.
Tragic case. Well, I'll drop in tomorrow to see how she's doing.
Madness. The horror of vacuum. I guess I'd always feared it. I was sitting up in bed now. Except for the weakness, I could hardly recall that I'd been ill. Good morning, Nurse Kern.
Good morning, Mrs. Wells. I'll take that breakfast tray. And I think you're well enough to have the morning paper if you wish.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I haven't seen one for weeks. I settled back against the pillows and began to read. Earthquake, followed by fire, was yesterday for 33 miles along the shore. 14 people were many more injured. Authorities have the damage $4 million. It didn't make sense. I read another sentence, and then a different article. What was wrong with me? Oh, of course, my eyes. I'd been ill for so long, that's all it was. Nurse! Mrs. Curran! Yes, Mrs. Wells? Nurse, will you please read this newspaper to me?
Why, of course. Is anything wrong? You look so...
Oh, no, everything's fine. It's just my eyes.
I see. Well, what shall I read?
This one.
Earthquake followed by fire was yesterday for 33 miles.
She read on. Her face was grave and slightly bored. She showed no surprise, no puzzlement. The words made sense to her. It was only I who couldn't understand them. Only I to whom they were a senseless jumble.
People, many more...
Stop it! Stop it! I don't want to hear anymore. Please, just leave me alone, Nurse Curran.
But Mrs. Wells...
Leave me alone, I tell you! Leave me alone! That was the first discrepancy in my mind. I don't know how long I'd been hearing the music. It had seemed all part of a dream. But then it began to unnerve me. It became frenzied and hating and evil. It sounded like all the demons of hell and the things of the night were after me. Make it stop! Make it go away! Please, please, please!
Wells, what's the matter?
Oh, it's all right now. It's all right. The music's gone away.
The music. What music?
For a few days after that, it didn't bother me. Not till early one evening. I'd rung for Nurse Curran twice. Where was she? I was very angry. I got out of bed and went across the room to the door. Mrs. Curran! She was walking down the hall, her back toward me. And she had my little daughter by the hand. Elsie, my baby. Her sailor hat was bobbing over her curls as she skipped. She had on a blue flouncy dress and the long white stockings and Mary Jane she loved to wear. Elsie! Elsie, darling! Mrs. Curran! Why didn't they stop? They walked right on as if I hadn't spoken. Nurse! They turned the corner, then out of my sight. I began to run. Do you hear me? Stop, Mrs. Curran. I want to talk to you.
Why, whatever is the matter, Mrs. Wells?
Where's Elsie?
Elsie?
Yes, my daughter. I saw you walking down the hall with her, and then you turned this corner, and now she's gone. Where is she?
I assure you, Mrs. Wells, I was with no one. As a matter of fact, I didn't know you have a daughter.
Oh. Well, I haven't anymore. She was drowned with her father 20 years ago. I knew I had to be more cautious after that. For if Nurse Curran ever suspected, she'd tell the doctor. And I'd seen enough of those walls when I was a girl.
Well, how are you, Sybil? How does it feel to be downstairs for dinner?
Oh, if you're ready to eat, I'll start serving.
Why, Mrs. Curran, you needn't do that. Where's Mary?
Well, there wasn't much for her to do with you ill, Mrs. Wells, so when she asked to visit her sister for a few weeks, I didn't want to disturb you with details.
Oh, I see. That's all right, Mrs. Curran.
Then I'll get the soup.
Sybil, I've been worried about you.
Worried? Really?
You're not recuperating as quickly as you should. And, well, Curran's been telling me things that...
Yes, what has she said?
Oh, nothing much, really, but perhaps you're a bit more ill than we thought.
So she had noticed. I must be careful, very careful. Whatever happens, I must never let them send me there.
I said, will you have your soup, Mrs. Wells?
Oh, yes, please.
And you, Doctor?
Yes, thank you.
I took my first spoonful and could barely swallow it. The soup tasted far too salty. I was about to remark as much to the doctor when he said...
Delicious soup, Sybil.
Delicious. Oh, of course, George. Of course.
Sybil, what's wrong? You've hardly touched a thing all through dinner.
Well, I guess I'm just not very hungry. Salt. Everything tasted of salt. First my sight, then my hearing, and now even this sense was playing me false. How long could I go on hiding what was happening to me? I think I should have resigned myself to insanity. If the very next afternoon I hadn't wakened early from my nap. I wanted some warm milk, and when Mrs. Curran didn't answer my ring, I went down to the kitchen myself. Nurse Curran, is that you? Oh, it was a child. A little blonde girl who greatly resembled my daughter. She was playing with a toy tea set.
Mother isn't here right now. She's gone to the village for some groceries. Would you like to have tea with me? It's only make-believe, of course.
Mrs. Curran is your mother?
Yes, I'm Jean.
She never told me she had a daughter, nor that the child was living in my house with her.
Here's your tea. Sugar or cream? Oh, I forgot. You only take salt in your food.
I only take salt? What do you mean, dear? I don't quite understand.
Oh, my mother explained to me. I asked her why she put so much salt in everything she brought you to eat last night. And that's what she said, that you only take salt in your food.
Jeannie, are you sure of that?
Yes, of course. I know who you are. You're Mrs. Wells, the funny lady we had to play a game with.
What kind of a game, Jeannie?
Well, dressing me in those funny clothes Mother found in the attic. And not looking around when you called to us. And then, when we turned the corner, I had to pop right into the linen closet and not make a sound until Mother called. It was like hide and seek. Only you didn't find me.
Yes, it had been a hideous, twisted parody of hide and seek. But at last I knew. I was not going mad. I had been terrified, blundering in the dark against an unknown opponent. But the game was clear to me now, and the rules, and the tricks, and most vital of all, my foe. Nurse Curran had tried to drive me mad, was still trying, but I could fight her. I had to fight her, for the stake was my sanity.
I guess that's Mommy now.
Now, Jeannie, listen to me. Your mother mustn't know I was down here talking to you.
Why, Mrs. Wells? Why shouldn't I tell her? Why, Mrs. Wells? Why shouldn't I tell her?
Well, it's a game, Jeannie. It's like that hide and seek we played, remember? Please promise you won't say anything about my seeing you this afternoon.
I promise. I promise, Mrs. Wells.
I needed patience now, and cunning. Mrs. Curran was trying to destroy my reason. I couldn't let her succeed, but I needed definite evidence. And then one day, a letter came. A letter? From me, Mrs. Curran? Yes, it's postmarked New York City. Well, now, who would be writing me from there? It's from my brother, Frank. He's coming to see me and bringing a friend of his along. Someone who can help me, he says. When does he arrive, Mrs. Wells? On the 24th, the 3:30 train. Well, he didn't give you much warning. That's today, you know. I wonder why he's coming. You're his sister, and you're ill. What better reason? Frank and I have always loathed each other. He's not traveling all this way for affection's sake. It might be nice if I met the train. Well, if you think he'd appreciate it, you're very much mistaken. By the time you get there, he'll probably have chartered the most expensive car in town anyway. Frank's a spendthrift and a wastrel. He ran through his share of my father's estate before Daddy was cold in his grave. Just the same, it would be a nice thing to do, wouldn't it, Mrs. Wells? Well, you know where the car keys are if you insist on being polite. Go ahead and meet him.
Yes?
Special delivery for Mrs. Agnes Curran. That's your nurse, ain't it, Miss Wells?
Oh, yes, it is. I'll take it, Postman. She's not in right now.
I'm awfully sorry this is late, ma'am. But you see, one of our sorters put it in the regular mail route bag, and I only just discovered it.
Oh, I don't suppose there's any great harm done.
Oh, well, thank you. I hope not. Well, goodbye, ma'am.
Goodbye. I shut the door quickly and stood turning the letter over in my hands, for I had suddenly recognized the writing on the envelope. It was Frank's. And how could he know the name of my private nurse unless they knew each other? George hadn't corresponded with him, I was sure. He was aware of the hatred between us. I quickly ripped the envelope.
Dear Agnes, just a line to let you know of Jean's safe arrival. I think your fears that Sybil saw her and suspects you are groundless, but perhaps it is safest this way. I feel sure that by this time my dear sister has passed, or at any rate is near, the breaking point. I'm coming down next Thursday and will bring a specialist with me. I am certain that when she tells him of her hallucinations, shall we call them, he will have no hesitancy in declaring her insane.
There it was. The whole fiendish scheme. I held all the proof I needed right in my hands. I called George and asked him to come over as quickly as he could. And then I'd barely gotten upstairs when I heard the front door open.
Sybil! Sybil!
Please, Mr. Courtney, she may have fallen asleep. She's still rather weak, you know.
Of course. I understand.
If you and Dr. Randall will make yourselves comfortable, I'll go upstairs and see how she is.
Splendid idea, nurse. Mrs. Kern, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
If only George would come. Now the showdown was at hand, I was frightened. The nearer she came, the more frantically my heart beat. These next few minutes would decide so much for me. And I was alone. I felt sick with terror at having to face Mrs. Curran without George's comforting presence to reassure me, to make me know that everything would be all right. Because if I played my hand wrong now, if I couldn't convince the specialist of my sanity, I might never spend another night in the dark.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I startle you, Mrs. Wells?
Well, I didn't hear you come in.
Your brother and Dr. Randall are in the parlor.
Oh, yes?
Well, don't you want to come down and see them?
We're not leaving this room just yet, Nurse Curran. Not until we settle a few things.
But I don't understand. Is there anything wrong, Mrs. Wells?
No. I'm just curious. Where did you have that trick newspaper printed?
What?
And how did you manage the music that night? Was it a phonograph record played from your room directly into the ventilator?
I don't get what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you do. I've known for almost a week what you were up to, young lady. But I wasn't sure just why you were doing it or who was behind you. I am now.
You're crazy. I felt it all along. You're mad.
Oh, no, my dear. That was your aim, but you didn't succeed. You see this letter? The same stationery as the one I received today. The same handwriting, too. But this was written to you, Mrs. Curran. Fortunately, it wasn't delivered till after you'd left the house.
Give me that.
Oh, no. No. You'll have to kill me to get that. And I'd rather be dead than be in an institution. And we wouldn't want too loud a scene with that specialist downstairs, would we? He's not in my brother's pay, is he?
No. All right. You win. I was working for Frank. He promised me a share in the estate.
Why, I can't believe it. I simply can't believe it.
George. Oh, thank heaven.
Now, Sybil, don't cry. You know, she almost had me fooled, Sybil.
Oh, and here's the proof, George. A letter that Frank wrote to her.
Dear Agnes, coming down next Thursday, declaring her insane. Sybil, you'd better go downstairs and bring Dr. Randall and your precious brother up here immediately.
10 minutes before, I'd gone down these steps an old woman. But everything was different now. The shadow had been lifted. I was free again.
Well, well. My dear sister, Sybil.
Don't you dare sister me, Frank.
Why, Sybil, and here I brought Dr. Randall all this way to see you.
To see me, indeed. To declare me insane so you could get your foul claws on the rest of Father's money.
Sybil, what are you saying?
I don't think I understand, Mrs. Wells.
I told her she was...
Mad? Insane? Yes, I'm sure you did. And it's no fault of yours that I'm not. Dr. Randall, a few weeks ago I was very ill. My brother took advantage of that by planting Nurse Curran with me. She took all her orders from him, and those orders were to drive me insane.
Oh, I never heard of such a thing. I hadn't realized she was quite so badly off as this, Randall.
Oh, there's no use your blustering anymore, Frank. George Adams has written proof upstairs. The letter you sent Mrs. Curran.
Why, I never wrote her my whole life. I never met the girl till today.
Suppose we go and see what this is all about. Well, Courtney?
Oh, of course. As you say, Doctor.
Frank's face was gray. Perspiration beaded his brow as we went back up to my bedroom. George and Mrs. Curran were standing by the window quietly when I opened the door. Here they are, George.
Yes. Thank you, Sybil.
Well, aren't you going to show Dr. Randall the letter?
What letter, Sybil?
The one Frank wrote Mrs. Curran. The one
There isn't any letter, Sybil.
But I gave it to you just before I went downstairs.
Mrs. Wells told me she had definite proof that Mr. Courtney was planning to railroad her.
It's terrible how convincing they can be. Isn't it, Randall? How very convincing.
I see.
George! George!
I could hardly bear to recognize those first signs, Dr. Randall. I've known Sybil for 30 years. She was very dear to me.
What did you do with it? Is it burned or torn into little pieces in your pocket, George? Where's that letter?
But I'm too much of a physician to blind myself to facts. She'll be happier.
Behind those walls, George, those walls where you and Frank put my father.
Come, Mrs. Wells, you'd better come with me.
No, you can't believe them. They're lying. No, please, no.
You'd better take her right to the sanitarium. It's not safe to keep her here another day.
Yes, I'm afraid you're right.
I'll help you with her. We can use my car.
Don't touch me, George. Don't you come near me. Get your hands off me.
Adams, let her go. That seemed to excite her unduly. Now, please, Mrs. Wells, take my arm. You know, we want to do what is best for you.
Dr. Randall, please, I swear this on my eternal soul. There was a letter. It was special delivery written by my brother Frank to Nurse Curran.
I wish I could believe you, Mrs. Wells.
Watch your step, Sybil.
Don't be so solicitous, George. I'd rather you'd kill me than betray me as you have.
If there were one shred of evidence on your side, Mrs. Wells, one slightest bit of proof.
Oh, say, I beg your pardon, Miss Wells. I had to come all the way back again. I forgot to have you sign this slip on that special delivery for Mrs. Curran.
Adams, give me those car keys. And turn around. We're going back into that house. I think we've got a few things to discuss.
Shadows and stillness, mystery weaves a spell of strangest fascination, charging the mind with doubts and fears. For mystery is a strange companion, a living memory. In the haunting hour.
machinations of the ear. Weird, blood-chilling tales told by old Nancy, the witch of Salem, and Satan, her wise black cat. They're waiting for you. Now.
$122-year-old I be today. Yes, sir. 122-year-old. Well, Satan, tell folks to douse all lights and we'll be getting down to business. Nice and dark and clear now. Just the way we like it when we tell our bedtime stories. Now, draw up to the fire and gaze into the universe. Gaze into deep, and soon you'll see a land of jungle. Or we're going into Mexico, to a place called Yucatan. There the grass and vines is so thick and tall that whole cities are hid among them. Big, forgotten cities. The old Indians used to live there long before the white men came. Soon we're going to hear 3 white men talking in the jungle. And so begins our yarn about the Boa Goddess. The Boa Goddess.
This is Morgan. That we are getting close? We ought to be, according to that picture writing Mary Ann gave me. Hold up that torch, Dutch.
Yeah. I don't see no flat stones yet. Don't you think we got to find?
If that girl had only come along to show us, we wouldn't have to fool around like this. You have been among these Indians long enough to know their women cannot come on sacred ground. If she's the high priest's daughter, you'd think she'd take a chance on the taboo. Especially with her loving me the way she does. She has taken chance enough as it is. You will find what we seek and get away into the jungle. You will know it was by your aid. Then her life will be. Look, what of it? She's only a squaw. Still, Mary Ann has a cute little trick at that.
You got such a sense of humor, Morgan. Every time you call that Indian girl Mary Ann, I got to laugh.
Shut up, you fool. If it is on finest, you know what will happen. Keep your shirt on, Frenchy. It is kind of comical, Dutch. But I call all my girls Mary Ann. And not being able to speak this one's lingo, I don't know her real moniker anyway. Quiet, be careful. We're safe enough. Every man in the village is out in the jungle for that ceremony they're holding. Yes. This ceremony which proves how much we have to fear. For out there tonight, they will let a boa constrictor crush a man to death.
Listen. 3 weeks on the draw. That means they're getting ready to kill that fellow now.
Yeah. God, if my folks back in Jersey knew their darling boy was living among a bunch of Yucatan Indians who just made sacrifices to snakes, they'd turn over in their graves. After 3 months among them, it is still difficult for me to realize that we have found a lost tribe of Aztecs, living as their fathers did 600 years ago.
It was lucky they found us when they did. Another day lost in that bush, we would have been dead.
That is what makes me dislike this thing we do tonight. These people saved our lives. They took us in, and now we plan to rob them. I hope French Uranial of Devil's Island ain't developing a sense of gratitude all of a sudden. I may have served time on Devil's Island, Morgan. But I, like you, am not wanted in Ecuador for murder. That's because you never had the nerve enough to kill a man, you yellow skunk. You're not going to talk to that...
Morgan, Frenchy, we cannot quarrel.
You're right, Dutch. When we get what's underneath them 3 flat stones, it'll take all 3 of us to fight our way back to civilization through that bush. Forget it, Frenchy. You're sure you'll find them or else in the temple? I've already shown you the little ones Mary Ann gave me, and she's told me in her sign language there's big ones where we're going. If it were not that all 3 of us needed, as you say, to make escape, I wonder would Dutch and me have heard about them. What do you... Stop that. Look, Morgan, Frankie. Here is 3 flat stones. This is the place. We found it. Now, don't try to lift them. There's a trick to it. She showed me in the picture writing. You push the stone in the middle, and I got it. Look at that. A passage has opened. The temple's underneath. Come on, down these stairs.
Wait. I do not like this place.
What's the matter?
I don't know. This dizzy feeling that has started me.
I feel something funny, too. Both of you are yellow. Give me that torch. I'm going down these stairs. You can't call me yellow. Then prove you're not. Come on. It is dark down here. Morgan, hold up that torch. We don't need it in a minute. According to Mary Ann, this passage takes a sudden bend into the temple proper, where a fire's always burning. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, it is right.
You reached the temple.
Oh, mon Dieu. My God, good Lord.
Up the stairs for our lives.
Please, wait, you poor dumb idiot. It's only a statue. A statue? Yeah. But it had me going for a minute. It's so natural looking, I thought it was a real honest-to-God snake coiled up to strike.
No. It is an idol. The image of the boa goddess.
Hold up that torch, Morgan. The stone snake has a woman's face. Mary Ann told me the truth. The idol's eyes are emeralds.
Bigger ones than I have ever seen.
And where the snake's body joins the woman's face, there is a necklace. More emeralds.
You shall be rich.
Rich millionaires. Let me climb up there and get them. Say it, what was that? A drum.
It sounded as you touched the ear.
There ain't no one with a drum in here. This is just a big bare room. It is again.
It is a warning. You're in a sacred place. You must not defile a holy image.
Bunk, hand me your knife, Dutch. What you going to do? Cut off that necklace and pry loose them emeralds. No. Oh, that's what we came here for, you fool. Here goes. Again, that drum.
Morgan, come here. A curse will fall on us if you take those stones.
Wait, Morgan, there's something funny in this place. I'll go when I get these stones. No. It's all right, I got them. Look. Those from the eyes are as big as eggs. I'm rich. Let's get out of your creed. All right, I've got all I want now, and I'm a millionaire. Up these stairs. Let's get away.
Wait, listen.
It seems to come from inside the snake itself. It struck 3 times.
Yes, 3 times. Like we heard it in the bush outside. It means the boa goddess will take soon a human sacrifice.
You guys whine like a pair of old women. We got away from the Indians all right, didn't we? And with another day's chopping, we'll be out of this jungle and safe in civilization. Forget that hooey about a curse and something following us.
We are not out of this jungle yet. There is something following us, Morgan. I feel it all about us in the bush. It's something I know is death.
Your grandmother. I am like Frankie. I did not like those drum beats when we left the temple. Are you guys dumb enough to think a heathen statue of a big snake with a woman's face can really do you any harm?
It is not the statue I fear, but the thing it stands for. People's thoughts and their beliefs. Yes, Morgan. All gods are the same, by different names. For how many centuries, we don't know. An intelligent race has worshipped and feared that great snake we have insulted.
Hoy, 3 times that drum beat, like before the boa goddess takes our human sacrifice. Since that's what's troubling you fellas most, let's figure the drum was calling Mary Ann. Them Indians have probably finished hers by now. Too bad. She was a cute little trick, even if she was only a squaw. Well, there's one easy way for you guys to clean yourselves if you think there's a curse on them emeralds. You just don't have to take your share.
No, you don't, Morgan. You would like to cheat us out of there.
I thought that'd bring you to time. It's too hot to do any more traveling till night. I'm going to grab a few winks.
Your turn to scare up some grub, Frenchie.
All right. Give me your pistol.
Next. I've only got 2 bullets left. You can bring down a couple of birds with your machine gun.
You're not saving those 2 bullets for something in particular.
What do you mean?
When we are out of this jungle, you will no longer need Dutch and me to help you.
You think that
I will not argue that point. It does not matter anyway. I don't forget.
That French stir-bug's crazy as a loon.
Maybe. Why are you saving those 2 bullets, Morgan?
Say, you don't think I'm planning anything against pals like you and Frenchie, do you? Forget it. There's emeralds enough for the 3 of us. I'm rich. Inside of a month, Dutch, I'm going to be sitting in the swellest hotel in New York. I'm going to become a gentleman, join highfalutin clubs, and go in for society and live like a king. Yeah, live. That Frenchman gives me a pain talking about death following us through the jungle, all on account of a couple of drum beats you heard in a heathen temple.
Morgan, the drum is here.
It can't be. Gee, and you got me hearing things.
Behind this beat, good light, dark night.
Oh, don't mean nothing. Don't mean nothing. Something's got him. Oh, look, a boa constrictor.
Get out of the squares, crossing out his life. There is a curse. It's breaking now.
I won't believe it. The jungle's full of snakes. He just happened to cross a boa's path. Run, Dutch. Run before it comes for us.
Ain't you going to try to save him? You got a pistol, Morgan. Shoot.
I'm saving my 2 bullets. Leave him there and run, you fool. Now we can split his share.
Yeah, we split his share of death. For he is just the first of us to go.
I don't believe in that stuff.
Then look back, for the snake has turned its head.
Say, it has the face of a woman.
Yeah, the face of the boa goddess.
Run, run, run. Sure, young fella. I'm not stuck up like ordinary millionaires. I'll be glad to give your newspaper the true story of how me and Dutch got here to New York.
I'm certainly much obliged, Mr. Morgan. You realize how interested the public is in the man who owns the largest emerald on Earth?
Yeah, but I don't want the papers printing no lies about me. Don't you be like those other fellows who wrote that I'm a nervous old man because they saw me pacing up and down the room like I'm doing now. And don't you say I'm afeard of anything counting me always looking over my shoulder and jumping at funny noises. That is just habits of mine. And don't you dare write there's a curse on my emeralds. There ain't no Indian curse.
Of course not, Mr. Morgan. That sensational stuff that you object to is all printed when a flash came in through Associated Press. Seems 2 madmen had stumbled into a little settlement in Yucatan with a pocket full of emeralds and the story of a 3rd man who'd been crushed to death by a boa constrictor with a woman's face. We couldn't pass up a yarn like that, even though we knew it was ridiculous.
And it was ridiculous. 2 men have just chopped their way out of the jungle. They're apt to say anything. You're right, that stuff was all a lie. Don't forget to print how I tried to save me dead partner Frenchie when the big snake got him, though. But don't say the snake had a woman's face. It didn't. That was imagination. And there ain't no curse on my emeralds. None that can reach beyond the jungle anyway.
What was that, Mr. Morgan?
Nothing. Just talking to myself. The jungle makes you do things like that, young fella. It's great to be home in a city again. No snake can follow me to a big town like New York.
You've spoken of your partners as Frenchie and Dutch. Will you give me their proper names, Mr. Morgan?
Frenchie's dead. Oh, if I could only forget the way he died. Oh, excuse me. The name I knew Frenchie by was Jean Reynal. And Dutch's real moniker is Adolf Appleman.
Adolf Appleman?
Yeah, he beat it out west of Chicago as soon as we hit the USA. Oh, he ain't nice to you reporter guys like me and don't like his name in the papers. But you can print he don't believe in no curse, neither.
Mr. Morgan, haven't you seen this morning's paper?
Not yet. I just got up.
What a story this'll make. No one dreamed he was your partner.
Say, what's the matter with you? What are you doing at my telephone?
Hello? Get me Wells 292915. Look at that front page, Mr. Morgan. Read those headlines. Last night in a Chicago hotel room, Adolf Appleman was crushed to death. Every bone in his body broken. Hello? Hello? Give me city editor.
It can come further than the jungle. Them drum beats I heard last night was not a dream.
City desk? Get this, whopper of a story. The guy crushed to death in Chicago last night was a partner of the bird who was...
I'm next. I'm next.
Look here, Mr. Morgan. You may have discovered $1 million worth of emeralds in South America, but that gives you no license to come here to Chicago and try and tell the district attorney's office how to run its business.
But I gotta know what killed Dutch. Why did you have his body cremated before I got here to see it?
For one reason, because his wife ordered it done after the inquest.
His wife?
You've already been told that Appleman was married to a Miss Smith a few hours before his death. Another reason was because the body was too horribly crushed to serve any real purpose as a clue to the method of murder.
Crushed like Frenchie. But you say it couldn't have been a snake that done it. You swear it couldn't have been a snake?
My dear Mr. Morgan, despite the wild newspaper theories, boa constrictors do not crawl promiscuously around Chicago. And if they did, there could have been no way for such a monster to have entered or left Mr. Appleman's room.
No. And no way for it to come here from the jungle. Where was Dutch's wife when it happened?
Out of the room at the time, she says. But no woman on earth could have crushed your partner as we found him. If that's what you're driving at.
It ain't. I was just wondering if she'd seen anything. If I could only know the way he died.
Come in.
Excuse me, sir. Mrs. Appleman to see you.
I'll ask you to come in. Now, Mr. Morgan, you can talk to her yourself if you like.
How do you do?
Good morning, Mrs. Appleman. I'm sure you'll be glad to meet your poor husband's former partner, Mr. Morgan.
We have met.
That's funny. I feel that you and me have met someplace before.
I meant that Dutch had spoken of you.
Oh, I see. But your face is somehow familiar. What was your name before you married him?
My first name is Mary Ann.
Mary Ann?
Poor Dutch has told me it's the name you prefer for women, Mary Ann.
To think I'd finally fall for a skirt whose real name was Mary Ann.
How startled you were when I first told you that was my name.
Yeah, hit me like a voice from the dead. Not that a squaw matters, you understand? But you knew, even before I spilled the beans about how we got the emeralds and all.
Yes, I knew. Dutch had told me everything.
I don't know what I'd have done without you since Dutch was killed. Man needs someone around so he won't be all alone to think things. After we're married tomorrow, it'll be better still. Only I wish you hadn't made me to wait a whole year. Yeah, a year. And nothing's happened to me. I always knew that curse was just a bunk.
You have no fear at all anymore?
Me? I never was afraid of anything. My hair turning white and me losing weight like I have is just from a rundown condition, the doctor says. Yet if I only knew how Dutch was killed, and the explanation of them drum beats, and I can't get out of my mind the way I saw Frenchie go.
You have explained it all perfectly naturally to me 100 times. You have no real faith in heathen gods, you know.
No, of course not. But it was all imagination. The boy I saw in the jungle did not have a human face. That's an awful way to die, like Frenchie, Mary Ann. Do you ever see a man killed by a boa? Wraps itself around him, coil on coil, doubling and tripling its own strength, and its eyes look into his and fascinate him till he's dumb and helpless. And then slowly the coils tighten until the bones crack like pipe stems, and the flesh becomes like putty, and he only screams once, just once. I can't die like that. I won't die like that. I'm rich now. I become a gentleman. I'm crazy about you. I want to live. Oh, you don't believe in curses, Mary Ann. You don't believe a crawling thing from the jungle can reach me even here?
If I believed in the curse, I would believe neither distance nor civilization would have power to stay its vengeance.
But you don't believe. Tell me you don't. Say like me. You think it's all bunk.
Yes, I say it like you. Isn't it fortunate we can tell ourselves such things? It's so terrible to be afraid. Were I a god who wished to punish hard for a long time before I struck, I would make my victims fear.
I say, don't talk like that. Sometimes you make me afraid, because I don't know what you mean. But it'll be all right when we're married tomorrow. And then I'll have you to talk to all the time and learn to understand you.
You haven't forgotten that for my wedding present I shall have the great emerald you took from the Aztec temple?
Yeah, like I promised. Then, with the other the Dutch gave you, you'll have the two greatest emeralds in the world. The eyes of the Boer goddess.
It will be nice to have them.
They'll match your own eyes, Mary Ann. For they're green, like the emeralds, and they fascinate me. Green and deep, like the emeralds, like the eyes of the Boer goddess. Lost, Mary Ann. Everybody's gone and we're alone. You're my wife now. Kiss me.
Wait.
Oh, you mustn't keep your husband waiting. A year I waited for you, Mary Ann.
You shall wait but a short time longer.
No other woman has ever put me off like you have, and I'm crazy about you. Nutty about your eyes. They fascinate me. Green like emeralds. Why didn't you wear your emeralds? The eyes of the Boer goddess at our wedding.
I shall wear them now. For you alone.
Are you going to put them on? Well, that's swell. God, I'm like a kid with you. When I finally fell for his skirt, I fell hard. And I won't be afraid no more now, for you'll be always with me. You won't leave me on the wedding night like you left Dutch a year ago.
I will not leave you. I did not leave him.
If you hadn't have left him, you'd have known what killed him.
I do know what killed him.
And why ain't you never told me? Say, what you talking that way for? Why are you standing there with your back turned to me? What you doing, Marianne? You seem to be growing taller, thinner somehow. And what you doing? Turn around, let me see you. Let me look into your eyes.
Look.
Them emeralds are your eyes.
Yes.
You're
the Boer goddess.
That drum. That drum. It means
I claim my final sacrifice.
No. No. I can't move, only stare into your eyes. And your body's lengthening, changing into a monster snake.
Soon I will coil around you,
No.
fold over fold, and you will only gaze in my eyes and whimper. Only when my coils tighten will you scream just once.
No.
Then will I give you your promised kiss, the kiss of death, for the Mary Ann who was only a squaw.
Oh.
I begin to coil.
Oh, so cold. So cold. No, I can't die.
For gain you defile the people's faith, I bind your feet.
Oh.
For gain you betray the people's hospitality, I bind your arms. For gain you destroy the woman's love and life, I bind your heart. For this you have been left the last of the three. Today, as you yourself love, as after a year of mortal fear, you aspire to happiness and peace, today I coil about your worthless soul and crush.
And that's the story about the Bela goddess, the queen of all the snakes. Well, Satan and me have business to attend to now. Important business, Satan. Yeah, midnight, Satan.
I came into possession of the Lansford house through the accident of my uncle's death. My inheritance from him enabled me to buy it, for it was the isolated kind of dwelling I'd been looking for in order to finish a novel I was working on. I've always found it impossible to create anything worthwhile in the noise of the city. The house was fully furnished, but since it had been empty for many years, it was extremely dusty, and I spent my first day cleaning away the dust in the few rooms I intended to use. Lansford House. I remember the place as if it were only yesterday I discovered the green vase, learnt its terrible secret, and passed so nearly through the veil that separates sanity and the madness that lies beyond midnight.
Biotex, the new soap and pre-wash powder, presents Beyond Midnight by Michael Macabre.
Lansford House. The agent hadn't been enthusiastic. I got the impression that he didn't much care whether he sold me the place or not.
Nothing extraordinary about Lansford House, Mr. Royd. It's very big, of course. It was splendidly built and big in those days. If it wasn't so strongly built, it would have fallen to pieces years ago. A house needs to be cared for. Leave it empty.
Well, it's what I'm looking for. Nicely back from the road, surrounded by trees.
A lot of trees, yes.
Fields, pastures. It's hard to find somewhere without any close neighbors these days.
Oh, I can show you others. There's a place in...
Mr. Feltham, I want to buy Lansford.
You do?
I do.
Well, then. Nothing else I can...
No.
Right. You, write books, you said?
I write books, yes. When can I take possession?
Today.
Oh, marvelous. I'm halfway through a book at the moment, you see. I've been stuck for weeks. I need peace now. Quiet. No. For 5 days after moving in, I worked from 5 in the morning right through the day until it was dark. The book progressed beautifully. I was even thinking of who the film rights should go to when I hit another dull patch. Nothing. I destroyed a few thousand words and left the typewriter until a possible return of inspiration. I was fairly satisfied, though, and it was with a lot of pleasure that I began to examine more carefully the house I'd so quickly and perhaps rashly bought. In most ways, it was typical of the houses erected in the country 100 years ago. It needed a lot of money spent on it before it would assume the splendor it deserved, but I needed only 1 or 2 rooms. One thing puzzled me. The little attic. Locked. No key. Why is that then? And of course, I want to know what's in there now. Give that agent a ring. Treasure? Fat chance. Wonder why this door should be locked when all the others are open. I started to rearrange the kitchen the next day. I knew instinctively that no good would come of hammering the typewriter. The place was in a terrible state. I cleaned out some cupboards, did a bit of inexpert scrubbing, and then, while I was reaching up to hook a number of miscellaneous objects out of a sort of old-fashioned tall boy thing in a corner, I accidentally knocked off a shelf a canister. It opened, and a piece of folded paper fell out. An old piece of paper, brown with age, badly worn and tattered.
was writing on the paper. It was barely legible. The ink had faded badly, and large sections of the script had been worn or torn away. It was dated over 30 years before, and all that remained of the entire first paragraph beneath the date was
Stephen Lansford, a young man of 25.
And that was all the first paragraph said. Thereafter occurred a puzzling sequence of half lines, sentences, paragraphs, in this order.
To have him tutored in the arts, particularly gifted in pottery making. Stephen developed a great fondness for his tutor, and under his guidance did the only constructive work of his life. A crude, ugly vase, bilious green in color. Stephen was proud of it. Kept it on the center of a small table in the living room. Dismissed. Stephen raged for days, and there began a subtle deterioration of a character which had always heretofore been shy and retiring. Ugly metamorphosis, kind of madness in the course of which he would never allow his vase to be moved. Made his mother promise that it would never be moved under pain of dire punishment, but left to stand where he had put it. Some strange elemental bond seemed to have developed between the young man and his creation. After Stephen's death, Mrs. Lansford was unable to bear the thought of it. Instead, she had the casket sealed, obtained permission from the authorities, and in the attic. Thereafter, rigid adherence to her promise. Stipulation in her will adjuring all future occupants not to move the vase. When a relative came to live in the house after her death, body torn, rent apart, found beside the table. I will, I know, eventually lift the vase.
And that's all. I couldn't make a lot of sense out of it, I must admit. I tried to read, to make out the bits that had faded, but it wasn't possible. On the end of the whole thing was a signature. Matthew Hargrove. Suddenly I remembered seeing, in the living room, which I hadn't had time to clean, a small table pushed over against the wall with a cloth covering an object of some bulk. That would be it, all right. See what they meant in their letter thing. It is crude. Ugly as sin. Matthew Hargrove. Wonder who he was. Or is. There was nothing in Uncle's papers about anyone of that name. Matthew Hargrove.
Matthew Hargrove. Are you the young chap that bought the Lansford place?
Yes, I expect to be a regular customer here.
People don't talk much about what happened to that Hargrove man. Used to be Mrs. Lansford's lawyer. Wrote up the old woman's will. Oh, queer that was. All about some vase thing her son made. Funny things went on after she died, you see. You want anything more than the razor blade, do you?
What funny things?
Well, there was Reuben Yates. That was her cousin. Came down when she got sick and stayed. You're from the town, aren't you? You don't get to hear about things like we do down here in the country, you see.
What happened to Reuben Yates?
Reuben Yates. Well, they found him next to that table with the vase on it. Said he was torn apart.
I see. And where does Matthew Hargrove come in?
Oh, right after. He was the next one to move into the house. And he was the next one found by the table, too. Same as Reuben Yates. People say that they that saw him got sick in their stomachs for weeks afterwards.
And then?
No more. Nobody else moved into that house. From then till the day you moved in, nobody. Nobody at all.
The inference behind Mrs. Calkins, the lady in the village shop's words, added to those in the fragmented letter, began to take a kind of nagging form in my thoughts. For the rest of that day, I tried to write. I couldn't. No city notice. But there was another distraction now. The vase, and the strange story behind it. The living room drew me, and I went in. I looked at the ugly thing for a long, long time, and then I stretched out my hand to lift it. Suddenly I remembered Reuben Yates and Matthew Hargrove. Come on, Lloyd. Stop being... But even so, I only lifted the thing a quarter of an inch from the little table. It was about 10 seconds later that I heard it. I replaced the vase. How can I describe it? I don't know where it came from. Somewhere in the house. Somewhere, to be sure. It reminded me of nothing I'd ever heard in the whole of my life before. Silence followed. A deep, deep silence. Then I tilted the vase again. This time the reaction was instantaneous. I went and got a brandy and sat down for a while to recover my composure. It was then that I remembered the attic. It took me a long time to summon up the courage, but I had to know. I went back and quickly slipped a penny under the vase on the table. Then I ran upstairs. I got down on my hands and knees and tried to peer through the keyhole. I couldn't see anything. As I was struggling to my feet, I felt a thin current of air cross my face. A short, warm draft of air. But there was no attic window through which the wind could enter, and the air that struck my face was warm. I bent down again, and this time I put my ear to the keyhole. I felt it again, coming out of the keyhole. Not a draft. Not a draft at all. What I felt was breathing.
Keep Airwick handy in your home. Airwick is the modern air freshener. It doesn't just mask smells with heavy scent, it actually knocks them right out of the air. Airwick keeps the home sweet, with a country fresh atmosphere in every room. Put Airwick on your shopping list. It comes in economical bottle or up-to-the-minute aerosol. Get Airwick.
Soak, soak, that's all you have to do. Soak, soak, just for an hour or two you'll find this soak as good as new when you use new Biotech.
Amazing new Biotech soap stubborn stains away.
Clean, clean, everything soon will be clean, clean, for all the world to see. Soak, soak, stains away easily when you use new Biotech.
Get amazing new Biotech today and let soaking do the washing.
did it, I don't know. Even then, something told me I was meddling in things I could never hope to understand. There was something in the house I knew then that could bathe me in the fires of purgatory forever and a day. But I came down the stairs and placed 2 more coins under the vase, tilting it further. I immediately returned to the attic door. I no longer heard mere breathing through that keyhole from the room beyond. I did not wait long. Something was trying to get out. I removed the coins again from under the vase, and it once more rested as it had done so for 30 years. All next day, the memory of that experience preyed on me. I couldn't work. I could hardly bear to be alone. The vase exercised an unholy fascination on me. I was in desperate need of company, and that's why I wrote an invitation to Edward Clayton and asked him to spend a week with me to celebrate my inheritance. He came as I knew he would. We'd been great friends for many years, but for the first 3 days, I was loath to confide in him.
Ah, this could be splendid, Dennis. This room, light, airy. Have to do something with those curtains, of course, but... hello, what's this?
For the love of heaven, don't touch that vase!
Oh, why not? What's the...
Sit down. I'll tell you.
Hmm?
Sit down. I told him everything that had happened since I took possession of the house, but he made little effort to conceal his skepticism.
Oh, Dennis. Come on, man. I mean,
you must take me seriously.
But granting that what you say is true, what... I mean, what the devil does it mean?
I don't know. You read the letter?
Hmm? Oh, yes. It just read it in front of you, didn't I?
Edward, promise me you will not touch that vase.
But that put me in the position of subscribing to your fears.
Please.
All right, promise. Scout's honor. I need beer. Lots of cold beer. Come on, the ghost isn't walking at the moment.
He promised. Oh, yes. But he promised without believing. And perhaps the very promise he made was a challenge. Next day, he seemed unable to concentrate. Twice when I spoke to him, he didn't hear me. He was in a kind of dream, thinking of something else. I knew what it was. I did everything I could to divert his attention. I read him part of my novel, which had come to a full stop. He listened and made some favorable comments. For a while. But I knew I was not holding his attention. He kept wandering about the house, and inevitably his journeying took him by or into the room where the table and the vase upon it had lived for the past 30 years. This thing seems to fascinate you.
Hmm?
The vase.
Vase? Oh, the vase.
You can't take your eyes off it. I've been watching you.
Oh, at first, well, I thought it was a fairy story.
And now?
Well, now I'm not so sure. I wonder.
Don't. Some malignance is associated with that thing. Some bond ties it to something in the attic.
What do you...
I mean, something's linked with it in space or time.
Or in the attic.
Or in the attic, yes.
If you think so, why haven't you been up there to see?
It's locked.
Well,
I couldn't bring myself to break in.
There's no time like the present, then, is there? You game?
I did know.
Well, make up your mind. You can't just live here with half-truths. You either find out there's something nasty and horrible around, in which case you move out. Or you find out it's all a silly mistake. Lay the ghost and continue writing your book in peace. And incidentally, I think your book will be very splendid. Thank you. So, let's go and see what's up in the attic. Bring the lamp. All right. Got the lamp? Yes. Coat off, I think. Danger. Men at work. Yep.
Our lamplight flooded the room. In the middle of the attic floor stood a coffin. Just a coffin. Nothing else. Not even a rug was to be seen in that gabled room. The coffin was festooned with spiders' webs, as if it had not been disturbed for decades.
Sealed. I take it that this is Stephen Lansford's coffin. His mother had him put here.
I imagine so. Yes. The vase is the one he made in the letter. Remember?
Yes, exactly. Well, yes, I know what you're thinking. It doesn't hold water, Dennis, and you ought to be the first to see it.
Nothing about this thing holds water, as you put it.
Suppose it isn't a bad place to rest. If you were dead, I mean, dry at least. Better than 6 feet under, eh? Don't stare at it like that. Nothing's going to rise up out of it, Dennis.
Isn't it?
No. Ghoulish lot the Lansford there.
Let's get out of here.
Okay. What are you going to do about this room, attic?
I'm going to seal it. Nail it up.
Drink? I need one. This moaning noise you talked about. Yes. Care to demonstrate?
All right. Listen.
I'm all ears.
Slowly, I lifted the green vase, half an inch off the table. I replaced the vase.
Interesting.
All right. Now you've heard.
Let's have that drink, and then I think I'm ready for bed. Books come to a dead stop at the moment. Do you know what? If nothing happens with the book, I mean, by the time you leave, I'll come back to town for a while. If and when I sell my book, if it's published and makes money, maybe I'll have this place. What are you doing? Put the vase down!
I moved towards him, whereupon he lifted the vase high above his head and backed away, grinning madly. Then we heard the attic door beaten down. The color drained from Edward Clayton's face.
Take the vase, Dennis! Fight!
Dropped the bars, it smashed into 100 pieces, and then the thing was at the door, and the door opened, and it was in the room. I leapt towards the window, and before I crashed through the glass, I half-turned. Something had entered that room beyond my range of sight, for Edward was hanging limply aloft in mid-air. Here. Thanks.
So, that's about it then, eh?
That's it. Poor Edward. Poor Edward.
Now, steady on. The doctor said you've not to get out of bed. You've had a shock.
Poor Edward. I told him. I did, Sergeant.
Yes. Well, the folks from Burnstrom went up there, and there he was. Just like the others. It was a thing neither you nor any other man could have done. There's one more thing, sir, I'm afraid to have to tell you. They took matters into their own hands. They burned down your house. Took your stuff out first and set fire to the house.
Yes, it was just as well. I couldn't have gone back there.
Funny thing, though. You said the vase was smashed on the floor.
It was.
When we found it, all the broken pieces were piled together, as neat as you please. Smack in the middle of the table.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah and 2-year-old I be today. Yes, sir, Hannah and 2-year-old. Well, Satan, what kind of a cheerful little yarn do we spin these folks tonight? A love story? Well, if you ain't a sentimental old cat. You say you're not too old to be romantic? I never know the nail trick of the glove in his mind. Now set yourself down in the corner, Satan, and I'll sing the kind of tale you asked for. But douse out them lights, everybody. Nancy's love yarns is best listened to in the darkness. Now draw up to the fire and gaze into them birds. Soon you'll see inside a happy home, across the sea in France. It's down in the country, while them old heathen Romans used to live 2,000 years ago, and while they left some funny things lying buried in the earth. Funny things that men today sometimes discover. Gaze into them both deep, and here are yarns of the bronze Venus. The bronze Venus.
Mama, Howie should be here any minute. If you don't hurry, I shan't be dressed in time to meet him.
Stop squirming if you want me to finish. Oh, I'll be glad when Henri takes you off my hands. Then I won't have to tie ribbons on a creature who can't stand still a moment.
You won't be glad at all. You'll weep constantly after I'm married and go to live in Paris.
I shan't shed a single tear. The sooner such a nuisance as you is out of my sight, the better. Oh, my baby, you will be leaving me soon.
Mama, stop that.
My little Georgie.
Stop it or I'll cry too. Mama, please don't.
No, I mustn't. Anyone who saw me would think the funeral was to take place here in 5 days instead of a wedding. And I'm really very happy. Your Henri is a good man. He loves you, and you love him.
Not so much, Mama.
So much. Stop your crying and let me finish with these ribbons. Oh, I suppose I died the same foolish way before I married your father. And that's the only thing I have against Henri. He's so much like your father.
Why, Mama.
His ridiculous interests, I mean. How the doctor of an antiquary can ever wish to become the wife of one is quite beyond my comprehension.
Oh, you really don't mean that. With all these constant delving among old ruins and buried cities, Papa has remained as close and dear to you as Conway will be to me.
Yes, of course, physically. But I long ago discovered that to a man with the archaeological bee in his bonnet, no mere woman can compete spiritually with a 1,000-year-old trifle that he's dug up from the earth. And I don't approve of such work. I never have. It's too much like rotting graves. To my mind, the dead and their possessions are best left undisturbed.
Oh, that's silly superstition.
All right, have it your own way.
But I do wish Papa hadn't found something to disturb this morning. He should have gotten me Henri instead of merely sending old Jacques to the station with the carrot.
Henri won't be annoyed by that apparent rudeness when he learns it was caused by a new discovery. Chances are he'll even forget he's been away from you for an entire month, while he and your father indulge in scientific rest.
Oh, not Henri.
We'll see. What is it your father found this morning? You haven't told me much about it yet.
Oh, it gave me an awful fright.
Fright?
For just a moment. This find was purely accidental. 3 of our peasants were digging up that old olive tree that was frozen last winter, and Papa and I were standing beside them, talking about olives, when one of the men dug his stick into the earth and we heard a bong, as though he struck a bell. Then, suddenly, a black hand seemed to rise from out the earth. I thought it was a prison officer. But it was only the hand of a bronze statue, and when I left, Papa was delirious with joy and down in the pit with a shovel helping the men unearth the rest of it.
Oh, then he'll be covered with dirt when he returns to the house, and he'll track it all over my carpet. Oh, but what's the use? I discovered long ago that men can't be made over.
Whoa, Sarah, boy! Oh, Mama, there's all just outside. The carriage is returned. It's hurry.
Oh, yes.
Oh, Hurry, Mama.
I'm right behind you.
Hurry.
You're just darling. Oh, my little sweetheart.
Good afternoon, Henri. Welcome back.
Master, how delicious.
Don't waste your kisses on an old woman such as I. But tell this girl of mine how much you miss.
Oh, I already know, Mama. For I know how greatly I've missed him.
Have you, dear? To me, every moment that I've been away has seemed an hour. The hours like days, the days a year.
It's a very pretty speech for an antiquary. I hope that after your marriage you won't neglect to tell Georgette the same charming lies.
Lies?
Your mother's only joking, dear. She knows that nothing is important in my life, except in you.
Hey,
oh, here comes your father, Georgette, covered with dirt from head to foot.
Henri, you have arrived.
Just now, Monsieur de Marseille.
And no thanks to you, Francois. You should be ashamed you didn't even explain.
Oh, I have been doing something more important. Something that will make Henri's eyes grow wide with envy.
You've unearthed a statue, Papa?
The men are bringing it. Just wait until you see it.
Statue? What statue?
Give me, Georgia. Tell you of my find.
Only just left in the cave. Besides, I don't yet know what you found. I left for
Wait until you see. Hurry, you men.
It looks as though they were burying a corpse.
I have it taffy there. Now place it up right there.
Here's your master. Why, it's a man too strong.
Yes, A life-size bronze of Venus. A Venus of the ancients.
Where did you find her? How did you...
Look at her, my boy. And envy me my luck. This statue may prove the greatest find of the century.
She's gorgeous.
Superb.
A masterpiece.
Superb.
She's of the early Roman period. Her face is not the classic style.
Oh, no. Here you have none of the immobility of feature which the Greek stage of Aztec.
This seems almost living.
I've never seen such an illusion of life and metal.
She has such a cool face.
Wasn't she a heart and she, though? If she were a living woman, Holly, how she'd make her lover suffer. She'd turn about her desk without the slightest pity.
Yes. She's almost devilish in her charm. She's the loveliest thing I've ever seen.
That's a fine thing for a prospective husband to say in the presence of his future wife.
Well, I hardly think Georgette will be jealous of Holly's compliments to a statue. Helene, what an excellent omen! She is for these children. 5 days before their marriage, I bring them Venus, the goddess of love.
Excellent omen indeed. A heathen idol buried by the dead. I don't like the looks at all.
Oh, yes, you have no appreciation. Holly, Georgette, we must take full advantage of this excellent portent. Your marriage was to be on Saturday. Friday is Venus Day.
You're not suggesting their wedding to be advanced to Friday.
Certainly.
Georgette, that's a whole day sooner.
Never. A marriage on Friday would bring all sorts of bad things.
On the contrary, it will bring only good. For my goddess from the earth will smile upon their union.
Mama, I'd like to be married that much sooner.
Oh, and I, Madame Devante.
Well, I suppose one superstition is as foolish as the other. All right.
There, it's all settled. Young folks, you and the men put scraping through.
Yes, monsieur.
Now, Holly, you and I will remove the encrusted earth from my Venus. You may find inscriptions there.
No, you may speak of it as all you wish, but not all.
Oh, but it would be a privilege, Madame. Oh, this find is stupendous. Every archaeologist in France will go mad with envy when they hear of it. And since Monsieur has offered to let me
see,
share...
Georgette, what you must expect from an antiquary. You're a fine husband, whom you've not seen from us, but deserves the hourly return for a dead thing out of the earth.
Oh, Madame, you know I...
You may help Papa if you wish, Thomas. I'm going in first.
Oh, darling, wait. Forgive my thoughtlessness. I won't touch the statue or even think about it. Instead, you and I'll take a stroll in the garden and talk.
How does that sound?
Oh, came from inside my Venus. Some loose fragment of a hollow form must have fallen and struck against the metal side. Coming as it did, Ollie, it seems a protest against your desertion of her.
Well, protest or not, I am deserting her.
Well, run along then.
Ollie, when you and Georgette reach the garden, try to act like a lover instead of an archaeologist. I'm going in the house.
I shall take your advice, Madame. Come, Georgette. Oh, later, if your daughter permits, monsieur, I shall be delighted to return and help you.
I shall be delighted to help you, Mary.
You would rather stay with that old statue now than be with me.
You know I wouldn't, darling. And you shouldn't feel bitterness toward anything that's been so kind to us. Just think, she's about to marry today.
You don't believe it, Mama does, that Friday is unlucky.
If your love for me is as strong as mine for you, nothing can be unlucky. Here. See that I brought you some carrots.
That ring upon your little finger?
Uh-huh.
Oh, gorgeous. Let me put it on.
No, not yet. It will only leave my finger for that of my wife. It won't be yours for 4 whole days.
It's to be my wedding.
Yes. There's a Latin inscription inside that means yours forever.
You shall be mine, and I will be yours forever. After 4.
Just 4 short days. It would seem terribly long if your father hadn't found that statue. Fortunately, I can occupy my time assisting him with her.
Thomas, you're thinking more about that statue than you do of me.
Georgette.
Mama was right. To such men as you and Papa, nothing matters but dead things from the earth. I hate your ugly Venus. I hate it. Hate it. What was that?
What?
That sound. Hurry. It came from that statue back there.
Oh. Well, your father, John Paul, must have struck it with a tool.
I suppose so. But as she seemed to protest against you leaving her a while ago, now she seemed to answer what I said.
You silly little goose. Well, if you think she has understanding, I'll anger her still more. You think I could give that ancient lump of metal a single thought when you are near? If she were the living Venus, goddess of beauty, to me you'd be more beautiful. And I'd love you more than Venus, the living goddess of love.
Oh, found again.
Come on, call.
Papa!
Oh, she's hidden by those trees. Run!
Papa!
Dear.
He's It's not her face, Heather.
The Venus is full.
And a man lies on the ground beside
You
her.
see the Marcy. What has happened? The statue fell upon Jean Paul. He's not. Oh, he's only stunned, I think. He's breathing. Georgette, send Jacques for Dr. Babbles.
But how did it
I
happen?
don't know. For no reason at all, my Venus toppled over. And my old eyes are flame thick. What do you mean? Why, before she fell, it seemed her bronze arm struck out in rage, blindly, as a person of temper strikes when something is dead, to anger them.
It happened when you said you loved me more. That ain't the end of our love story about the bronze Venus, Satan. But if these folks want to hear the rest about her, they got to come and see us next time on her birthday. Coming 4-year-old, I'll be real soon. Hammer and 4-year-old.
We bring you The Witch's Tale, written and produced by Alonzo Dean Cole. And now let us join old Nancy and Satan, her wise black cat.
Hannah and 11-year-old I've been today. Yes, sir, Hannah and 11-year-old. But instead of celebrating my birthday with a good rest, Satan, we got to go to work and tell the finish of that pretty love story we begun last time these folks was here. Let's see. You keep track of our romantic yarn, Satan. Of where'd we leave off? That's right. We told about that nice young girl who was fixing to marry a young archaeologist fella, and how the girl's father, who was also in the archaeology business, discovered the statue of a heathen goddess that was buried in the earth. It was an awful lifelike-looking statue, and right while we left off our yarn, it seemed as if it had got mad and struck a man with its metal fist. Douse out them lights so we'll have it nice and dark for the finish of our tale.
Now draw up to the fire and gaze into the embers. Gaze into and breathe, and soon you'll be back with us in France, while once and heathen Romans lived. Soon you'll see once more the bronze Venus. The bronze Venus.
Keep it over in the blows, no one good on it. If it hadn't been for Jean-Claude Bruges, Madame de Marseille would never have permitted you to help me complete this delightful task of scraping the encrusted hair from my Venus. She's used to me getting dirty, but she doesn't want our future son-in-law to follow in my sinful footsteps.
If I didn't help you, no one else would. Your goddess has certainly struck terror into the peasants around here.
They won't come within 100 meters of her now, even though Jean-Claude is far from dead as he claimed to be when he came to. Oh, dear. Very strange the way that accident occurred. I must consult an oculist about my eyes. I could have sworn the statue's arm lashed out in blind rage and struck him.
Georgette still maintains the reason for that rage was something I said about your beautiful bronze lady. Oh, it's all too ridiculous.
Of course it is. Well, that's progressing splendidly. The upper part of my Venus is quite clean now.
She's a gorgeous thing, your Venus.
You admire her as I do. This divinity dug from the earth.
Yes. It's easy to understand why men of long ago adored her.
You and I are pagans at heart. We could adore her now.
Yes. We could adore her now. Look at her. The bronze seems to glow as we pay tribute to her beauty.
One could almost fancy that she smiles. Shows yet in another array. There is an illusion of life about this figure that's often startling.
Yes. Oh, it's caused by shadows in the sun, I suppose.
It couldn't be anything else.
Oh, confound it.
What's the matter?
Oh, this ring. So thick and heavy, I can't hold a scraper properly.
That's the wedding ring that you give Georgette on Friday. Venus Day.
Yes.
You owe me a debt of gratitude for advancing your marriage to that afternoon. Finding this lovely goddess is too good an omen to be disregarded.
I can't work any longer with this ring on. It's cutting into my flesh.
You shake it off.
Where shall I put it?
What's the matter with your pocket?
Well, there's a hole in each of them. I'm still a bachelor, you know. I see the perfect place. The statue's outstretched finger.
Perfect. And another good omen, Ollie. Your wedding ring will be blessed by the goddess of love herself.
Yeah, with it there out of the way, I can certainly use my hand more freely.
If you wear on it, with that ring on her finger, Venus may think you've married her.
Fortunately, the thoughts of a bronze lady are very unimportant.
Yeah, but in that case, if you're more than bronze, let it fortune should be. And inside that ring is inscribed in Latin, yours forever. Latin was her language.
And I refuse to worry about that. Say, we must be getting to work in earnest if we hope to find an inscription.
If there is one, it'll be here up on the base where I'm working.
We should have begun there.
This is your idea to do the upper body first.
I know. I wanted to see how she really looked. She was so beautiful, even underneath the dirt. So beautiful. So beautiful.
Polly!
Well, Georgette is coming to join us.
Darling, I thought you said you wouldn't come near our goddess again.
I don't want to, but I'm not going to let her take you and Papa away from me altogether.
Sweetheart. And so anything could take me away from you for long.
Don't. Please don't say anything nice to me when she's so close.
Georgette.
I know, I'm foolish. It must have been coincidence that Jean-Paul was hurt by her when you said you cared more for me, but I'm afraid of her somehow.
But that's so utterly ridiculous.
Ollie, look, what? An inscription. No. My scraper just uncovered.
Oh, let's see. Where?
Here. Now we shall learn something of my Venus' history.
Badly worn, very faint.
You can make it out with your young
I
eye.
think I can.
Yes.
It reads, Have they a mentor?
Have they a mentor? That can be translated, beware of him who loves you.
No, wait. The more likely translation is, look out for herself, yourself, if she loves you.
You're right. That's it.
No more.
Look out for yourself if she loves you.
No, that doesn't tell us very much.
Oh, yes, it does. Hurry, come away. Don't stay near her any longer.
Georgette.
Oh, please, keep away from her. She's more than better. She looks almost alive. And she's dead. Hurry. Oh,
Darling, yeah.
my ring. My wedding ring is on her finger.
Oh, well, it impeded my work. I
You
thought
said it would only leave your finger for that of your wife. And she has it.
She's only a statue.
She's more than that. She's a symbol of a goddess. People built temples to her. She was worshipped, honored, feared. Her worshippers are dead. But maybe thoughts don't die. Perhaps the shadow of her face still lives. Perhaps the power it gave her lives.
Child, this talk is madness.
I don't care if it is. Hurry, don't let her have my wedding ring.
Well, I'll get it at once, dear, since you wish it.
Oh, quick. Hurry. What's the matter?
Yes. It's stuck. It won't come off.
It's so hard.
I am. Something has changed here. Eh? Yes. When I slipped the ring on, this finger was straight. Eunice, close her hand.
She won't give back your wedding ring. Francois, come in here and shut the door.
We shouldn't leave our guests just before the wedding.
Wedding? It's more as though a funeral were to take place here today.
Oh, it's this song. It depressed everybody's spirit.
No, you know what's caused it.
Because the hand of my statue was accidentally bent so the ring can't be taken off. There's no reason for everyone to be in a state of superstitious terror.
I've been your wife for nearly 30 years, Francois. You can't hide your fears from me.
I can lay that.
You know the metal thing, though, that no file can touch was not accidentally bent.
I don't know how it...
Oh, what are we going to do? Henri has acted like a man in trance today. It's as though some awful spell was in her. Georgette is pale and trembling. She looks ghastly in her bridal dress. Fear is eating all our hearts.
And there's nothing to be afraid of, nothing. We simply imagine things, that's all. We imagine things now. And our imagination say it.
That pagan goddess in our garden is not imagination. I can see her from this window, and as the lightning plays about her, she looks like some fiend of hell.
She's only a metal statue, just a metal statue that can't do any harm.
Listen. Francois, that sound is coming from your Venus.
Oh, it's caused by the rain beating against the top of sky.
It's been raining for hours. We haven't heard that sound before.
Oh, it's raining harder now. That must be the reason for that sound. There's nothing else to cause it.
It's growing louder, as though she wanted someone to hear, as though she was calling someone.
Elaine, you're talking madness.